The text provided does not contain any story content or main narrative to rewrite. It consists entirely of front matter such as the title, author names, dedication, table of contents, and page number guide. According to the special instructions, these non-story elements must be completely removed. Therefore, there is no core content to process or rewrite at this time. In February 2052, far out in the remote stretches of the long Earth, Joshua Valienté rested by his campfire. He was on a world whose separation from the datum Earth was measured only in the simple human act of stepping, yet it felt profoundly distant. Strange animals huffed and rustled in the valley below. The night was a deep purple, thick with buzzing insects and swarming with tiny, biting pests that seemed determined to feast on every bit of his skin. After 2 weeks in this place, Joshua still couldn't name a single creature he shared it with. Frankly, he wasn't entirely sure where he was in terms of geography or step count. He'd long since stopped keeping track. When you're on a solitary retreat, pinning down your exact location misses the whole point. Even after more than 30 years of wandering the long Earth, its capacity for wonder clearly hadn't run dry. That very fact was giving him pause. He was about to turn 50 this year, and milestones like that tend to make a person think. Why did everything have to be so bizarre? He said to the empty air. Being the only soul on the planet, talking to himself seemed perfectly reasonable. All these parallel worlds and endless strangeness. What's the purpose? And why, of all people, did it have to land in my lap? And why? He wondered. Was another headache starting to press behind his eyes? Ironically, the seeds of answers to some of those questions were scattered around him, woven into the sideways geography of the long Earth and hidden deep within his own history. A piece of the puzzle concerning the true nature of this place had actually started to surface much earlier, back in July of 2036, out in the region known as the High Megas. For as long as they lived in their house in New Springfield, which in the grand scheme turned out to be only a handful of years. Cassie Poulsen did her utmost to forget what she uncovered while digging the cellar out back during the summer of 36. When she first arrived a year prior, Cassie had her reservations about this new world. It wasn't a lack of confidence in her own ability to build a home and raise a family here in the barely tamed wilderness. Nor did she doubt her relationship with Jeb, which was as solid and reliable as the iron nails he forged. She didn't even question the community of pioneers who had stepped alongside them on the epic journey of over 1 million worlds from the datum, all seeking a fresh start in the countless realities unveiled just years before by Joshua Valienté's famous voyages in the first long Earth airship. No, her hesitation was about the world itself, at least initially. Earth West 2017,756 was nothing but forest. An endless, towering alien woodland for a woman who'd spent most of her life in Miami West 4, which back then was little more than a sleepy offshoot of its datum counterpart. But things improved as that first year unfolded. To her relief, Cassie discovered this world had no real seasons, none of the blistering summers that scorched Miami West 4, and winters so mild they were hardly worth mentioning. You could simply stop worrying about the weather. It became a neutral, unchanging backdrop. Furthermore, aside from the ever-present mosquitoes and other biting bugs, the forest held nothing truly dangerous. Nothing worse than a nervous nip from a furry creature, as long as you avoided the crocodile-infested rivers and the nests of the large, irritable birds. Life got even better when she and Jeb cleared enough land to plant their first crops: wheat, potatoes, lettuce, and beets. The arrival of chicks, kids, and piglets from their livestock brought a comforting rhythm, and the steady hammering as they built their own home filled the air with promise. Yes, everything was progressing beautifully, right up until the day Jeb announced they needed a cellar. Everyone agreed it was a prudent measure, essential for storage, and as a refuge from potential threats like tornadoes or wandering troublemakers armed with stepper boxes. Even though Jeb and the neighbours weren't anticipating any problems, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Having everything secure before they began raising a family would give them peace of mind, so Cassie found herself working the soil with the bronze spade she'd brought from her hometown, while Jeb was away with a hunting party trying to track down one of the large local birds. The labour wasn't too difficult. The plot had already been cleared of trees and the stubborn roots removed, and Cassie was plenty strong, hardened by months of travel and settling this new land. By midday, covered in grime and sweat, she was standing in a pit that had grown deeper than she was tall. That's when her spade suddenly punched through into empty space and she stumbled forward. She caught her balance, stepped back to steady herself, and took a closer look. She had broken through the side of the unfinished cellar. What lay beyond was a profound darkness like the mouth of a cave. She knew of no creature in New Springfield that could dig a burrow that large and deep. There were small, furry animals that lived in the ground, but none bigger than a house cat had ever been spotted. Of course, just because no one had seen it didn't mean it wasn't possible, and such a creature likely wouldn't appreciate having its home invaded. She knew she should climb out, but the afternoon was quiet. Few neighbours were laughing and sharing a drink just a short distance away. She felt secure, and her curiosity was a fierce, burning thing. This was something different, a break in the monotonous, endless summer of their new world. She leaned closer to peer into the opening in the earth, and found a face staring back. It was roughly the size of a human head, but it was not human. It seemed insect-like to her, a polished sculpture of dark material with a cluster of eyes that reminded her of a bunch of grapes. Half of it was covered by a mask of silvery metal. She registered all of this in the single frozen heartbeat it took for the shock to flood her system. Then she screamed and scrambled backward, her heart hammering against her ribs. When she dared to look again, the masked face was gone. Her neighbour, Josephine Barrow, walked over and peered down into the hole. "Everything all right down there, honey? You didn't go and spear your own foot, did you? Can you help me up?" Cassie asked, raising her arms. Once she was back on solid ground, Josephine studied her face. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Well, she'd seen something. Cassie's gaze swept over their nearly finished house, waiting for its final roof, the fields they'd cleared for planting, and the shallow pit they'd already dug as a future sandbox for their child. All the effort and hope they'd poured into this place. She didn't want to leave it, but she also had no desire to confront whatever that thing was in the darkness. "We need to cover this up," she said abruptly. Josephine frowned. "After all that digging?" Cassie thought quickly. "I hit the water table. It's no good for a cellar here. We'll dig a proper well someday." She spotted a pile of rough-cut timber leaning against the back wall of the house. "Help me with these." She began dragging the heavy planks toward the hole. Josephine stared at her, bewildered. Why not just fill it back in with dirt? Because that would take hours. Because she needed it hidden completely and immediately before Jeb returned. "I'll backfill it properly later. For now, just help me cover it, okay?" Josephine gave her a long, strange look, but lent a hand anyway. By the time Jeb returned, Cassie had not only covered the planks with a layer of dirt and forest debris, making the hole invisible, but she had also started excavating a new cellar site on the opposite side of the house. And by the time they sat down to supper on their porch that evening, Cassie Poulsen was already convincing herself she had imagined the whole unsettling episode. The memory began to fade, buried as effectively as the hole itself. Years later, in March of 2040, in the city of Miami on Earth West 4, a baby named Stan Berg was born. Historians of the future would later call it a mere coincidence that he was born in the very same city where Cassie Poulsen had spent her youth. Cassie Poulsen, on whose land in the high megas the strange assembler anomaly was situated, an anomaly that would, in the end, define Stan Berg's brief life and alter the course of much more. A curious twist of fate, but a coincidence all the same. The year Stan Berg entered the world was the same year his town began its own transformation, reshaped by the first wave of refugees fleeing a datum America scarred by Yellowstone. By his 8th birthday, what had been a chaotic and lawless encampment was seized by government and corporate forces, morphing into a vast construction zone. By the time Stan turned 11, a new, fixed light glowed above the southern horizon. Not a star, but the orbital anchor of a fledgling space elevator, its tether reaching down to a local version of Florida. It was built by a rough community of stalkjacks, which now included Stan's own parents. Yet amidst all this upheaval, nothing was more ordinary or profound than the love Martha felt the instant she cradled her son. To her, there was nothing odd about the keen, alert curiosity in his eyes as he observed this shifting world from his very first breath. Joshua Valienté had never put much stock in Bill Chambers' tales about jokers. Looking back, he'd realised that if he'd listened more closely and pondered Bill's ramblings, he might have pieced together the bigger picture sooner. Take the story Bill shared in 2040, the year of Stan's birth, as they travelled by airship deep into the high megas, far beyond New Springfield. It was about a joker Bill called the Cue Ball. Joshua had actually seen that place himself. He and Lobsang found it nestled in the relatively tame band of worlds known as the Corn Belt during their first major journey into the deep, long Earth. It was then Lobsang explained the term. Jokers, he said, worlds that break the pattern. And there is a pattern, generally. But these exceptions disrupt it like jokers in a deck, as scholars say. Joshua was familiar with such oddities, even without the label. This particular joker was like a billiard ball, an utterly smooth, colourless plane, under a cloudless, deep blue sky. Yet despite having seen it, Joshua knew better than to take Bill's yarns at face value. Bill, who'd grown up with Joshua at the home in Madison, Wisconsin, was a friend, a rival, a constant source of trouble, and above all, a champion liar. "I know a guy who knew a guy," Bill began with that familiar glint in his eye. "Of course you do," Joshua sighed. "Who camped on the cue ball for a bet just one night, all alone as you do, buck naked too. That was part of the deal, naturally. Come morning he woke up with a hell of a hangover. Drinking by yourself is a bad idea." Now this fellow was a natural stepper, so he gathers his gear in a fog, steps away, but he says he kind of stumbled when he stepped. Stumbled. Didn't feel like he stepped the right way. What does that even mean? How is that possible? Well, we step east or west, right? You've got the soft places, the shortcuts if you can find them, but that's basically it. Stepping had redefined reality for humanity on Step Day. With a simple stepper box, a crude electrical device, though some like Joshua didn't even need one, you could shift sideways out of the old world and into another. These worlds were pristine, choked with ancient forests and teeming with wildlife, for only on the original Earth had mankind evolved and shaped the land. Whole planets just a step apart. And you could keep going, east or west, step after step, if the long Earth had an end to its chain of worlds. No one had found it yet. After Step Day, the world had shifted for everyone, for humanity, for the long Earth itself, and especially for Joshua Valienté. Yet even the long Earth seemed to operate by certain laws. Or so Joshua had once believed. Anyway, this guy claimed he'd stepped a different direction, sideways, almost like stepping north. And then he came out into another kind of world, night, not day, a clear sky with no stars, or rather, none you'd recognize. Instead, your way of telling a story can be irritating, Bill. But you're listening, aren't you? Just finish it. What did he see? He saw every star, all of them, the whole damn galaxy, the Milky Way from the outside the galaxy, thousands of light years from Earth, from any Earth, Bill added, still buck naked too. That was the thing about comas. Joshua had decided they were professional storytellers, maybe from too much time alone. But thinking back in February 2052, he realized he'd even considered Lobsang a kind of bullshitter, though one operating on a universe-sized scale. If only he'd listened when he had the chance. Now it was too late. Lobsang was gone. Joshua had witnessed it himself in the late autumn of 2045. He and Sally Lindsay stood waiting at the door of the home in Madison West 5. Evening was settling in, streetlights flickering on. Sally wore her usual travel gear, a fisherman's jacket stuffed with pockets under a waterproof coverall, a light pack on her back. She looked ready to bolt at any second. The longer the sisters took to answer, the more likely that seemed. "Listen," Joshua said, trying to head her off. "Just take a breath. Say hello. Everyone here wants to thank you for what you did for the next." "Breaking those kids out of Pearl Harbor, you know how I am, Joshua. These low Earths are crowded now. And places like this, homes where they keep you safe. I don't care how happy you were here with those penguins. Don't call them penguins. Once this is over, I'm finding the strongest drink I can and forgetting this whole scene. Then you'll need something sharper than our sweet sherry." Sister John had opened the door without a sound and now offered a gentle smile. "Please, come inside." Sally shook the sister's hand, polite but stiff. Joshua followed them down a hallway into an eerily accurate copy of the home he'd grown up in, the original long since destroyed in the Dayton-Madison blast. Sister John, her wimple neatly framing her face, leaned toward Joshua. "How are you holding up? All right? Feels strange being back." "I know. Doesn't smell quite right, does it? Give the mice a few decades, they'll fix that. And you running the place now. To me, you'll always be Sarah. The girl you rescued from the woods on Step Day. Coming back here makes it feel like we all grew up overnight, doesn't it?" "Yeah, I always pictured the superior as some towering elderly figure. As old as me, you mean?" Sister Agnes stood in the doorway of the parlour, the formal room where visitors had always been received, but Agnes looked unnervingly younger than Sister John now. When Joshua hugged her, her cheek felt almost too smooth under his kiss. A faint hint of something artificial, and beneath her simple, worn habit he sensed a startling, barely there strength. After her death, Lobsang had revived Agnes, transferring her memories into an android body while reciting Buddhist prayers. To Joshua, it was as if his primary mother figure had been rebuilt into a Terminator. But he'd known Lobsang long enough to recognize the spirit within the machine. The same was true now for Agnes. He simply said, "Hello, Agnes," and Sally Lindsay with Sally. It was a cautious handshake, not an embrace. "I've heard a great deal about you, Miss Lindsay." "Likewise. Agnes held her gaze, a searching, almost confrontational look, before finally turning away. "And Joshua, how is your family? It must be difficult, being so far from your son." Joshua offered a faint smile. "He's not so little anymore, but you know how I am, Agnes. Part of me is always pulled elsewhere, out into the long earth. You're here now, though. Come, join everyone." They found Nelson Azikiwe and Lobsang seated side by side in the familiar, overstuffed armchairs. A few were genuine antiques, salvaged from the original datum Earth. Lobsang's mobile avatar, with its shaven head and bare feet, was clad in his customary orange robe. Sally was introduced to Nelson, a South African-born former clergyman in his 50s who wore a conventional suit and tie. The odd couple balanced delicate teacups and plates of cake on their knees. A young sister Joshua didn't recognize was attending to them, and Shimmy the cat was present, weaving around Joshua's legs before fixing Sally with a luminous, green-eyed stare. As they found seats and Agnes settled in, more tea and cake were served. "This gathering was my notion, Joshua," Agnes began. "With the latest global scare behind us, all that dread over the super-intelligent children, I thought it a moment of relative peace. A chance to bring Lobsang here and assemble his associates for once." Sally's expression darkened. "Associates? Is that what we are, Lobsang? We feel more like game pieces to you, coins for you to feed into whatever cosmic machine you're running." Nelson chuckled. "A fair point, Miss Lindsay. Yet here we sit, all the same." "Friends," Agnes stated firmly, "what truly matters in life, if not friends and family?" Lobsang, his face placid and unreadable, said, "Your own family is causing quite a stir, Sally, your father with his visions for a new era of space development." "Yes, dear old Dad," Sally replied, her tone laced with sarcasm, dreaming of his Martian space elevators, a direct ticket to turning the solar system into one giant factory floor. "Willis Lindsay possesses a certain wisdom. We must rebuild from the low point Yellowstone left us at swiftly and cleanly. His elevators could make that possible. We may one day need to match strides with the next." Nelson leaned forward. "What can you tell us about the next Lobsang? I know they made contact with you. Is there anything beyond what's been made public? Only that they have departed. All those extraordinary children emerging across the datum and the long Earth, the next evolutionary step, whom our governments corralled into that compound in Hawaii. They've gone to a place they call the Grange, somewhere out in the long Earth. I couldn't begin to guess its location." Sally let out a short laugh. "They didn't trust you with the coordinates. They left you to handle the fallout at Happy Landings, didn't they? It's eating at you, Lobsang. The supposed omnipotent guardian of the long Earth reduced to a glorified errand boy by a bunch of kids." Joshua moved to quiet her, but Lobsang raised a hand. "No. Let her continue. She's correct. This has been a challenging period for me. You understand that, Joshua? In fact, it is the very reason I acquiesced to Agnes's proposal for this meeting." Agnes sat up straighter. "Oh, you acquiesced, did you? And here I was believing this was entirely my own idea." Lobsang looked slowly at each of them. "Sally, Nelson, Joshua, Agnes, Sister John, you are my family. That is how I regard you. Yet you each have your own familial bonds, which you should not disregard." He turned to Nelson. "You too are not as solitary as you once believed, my friend." Nelson seemed more curious than offended by the cryptic remark. "Classically enigmatic, very much your style, Lobsang. I do not intend obscurity. If you would simply reflect on our time in New Zealand," clearly irritated by this diversion from her intended agenda, Agnes cut in sharply. "Lobsang, if you've got something to say, just say it." Lobsang leaned in, his posture slumped. To Joshua, he suddenly appeared inexplicably aged, weary and worn. "Yellowstone and the datum's collapse hit me hard. My presence extends across the long Earth, with iterations throughout the solar system, but my anchor was always the datum Earth. Now, the datum is deeply wounded, and so am I." He pressed his thumbs against his temples. "Sometimes I feel fragmented, as if memories are slipping away, and then even the awareness of that loss fades. Yellowstone felt like a lobotomy. Since then, doubts have crept in. I've mentioned this to you, Joshua. I've had this strange feeling of remembering past lives. But that isn't how it's supposed to work in the Tibetan tradition. A successful reincarnation should erase all previous memories. Maybe this rebirth is flawed. Or," he glanced at Agnes, "maybe there's a simpler explanation. I am, after all, just electrical patterns in distributed black corporation gel stores. Maybe I've been compromised. Then the next arrived with their judgment of me. Before all this, I imagined I would become. Yes, Sally, omnipresent and all-knowing. Why not?" Eventually, all of humanity's computer systems and communications would merge into one entity. Me. I would shelter all of you forever. Sally let out a derisive snort. An eternity of being subordinate, no thanks. He looked at her, his expression sorrowful. But what becomes of me? Without that dream, I am nothing. Carefully, he set down his teacup. Agnes was visibly unsettled by that simple action. What do you mean, Lobsang? What are you planning? He offered her a gentle smile. Dear Agnes, this won't cause you pain, I promise. It's just that I... He froze. Motion and speech halted mid-flow. Agnes cried out, Lobsang! Lobsang! Joshua rushed to his side, Agnes close behind as Joshua steadied Lobsang's shoulders. Agnes frantically rubbed his hands and face, synthetic hands on synthetic cheeks, Joshua thought, yet the emotion was utterly real. Lobsang's head turned stiffly, like a ventriloquist's dummy, toward Joshua first. I have always been your friend, Joshua. I know. Then Lobsang looked up at Agnes. Don't be afraid, Agnes, he whispered. This isn't dying. It isn't dying. His face went slack. A moment of absolute stillness followed. Then Joshua noticed a shift in the ambient sounds of the home, the quiet hum of unseen machines, the whir of fans and pumps all fading into silence. Everything was powering down. Through the window he saw lights flicker and go dark in the building across the way. Entire blocks blackening in the distance. An alarm bell began to clang somewhere. Agnes seized Lobsang's shoulders and shook him. Lobsang, what did you do? Where are you, Lobsang, you bastard? Sally laughed, stood and stepped back. Of course, even Lobsang hadn't known everything. Some mysteries of Joshua's own unusual nature were concealed. It would emerge, not in the stepwise expanses of the long earth, but deep within time itself. Mysteries that had started to intertwine as far back as March 1848 in London, on datum Earth. The applause was deafening, and the great Elusivo could hear it as he descended the steps to the Victoria Theatre's stage door. His ears still ringing from the clamour of the cheap seats, he was now engulfed by the chaos of the new cut. Shop windows, market stalls, jostling crowds, street performers and beggar boys tumbling for coins. And, as always, people waited for Louise outside in the Lambeth evening gloom, even hopeful young ladies. But this time, a calm male voice called from a shadowed alley. You move exceptionally fast, don't you? One might say unnaturally fast. Shall I call you Louise? I believe that is your true name, or one of them. I have a proposition for you. I shall treat you to dinner at the Drunken Clam, Lambeth's premier oyster house, in case you were unaware. I happen to know you have a particular fondness for oysters. The shadowy figure remained unclear. You have the upper hand, sir. Indeed I do. And I'm speaking with such haste, not to mention force, because I am aware you could disappear at any moment you choose. It is a talent you employ masterfully, as I observe, yet you yourself do not understand how it's done. Neither do I, to be brief. A faint gust of air signalled the man's disappearance. He reappeared instantly, gasping and clutching his stomach as if struck. Straightening up, he declared, I can perform the feat as well. I'm Oswald Hackett. Luis Ramon Valienté, shall we converse? Meanwhile, in February 2052, within the isolated expanse of the long earth, the stars above shone for Joshua Valienté alone. It was a fair assumption that his was the only consciousness in this entire slice of reality. His headache persisted, a dull throb behind his eyes, and the phantom itch in his missing left arm was a constant, maddening companion. As some unseen creature shrieked and perished in the darkness, a profound fear settled into his very bones. I'm getting too old for this nonsense, Joshua grumbled to the empty air. He began gathering his gear with a weary resolve. It was time to go home. The funeral had taken place on a grim December day in 2045 in Madison, Wisconsin on Earth West 5. Initially, Sister Agnes had questioned how one could conduct a service for an entity that was not a man by any conventional measure, whose form was not the usual fragile flesh. Indeed, she had never been certain how many physical forms he possessed, or if that question even held meaning. Yet he, whatever his nature, had clearly died, in every sense that mattered to those who cared for him. Therefore, a funeral he would have, she had decided. They assembled around a grave in the small plot beside the relocated children's home, where he had been interred, he being, at least, the mobile unit he had occupied at the moment of his death. It did not ease the surreal atmosphere. Agnes reflected that 4 of his spare mobile units stood vigil by the graveside like an honour guard, their faces expressionless, clad in their customary orange robes and sandals, despite the biting cold. In contrast, the prayers and readings offered jointly by Father Gavin from the local Catholic parish and Padmasambhava, an abbot from a Ladakh monastery, who was supposedly an old friend of Lobsang from a prior life, felt almost mundane. But perhaps that underscored the strangest facet of Lobsang's existence. He had awakened as sentient software within a complex network, fully self-aware, yet insisting he was the reincarnation of a Tibetan motorcycle mechanic and demanding full human rights as a result. A legal battle that had consumed the courts for years. Now, in his soft Irish lilt, Father Gavin recited, "I know not how I seem to others, but to myself I am but a small child wandering upon the vast shores of knowledge, every now and then finding a small, bright pebble to content myself with, while the vast ocean of undiscovered truth lies before me." Agnes quietly moved to the rear of the gathering, standing beside an elderly, tall man with white hair, dressed in a plain black overcoat and hat. "Lovely words," Agnes murmured, "from Newton. Always been a favourite of mine. My own selection might have been a tad boastful, but you only get one funeral. In your particular case, that remains to be seen, so George. Yes, my dear wife. Good attendance, even excluding your multiple selves. Commander Kaufman is there, looking impressive in her dress uniform, Nelson Azikiwe as grave and watchful as always. He was a steadfast friend, wasn't he? George, who is that woman over there? The attractive one in her 40s, who's been weeping all morning. Her name is Selina Jones. She worked with me a long time back. Technically, she's still my guardian on paper." "You certainly don't travel light, do you? Even Choja has appeared, and frankly I'm surprised he hasn't been retired for parts. And then there's Joshua Valienté and Sally Lindsay. The king and queen of the long earth," George remarked. "Exactly. Standing together as always, looking like they fit side by side while secretly wishing they were a million worlds apart. It's a contradiction that never did add up. Did it? You've known Joshua since he was a boy, you tell me. But since we're on the subject of children, the adoption application is filed. It might be a while before the right child comes along. Years, possibly. Heck, they might not even be born yet, but once we get the approval, we'll be prepared. Have we settled on which new world we'll use to raise our son or daughter? Like I mentioned, I've enlisted Sally Lindsay's help for when the time comes. Who else has her knowledge of the long earth?" Agnes glanced towards Sally. "And she's the only one who knows you're still around?" "Yes. Aside from you, she's the only one." Honestly, she said she never fully bought my final exit. She sort of sensed it anyway, before I even reached out. But she's careful. I'd bet she keeps secrets from her own thoughts. I'm not completely sure I trust her. It's not her discretion, I doubt. I believe that. What then? I'm not certain. Sally has a peculiar sense of humour. She's a bit of a trickster. And you're absolutely sure about this plan? To leave everything behind and simply? He met her gaze? Simply try to be human, aren't you? That question resonated, unsettling something deep within the synthetic black corporation gel she used for a heart. Father Gavin recited another line, and George furrowed his brow. Did I hear that right? Something about a sinner at heaven's gate crawling back to me. She slipped her arm through his. You have your Newton. I have my Steinman. Come on, let's slip away before anyone starts wondering. If his dog Rio hadn't been obsessively tracking some phantom creature behind the old Poulsen property, Nikos Irwin would almost certainly have missed the large cellar entirely. It was the sort of improbable accident that felt almost destined, especially if you knew Rio and the relentless, inquisitive streak she'd inherited from her Bernese mountain dog lineage. But without Nikos and his determined pet, the entire future course of humanity might have unfolded differently, for better or worse. It was April 2052. Nikos was 10 years old. He didn't have any special fondness for the old Poulsen house or the deserted settlement it belonged to. He was only there because the Poulsen place served as the community swap spot, and his mother had sent him to look for baby shoes. Her friend Angie Clayton was expecting. So, with Rio trotting beside him, he stepped from the cool, shadowy tree line, away from the dense green where a distant band of forest trolls hummed a soft melody, and into the glaring, direct sunlight. He scanned the large, silent houses towering over the open area. Having grown up in the woods, Nikos instinctively distrusted clearings. They left you exposed. This ghost town felt strange in other ways, too. His parents always said the long earth was too young to have much history. But if history existed anywhere in Nikos's own world, it was here. Some structures were being reclaimed by the forest, but others stood stark and angular in the light, foreign-looking, with their flaking white paint and fractured windows. The place even had a strange smell to Nikos, not just the general rot of years abandoned, but the scent of sawn timber and parched, dusty, barren earth. All of it was essentially the handiwork of the very first pioneers who came here. The original settlers. They had carved this little town out of the wilderness. The neat stumps of felled trees still marked the land, along with the fields they'd cleared, and the pathways outlined with white stones. You could see the houses they'd built so quickly, picket fences, screen doors, bead curtains hanging in doorways. Some windows held stained glass, and there was even a half-finished chapel, its steeple open to the sky. In one large home, unbelievably, stood a piano. Someone had crafted the wooden box from local timber, then fitted it with pedals, an inner frame, and wires carried all the way from the low earths, a stunning, almost whimsical feat of dedication. Nikos's parents explained that the founders had arrived here full of energy and vision. When they journeyed out to these remote worlds over 1 million steps from the datum, humanity's first home, they were gripped by a kind of fever dream, replaying the past when their own ancestors had spread into the original American frontier, building towns with farms, schools and churches. They even named their settlement New Springfield. But this wasn't colonial America, and this Earth wasn't the datum. Nikos's father often pointed out that this world, and a whole belt of similar Earths around it, was smothered in forest from pole to pole, literally. Here, trees thrived even under the Arctic night. This particular footprint of Maine was dense with towering sequoia-like giants and laurel-like trees, undergrown with tea plants, berry bushes, ferns and horsetails. The warm, damp air buzzed with insects, and the loamy ground teemed with what everyone called furballs, skittish little mammals that spent their lives chasing those very bugs. In such a place, the founders' children soon began questioning their parents' hardscrabble lifestyle. Why break your back farming when you were surrounded by endless worlds generous with fruit trees? Why till soil when rivers swam with fish and forests were packed with easily trapped furballs? Sure, farming might make sense on the more open worlds of the Corn Belt, but here it began to feel like stubborn theatre. Drifters passing through, calling themselves combers, okies, or hobos, offered vivid proof of other ways to live. Nikos's parents' friends still recalled one particularly sharp and persuasive young woman who stayed for a few weeks, advocating for a freer, less anchored existence. Pioneers tended to have children young, more hands for the work, but those very children, growing up in a world nothing like their parents' memories, quickly developed independent minds. They rebelled. Most of the young people, and a fair number of their parents, eventually gave up and simply walked away into the green. The collective will to maintain the town dissolved, lasting barely a generation. These days, families like the Irwins didn't keep permanent homes. Instead, they followed a seasonal cycle of living spots, returning to clear last year's brush with careful burns, repairing lean-tos and hearths, and moving with the gentle turn of the seasons. In spring, they'd climb Manning Hill a couple of steps east, when squirrel moles erupted from the ground to choose new queens and were easy to snare. Come fall, they'd travel 4 steps west to Salisbury Creek for the rich annual salmon run. Nikos had known this rhythm all his life. It was the only world he understood, as the original settlers grew older and more tired. Many of them eventually returned to the datum. A handful of disappointed pioneers stayed behind, doing their best to hold on, with family members keeping watch over these aging figures. Nikos's mother would sometimes share a nostalgic memory, how, in the evenings, she used to hear an elderly woman playing that old piano. The notes of Chopin waltzes, composed in a distant century and a world far removed from this one, would drift out into the quiet of the ancient forest. Occasionally, the melodies were answered by echoing calls from the forest trolls, but over time, the piano fell out of tune, and one day the music stopped for good. Now, nobody touched the instrument anymore. Even after New Springfield was fully abandoned, Nikos and his friends worked to keep the clearing maintained. It still served a purpose. Everyone needed a stepper box, which required potatoes, and potatoes had to be grown, so the old farm plots remained useful. Someone had put considerable effort into building the forge next to the Poulsen house, and they kept it in working order. Since you couldn't carry iron between worlds, preserving the skill of blacksmithing seemed wise. Some of the animals the founders brought, chickens, goats, pigs, even sheep, had survived and multiplied. Now and then you'd be startled by a wild pig, a descendant of those first porcine settlers, crashing through the underbrush. And the Poulsen place itself, sturdier than the other houses, had taken on a new role over time. It became the swap house, a spot where people could leave and trade all sorts of items. That was why Nikos was here today. He moved carefully across the clearing toward the Poulsen house. One hand rested on the solid bronze knife at his left hip, the other on the stepper box on his right. His senses sharp. He wasn't particularly worried about the local wildlife. In these woods, you really only had to watch out for three things: ant swarms, the large birds, and the crocs. He was too far from water for crocs, and the big birds, though fierce, were accustomed to chasing small, quick creatures and were therefore heavy and awkward in flight. If an ant swarm was nearby, he'd hear its approach long before it came flowing over the ground like some awful corrosive tide, devouring everything in its path. Besides, the forest trolls would almost certainly sing out a warning if danger was near, giving Nikos time to step away. Almost certainly. He'd once seen a careless kid get snatched by one of those birds, a horrible sight, so that word almost carried real weight. But honestly, the main reason for his caution wasn't the animals. Among the kids there were stories about this house. Legends, if you will, tales of things that lived inside, not just scavenging furballs or the usual forest monsters, something worse. Maybe an elf, one of those twisted long earth creatures trapped in there, old and broken but still vicious, waiting to prey on an unwary child. Or, in another version, it was the ghost of a child itself, seeking revenge on those who had forced them to enter in the first place. It made no logical sense, of course. Nikos was old enough to spot the holes in the tale. If the place was truly haunted, why would the adults use it for storage? But he was still young enough for the fear to feel real stories or not. He wasn't going back empty-handed. The ridicule from his friends would be far worse than anything some imagined monster could do. As he reached the porch, his dog Rio sniffed the air, let out a short yelp, and darted around the corner of the house, probably on the trail of some unfortunate furball. Nikos barely noticed. He pushed open the creaking door, which swung inward without resistance, and stepped into the dim interior. A faint greenish light filtered through the grimy windows, barely illuminating the space. To see better in the gloom, he pulled a wind-up flashlight from his pocket and gave it a few cranks. An unfamiliar sense of unease prickled at his skin. His life had been spent in open teepees and simple lean-tos. The very act of entering this sealed wooden box felt strange and confining, regardless of any ghost stories. Steeling himself, he moved further inside, each step careful and deliberate. The house was largely one big room, a common design where an entire family would once have lived, eaten and slept together, with additions planned for later that never materialized. In the dusty half-light, he recognized relics from his childhood visits with his father. The massive table in the corner, the hearth beneath an incomplete chimney, the floor scattered with reed rugs dyed with local plants. But now the room was a chaotic museum of discarded things. To call it junk, however, missed the point. Life in the forest meant scarcity. Every item was either painstakingly brought from datum Earth, or the nearer low Earths, or crafted by hand. Nothing was truly wasted. Broken tools, bows, bronze machetes, digging sticks were left here in this swap house on the chance someone could salvage parts, melt down metal, or use a busted bow to train a child. Shelves held practical bits like wire, relays and coil formers for repairing stepper boxes or radios. A sad pile of datum electronics, dead phones and tablets, their intricate guts useless, lay in a heap, though sometimes their shiny casings were taken as ornaments or offerings for the forest trolls. Clothing was everywhere, especially children's items. Adult clothes were usually too worn, but he gathered a few bright fabric scraps for his mother's latest quilt. Children's clothes, however, were often outgrown, almost new. The people of New Springfield travelled light. They wouldn't haul baby shoes for decades on the slim hope of a future grandchild. It was precisely such shoes that he needed today for Angie Clayton's coming baby. After some searching, his hand closed around a perfect pair of tiny moccasins, crafted from some small creature's hide, so small they rested like toys in his palm. That's when he heard Rio's sharp yelp, followed by a sound of splintering wood and a heavy, rushing collapse. Nikos bolted outside, racing around the house toward the noise. "Rio! Rio!" he shouted. At the rear, facing the encroaching jungle, a line of half-built fence posts stood, a project meant to corral sheep and deter large birds. He shoved through the overgrowth of tea plants and young trees that had reclaimed the yard and nearly tumbled into a gaping hole in the earth. Stumbling back, he caught his balance and cautiously looked down into the darkness. The opening was roughly 6 feet wide, its covering of rough-cut wooden planks now softened and decayed with age. From the fragments that remained, it was clear they had been buried under a layer of soil and topped with forest mulch. A few hardy ferns had even taken root in that thin skin of earth. But one plank had given way, collapsing into the void below and exposing a deep, dark space. Nikos scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. Could this be a cellar? It was a reasonable guess beyond storage. A cellar was a practical defence against bandits or anyone with ill intent. After all, a stepper box meant no wall could stop you. You could simply step sideways into a world where that wall didn't exist, walk through its location and step back. But a cellar, that was different. You couldn't step into one if the same spot in neighbouring worlds was blocked by soil, bedrock and tree roots. His own family had shallow cellars under some of their more permanent encampments scattered across the worlds. So yes, a house like this might well have a cellar, or at least the start of one, but why cover it with planks? And while the debris on top might have accumulated naturally over time, it looked suspiciously like a deliberate attempt to hide the hole. Why conceal it? Could it be a trap instead? But a trap for what? Only something sizable. A large bird, a crocodile, a big dog like Rio, or a person would have been heavy enough to break through those planks. And even that was doubtful back when the wood was less rotten. None of that really mattered now. Rio was missing. He hesitated under the harsh, unshaded sun. Being enclosed underground would be worse than the Paulson house. His main defence, stepping away from danger, wouldn't be an option. He almost turned back. But Rio... She was a Bernese mountain dog, carried from Datum Earth as a puppy by a trader, a breed historically used to pull carts of cheese. She was strong and sturdy, but slow. She was his dog. If he had to go down there, he would. Getting on his hands and knees, he peered cautiously through the broken plank into the darkness, even shining his flashlight inside. Rio, at first. There was only silence, not even an echo. Then a bark echoed up, unmistakably Rio's. But it sounded strangely distant, as if she weren't just a few feet below. Rio, Rio, then came another sound, a faint scraping, almost a whisper like some enormous insect. It seemed to recede, burrowing deeper down. All the old legends and scary tales he'd heard bubbled up in his mind, and again he nearly retreated. But his dog was down there. With frantic energy, he began pulling away the remaining planks, heedlessly dumping soil into the hole. Rio, here, girl, Rio. The pit he uncovered was only about 8 feet deep, crudely dug into loose earth. He dangled over the edge, testing that he could scramble back up the sides, then dropped to the bottom. He looked around. If this was meant to be a cellar, it was a poor one. Walls of bare earth, a floor still marked with the original digger's spade strokes, never smoothed out. It was just a hole, hastily dug and even more hastily hidden. And there was no sign of his dog. However, it was obvious where she had gone, a breach near the floor in one wall. Gripping his pocket knife, Nikos got back on his hands and knees and found himself staring into an earthen tunnel. It wasn't very wide, just a few feet across, but its circular profile and smooth walls were far more finished than the rough cellar. Sweeping his flashlight beam, he saw it sloped downward at a sharp angle descending into the abyss. The beam of his light was swallowed by the gloom. What force could carve such a passage? Perhaps a burrowing creature. His thoughts turned to the subterranean furballs, imagining a monstrous squirrel mole as large as a man, equipped with shovel-sized claws. It brought to mind the kobolds, those mole-like humanoids who sometimes appeared to barter, yet the memory of that strange noise, a whispering, scraping rustle, didn't fit any furball or kobold he knew. Then, from the profound depths, another frightened bark echoed. Instinct took command. "Hold on, girl. Nikos is coming." Clenching the flashlight between his teeth, he dropped to all fours and entered the tunnel, crawling down the incline. The packed earth felt smooth beneath his palms and knees. The circle of daylight behind him shrank to a distant coin, while ahead his light revealed another perfect opening, a portal into a deeper darkness. The confinement was unnerving, and the stepper box at his hip bumped awkwardly. Exiting would require a clumsy retreat, as turning around was nearly impossible. He pressed forward, estimating a descent of 20 feet down the sloping shaft until it opened into a vast chamber. Remaining on hands and knees, he peered out cautiously, sweeping his light. The beam illuminated a ceiling and floor, both unnaturally smooth and about 10 feet apart, supported by pillars that looked like remnants of carved bedrock, spaced at regular intervals. No walls were visible to either side or ahead. The darkness beyond his light was absolute. This was no animal burrow. His squirrel mole theory evaporated. What in the world was this place? It reminded him of lessons from his mother's makeshift schooling, tales of mining on the low earths. He knew of the local iron seam the founding Paulsons had exploited to build their forge. The unique deposit was a prime reason for settling here. But he'd seen that humble forge, the modest output of nails, and the few horseshoes crafted for animals never imported. Nikos had only heard tales of horses. They could never have excavated this vast space in so few years, nor would they have needed to, so if not them. A face materialized before him. Face was a generous term, a mask vaguely human in shape, one half sheathed in silvery metal, the other crafted from a black beetle shell gloss, the kind of material his father would joke that God reserved for insects. It was mounted on a small tilting head connected by a slender neck. It seemed almost inquisitive, studying him with that cocked odd head, curious, alive. The delayed shock surged through him. He screamed, the sound reverberating in the cavernous space behind. Scrambling to retreat, he lost his grip on the sloped floor, slid forward and tumbled out of the shaft. Directly into the grasp of the silver beetle being. Did it even have arms? A cold metallic sensation pressed against his back and legs. He yelled, thrashing wildly, and was abruptly released. Falling a few feet to the ground, the impact drove the air from his lungs, and his flashlight clattered away. He scrambled to his feet in the disorienting dark, the fallen light offering only a feeble slice of illumination. He glimpsed the beetle creature right itself and scuttled away, seemingly as startled as he was. It was roughly human-sized, but moved with the skittering, multi-limbed gait of an insect, its body a hard, glossy black. Then he saw and heard more of them approaching. He snatched the flashlight from the floor and swung it in a wide, frantic arc. They closed in from every direction, scuttling across the packed earth like a nightmare version of an ant swarm, their forms magnified and grotesque. What made it worse was the glint of manufactured metal woven into their glossy black shells. Shining his light directly at one caused it to recoil, but from the periphery the relentless advance continued. As they neared, they would rise up, revealing soft underbellies studded with pale grey pods clinging to sickly green flesh like some horrible infection. Then one reared directly before him. He recognized the same half-faced silver mask from his first encounter. Was this the same creature? He couldn't tell them apart, a silvery, thread-like tentacle extended toward him. Nikos fought to hold his ground, but the instant that cold metal pseudopod made contact with his skin, his resolve shattered. He bolted forward with a yell, swinging the flashlight wildly, shoving through a rustling tide of bodies that scrambled to avoid him. He didn't make it far before his foot caught, and he sprawled onto the hard floor, the flashlight skittering away in those terrifying seconds of near-total darkness. He could hear them shifting, whispering, scraping all around him, disoriented. He had no clue which way led to the wall or the shaft he'd climbed from. Panic tightened its grip. Another beetle thing reached out with a writhing metallic limb. Acting purely on instinct, Nikos swung the flashlight in a desperate arc. He connected with the dark, organic side of its face, avoiding the mask. The shell cracked with a sickening crunch, leaking a foul-smelling green pulp. As it fell back, another moved as if to aid its wounded kin, edging too close. Nikos swung again, and the beetle vanished with a soft pop of displaced air. Nikos stared, stunned. It was as if the creature had simply stepped out of this underground cavern. How? They were encircling him again, more cautiously now, their single eyes tracking the beam of his flashlight. He was trapped. If they all rushed at once, he was finished. He forced himself to think that beetle had stepped away. You can't step out of a hole in the ground, but it had. If it could, then maybe he could too. His stepper box was still clipped to his belt. Frantically, he twisted the big clunky switch left and right, east and west, attempting to step. Each time he met the familiar solid resistance you feel when trying to step into earth or through something massive, like the trunk of a giant redwood. It was supposed to be impossible, yet that beetle had done it. There had to be a way. The circle tightened. In a final surge of fear and revulsion, he twisted the switch with all his strength. It broke off in his hand. Desperate, he willed himself to step, aiming not east or west, but through the impossible barrier. Suddenly, he wasn't in a hole anymore. He was sitting on hard, smooth ground. A brilliant, dazzling sky arched overhead, its light painful after the cellar's gloom. But this sky was a strange orange-brown, devoid of sun or moon. Instead, it was filled with stars. More stars than he had ever seen, some blazing with an intensity brighter than planets, brighter than the moon like frozen shards of sunlight. He took a jerky, shocked breath. The air was thin, metallic and dry. Looking around, he saw he was on a slope that descended toward what looked like a wide, dry riverbed. On the far bank, clusters of huge, pale, translucent bubbles crowded together. They reminded him of the blisters on the beetles' bellies, but these were monumental, the size of buildings. Some were anchored to the ground, while others appeared to strain upward, as if yearning to lift into that strange, star-cluttered sky. A profound, eerie silence settled over everything, broken only by the whisper of a thin, constant wind. Beetle-like creatures swarmed along the riverbank, their forms scuttling over paths and low bridges in a rustling, scraping multitude. The vision flooded Nikos in an instant, a dizzying rush of impossible detail. One of them was suddenly beside him, its half-silvered face hovering close, a coiling pseudopod stretching toward his temple. Overwhelmed and paralyzed, he didn't fight it. His gaze drifted upward, noting one last peculiarity. The stars to his left held a faint green tint, while those on the right shone with a pure, cold white. Then an icy touch at his skull, and darkness swallowed his sight like falling into a void. He jolted awake on his back. Blue sky arched above, surrounded by walls of plain, clean earth. He was back in the half-dug pit, under an ordinary sky, out of that vast cellar, almost panicking. He gulped a breath, and the sweet, flower-scented air of the forest filled his lungs. Sitting up, he coughed, his throat raw. Something brushed his face, flinching from the memory of silver tentacles. He twisted away and scrambled to his feet. It was only Rio. She had licked his cheek and dropped a small, limp dwarf raccoon beside him, an unremarkable, dead thing. Nikos quickly checked his pockets and pouch. The baby moccasins were still there. His flashlight was gone, and he wondered how he'd explain that loss. But Rio was safe. He grabbed her, petting her fur as she wriggled, then watched as she scrambled out of the pit and trotted toward home. He told his parents nothing of his ordeal at the old Poulsen place. Fear held him tightly for a full day and night, so intense he couldn't sleep. But by the second day, he returned to the edge of the ragged clearing, studying the Poulsen house from the safety of the trees. On the third day, he went back inside with his friends, back into the big cellar. At the old family home in Reboot, a stepwise footprint of New York State, 100,000 steps west of the datum, Joshua Valienté's son, Rod, came to call. Joshua met him on the porch just after midnight on May 1st, 2052. "Happy birthday, Dad." Joshua shook his only child's hand warmly. At 20, the boy stood taller than both Joshua and his mother. He had her fair complexion and his father's dark hair, dressed in treated leather and pale green spun wool. In the lantern light of the green homestead, he looked almost alien, yet completely at ease in his own skin, as if he belonged among the ever-shifting kaleidoscopic communities of the stepwise forests he was drawn to. "He's Rod now," Joshua reminded himself. "We named him Daniel Rodney. He was Dan as a boy, and now he chooses Rod." Pride swelled in Joshua at the sight of this confident young man, mingled with a sharp regret for the distance between them. "Thanks for coming, son, and for making this trip with me. Or the part you're joining, anyway." "We haven't done it yet," Rod replied with a faint smile. "And you haven't seen the ship I got for your ride, your stepping aircraft. You've been pretty mysterious about it. It's not a Twain, Dad. Nothing like that big old vessel we took to the datum when I was a kid. What was it called? The Gold Dust." The voice came from Helen, Joshua's ex-wife and Rod's mother, who stepped out of the house and wrapped her son in a hug. Dressed plainly, her greying strawberry blonde hair pulled into a practical bun. Helen had returned to Reboot after the marriage ended and resumed her work as a midwife. By now she was well established within the stepwise extended community of New Scarsdale. Helen possessed a visible strength, particularly in her upper body, a capable and sturdy presence. On a birthday like this, Joshua felt the weight of his own years, yet Helen herself would turn 40 the following year. Then emerged the house's final resident. Her father, Jack, leaning unsteadily on a cane, was in his 70s. My boy," he said, draping his free arm over Rod's shoulders. Rod accepted the gesture with quiet patience. Helen moved about briskly. "Come inside and let's shut this door. It might be May, but the evenings haven't lost their chill." She ushered everyone into the heart of the home, the original room built when the Greens first settled here as pioneers, long before she'd met Joshua, a space where the entire family had once lived in close, cosy quarters. All the Greens, that is, except for Rod, the phobic left behind in Datum Madison, Helen's brother, a mysterious lost uncle to her son, whose name he had later chosen to take. Now, Rod stood awkwardly by a table heavy with food, back in a room where he clearly no longer felt he belonged. "Mum, you really didn't need to go to all this trouble." Helen offered a knowing smile. "You had to know I would, though. Look, I understand you two are eager to get moving." Jack grumbled. "Not even a quick visit to Aunt Katie and her girls. And the grandkids, you know how they admire you? The great Twain driver?" "I'm not a Twain driver anymore, Grandad." Even so, I'm only here for Dad. Foolish stunt. If Dad wants to travel 100,000 worlds all the way back to the datum in a single day for his birthday, that's his choice. We'll fly most of it. I plan to cover 900 miles to the Wisconsin footprint by dawn, then another 6 hours of flying and stepping once we reach Madison. If you don't break down along the way, a damn foolish stunt if you ask me. Nobody is asking, Jack, Joshua said, his tone still gentle. And after Rod drops me off, I'll walk the rest of the way. Helen rolled her eyes at her son. With Sally Lindsay, what a birthday celebration that will be. 2 antisocial old grumps trekking across the long earth, complaining about how much better it was before other people showed up to ruin it back when it was just them. Rod gave an easy shrug. It's Dad's decision, Mom. You only turn 50 once. Damn foolish stunt, Jack repeated. Helen pressed on. Well, if you won't visit family, and if you won't let me fuss over you for even one night, then at least let me refuel you. You've got a long trip ahead. So here, homemade cookies packed with sugar, sandwiches, the pork's frozen but it's good, iced tea, hot coffee and lemonade. I know it's midnight, but who cares? Sit, eat. Joshua and Rod exchanged a look, shrugged in the old familiar way from when Rod was a kid named Dan, and they both knew better than to argue, and took their seats at the table. Even Jack lowered himself stiffly into a chair. They filled their plates and poured their drinks. Far too late for all this, Jack muttered, biting into a cookie the size of a saucer and wincing as he tried to lift his hand. Joshua reflected that Jack, unfortunately, was typical of his generation, the first Long Earth pioneers. The brutal labour of building Reboot after a months-long trek out here with a young Helen and the rest of the family had left Jack with crippling arthritis in his old age. Yet he stubbornly refused expensive treatments from the datum, turning away even basic assistance. Agreeing to live with Helen had only come after a prolonged campaign waged by her, after she returned from distant travels, and by her older sister Katie, who had stayed in Reboot to raise her own family. Jack still wrote, or tried to, on rough locally made paper, his gnarled hands clutching crude homemade quill pens, a testament to his enduring, if painful, independence. Helen had mentioned to Joshua that she was writing a personal history of Valhalla's inspiring gentle revolution, a time when the scattered communities of the Long Earth had rallied to claim their freedom from the datum's control. It was a fleeting moment of courage, Joshua mused, likely forgotten by Rod and his forest-dwelling companions as they slowly blended into the endless stepping wilderness. Still, Joshua had to agree with Jack about the late hour. While many of the younger folks were drifting away, the heart of Reboot's community sustained itself through the farms their families had established from the wild woods some 25 years prior. These people lived by the sun and the needs of their livestock. Midnight was an unfamiliar concept, yet Helen waved off the concern. Oh, quiet, Dad. When I'm on a midwife call, the clock means nothing. Babies arrive on their own schedule. You're up yourself making coffee for me when I drag in before dawn, and if this is the only chance to see Rod, I'm certainly not wasting it sleeping. Another cup of tea? Not right now, thank you, Rod replied, shifting slightly in his seat. Mum, I actually heard you have some news as well. Helen's eyebrows lifted. Word gets around, even out here. Well, whatever you heard the fact is, Jack let out a dry laugh. She's got a new beau, that pale fellow, Ben Doak. Joshua kept his expression neutral, grateful he'd already had time to process this. The initial sting had faded, merging into the general melancholy he'd carried since his marriage ended. Ben was a decent, if somewhat awkward man. For heaven's sake, Dad, be quiet. Helen retorted sharply. He's not a boy. He's barely a few years younger than I am. You remember the Dokes, Rod? They were among the original settlers. We became close with them during the migration. He has 2 young children, and he lost his wife to that terrible blight that swept through the timber stands last year. I've visited since then, Mom. Of course, sorry. And since I lost my husband to a different kind of sickness, she said, with a fleeting look toward Joshua. We thought it might be good to combine our lives, Jack grunted. Sounds more like a business merger than a romance, you ask her, Rod, because I get nowhere. Does she even love this Doak character? This was clearly a well-worn debate. Helen's temper flared. After all your years out here, Dad, you still imagine it's like your childhood in Datum Madison, bustling with strangers and endless options, where you can afford to wait for some storybook passion. Life here isn't like that. Rod gently took his mother's hand. I do understand, Mom. It's not so different for us.
Right.
Jack scoffed, roaming the woods like a band of merry outlaws. You're not mixed up in one of those group marriages we hear whispers about, are you? If I were Grandad, you'd be the last person I'd tell. Jack considered this, then gave Rod a knowing wink. Fair point, Mum, I'll be there for the wedding. I'm glad, she said, though a flicker of worry crossed her face. We haven't set a firm date yet. How will I reach you? I mean, don't fret, I'll find out. A playful grin appeared. Being connected to the legendary Joshua Valienté has its perks sometimes. Folks pay a little more attention and pass things along. Helen shot Joshua a look that was equal parts fond and exasperated. I know it's his birthday, but don't inflate his ego, and he knows perfectly well I'd prefer he spent the day with family instead of vanishing on another pointless long Earth adventure. It's a trip with my son, Joshua noted. Part of it, anyway. Father-son time? Only because you couldn't manage the trek otherwise, you old relic, Jack retorted. Rod stood up, smiling. And speaking of getting moving, we really should head out. Mum, these cookies are amazing, thank you. The sugar will definitely help me stay alert. Jack let out a low grumble. What keeps me awake is remembering what we had to trade to get that sugar out here. The stuff might as well be gold. Any chance I could take some for the road? And just like that, their little midnight gathering came to an end. There was a final round of packing, a somewhat awkward embrace and a firm handshake for Joshua from his ex-wife and former father-in-law, followed by one last gulp of strong coffee. Then, lantern in hand, Rod guided his father out of the small settlement and along a forest path leading to the river. A stone marker stood there, remembering the short life of Helen's mother, Jack's wife. Nearby, in a clearing, Rod had parked a small aircraft. The plane's fuselage was a seamless white ceramic, marked only by a registration number and the ubiquitous black corporation emblem of a Buddhist monk, signalling its ability to travel stepwise. Its wings were short, the tail section broad. The main cabin was a compact cylinder, just roomy enough for a cockpit and seating for 4. Inside, the air carried a sharp, clean scent of new machinery. It reminded Joshua of a brand-new car. A fleeting memory from his youth in the early 2000s, when the datum was the only world he knew, and the roads were full of vehicles, fresh off the lot or otherwise. Once their bags were stored and both men were secured in the pilot and co-pilot seats, Rod ran his hands over the embedded tablets, bathing the cockpit in a soft glow. Joshua didn't recognize a single element of the virtual controls. You know, I've never been much for gadgets, but this is seriously impressive, Rod cringed. Seriously impressive? How old are you again, Dad? Hang on tight. The takeoff is a bit abrupt. With a low hum from the biofuel engine and a muted jet roar, the craft jerked forward across the grassy field, jostling slightly over the uneven ground. Reboot didn't have anything resembling a proper runway. Aerial traffic was too sparse to warrant one, and most visitors arrived in airships that required no runway at all. Apparently, this little plane didn't need one either. After a surprisingly brief taxi, it vaulted into the dark sky. They didn't step immediately. Rod set the autopilot to bank in a wide, gentle circle as he checked the stepper unit on his belt, then opened a small medical kit and began swallowing a handful of pills. When it came to stepping, Rod's heritage was mixed. His father, Joshua, was the original natural stepper, but on his mother's side there were phobics, people completely unable to step, like the infamous uncle whose name he bore. Rod himself fell somewhere in the middle. Using a stepper box, he could manage 3 or 4 steps a minute, but each one brought on waves of nausea, requiring medication to keep the reaction in check. Fortunately for him, by the time he was chasing his childhood dream of piloting the Twains, those massive stepwise freight airships, anti-nausea drugs had become remarkably effective, making rapid stepping almost routine. Joshua didn't comment on the self-medication, though he did catch himself wondering if the modern treatment still turned your urine blue. The cabin windows were large and offered a generous view. As the ground fell away, Joshua could make out the scattered lights of Reboot, along with nearby farms and shepherds' huts. But they hadn't climbed far before the settlement vanished into the vast continent-wide forest, a deep, green-black ocean under the moonless night. It really makes you realize how few of us there are, even on worlds like this, after all this time, and after all the families we've raised. Rod snorted. To me and my friends, this is just everyday life. A planet shouldn't be lit up like a Christmas tree. He put away the medical kit. So, you ready? Let's do it. Rod tapped the edge of another glowing screen. The initial step came as a gentle shudder, a subtle lurch akin to driving over a minor pothole. Then, abruptly, they were engulfed by a downpour, only to emerge from it with the very next stride. From there, a succession of darkened landscapes whipped past Joshua's window, each a variation on a theme of deep shadow, devoid of any visible light from the ground below. At first, the rhythm of the steps outpaced his own heartbeat, creating an unsettling sensation. Like music played just a little too fast, but as the pace quickened further, that inherent jarring smoothed away, soon masked by the low, steady hum of the engines as the aircraft settled into its cruising run. They were moving broadly westward toward the continent's core and the familiar outlines of Wisconsin, even as the stepping between worlds continued unabated. "Impressive machine," Joshua remarked. "Yeah, it's a beast. I won't even ask what it cost to charter this thing, or how you managed to afford it, given your chosen lifestyle. I make my living my own way, something you wouldn't understand. Look, I'm here, aren't I? You wanted us to have some time. Fine. Consider this flight my gift to you. Happy birthday. But seriously, what's the real point of all this? Why not? I'm 50. I've spent decades wandering the long Earth. Why not cross 100,000 worlds in a single day? Why not celebrate with a grand gesture while I'm still able? I hate to break it to you, but I'm fairly certain this isn't setting any speed records." Joshua gave a dismissive shrug. "I'm not interested in records or what anyone else thinks. I never have been, as long as people let me be." "Maybe you should care a little, Dad. Like Mum said, you could have marked the occasion with something that didn't involve you being out here all by yourself." "Like what? A backyard cookout?" Joshua glanced sideways at his son. Rod's features were softly lit by the glow of the navigation tablets. "Now you sound just like your mother, or your grandfather. Dan once dreamed of piloting Twains. And now here's Rod, the expert surveyor, who has everything figured out." Rod's reply was edged with frustration. "I wanted to fly Twains when I was a kid, for heaven's sake, and I did, for a time. But the opportunities dried up, you know that as well as I do. It was a fair point. While Twain still operated on local routes, particularly across the more developed low Earths, the great Datum-Valhalla corridor, a long Mississippi that had once connected 1,000,000 worlds with a vibrant flow of trade and ideas, had dwindled after the Yellowstone event crippled the Datum. Then, following the brutal winter of 2466 and another surge of emigration from the battered Datum, most commerce had contracted to shorter, more regional exchanges. But shifting careers was one thing. Changing your name felt like a deliberate statement. Joshua chose his words carefully. "You know, it's bothered your mother that you've taken to using your uncle's name. It's my legal middle name. You're the one who gave it to me." "That's true, but this is the unspoken family history, isn't it, Jack? The political activist, my mother, the community midwife, celebrated pioneer trekkers who became pillars of reboot. But they only built that life out here because they left their agoraphobic son behind on the Datum. And we all know how that ended after Helen's younger brother, then just 18 and living alone, had been involved in the anti-stepper group that bombed Datum Madison. He spent the rest of his life in secure institutions. He had died only recently from an infection contracted during a hospital stay." It struck Joshua then, with a cold clarity, that the boy had committed his one terrible act at an age younger than Rod was now. "All right, but flaunting this name feels like you're rubbing their noses in it. Jack's especially. You shouldn't judge them so harshly, Rod. They couldn't find a solution that worked for everyone. We all make mistakes, right, Dad?" "Yes, we do. You just haven't made your big one yet. Or maybe you have and you just don't realize it. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Maybe you should just be quiet and let me pilot this aircraft." "Rod, I didn't mean. Forget it. What followed was a long stretch of the night, filled with a silence that was anything but comfortable. The long night was filled with a familiar, heavy silence, much of which Joshua spent wrestling with his own thoughts, replaying conversations with his family, and regretting words both spoken and left unsaid. He might have dozed fitfully, and he imagined Rod did the same, trusting the autopilot through the quiet void. Even the sporadic flicker of a joker in the distance failed to rouse them. Dawn eventually broke across the infinite layers of the long Earth. Having travelled some 50,000 steps from the Datum, they remained within the expansive and rugged region known as the Mine Belt, a cooler, less densely forested stretch of worlds compared to the fertile Corn Belt that began near Reboot and extended westward. These landscapes were primarily valued for their mineral deposits, resources once shipped to the Datum and lower Earths, though such commerce had largely faded. Below, herds of creatures gathered near rivers and lakes, fleeting shadows in the perpetual steppe. Massive, shaggy beasts resembling camels and elephantine forms with curiously spiraled tusks, all watched by predatory shapes akin to oversized cats. They vanished between one heartbeat and the next. They ate a wordless breakfast of Helen's cookies and tepid coffee from a thermos. By 8 in the morning, the scenery beneath the wings shifted once more into the cooler, open expanses of the ice belt. This was a band of worlds marked by ancient cycles of ice, much like the Datum Earth in its primordial form before human industry. Here, grasslands and prairies dominated, with forests reduced to stubborn clusters of evergreen and tundra stretching to the northern horizons. Joshua reflected on his earlier travels and on that pioneering voyage with Lobsang 20 years prior. Journeying through the long earth felt like navigating the vast, branching possibilities of reality itself. The nearer one stepped to the datum, the more the random accidents of cosmic history seemed to align, making the landscapes increasingly recognizable. Now, on these empty grasslands, they glimpsed the ancient companions of humankind, mastodons and woolly mammoths, herds of deer and bison. In most of these Earths, the great continental merger of the Americas must have occurred, allowing southern migrants like giant ground sloths and armadillos as large as compact cars to wander north. Yet, save for the rare glimmer of a campfire or the distant lights of a tiny settlement, humanity was conspicuously absent. "Looks like nobody's home," Joshua observed quietly. "And yet you still run into folks back on the datum who claim we've conquered all this." Rod merely shrugged, his voice casual. "What's the point of conquering anything? Why not just take things as they come? If you don't like how they are, you can always just step away." It struck Joshua then that this was Rod's genuine philosophy, the long earth as a perpetual forgiving present, a place where time and location held no weight, demanding no effort, no construction, no repair, just endless, easy escape. A sudden, conflicted surge of feeling washed over Joshua. Rod, born into the stepwise worlds, belonged to a generation forever separated from his own by the monumental divide of step day. Their fundamental perspectives could never truly meet. Almost without thinking, Joshua reached over and gripped Rod's shoulder, a firm, wordless pressure. Rod didn't react, didn't even glance over. The lingering tension made it a mutual relief when, precisely at noon, the plane curved over the familiar, uninhabited outline of the Madisonian lakes, exactly 3,000 steps west. A thin, steady column of smoke rose from a campsite on the shore. A solitary signal in the vast quiet as the aircraft descended toward its landing. A woman standing near the campfire rose and waved. Rod and Sally Lindsay exchanged only brief words. Joshua sensed Rod had never been at ease with the friction between his mother and Sally. Even if, Joshua reflected, Sally's wandering existence mirrored Rod's own restless choices far more than Helen's settled life as a midwife. Rod offered a polite farewell and shook his father's hand. Then Joshua and Sally stood together, watching the plane ascend until it vanished, stepping out of sight. Joshua fought to shut away another wave of regret, that familiar sense of a chance slipping through his fingers. Sally let him hurriedly finish a lunch of roasted rabbit and cold coffee while she shouldered her pack and scattered the fire's embers. "No time to waste, right, Sally? Some things never change." "You better believe I haven't changed. Why should I? Besides, you've been parked on your backside in that plane all night. You could use the workout. Oh, and happy birthday, thanks." At 55, Sally looked even more rugged than in her youth, Joshua thought, as if life had worn her down to an unbreakable core. "Listen," she said, "you want to reach the low Earths by tonight? That's 3,000 worlds in about 6 hours. We'll need to keep a brisk rhythm, stepping every few seconds. We'll take breaks, but we can do it." She studied him. "Assuming you don't plan to cheat and take a shortcut, you mean through a soft place, only if we have no choice. This is your birthday hike. Why on earth would you have to do anything you don't want? I've got plans later, meeting Nelson Ezekiwe for the final stretch." "That dullard." "Everyone's dull to you, Sally. Probably even me, especially you, Valienté. Don't get a big head." She peered at him, her gaze sharpening. "Seriously, are you all right? The headaches are back. That's why I cut my last sabbatical short." "Ah, the famous silence headaches. Your celebrated sensitivity to disturbances way out in the long earth." "It isn't a joke, Sally. Lobsang always said you were jealous of that." "Ha! That mastermind of human nature. Well, you've been right before. Right about first-person singular. Right about the big troll migration back in 2040. Spare me the recap. Do you have any clue what's stirring this time?" "No," he admitted, frustration clear in his voice. "I never do." "Right. So is it going to slow us down? Are we walking or not?" Without another word, Joshua cleared his lunch scraps, adjusted his pack, checked his boots, and they set off. Sally led with a steady stride along the lake's edge, keeping back from the water where animals gathered and away from any crocodiles or other hazards. They would circle this lake or its countless echoes across the long earth until evening. Every few paces they stepped east together, Simple as that. Parallel lakes, parallel shores. You shouldn't fret over your son, you know. Joshua smiled. You're handing out family advice, you no marriage, no kids, a father who left until he needed you to haul him across the long Mars. She snorted. Did you hear Australian Aboriginal communities are spreading out there now? Their social structures are a natural fit for those arid worlds, it turns out. And as for advice, kids always push back against how their parents lived. It's normal. Your boy's generation is growing up in a totally different world from ours. New challenges, new rules, especially since the datum collapsed and the government quit trying to tax everyone. And let's face it, the long Earth has always had a way of weeding out the foolish from the sharp. I know, Sally, I was there. Remember? And when the selection isn't happening naturally, you're not above giving it a nudge, are you? She shot him a hard look. These days, even Maggie Kaufman and her fleet of Navy gunships were a rare sight, so someone else had to step up. Joshua understood that Sally had carved out a niche for herself as a professional survivor. For a set fee, she'd embed with a new group of settlers for months, sometimes a year, guiding them through the initial dangers and helping them sidestep the most common pitfalls. For a woman with famously little patience for foolishness, it was a difficult path. The physical hardships were nothing to her, but offering support instead of sharp judgment did not come naturally. Through his own network out in the long Earth, Joshua had caught whispers of what Sally might actually be doing, rumours of a growing reputation for taking the law into her own hands. It worried him, this sense she was drifting into darker waters. But for now he kept his thoughts to himself. They moved into a landscape where wildlife gathered densely near the lake shore, perhaps drawn by a drought in this particular footprint. The air was parched and carried a taste of dust. Pausing to drink from their canteens, they watched a wary herd of deer drink and a giant sloth rise ponderously to strip leaves from a withering tree. Below it, creatures resembling oversized opossums scavenged without fear, picking through the litter it dropped. "You and I, Joshua, we're different from the rest," Sally said, breaking the silence. "We aren't town people or datum city dwellers, but we're not pioneers either. We aren't settlers like your little friend Helen. She's hardly little, and she isn't mine anymore. We're loners. Loners survive, and then we move on. We don't build things the way pioneers do. The long Earth will always have space for people like us. We don't need a definition. We don't have a role, not even a self-conscious one the Combers have crafted, that whole lifestyle of endless stepping and taking only what's easiest. We're just us, separate from the rest of humanity. And separate from human values, is that what you're getting at? I'm saying I have my own code, and I believe you do too." He studied her face, trying to decipher her meaning as he had so often failed to do in the more than 20 years he'd known her. "Right or wrong, Sally? You're not some wrathful deity. I don't need your advice on how to live my life." She adjusted her pack with a sharp motion. "We're approaching a glaciated cluster. We need to gain some altitude before we step across, so we arrive above the ice line. I have done this before, you know, and just like Helen predicted, they were falling right back into bickering." Sally turned from the water and stepped away. Joshua had no choice but to follow, always a half step behind her flickering form. Sally brought him to Earth West 30 on this version of Madison. An isthmus development lined the waterfront, its sodium lights harsh in the early evening gloom, with rows of parked golf carts. It was a sports lodge, a tourist retreat. These places tended to spring up on significant worlds, like those with round numbers. West 30, East 20. Evidently, even with the volcanic winter, enough wealthy patrons remained to keep them running. Nelson Azikiwe, dressed in practical boots and low Earth-style outdoor gear, was waiting for them just outside the parking lot. Sally hitched her pack and scanned the area with clear disdain. "Tourists? I'm gone. Stay safe, Nelson. Joshua, you too," Joshua began. But she was already gone, vanished with a faint pop of displaced air. Joshua shook Nelson's hand warmly. "Thanks for meeting me." "Any friend of Lobsang's is a friend of mine," Nelson said, his voice a pleasant blend of soft South African tones and crisp British consonants. "And you and I have known each other a good while. It is my pleasure to accompany you on this final segment of your long walk. One shouldn't be alone on one's birthday." He looked much the same as Joshua remembered from Lobsang's memorial service, the only difference being a touch more silver threaded through his dark hair now that he was pushing 60. From the lodge half a mile off, a thumping electronic beat suddenly shattered the quiet. Nelson flinched. "I believe that's our signal. Ready to begin." The lodge vanished behind them. Here in Earth West 29, the lake shore was pristine and untouched. Nelson managed to stay on his feet after the step. Many less experienced travellers were doubled over by the nausea, medicated or not. But Joshua saw the strain tighten his features. "You certain about this? It's just for show, really. Consider this the final leg of your journey back to Earth, Joshua," Nelson replied. "First, you soared through the skies like some divine spirit, or perhaps like Lobsang's soul between lives. Then you marched alongside Sally Lindsay, a woman of remarkable fortitude. Now, for these last few steps, you must hobble along with an old mortal like me. We'll finish our remaining 29 stations well before midnight, I promise. We won't be stopping in the radioactive wreck of Datum Madison itself. But I'm told the sisters at the home have a little gathering planned for you back in West 5. Think more along the lines of sheet cake than sparkling wine." "Sounds perfect. I've got my bearings again. Shall we proceed?" In West 28, a gentle rain was falling. The narrow strip of land was empty, though Joshua could make out the glow of a settlement a few miles to the south. After another step, they stood on a rise where, in their original world, the Capitol building had once stood, or its ruins, since 2030. Here, a simple stone pillar had been erected, a plaque fixed to its side. "Back in England, where I had my parish," Nelson said, "after the Romans left, the early Christian missionaries would raise stone crosses in the sparse Saxon villages. They were promises of the churches to come. Many still stand today. In a similar way, during the Aegis' peak, the administration placed markers like this one at significant sites across the empty worlds, echoes of the communities that might one day rise here." "So you do get out into the stepwise worlds?" "Oh yes, though stepping itself has never agreed with me. I took one long trip with Lobsang deep into the Long Earth. But I quite enjoy my visits to the Low Earths, the Low Britons, to be exact. Even now, after all the migration following the Yellowstone winter, those worlds remain largely wild. The first dozen or so worlds absorbed maybe half the Datum's pre-eruption population, but West 1's numbers are still only about what the Datum had around 1800. Give humanity a few centuries, and we'll doubtless pack them all in. For now, though, the Low Earths feel like vast empty halls." He paused, and his tone shifted from scholarly to wryly amused. "And they're a glimpse of what the Datum was like before us, perhaps during the last warm period before the final ice age. Since the trolls and other humanoids avoid the Datum, even our distant cousins haven't changed things much over there. So Low Earth Britain is all ancient oak forests, open grasslands, and heath. It's a landscape of water and light, where you might see elephants and rhinos wandering alongside badgers and otters, a cabinet of curiosities from humanity's forgotten past. Frankly, I don't feel much need to venture further." Joshua glanced around at the deepening twilight. No lights were visible. "It's getting dark. I've got a flashlight." "As do I. We should press on. We may need to light torches later to discourage any curious wildlife." They covered more ground after that, stepping at regular intervals and pacing themselves to help Nelson manage the discomfort. By the time they reached West 11, Nelson was breathing heavily and clearly needed a proper rest. They settled on a gentle slope, looking out over a version of the Madison Isthmus that felt both familiar and new. Below them stretched the most significant settlement they had encountered yet, a haphazard collection of buildings nestled under a soft blanket of wood smoke, with the occasional steady gleam of electric lights shining from windows. Joshua's eyes caught a weathered sign planted beside a dirt path, its words clear even from a distance. "Welcome to Madison, West 11. Established AD. 2047. Population variable. You don't have to be homeless to live here, but it helps." Just down the trail stood what could barely be called a house, more of a shack, draped with oil lanterns and pieced together from Datum salvage, chunks of drywall, strips of roofing felt, sections of plastic piping. Beyond it lay fenced farmland, dotted with potato plants, a handful of chickens and goats, and a stack of freshly cut timber. A panel of corrugated plastic faced southward, fitted with rows of clear water bottles. Joshua recognized the setup. Sunlight would purify the water using ultraviolet rays to kill off bacteria. As they watched, a lone vehicle chugged along the path out of town. An older man in a faded hat gave them a nod from the driver's seat. The machine itself was a lightweight, open cart that hummed quietly on electric power. It had probably been a golf cart once, Joshua thought, a battery-run, non-steel vehicle from the sprawling courses that used to occupy low Earth footprints before everything changed. Now, a solar blanket covered its roof, and it carried what looked like milk cans instead of clubs. Farther along, near the farm, Joshua could make out the shape of a larger vehicle, something like a tractor, with a bulky chimney fixed to the back. That would be a gasifier, he guessed, a biofuel rig that burned wood to produce hydrogen and methane for power. He took it all in. Madison West 11 was a patchwork of recycled scraps, a signature of the second major wave of flight from the crippled datum Earth. The climate, of course, had been the relentless culprit. By 2046, 6 years after the Yellowstone eruption and the volcanic winter that followed, things had briefly seemed to steady, or at least not get worse. People kept dying, though. Joshua recalled reports that lung diseases from the ash had ultimately claimed more lives than the eruption's immediate chaos. Then another tipping point arrived. Some said it was the Gulf Stream collapsing, though by then reliable data was scarce and winter returned fiercer than ever. Rivers and ports froze solid. Midwestern farmland turned to permafrost. When Quebec's big hydro plants failed in the deep freeze, the national power grid went down for good, forcing the final abandonment of cities like Boston and New York. All across America, those who had clung to their homes for years finally let go, streaming south or stepping sideways into the low Earth worlds where refugee camps swamped already strained communities. In time, new towns like this one took shape, improvised, stubborn, built from whatever could be salvaged and fueled by whatever could be burned. Timber, abundant in the low Earths, fed gasifiers like the one on that tractor. It was a practical solution, far easier to reach now than coal, oil, or nuclear power. Museums on the datum had been stripped of 19th century technology, spinning wheels, looms, steam engines, all hauled out to serve as blueprints for a society starting over from scratch. Power came from wherever you could find it. Alternators and batteries scavenged from step-capable vehicles like that old golf cart, hooked up to windmills or makeshift paddle wheels set in the rivers. Anything like a real grid was still scarce outside the bigger, older, stepwise cities such as Valhalla, but in a town like this you'd find walkie-talkies, ham radio rigs, and maybe somebody stringing copper wire for a local phone line. Farming had been the real anchor, though, just as it was from the moment Yellowstone blew. All those displaced mouths had to be fed. People still talked about the uproar back in 2047, when the US Navy raided the Svalbard Global Seed Vault up on Spitsbergen, a Norwegian island, to grab stocks of heirloom seeds. Those older, tougher crop strains didn't need the pampering that the pre-Yellowstone datum's vast mechanized fields had demanded. Joshua figured it was working, even if these stitched-together low-Earth towns didn't look like anything that came before, not like their datum ancestors, and not even like the rough-and-ready colony towns out in the long Earth, places like Reboot or hell knows where. Madison West 11 was always going to be a mix of old and new. You didn't drive a car much. The dirt roads saw mostly farm trucks, ambulances, police cruisers and bicycles. You didn't browse the internet anymore, but you did line up at the bank to deposit your cash, like something out of an old Jimmy Stewart movie. Yet these charmingly antique habits were peppered with flashes of high-tech, solar cell blankets draped over thatched roofs, for instance. And the datum itself hadn't been left behind. Not completely. Americans had started to see that what they and their ancestors built across a continent was a kind of living monument. So the new worlds were doing what they could to help the old one. Nelson had gone quiet since they'd sat down, looking worn out. Joshua gave his shoulder a light, playful shove. "Almost there, old buddy." Nelson offered a tired smile. "I'm glad I came along." "Me too. You've always been good company, and you've always made me think." "Ouch. Even on your birthday? My sincerest apologies." He glanced sideways at Joshua. "Though for most folks a day like this means family and friends. I lost touch with my own people in the chaos of the Johannesburg townships long before Yellowstone. And here you are, Joshua, wandering pretty much solo on such a milestone." Joshua shrugged. "I've settled down more these days. Even Sally says so. But sometimes I miss the strange ones. The beagles, for example, those dog-like intelligent beings from a far-off Earth. Life gets a little dull when you only have humans to talk to. Wasn't it a beagle that bit off your left hand? Nobody's perfect." And he honestly thought he was helping. "As for the rest, I guess I've never been great at building a family." "Maybe because you never really had one to begin with," Nelson said, his tone turning serious. "Lobsang told me your story years back. Your mother, poor Maria Valienté, she had you alone and died at 15. Your father, completely unknown. Sure, Agnes and the sisters at the home cared for you, but that could only make up for so much even if you never fully felt the loss. Lobsang did find out a little about my mother. He'd given Joshua one keepsake, a silly monkey bracelet. A kid's toy that belonged to the girl Maria was when she gave birth. Nothing about my father, though." Nelson frowned, gazing into the distance. "Which is pretty unusual if you think about it." "What do you mean?" "I mean, if even Lobsang hit a wall, then someone went to a lot of trouble to hide the truth, deliberately, by somebody, somehow, for some reason." He broke into a grin. Suddenly, I'm curious, Joshua. This is exactly the sort of mystery I can't resist. I tracked down Lobsang by following a research trail, of course, though it later became clear he had orchestrated the entire thing himself. Since his departure, my world has felt noticeably emptier, lacking the intricate conspiracy theories he so often inspired. Joshua watched him closely. You're considering looking into this, aren't you? Nelson gave his arm a pat and rose stiffly to his feet. Shall we keep moving? All those candles on that birthday cake aren't going to extinguish themselves. Fair point. The very, very many candles. I understand, Nelson. But would you like me to pursue this? Regarding your father. Consider it an additional birthday gift if you'd prefer I didn't. Joshua made himself answer without pause. Go ahead. And if I uncover something, given Maria's short and complicated life, it could be upsetting. You never know what might come loose when you start pulling on a thread like that. I'm an adult, Nelson. Yet he couldn't forget how Lobsang's disclosures about his mother had shaken him. Look, I'll trust your judgment no matter what you find. On my count, 1, 2, together they stepped away, the air popping softly around them. Even as the airship lowered its anchor atop the gentle hill overlooking the heart of New Springfield, a stepwise counterpart to a version of Maine on Earth West 1,217,756, Agnes could already see the neighbours making their way over. A flutter of nerves settled in her stomach, not unlike stage fright. This was it, she thought. The true beginning of her new life here in the late summer of 2054, 9 full years after Lobsang's supposed death. A new home, new faces, a fresh start. 3-year-old Ben spotted the approaching visitors as well. If he stretched up on his toes and gripped the rail tightly with his small hands, he could just peer out of the gondola's wide observation windows without needing to be lifted. And being a fiercely independent little boy, that was exactly how he preferred it. As the winches hummed, drawing the craft steadily down its anchor lines toward the ground, Ben bounced excitedly. Naturally they'd come over, Sally Lindsay remarked, standing beside Agnes. That's what people do out here. Check out the new arrival. Offer a welcome if they can? Make sure you're not a problem if they must. And if we are? Folks in these parts have their ways of handling things, Sally said quietly. Just remember, this is a vast world, nearly all of it swallowed by jungle just like this, or even denser. Only a scattering of settlements, an easy place to make problems disappear. You make a mostly empty planet sound almost suffocating. They're good people as people go. I wouldn't have suggested you come here otherwise. But Sally said this with a faint, amused lilt in her voice, a tone that had been there from the very beginning, back when Lobsang had first approached her for advice. Or rather when George had, Agnes corrected herself. He was George Abrahams now and forever, and she was no longer Sister Agnes but Mrs. Agnes Abrahams, George's devoted wife. Little Ben, too, was an Abrahams now, not an Ogilvy. They had the adoption papers to prove it, finally signed and dated in this year of 2054, after so many years of waiting while the authorities, overwhelmed in the ongoing turmoil after Yellowstone, at last approved a child for them to love. Sally had known Lobsang a long time, and his chosen new lifestyle had left her genuinely perplexed. Lobsang, a father, the farming, all right. The cat makes sense, of course, he'd bring Shimi. Lobsang, and that darn cat. But a son. Agnes had objected. Ben was orphaned. We can give him a better life than. Lobsang wants a son. Lobsang is healing, Sally. From a kind of collapse, I believe. Oh, that part didn't shock me. I suppose he was one of a kind, an antique AI, layer upon layer of outdated tech all mashed together. We never ran an experiment quite like Lobsang before. Complex systems can just fail, ecosystems, economies, you name it. Sally just couldn't let it go. Most advanced systems don't emerge from their development cycles with a sudden craving for domestic bliss, you know. Don't be cruel, Sally, Agnes replied, a touch weary. He's always served humanity in his own unique way, though often from afar. Now he wishes to understand it more completely. He wants to experience being human, so we're integrating into an ordinary community, aiming for anonymity. We'll even simulate illness. The process of aging. He's already simulated his own death. Sally cut in, her tone dry. I attended the memorial service, remember? Agnes Lobsang isn't human. He's more like a figure from an old story, a creation with a singular purpose, and now he desires a son. It was pointless to argue. Agnes knew Sally had put genuine effort into researching potential homes for them. The people in New Springfield seemed content and well settled. So why did Sally treat the entire endeavour like some private comedy? Her amused scepticism was palpable the moment they landed, as if she were privy to a joke no one else understood. Lobsang, now inhabiting the ambulant unit known as George Abrahams, hurried into the cabin. He appeared to be in his late 50s, maybe older, with thinning grey hair and a beard that softened his otherwise pleasant features. His skin had a weathered tan. Dressed in a plaid shirt and jeans, it was still a slight shock for Agnes to see him out of the orange monastic robes. "We've landed," he announced. "I'll fetch the coffee maker before the welcome committee arrives. First impressions mattered." Agnes practiced her warm, neighbourly smile. Feeling the muscles in her cheeks tighten, Sally observed with a raised eyebrow. "Not terrible. If I weren't aware you were also a kind of sophisticated construct." "Thank you, Sally," Agnes said, her voice flat. Holding young Ben's hand, Agnes stepped down from the gondola's short ramp and onto the soil of this new world, their future home. The weather, at least, was cooperating, a vast blue sky marred only by a few strange, ruler-straight cloud formations stretching east to west. A pale half-moon hung like a silver pendant in the eastern heavens, a silent greeting. The hilltop showed signs of past ambition and subsequent neglect. Young trees sprouted defiantly among the broad stumps of long-felled giants. Partially constructed houses stood silent and observant around them. The plan was to claim one of these sturdy shells and restore it, to cultivate these semi-wild fields. The cat Shimi bounded down the step, arching her back in a sunbeam. "Oh, the sheer bliss of liberty," she declared. Agnes whirled on her. "Remember the primary directive, you synthetic furball? No talking. Here you are a cat, entirely and exclusively a cat for Ben's sake and for everyone else's. Also, you're supposedly over 20. Try to embody the dignified lethargy that implies." "Understood, Agnes," the cat replied. She was sleek and white, with faintly luminous green eyes. Her improbably human, feminine voice emanated from a tiny speaker concealed within her. "I shall be the model of feline propriety, I assure you. It's merely such a relief to have no responsibilities, now that I've concluded my naval service with Admiral Kaufman, and to contemplate what passes for vermin in this delightful new environment." With that, she vanished into the foliage. Ben, enchanted by the warm, midday sun, giggled and immediately scampered off into the chest. High undergrowth. Agnes had expected this. He'd done the same at every waypoint on their long journey. "Stay where I can see you, Ben." "Okay, Agnes." Meanwhile, Lobsang, or George, was already busy at the gondola, releasing the fastenings that secured it to the internal frame of the twain's enormous envelope. The gondola itself was a rectangular module of ceramic and aluminum, roughly the size of a large RV, and was designed to be detached and left as a permanent shelter. Sally worked beside him, manipulating controls to transfer some of the envelope's helium lift gas into storage tanks, ensuring the massive craft wouldn't simply float away once relieved of the gondola's weight. The plan called for Sally to fly the remaining section of the ship back to a Black Corporation facility in low Earth. Meanwhile, the grounded gondola would act as a temporary home for Lobsang and his makeshift family during their initial adjustment period. It was stocked with all the essentials for a fresh start: tools, seeds, medical supplies, kitchenware, and even livestock like chickens, young goats, and a couple of pregnant sows. Hidden behind secure blue doors were a few discreet amenities, including a maintenance workshop for their ambulatory android forms, complete with a small gel production unit and a nanotech cosmetic station to simulate natural aging for George and Agnes. There was even a compact workshop for the cat. Leveraging his contacts as George Abrahams, Lobsang had arranged for all of this. "We don't have to arrive like destitute pioneers struggling through some mountain pass," he had argued. "There's no virtue in unnecessary hardship. We can bring useful pieces of our old civilization with us as we begin again. And let's not forget we have a young boy with us. Having a solid roof over our heads on that first rainy night will matter." Agnes conceded the logic, but she couldn't help worrying about the impression their sleek, metallic shelter made on the locals, who seemed a rather rough and ready bunch as they trudged up the trail. The local children, however, were already captivated by the animals still inside: the sheep, the goats, the clucking chickens, the cattle with a young bull, and a pair of sturdy young horses. It dawned on her that these kids had likely never seen such creatures up close. Needing a moment to collect herself, she followed Ben away from the airship. Walking up a gentle incline to the hill's crest, the path was easy, requiring only that she navigate around the numerous fallen logs and branches littering the soft, fern-covered ground. It all looked ordinary, yet it wasn't. What kind of trees were these, for instance? She'd heard the native evergreens here, even at a latitude comparable to Maine, rarely shed their leaves in the mild, damp climate, but these were unfamiliar. A short distance ahead, she found a crumbling dry stone wall built by some earlier settler to pen livestock. It couldn't be more than a few decades old. Step Day was less than 40 years past, and before that human presence outside the datum was virtually non-existent. Yet the forest was already reclaiming it, the stones vanishing under a blanket of moss and vine. Agnes could read the story of this hilltop plainly. Someone had once cleared fields, perhaps even built those now decaying structures she could glimpse, only to abandon it all shortly after. They had simply walked away to do whatever people did to scrape by here now, and here was the wilderness, patiently undoing that work. This was precisely why Sally had identified this deserted plot as ideal for their new farm. Much of the initial clearing was already done. As she looked out, the dense, endless forest surrounded the hill, a relentless ocean of green. This, she understood, was fundamentally a world of trees. The ancient forests of North America, stretched out in a dense, unbroken blanket of green, with lush rainforests thriving in the warmer southern regions, and strange, broad-leaved trees that shed their foliage even within the Arctic Circle. Lobsang had mentioned that trees grew all the way to the poles, even in Antarctica, and he vowed they would witness that surreal landscape together one day. This was a planet utterly unlike the icebound datum Earth she called home. Here, it felt as if the woodlands had never retreated since the age of the dinosaurs. All around her, the air vibrated with the calls of unseen creatures, odd hoots and distant cries that reverberated through the canopy like echoes in a grand cathedral, punctuated now and then by the snap of a branch as some large animal moved through the underbrush. Sally Lindsay approached, wiping sweat from her brow and taking a long drink from a water bottle. Agnes noticed, with a touch of admiration, that Sally's first glance was toward Ben, who was completely absorbed by a towering termite mound. "Neighbours," Sally said simply. A small group had gathered near Lobsang and the gondola, men, women and children dressed in muted greens and browns. One boy, about 12, was crouched down, gently stroking a contented shimmy. Agnes caught his cheerful voice. "You're a cute one, aren't you? Just wait till my dog Rio spots you. You'll be getting a real workout then." Sally nodded toward the children. "They'll be your friends forever if you let them groom those horses. Lobsang already has coffee going on the camp stove, giving away our treasures on day one." Sally shrugged, making a good first impression. Never hurts. Coffee helps. She studied Agnes closely. "So how are you holding up?" Agnes hesitated. "I'm not entirely sure," she admitted. In theory, all of this sounded exciting, being uprooted, travelling across countless worlds. Planning the journey was an adventure. Even the ride on the Twain was thrilling. And bringing Ben into our lives has been wonderful. But now that I'm actually here, it feels overwhelming. You'd be surprised how many people try to hide that. Well, I'm not one to pretend. I'm a city person through and through. Back home, I used to feel completely lost if I wandered too far from the gift shop at the Madison Arboretum. And now, look at it this way, Sally said. People are trying to build lives in far harsher places. These worlds are gentle, warm, humid, with fairly stable seasons and relatively safe. That's why I picked this spot for you. The forest here tends to keep the wildlife modest. Then, with her typical dry humour, she added, mostly, anyway. Agnes recognised this as Sally's version of kindness, reassuring, yet always with a hint of caution. Just then, a brisk wind swept in from the west, carrying an unexpected chill. Sally turned, her expression tightening as she steadied her worn hat. The trees swayed and rustled, and the usual chorus of animal sounds shifted into sharper, more urgent cries. Agnes noticed the clouds above had drawn into long, streaky bands, like contrails, though no aircraft ever crossed these skies. Then, from the corner of her eye, a quick flash caught her attention. She looked up at the moon, half visible in the daytime blue, its familiar face pale and washed out. She could have sworn that flicker came from its darkened side. Probably nothing. A firefly, maybe, or a trick of the light, or just something in her eye, but the explanations felt hollow. A deep, instinctive unease settled over her from the way Sally had gone still. Agnes sensed she felt it too. But Ben was right there, tugging her hand, pulling her back into the moment. "Agnes," she managed to smile. "Hey, sweetie, how about we go get some lunch and meet our new friends?" "Lunch," he cheered. A few days later, with Sally and the airship already departed, the family received an invitation to a barn dance. The celebration was set up in a clearing beside the winding creek, just a short walk east from their gondola's hill. A last-minute shift to catch the slightly clearer evening weather. They would have attended regardless, but it was a pleasant surprise to learn the gathering was partly in their honour. With a touch of nerves, Agnes prepared for the night. Before leaving the Black Corporation labs for good, She had configured her ambulant body to appear in her mid-50s, a few years younger than Lobsang, and decades shy of her true chronological age. Having already lived through those years once, she knew how to work with silvering hair and had chosen a flattering gingham dress for the occasion. Lobsang, for his part, wore a bold plaid shirt, denim and cowboy boots, while little Ben was dressed in a miniature version of the same outfit. Sally had suggested packing it, knowing he'd outgrow it soon. But it was perfect for making a first impression. They walked down to join their neighbours. The barn dance unfolded much as Agnes had imagined. The field by the water, roughly fenced, usually held sheep. A small flock was penned nearby. As twilight gathered, the space glowed under torchlight that carried a faint, tarry scent. A lively caller and 2 fiddlers perched on crates kept the music flowing, and about 50 people, men, women, children, lined up and spun through the steps. It was a scene that could have been lifted from decades, even centuries of rural American tradition back on the datum. The only visible difference here was the emergency stepper units bouncing on hips as people danced. At one end of the field, a makeshift bar offered citrus juice, water, home-brewed beer, and a few bottles of whiskey. A barbecue sizzled, though most of the food was unfamiliar to Agnes, strips of red meat from local creatures called fur balls, and an enormous drumstick from one of the big birds, more for display than consumption, since it would take hours to cook. There were oat flour cookies and pumpkin slices as well. Dogs darted about, barking or scavenging scraps. Unsurprisingly, Shimi was absent. Soon, friendly hands pulled them into the dancing. Agnes recalled enough from her younger days to follow along, though she had to pick up new steps quickly. Lobsang fared worse, stumbling once and landing flat before being hauled back up, laughing by the crowd. In the heat and noise, Agnes began to feel weary, or rather the emotionless systems in her gel-filled head simulated fatigue, triggered synthetic sweat, and made her mechanical lungs work harder in the warm air. She tried to lose herself in the moment, setting aside the quiet guilt of deceiving these genuinely kind people. During a break, Lobsang joined her near the bar. Sipping whiskey, he remarked, "I'll always regret having conscious control over how drunk I get. And we really should have been better prepared. We trained for 9 years to be pioneers. We could have just downloaded a barn dancing app." Agnes snorted. "Where's the authenticity in that? You're a city boy learning country ways, George. Better get used to it." "Enjoy, yes, but..." He was cut off, his elbows seized by 2 sturdy women who pulled him back into the dancing line. A smiling woman, dark-haired and in her 40s, approached Agnes with a fresh cup of lemonade. "Please excuse that. We're perpetually short of men at these gatherings, and Bella and Meg get a bit over-eager when there's new company. Like hawks spotting a rabbit." "New company? George will be thrilled." "I'm afraid there's nothing particularly novel about us." "Oh, I wouldn't be so sure. You're both creating quite a stir." She extended her hand. "I'm Marina Irwin. My husband Oliver is around here somewhere." "Irwin? Of course your son is watching Ben for us tonight, Nikos." "That's him, for a negotiated fee, no doubt. He's quite the little entrepreneur for a boy raised out in the wilderness. He's 12, you know. It's generous of him to miss the dance." "Well, it was a genuine sacrifice. Give him another year, and we won't be able to drag him away from the girls." Agnes considered this sceptically. Her years at the children's home in Madison had introduced her to plenty of 12-year-old boys, and Nikos seemed like a good kid, but a kid holding something back, a quiet tension she'd sensed immediately. Marina was still speaking. "I wouldn't mind if you offered him some chores on your land, by the way. It would be good experience. Not many of us bother with full-scale farming anymore." Agnes gestured toward the field. "You have sheep, mostly for the wool," Marina said, smoothing her own dress, which Agnes now saw in the flickering lantern light was hand-knitted and dyed a soft sage green. "What you get from the forest creatures are just bits of hide. The feathers from the skydivers are actually more useful." Her voice carried a melodic, almost Mediterranean cadence. "We do grow some things, potatoes mainly, for the stepper units, and for emergency stores, though this world is so mild we seldom need them." Even as she said this, a stronger gust of wind swept through, and Marina brushed hair from her face with a faintly troubled expression. She continued, "The first settlers here planned to farm properly. They cleared land, plotted fields, the whole endeavour. That old Barrow homestead you've taken over on Manning Hill was one of those places. And the old Poulsen house is another, our local haunted swap house. Nikos seems to live there half the time. It's a clubhouse for him and his friends." "He'll outgrow it," Agnes prompted. But the farming didn't last. No. Now our community is scattered across the stepwise worlds. We have home bases, but they're seasonal. We cooperate to maintain the sheep pastures, the potato patches, a few chickens. We follow a schedule for when to gather for events like this. The rest of the time, we simply roam. We're not drifters, mind you, Oliver. Gets quite prickly if you use that word. I understand. It's a simpler life than farming. That's the theory. These worlds are so abundant, why should our children strain themselves behind a plough? But, she added quickly, our choice isn't for everyone. It doesn't mean you won't succeed with your farm. If that's your dream, different paths for different folks. A sensible outlook. You'll fit in just fine. If you do raise wheat or other grains, we'd be glad to trade for it. Marina took a sip of her drink. And your little boy looks like he'll grow up sturdy and tall, like his father? Agnes held back a smile. The inquiry was transparent. I'm sure word has travelled. Ben is adopted. He's not biologically ours. I had heard a whisper. You know how talk spreads. I didn't want to press you on something you might prefer to keep private. Agnes felt a familiar pang of her Catholic upbringing as the words left her artificial mouth. It's always better to be honest. His given name is Ogilvy, by the way, just so someone knows in case anything ever happens to us. Marina gave a slow, understanding nod. I'll keep that in mind. Ben's parents died when he was very young, Agnes continued. They were technicians on a space elevator, a beanstalk out on Earth West 17. They worked in a mobile module outside the atmosphere. There was a pressure breach, a complete decompression, the sort of catastrophic failure that shouldn't have been possible with modern systems if you really think about it. Their little boy was placed in a children's home where I once worked. George and I were already making plans to move to a place just like this, and we discovered Ben's parents had been saving up, dreaming of leaving their jobs behind to build a new life out here in the very same way. We thought, why not help him have the future they wanted for him? So we started the adoption process. Behind the scenes, Lobsang had worked minor miracles, bending a significant number of regulations during those tense final weeks. Meanwhile, Agnes had wrestled with her own doubts, wondering if a machine could ever truly be a fitting mother for a 3-year-old boy. Well, you're here now, Marina said warmly, tapping her lemonade glass against Agnes's, and I, for one, am very glad to meet you. I have a good feeling about all 3 of you settling in. 4, if you count the cat, Agnes replied with a smile. Thank you, Marina. Listen, we're having an Easter egg hunt at dawn, the day after tomorrow. An Easter egg hunt? That's just what we call it. I know it's not the season. You should come and see what it's all about. Anyway, we shouldn't let our men have all the fun out there by themselves. The morning of the hunt marked only Agnes's 5th day in the forest community. It began early, as Marina had said it would, with a start at dawn on a late summer's day. Agnes, the farmer's wife, was growing accustomed to early rises. But she woke feeling strangely off balance, her mind foggy. Her synthetic form required the food and drink she consumed, drawing necessary biochemical components from them. It was also programmed to grant her a genuine seeming period of sleep each night, complete with carefully crafted dreams, a feature she would have demanded if it hadn't already been included. How could anyone feel remotely human without eating or sleeping? After 16 years in this body through various hardware and software updates, she knew herself well enough to recognize this odd sensation. It wasn't from the early hour, the unfamiliar local food, or even the homemade spirits she'd tried at the barn dance. This felt more like jet lag, a modern misery she'd always been prone to and had avoided through a steadfast refusal to travel far. Or perhaps it was like the mild, disconnected feeling she got when the clock sprang forward or fell back. That, mixed with a low, nagging sense of dread. She moved through her morning routine. She took a shower in the gondola, another deliberate human comfort, got dressed and had a quick breakfast, all while trying to shake that vague unease. She resisted asking Lobsang to run a full systems diagnostic. She was attempting to live fully as a human, after all. She didn't even want to know the time, or more accurately, that was the local custom. One of the core principles of this community, something they'd learned before even arriving, was the absence of clocks. Nothing mechanical, and certainly nothing digital. If you wanted to mark the hours, you were welcome to build a sundial. The philosophy was that when you lived in tune with the sun, the moon, and the turning seasons, you didn't need to obsess over every fraction of a second. That kind of precision was only necessary for running something like a transcontinental railroad, which was exactly why places like 19th century America had forced standardized time on everyone in the first place. This simpler way of life was part of what had drawn Lobsang here, a return to a more fundamental human rhythm. He had fully committed to the idea. They hadn't brought a single clock. Lobsang had even tweaked the internal timers in their artificial bodies and the gondola's systems. Those timers were essential for basic functionality, of course, but now they were completely inaccessible to conscious thought. It had been a deliberate choice. Yet, a part of Agnes, unsettled by this persistent jet-lag-like feeling, found herself desperately wanting to know what time it actually was. Getting ready for the walk, she gathered her equipment: sturdy boots, a haversack, a lightweight raincoat, and a dummy stepper box for show. She said a quick goodbye to her neighbour Angie Clayton, a single mother who had agreed to watch over the still-sleeping Ben for the few hours this excursion was supposed to last. When they stepped out of the gondola, Oliver Irwin was already waiting outside with Lobsang. The hunting party was small, only about a dozen people, including Oliver, his wife Marina, and their clever, somewhat secretive 12-year-old son, Nikos, who appeared to be the youngest person there. Nobody else seemed bothered by the vague disorientation of the morning, especially not Lobsang, or if he wasn't mentioning it. Agnes decided to push her unease aside and focus on the present. They started down the hill from the gondola, aiming for a shallow crossing over the creek. Oliver walked alongside Lobsang and Agnes, acting as a guide to the landscape of deep green under a pale dawn-grey sky, with tendrils of mist clinging to the low places. None of us were the original settlers, he explained, but we're stuck with the names they left behind. Your farm is on Manning Hill, pretty much the highest point around here. This river is Salisbury Creek. That thick patch of forest we're heading toward, across the water, and a bit to the north, is Waldron Wood. The lay of the land stays pretty consistent for a few steps east and west anyway. Geography has a stubborn way of holding on in the long earth when you go exploring. He reached out and playfully ruffled his son's hair. Right, Nikos. Agnes thought Nikos was probably a bit too old for that. The boy dodged away with an embarrassed grin. She recognized Oliver's type immediately. He and Marina wouldn't consider themselves leaders in this intentionally leaderless community, but they naturally functioned as a social center, the first point of contact for newcomers. Somebody had to fill that role. She turned to the boy. So, which one is the old Poulsen house, Nikos? Nikos looked at her, his expression suddenly sharp. It's the big rundown place on the other side of your hill. What do you know about it? Nothing, really. Only that your mother mentioned you and your friends spend time there sometimes. It's not a secret, is it? No way. Watch your language, Nikos, his father said without much heat. It's just a spot we use, like she said. Okay. They reached the creek, its surface shrouded in a faint earthy mist as they waded through the chilly, shallow ford. On the other side, in scattered pairs, they stepped east, their destination just a short distance stepwise away. Agnes made a convincing show of using her dummy stepper box, even though the technology was integrated into her own frame. The step was seamless, barely pausing the conversation. It was just as she'd heard, while the heart of New Springfield remained the founders' community on West 217,056. These people moved effortlessly between neighbouring worlds whenever it suited them, for work or simple curiosity. As the group reformed, Oliver added about the Poulsen place. We mostly use it as a community swap shed, otherwise it's empty. Except for the local ghosts, according to your wife. Oliver grinned. I suppose every town needs a haunted house, even a place that's hardly more than a speck on the map, like this settlement. I guess it's fair for you to wonder if your boy Ben turns out like the others. He'll likely be down there getting into mischief with the rest before long. His words faded as they neared the denser woods. To Agnes remaining in the clearing, it appeared as a solid emerald barrier, with gentle hoots and calls resonating from within. All right, Oliver said softly. From here we keep our voices down, don't want to spook the little ones. His group fanned out along the tree line, men, women and children, all pulling nets and wire snares from their packs. Working in near silence, they began setting traps or took up positions beneath the branches with what looked to Agnes like oversized butterfly nets. A few vanished deeper into the shadowy forest to inspect traps laid previously. As dawn strengthened and light filtered through, Agnes began to discern the crowded undergrowth, ferns and horsetails, a thick tangle of bushes and flowering plants already humming with early bees. A primal unease settled over her at the thought of stepping into that verdant thicket. Oliver whispered, How's your woodland knowledge? I'm from the city. I don't even recognize most of these trees. He gave a faint smile. Well, some are cousins to what we have back on Datum Earth. Or used to have. Others aren't, he pointed. Laurel. Walnut dogwood, that stunted one, is a kind of sequoia, I believe. The ones with those wide, flaring roots are laurels. The vines are mostly honeysuckle and strangler figs, though we get some wild grape too. A small creature suddenly darted from the twisted coils of a fig vine and scampered across the open ground toward the water. It didn't make it far before Nikos's net came down over it. The boy lifted the struggling animal and, with practiced efficiency, ended its life. He then pulled his prize from the net and held it up for his father to see. Dangling the creature, about a foot long, reminded Agnes of a tiny kangaroo with oversized hind legs. Oliver grinned and gave a thumbs up. It was as if a starting pistol had fired. Agnes noticed more animals emerging now, one by one, clambering up trunks, scurrying along branches, moving across the forest floor, and even gliding through the air on thin, membranous flaps. Nets swept through the air. Most creatures stayed just out of reach or darted away too quickly, but a few were caught in nets or triggered traps on the ground. Soon, a small heap of bodies accumulated near Agnes, and she studied their bizarre forms. These were the local furballs, as the settlers called them. Some resembled warped versions of familiar animals like squirrels or opossums. Others seemed entirely alien, as if conjured for some creature feature. She was struck by the intricate details, the patterns in their fur, their wide, glassy eyes. Each was strangely exquisite. Even in death, at least, the take was modest. The furballs were clearly abundant, and their broader populations wouldn't suffer. Now a beam of sunlight broke through the eastern mist. Oliver shielded his eyes and looked toward it. Sun's fully up. That's the end of the show for now. Dawn's always prime time for these little guys. You can see they're all pretty small and not exactly graceful. That's what you get evolving in a packed forest, I suppose. And they all go for insects, not fruit or leaves. We think it's because these trees are evergreens. They don't shed leaves, so they make them toxic or bitter to avoid being eaten. He almost chuckled, adding, "Honestly, it's like the trees decided to be permanently rude dinner hosts. All the furballs hunt early, when the bugs are active, but the cold-blooded things, lizards, frogs, toads, are still sluggish from the night chill. Try finding a furball at noon." He glanced up at the high canopy overhead. "We don't really know everything that calls this forest home, all the different kinds of life. We've just learned what we need to for trapping after dark. It's a whole other world of creatures. You can hear them calling out there. Nobody understands them. Anything could be out there." "And trolls," Lobsang said with a grin. "I heard their call last night, and before that sound. Yeah. Comforting, in a way, knowing they're around. Now, speaking of large birds, Marina did promise you an Easter egg hunt. We need to head into the woods, just a little way. Hey, Nikos, you're the one who spotted the nest. Want to take point?" Going deeper into the woods wasn't as frightening as Agnes had imagined. The main challenge was just watching her step in the dim light, the ground a messy carpet of green, mostly below her knees. She was grateful for Nikos moving ahead, quiet and sure, and for Oliver and Lobsang flanking her. They reached a small break in the trees and hunkered down in the brush, watching and waiting. At the base of a thick sequoia, Agnes saw a huge pile of twigs and dirt, easily 6 feet wide. Its purpose was unmistakable. "It's a nest," Lobsang whispered. "For one seriously big bird," Agnes added. "No wonder they're being cautious, making sure the mother isn't nearby." "Precisely," said Shimmy. Agnes jumped at the small, feminine voice coming from the ground beside her. She glanced around quickly. The hunters were far enough off not to have heard the family pet speak. "What are you doing here?" "I followed the hunting party. Naturally, I'd come. I'm a cat. Aside from the chickens people brought, these giants are the only birds anyone's found in this place." Oliver looked over. He'd noticed the cat, though hopefully hadn't heard her speak. He smiled and called softly, "Hey there, kitty. Found the nest, huh? Just remember, this is a world where the birds chase the cats, so watch yourself." Lobsang scooped up Shimi. "Oh, she will," he said. "She certainly will," Nikos whispered. "I think it's clear, Dad." Oliver listened intently, scanning every direction. "All right, quick and quiet." Nikos stood and jogged across the clearing to the nest. After a final look around, he reached in with both arms and pulled out an egg. It was about 2 feet long and clearly heavy. He wrapped it in netting, slung it over his shoulder, and hurried back to his father. Oliver helped his son secure the egg better and smiled at Lobsang and Agnes. "That would make one unbelievable omelette. But we're not here for food. You can see these birds nest on the ground every now and then. We find a nest like this too close to our camps and hunting areas for safety. We have to keep them away from the children. So we take the egg, and hopefully the mother moves on too. No issue, unless—" Nikos shoved his father's head down. "Unless the bird catches us," the boy hissed. Crouching as low as she could, Agnes saw movement back in the trees, a shape taller than a man walking on two massive legs, with a body like a boulder, a thick neck, and a formidable beak. Surprisingly small wings shimmered with blue iridescent feathers. The bird was a hunter itself, stepping with shocking quietness, its round eyes above that vicious beak scanning the undergrowth and low branches. "So," Agnes murmured, "just for Lobsang and Shimi, when the little furred things come out for insects, this comes out for the little furred things." "That appears to be a Gastornis," the cat whispered, a predatory, flightless bird from the Paleocene. "Quiet," Lobsang said. "I don't want to know it like that. We came to live in this world, remember, not to dissect it." Shimi replied. "And in doing so, you ignore what's true." That gave Agnes pause. Agnes was taken aback. "Denying what reality? What are you talking about?" "I haven't been sleeping well either," Shimi admitted. "It feels like the days are growing subtly shorter, as if time itself is shrinking." "Shorter days? How is that even possible?" Agnes pressed, but Shimi fell silent. The bird had now vanished from view, still oblivious to the disturbance at its nest. Quietly, Oliver and Nikos rose, hauling the net containing the egg, and motioned for the others to follow them back through the woods. Lobsang stood, and Agnes with little alternative trailed behind him. Beneath the partial skeleton of a liquid hydrogen facility, sheltered from the relentless Miami heat, Stan Berg sat at a poker table surrounded by construction workers. It was 2056, 2 years since Lobsang and Agnes had reached New Springfield, and Stan was 16. This settlement, a heavily modified sector once called Miami West 4, existed to build a space elevator, a celestial ladder. But progress on the Lindsay space tether had stalled for weeks, leaving everyone with too much idle time. Seated among LETC riggers twice his age or older, some still wearing hard hats out of habit. Not necessity, Stan played with calm focus, folding when prudent and steadily accumulating wins. His childhood friend and occasional rival, Rocky Lewis, lingered at the edge of the crowd with other bored onlookers. A few leaned on handmade signs protesting the latest layoffs and construction delays. Rocky grew tense as the pile of spacecraft ceramic chips in front of Stan grew taller. He'd seen this pattern before. The other players' attitudes were shifting, from amused tolerance of the clever kid to irritation at losing repeatedly, to outright suspicion of foul play. The dealer, a lean young man in a tilted Homburg who went by Marvin, watched the table closely. Rocky figured Marvin was a professional gambler, not a construction worker. He knew Stan wasn't cheating. The kid was just unnervingly sharp. Stan once said he preferred games like poker over chess because there was no straightforward logical path to victory. It required intuition and reading people. But there was nothing intuitive about the glare coming from the man seated to Stan's right as another stack of chips slid across the table. As Marvin dealt the next hand, Rocky bent down and tugged his friend's sleeve. "Hey, maybe we should head out. Why?" Homework school stuff." "School's closed today. Teacher didn't show again." Stan was brilliant, but sometimes missed obvious social cues. "Just cash out, come on," Rocky urged, standing up. The man to the right suddenly clamped a vice-like hand on Stan's arm. "You're not going anywhere, you little punk. Not with my money." The table went still. Rocky was relieved nobody reached for a weapon. These were aerospace labourers, not street thugs. Still, a couple of spectators on the fringe slipped away, moving so quickly they seemed to blur at the edge of his sight. "Let him go," Rocky said firmly. "He's one of us, an apprentice. Both his parents work for LETC. Maybe they taught him how to stack the deck, huh?" Marvin raised his hands in a calming gesture. "Everyone relax. It's a friendly game." He glanced at Stan. "The kid's no cheat. He's too smart to cheat and too smart to need to face it. Alexei, he's just outplaying you. It happens." Somehow those simple words, spoken so calmly, seemed to drain the tension from the air. Rocky noticed it immediately. Marvin possessed a quiet authority, like a teacher walking into a room of arguing students. You just naturally settled down. He'd seen the local volunteer peacekeepers, the arbiters, have a similar effect. But Alexei was still fuming. The kid's nothing but a dumb punk. He spat, his grip tightening on Stan's arm. Stan, for all his cleverness, was slight and wiry, no match for Alexei's strength. Rocky saw his friend's jaw tighten as the pressure became painful, and he held his own breath. This could still go very wrong for Stan. He caught murmurs about fetching an arbiter. Then a shout cut through the muttering. "Hey, they've cornered a kobold down by the oxygen plant. Come look." Like a flock of birds startled into flight, the crowd around the card table dispersed, chasing the new spectacle. Marvin smoothly reclaimed his deck. "Hold on to your chips, everyone! You can settle debts later!" Seizing the moment, Rocky yanked Stan's arm free from Alexei's grasp and pulled his friend upright. "Time to go now." Even then Stan was smirking, though he winced as he rubbed his sore arm. "Not without my earnings." He scooped his pile of chips into a pouch he kept tucked in his stepper box. Marvin gave him a knowing wink. "Good luck cashing those in." Stan just shrugged, his confidence unshaken. "There are always more games. See you around." "Oh, you will," Marvin replied, his tone carrying a note that struck Rocky as strangely cryptic. The commotion, it turned out, was over a kobold, a gnarled humanoid creature that had gotten itself stuck in the half-built concrete shell of a liquid oxygen storage tank near the Beanstalk facility. Joining the flow of the crowd, Rocky and Stan jogged in that direction. The Florida noon sun was high and harsh in a pale spring sky. If you didn't pay close attention, Rocky mused, this place just looked like a bunch of people on a rough, cleared patch of dirt surrounded by emptiness. But your eyes were always drawn upward, to the spine of the Beanstalk itself, a brilliant electric blue double line, studded with marker flags, anchored to a massive, unyielding concrete block. It rose at a sharp angle, perfectly straight, until it vanished into the sky's glare, aiming for its anchor in orbit. Most stepwise versions of Florida were empty, especially in these lower-numbered Earths. There were easier places on the continent to start a new settlement. They weren't even near a coast here, unlike the historic Cape Canaveral back on the datum, which Rocky had once visited to see the diminished spaceport still launching satellites into a sky still hazy from the Yellowstone eruption. But the geographic logic was the same across countless worlds. Florida represented the lowest latitude within the footprint of the continental United States. For reaching space, the closer you were to the equator, the better, thanks to the boost from the planet's rotation. That same principle made it the ideal place to build a ladder to the stars, a colossal elevator system that would be far cheaper and more reliable than the aging rocket boosters still flying from the datum. This whole endeavor had been under construction since Rocky and Stan were 8 years old. They'd met in the makeshift schools set up for the children of the construction crews, the Storkjacks to Rocky. It was all ancient history. He and Stan were both born in the very year Yellowstone blew its top. He knew this site had once been a proper small town. In the frantic, desperate weeks after the eruption, it had been transformed into a massive refugee camp, overwhelmed by the flood of people fleeing the datum and spilling into the primitive communities of the low Earths. It was a place born from catastrophe, now reaching for the stars. Many of those who had fled the eruption were city people, utterly lost in the wilderness, and they had simply remained stuck in the temporary camps they'd been assigned. Over time, those camps became permanent, and the atmosphere curdled. "We all became professionals at standing in line," his mother used to remark. So after several more years, another government program arrived aiming to transform these stagnant camps into proper working towns, which meant creating jobs like the monumental Beanstalk project right here. Federal officials descended, along with the main contractor, the Long Earth Trading Company, or LETC lately. However, the project had stalled for reasons Rocky, with his limited understanding of politics and money, couldn't quite fathom. There had been layoffs and scaled-back work schedules for now, despite that incredible line reaching into the heavens. There was no promised flow of people or cargo to and from space. All that remained down here was this exhausted, beaten Earth, dotted with blocky housing units, the skeletal frames of half-built factories and supply depots, and the gantries for the conventional rockets still needed to finish the Beanstalk's construction. Today, the only movement came from protesting workers, or those with nowhere else to go after the latest shutdown. The sole point of interest was the crowd that had formed near the unfinished liquid oxygen plant, drawn by the prospect of some mean-spirited entertainment. Rocky and Stan were approaching the plant now, and Rocky could make out a tight cluster of people, mostly men in LETC, hard hats and orange coveralls, circling something, a dishevelled figure that seemed to flicker and reappear, slightly blurred in the harsh sunlight. It was a kobold, trapped and terrified. Distracted by the scene, Rocky realized he'd lost Stan. He had a pretty good idea where his friend would be, right where the trouble was. Breaking into a run, he pushed through the oppressive heat. The kobold kept trying to step away into an adjacent world, but each time he vanished, he came stumbling back, sometimes clutching his stomach or his face. Clearly, more workers were waiting in the neighbouring worlds to either rough him up or snatch his belongings, forcing his return. The creature was short and stocky, with a powerful build and triangular teeth bared in a grimace of fear. His hands looked strong, and his bare feet ended in clawed toes. He resembled a human-sized mole which fit the stories of kobolds as ape folk who had long ago retreated underground. Today, though, he wore filthy shorts, a ragged waistcoat, and even a baseball cap, a sad imitation of human clothing. A belt was slung over his shoulder like a sash, loaded with glittering trinkets, bits of jewellery, plastic toys, shiny gadgets. This was how kobolds survived, bartering such items with humans and among themselves. The kobold was a humanoid, a distant cousin to humanity, a branch that had split off around the time some clever chimp discovered the utility of smacking rocks together. Like elves and trolls, kobolds had evolved out in the long earth. Unlike most of their cousins, however, they had maintained some contact with humanity, and that contact had moulded them. They lived on the scraps of human culture. They were less like merchants and more like magpies, or kids on a playground trading cards and game tokens. It was never really about profit, just acquisition, yet people still traded with them. And a few kobolds, at least, were bold enough to venture this deep into the low earths. But something had gone terribly wrong for this one. Perhaps he'd made a poor trade or said the wrong thing to the wrong person. Rocky wondered if this was just another Alexei situation. Somebody bored and restless, looking for a cheap thrill to break the monotony. The atmosphere still felt light, almost teasing. But then he noticed two young arbiters in their crisp green uniforms edging closer, clearly expecting things to turn sour. One of the workers, a burly man, yanked the sash of trade goods right off the kobold's shoulder and slung it over his own, strutting in a circle to the laughter and jeers of his friends. The kobold, humiliated, made a frantic grab for his belongings. Mine! Mine! Cruel to be, Bob! Mine! The thief turned and mocked the stuttering creature. Mine, Bob, says who? I trade you want. See, shiny mirror, pretty jewels. The man held the sash high, just out of reach. Ooh, look at me. I'm Bob. Hey, Fred, maybe you ought to hire this guy. Yeah, Mario, he's probably brighter than Jim Russo. You'd make one hell of a CFO, Bob. And there was Stan, right in the thick of it, exactly where Rocky knew he'd be. Hand it over. Stan stepped up to the worker named Mario, snatched the sash back and returned it to the kobold, who hugged it tightly against his chest. Stan turned to face Mario. What's your problem? He scanned the crowd, where the noise was fading into uneasy murmurs. What are any of you doing here? Rocky, Martha Berg, appeared at his side. Stan's mother, worn and greying before her time, looked every bit of her 40 years in her own Letty coverall. I heard the yelling. I just knew Stan would be in the middle of it. You should have seen the poker game earlier. What poker game? Forget it. We need to pull him out of there. Rocky feared she was right, but he also dreaded what might happen if they tried. Maybe it'll just fizzle out. It doesn't look like it's going to, she said, her voice tired. Just then, Mario, who was nearly twice Stan's size, shoved Stan hard in the shoulder. What's your deal, you little punk? We weren't hurting him, just having a little fun, keeping him entertained. He's just a damn kobold, somebody shouted from the crowd. Stan whirled around, eyes blazing. Who said that? Just a kobold? Because he's not as clever as you, that makes it okay to bully him. No, kobold is as smart as a person, you idiot. Right. So imagine someone came along who was as much smarter than you as you are, compared to Bob here. Would you think it was fair for them to torment you, would you? He turned back to Mario. Here, try it on me. What? Clearly, I'm not as bright as you either, otherwise I wouldn't have walked into this mess, right? So go ahead. You've got the right by your own logic. What do you want to do? Trip me, strip me, beat me down? He faced the crowd again. Come on, all of you. Who's going to be first? For one fleeting moment, Rocky saw it. Stan's moral courage actually holding the scene, one slender young man standing up to the brawny worker and his pack of friends. For that single second, Rocky dared to hope he might pull it off. Then a chunk of concrete flew from the crowd, missing Stan's head by a hair. Get the little jerk! A roar went up, and suddenly everyone surged forward. Rocky lost sight of Martha and was pushed along in the rush. But he fought back, shoving and elbowing his way towards Stan. All at once the two arbiters were beside him, flanking him, using their shoulders in a coordinated push to clear a path through the crush. In seconds they were over Stan, who was on the ground, having taken a couple of blows but grinning up at them. The female arbiter looked at Rocky. You're with him. Yeah, get him out of here. Now. Rocky reached down and grabbed Stan's hand. But Stan, still wearing that defiant grin, said, I've got this. And suddenly, for Rocky, Everything else vanished. The harsh sunlight, the jostling crowd, the smell of dust and damp concrete, as if he'd tumbled straight down a rabbit hole, pulled step by step into the unknown by Stan's unwavering grip. Responding to Roberta Golding's call, the four next gathered inside a weathered farmhouse located in a different footprint of Miami, just a few worlds over from the LETC construction zone. The structure was only a few decades old, but had been deserted long enough for the surrounding marsh to begin swallowing the land those early settlers had clumsily carved out. For Roberta, at least, it provided a shaded respite from the relentless sun. Their presence was a secret. The next often concealed themselves within the slower-paced societies of baseline humanity. A scheduled update meeting had already been on the calendar, drawing Roberta to this region of the long Earth, far from the Grange. But Melinda Bennett had requested an earlier gathering following the unsettling incident at the Bootstrap site involving Stan Berg and the Kobold. Melinda was one of the two arbiters who had intervened to assist Stan Berg and Rocky Lewis. The other, present now in his sweat-dampened green uniform, was Gerd Schulze. The fourth member of the group was Marvin Lovelace, the gambler. Marvin began, speaking in deliberate English rather than their usual quick talk, a necessary precaution on these crowded low Earths near the datum, where any abandoned property might hide a low-power camera left by some opportunistic snoop. The boy, Stan Berg, is clearly a candidate. He was effortlessly several moves ahead of those construction workers during the whole confrontation. In poker, you need that emotional intelligence to read people. It was as if they were literally showing him their cards. Gerd responded, his tone gruff. He might have the instinct, but he lacks judgment. Charging into that mob around the Kobold was reckless. He endangered himself needlessly. Roberta removed her glasses, massaging the bridge of her nose. Now, in her 30s, she sometimes wondered if even among the next a certain amount of lived years was required for genuine wisdom. She remembered her own teenage years vividly. She'd been just a bit younger than Stan when she journeyed on a Chinese airship into the deep long Earth, confronted by its wonders and its terrors. Many nights, overwhelmed by a comprehension she couldn't shut off, she had cried herself to sleep. "Are you criticizing him, Gerd?" Berg's raw instinct, however untutored, might be more reliable than your seasoned caution. And bozos? Is that really the term? Marvin crossed his arms, a faint smile on his lips. I think he was running a bluff, just like at the card table. Part of me believes he knew someone would step in. Melinda leaned forward. Who? Us, possibly? Marvin said. He may have intuited the true purpose of the Arbiters, or at least holds some unconscious suspicion about you all. The Arbiters were a volunteer force drawn from the Next themselves, maintaining a fragile order on the low Earths in the wake of Datum America's collapse after Yellowstone. Sometimes I think you're a little too conspicuous, wandering around in those uniforms, fixing problems. Gerd gave a derisive snort. And it's more ethical for you to swindle them at card games. Hey, I'm here serving our agreed-upon goals, same as you, Marvin replied, raising his hands, even when the strategy seems questionable. We retreated to the Grange to escape these people, our so-called mother culture, after they locked Nick's children in a high-tech camp on Hawaii and then contemplated bombing Happy Landings, and now we're right back out here embedding ourselves in their society. Besides, baseline humans aren't suspicious of gamblers. They almost expect you to be sharper, almost expect to be outplayed. High finance operates on the same principle, incidentally. This, of course, was precisely what made Marvin such an effective operative and recruiter. Individuals like Stan Berg, possessing the unique cognitive patterns of a Next candidate, frequently found themselves lured by the allure of gambling. In the often intellectually dim worlds they navigated, it presented one of the few arenas where a sharp mind could reliably turn a profit. Marvin, positioned perfectly, had a knack for identifying such individuals when they appeared. Roberta gave a slow, acknowledging nod. Your contributions are recognized, Marvin, and valued, yet we both understand the ongoing debate is far from settled. On one end, there are voices arguing for complete non-intervention, regardless of how severe the circumstances. On the opposite extreme lies the philosophy of the greening, the notion that our role is to guide humanity back to its primordial, untamed roots. Certain Next theorists liken this ideal state to humanity's Middle Stone Age, a time before agriculture or metalwork, when small nomadic bands roamed freely. The argument posited that with just a subtle guiding push from their intellectual superiors, humans could transform the Long Earth into a genuine Long Utopia. Skeptics, however, were quick to point out the obvious. If cities crumbled and governments vanished, leaving humanity as a race of perpetual wanderers, the Next would effectively hold permanent dominion. Crossing his arms, Marvin voiced the core contradiction. If our ultimate objective is so unclear, why are we investing effort in West 4? Why in the world are we assisting them with these ambitious new space initiatives? Some of their populations are already drifting instinctively toward a greening-like existence. Consider the comas. Meanwhile, in Miami 4, workers are protesting, blaming their managers for the project's delays. We know the truth. The issue isn't economic, financial, or political. The real problem is the gradual unraveling of human industrial society. The coma lifestyle, with its promise of simple freedom, is an irresistible siren call, especially after a personal crisis. Whole groups of workers simply abandon their posts to forage and live off the land. When people aren't forced to labour under such conditions, they increasingly choose not to. So I ask again, what is our purpose here? Roberta released a weary sigh. Because these low Earths, even after the Yellowstone exodus, still support massive populations. They are shrinking, yes, but the numbers remain enormous to feed everyone. They must maintain large-scale organisation. And for now, they possess that capability, while we do not. The next were still few in number, their direct technological capacity limited. We are dependent on high-tech goods of every description. To be blunt, we are parasites on low-Earth cultures for such manufacturing. Until we develop a self-sufficient alternative, we allow this system to continue, and we encourage it in subtle ways. A soft, humourless chuckle escaped Marvin. You know, the dim bulbs have a joke for this. A man tells his doctor, "Doctor, my brother-in-law thinks he's a tomcat." The doctor replies, "Bring him in and I'll cure him." The man says, "I can't. We need him to keep down the mice." That's precisely what you're saying about them. They are afflicted, a collective pathology. The kinder act would be to let them all drift back into the forests they came from. But we won't allow that cure, because we need them to keep down the mice. His laughter faded into the quiet room. Gerd shifted the focus. Our immediate concern is deciding about this young man, Stan Berg, regardless of whether he yet understands his own nature. And I suspect he does. We may need to extract him from here and bring him to the Grange for his own safety. I concur, Roberta said. You're absolutely right. I'll reveal myself and speak with Stan and his family upon his return. Where did he go, incidentally? Marvin merely shrugged, and the other arbiters offered no answer. Among his many aptitudes, Stan was a far more proficient stepper than Rocky. As usual, Rocky had struggled with the latest rapid sequence, traversing 3 worlds in mere seconds. He landed in the sprawling, half-built concrete shells of Miami West 1, doubled over and heaving. Thankfully, no one was around to witness his distress, even though they stood in what was meant to be a vast virtual reality theatre, a conservation project, according to the signs, run by the post-Yellowstone Museum of the Datum Movement. Stan placed a steadying hand on his friend's shoulder. "You okay, buddy? All right, let's get out of this heat." Stan guided Rocky for a couple of blocks. The streets were completely deserted, and then shoved open a heavy door into a vast, echoing space. Rocky caught a glimpse of raw concrete walls before the virtual reality simulation abruptly enveloped him. In an instant, he was no longer indoors. He found himself standing in a bleak, snow-covered city beneath a heavy grey sky. A manufactured wind swept through, carrying a biting cold, dressed only in the light tropical gear suitable for a Florida summer back on the Datum. Rocky began to shiver violently, hugging himself for warmth. What is this place? Somewhere on the Datum, I'm guessing. Exactly. England, you've heard of it? Welcome to the volcanic winter. Come on, I've got something to show you. It's not far. Stan hurried off down the empty streets. Rocky, trembling so hard he felt his bones might crack, had little choice but to follow. They passed fading brown signs that read medieval city, an outer ring of more modern structures, concrete, glass and orderly rows of houses, all abandoned and some scorched by fire, gradually gave way to an older core. Here, the streets narrowed, flanked by ancient buildings of stone and brick. Above it all rose an immense, slender spire, elegant and towering, visible in glimpses between the rooftops. The buildings pressed close together like worn, uneven teeth, clearly having been adapted over centuries. Some still homes, others turned into guest houses, cafes or shops for tourists. Now everything was shuttered and empty. There was a profound sense of age, of countless generations living, dying, and continuously reshaping this place. To Rocky, it felt utterly foreign. The community he grew up in, Miami West 4, had nothing older than he was. They emerged into a square of frozen mud that might once have been a green lawn, and there, standing isolated and crowned by that magnificent spire, was a cathedral. It was enormous, its proportions warped from their ground-level view like a stone spaceship, Rocky thought, that had just landed here. Stan moved forward with certainty. Set within a wall of intricately carved stone was a massive wooden door, which Stan pushed open. It was unlocked. Then they were inside. A deep silence fell, a feeling of even greater antiquity. Rocky had never been in such a building in his life. They walked along the long axis of the cross-shaped structure. Rows of stone pillars soared upward, supporting arches that held a breathtakingly ornate roof. Rocky saw that the building itself remained largely intact. Even the vast stained glass windows were whole, but the interior had been stripped bare, leaving the long stone floor empty. Perhaps the pews where congregations once gathered had been taken for firewood long ago. The whole edifice, he mused, seemed built of nothing but stone and wood, yet it felt as light as air. Stan asked, this is all a recent recording, right? Of course. That was the entire purpose of the Museum of the Datum, to preserve what cultural treasures remained on the Mother World before they were lost, forever after the Yellowstone catastrophe. Portable items, like artworks, could be physically carried stepwise, but entire city centres could only be saved as these virtual reality captures. Stan said, "So do you recognise where you are yet? Some kind of theme park?" Blasphemer. This is a place called Salisbury, abandoned like most of England. You can see the looters left the cathedral alone for their own reasons. People still hold on to their values, even when they're starving and freezing. "I'm starving and freezing right now," Rocky muttered, his teeth chattering. The two of them settled on the cold stone floor near a wall, huddling together in a futile attempt to ward off the chill. A sudden, unexpected memory flashed in Rocky's mind, a fleeting image of his father trying to light a stubborn campfire on a rare, cool night back home, a small, stubborn act of defiance against the darkness. Rocky noticed that people had been lighting fires right in the centre of the old church, where the main aisle crossed the transept directly beneath the spire. The stone floor was blackened with soot, and the ceiling bore dark smoke stains. "I suppose you visit this place often," Rocky remarked. Stan shrugged. "How could I not? You have to travel to the Datum to see the truly magnificent old structures, volcano winter or not. Some of the cathedrals and mosques are still in use over there. People return to worship. The churches in Barcelona, the mosques in Istanbul. This one is my favourite of all I've seen. It's even better because it's empty. That won't last forever, though. That spire is just stone on a wooden frame. Someone ought to maintain it." "Why do these places matter to you, Stan? I thought you hated religion." "I remember that preacher who came to the Beanstalk site ranting about the Pope. You made the poor man cry. I despise the religions we have now, all pomp and manipulation based on texts that have been rewritten so many times they've lost all meaning. I hate the divisions they create. Humans have enough trouble without that, and I certainly despise con artists like Father Melly. But still, don't you see it, Rock? Look at this place. Imagine constructing it with nothing but 13th century tools. They kept building it generation after generation, entire lives of labour devoted to one purpose. And look what they made. In its day, it was as ambitious as a Lindsay beanstalk is today. In a place like this, you can reject the answers those builders believed in. You can even reject the questions they asked, but you have to admire the sheer drive to ask such profound questions in the first place. Once again, Rocky felt a vast gulf opening between himself and his oldest friend, a distance that only seemed to grow as they got older. Yet he knew he could never walk away from Stan. It wasn't just friendship or loyalty. He was beginning to understand. It was something deeper, almost like a fascination. He suddenly said, "Stan, sometimes you frighten me." Stan looked at him, genuinely confused. "Do I? I don't mean to. I'm sorry. You're a good friend, but if I scare you, why are you still here?" "Because I can't help it," Rocky thought, but didn't say aloud. "Listen, I'm freezing. Should we head back in a minute?" Stan gazed up into the cathedral's soaring arches, his face going blank, as if his mind were flying upward like a bird. When they finally stepped back home, they emerged into a warm evening glow. They walked slowly toward their family's apartments, which were side by side in a makeshift dormitory complex near the Beanstalk facility. They reached Stan's place first, but Martha asked Rocky to come inside for a moment. Sitting with Martha was a woman, maybe in her 30s, slender, dark-haired, serious, wearing what looked like a business suit. Rocky had no clue who she was. Stan, however, seemed to recognize her immediately. "Took you long enough to show up," he said flatly. Rocky was bewildered. Martha's expression was grim. "Rocky, this is Roberta Golding. She is a next," she says. "Stan is one too. He's a next, or they believe he is, and she's come here to take him away from me." I always knew he was special, Martha Berg said quietly. I guess every mother feels that way, even when he was just a toddler. Once he started talking, he would chatter non-stop. Roberta Golding nodded solemnly. We refer to that as quick talk. All next children do it naturally. They were gathered around the small living room table, Martha, this woman Roberta Golding, Stan, and Rocky, for whom the next were little more than a myth, a kind of scary story from the past about brilliant kids the government once tried to lock away, or charismatic super geniuses who had commandeered a US Navy twain and left no survivors. But this woman hadn't come for Rocky. Stan simply sat there smiling. Martha continued. As he grew, he was always racing ahead of whatever his teachers had planned. Fortunately, it's not a big issue here since the schooling is so relaxed. Jez and I mostly figured it out together. Jez, your husband, he's up top right now at the orbital anchor station of the tower. It takes days to travel up and down, you know. Even when work halts down here, they're stranded up there, Roberta replied. There's no hurry. We don't need to decide anything before you can talk with your husband. Well, we kept up his education until he surpassed both of us and started learning on his own. The online resources here are quite good. We simply gave him access to those. Roberta looked towards Stan. I also grew up around humans, Stan. I understand how frustrating it can be, how you have to conceal parts of yourself. Martha said with a sigh. Oh, he didn't do much concealing. But if he had been raised among the next, Roberta said softly, he would have been learning alongside others like him. And in our community, the Grange, we adults learn from the children as they explore the world. She met Stan's gaze. There's an entire universe of ideas to discover. The legacy we inherited from humanity is just the starting point for us. Rocky suddenly burst out. I can't stand how you talk. We, you, humanity, the next, you look plenty human to me. Sorry. I know it's not my place. Martha rested a hand on his arm. You're his friend. Of course it's your place. But in truth, I am not human as you are, Roberta said gently. Genetically, we differ. The structure of my brain isn't the same as yours. She offered a slight smile. The neurologists at the US Navy base in Hawaii, where the most detailed studies of next children were conducted before the Grange was established, were able to confirm that much. Martha asked nervously, This Grange? That's where you're suggesting Stan should go. Where is it? Far from here, stepwise, I mean. We keep the location confidential. It was created after an incident at a place called Happy Landings. There was a threat to destroy us. My kind. It couldn't have reached all of us, and the attempt wasn't carried out in the end. Wiser minds intervened. Still, we took the warning seriously. We've separated ourselves from the human world for our safety and for yours. But you're here now, Rocky pointed out. Working undercover, right? Pretending to be something you're not. Like the Arbiters, Roberta had already disclosed that the Arbiters were next agents as well. I can't deny that. But we are here to study you, as much as to help you, you are, after all, our predecessors. And there has never been a proper study of mankind, Martha added, a bit sharply. You mean aside from what we've done ourselves, which doesn't count? That's correct, and we do try to assist you in various ways. Rocky found that unsettling. He was only 16, he knew he was inexperienced, maybe naive, but he couldn't help wondering just how much influence a hidden organization of super-intelligent post-humans might be exerting across the worlds of humanity. And Roberta continued, We are searching for others like us, like you, Stan. Happy Landings acted as a kind of incubator for the genetic changes that led to our emergence, a unique community of humans and trolls brought together, a result of the long Earth's unusual nature. That's what created us. But now that genetic enhancement has spread through the wider population, here and there, now and then, one of us will appear among you. Us and you again, Rocky said bitterly. So Stan's a rare flower growing in a field of weeds, is that it? Not at all, she replied calmly. Martha asked, and you're offering Stan a place with you in this, Grange. We're offering him the chance to come visit, to see if he believes he would be happy there. What if he isn't? Rocky pressed. What if he wants to come back home? Will you let him? Of course. It's not a prison, but he'd know where you are. You said they already tried to blow you up once. Roberta said gently. Stan could not reveal us without revealing himself. He's far too intelligent to do anything like that. Isn't that right, Stan? Stan had been quiet since meeting Roberta. Conversing with you is a unique experience, he finally said. It feels like a chess match where we both can anticipate the final moves. She smiled, nodding. That's quite insightful. In a sense, we possess less apparent free will than others here. We can mentally navigate a scenario, eliminating options that won't work. Rocky interjected. You keep saying these others. But, Roberta continued, focusing on Stan, our real debates occur on a higher plane. We discuss ultimate goals and core motivations. That's where our true differences emerge, at the strategic level, not the tactical. Stan gave a slow nod. So, what is your strategy? What motivates you? What future do you actually envision for humanity? Martha spoke up, her voice heated. Shouldn't that be for us to decide? No, Mum, Stan replied calmly. Not while people like this exist. You have as much control over your destiny as an elephant in a managed wildlife park. That's a fitting comparison, isn't it? He asked, directing the challenge at Roberta, with you as the park rangers. It isn't like that, Roberta countered. Not all of us view it that way, of course. We desire for mankind to be content. Content? Stan's tone turned sharp, almost mocking, aimlessly wandering in a perfected garden you've designed. Some long utopia, is that the grand plan? We don't have a singular goal, Roberta admitted. There's no consensus. We are evolving our own abilities and examining our motivations. The discussion about objectives is ongoing. I invite you to join that discussion if you care about humanity's path as deeply as you appear to. I need to think. Stan stood up abruptly. Excuse me, he walked away, and the room felt suddenly hollow in his absence. Martha poured more iced tea, her hands steady. He'll go with you, she said quietly. I don't need to be a genius to see that. I know my son, he'll go, if only, out of sheer curiosity, but he will come home again. Perhaps, Roberta said gently, but I think you should prepare yourself for the possibility of losing him. I'm truly sorry. Martha looked away, clearly unable to find any words. Nelson Azikiwe had once remarked, when offering to research Joshua's family, that pulling on one thread of the past could unravel unexpected things. This particular thread, however, proved incredibly resistant. Months slipped into years, 4 full years after his promise on Joshua's 50th birthday, before Nelson made any real headway. His breakthrough didn't come from his usual networks like his online quizmaster contacts, but through his connection to Lobsang. It was, in fact, an old friend of Sister Agnes who reached out. Having heard through mutual acquaintances that Nelson was digging into what she called London's scandalous history. To Nelson's surprise, his search had led him back to that battered city. He met Miss Guinevere Perch in a long earth footprint of London. Just a couple of steps from the frozen Datum ruins, this new settlement was a chaotic web of refugee camps carved into an oak forest, a contemporary of Agnes. Miss Perch was now in her 90s, frail and bird-like, with a wild nest of hair. But she greeted visitors with a radiant smile. She lived alone, with daily assistance, in a house built in a rather rudimentary low-earth colonial style, yet she dressed in rich fabrics, and in a room crowded with exotic furnishings, a wandering butler served Nelson tea and cake. With glee, Miss Perch showed Nelson images of the properties she once owned on the Datum, including a lavish Georgian terrace house in central London. Very convenient for the House of Commons, she noted with a wink, when she revealed glimpses of the unusual equipment she'd kept in that house's basement and sketched the activities that had occurred there for the benefit of members of Parliament and other officials, complete with a decade-spanning visitor's log featuring discreet photographic portraits, Nelson understood exactly why she had contacted him. When it came to the remnants of the British establishment, even 16 years after Yellowstone, Miss Guinevere Perch knew where every secret was buried. Wielding that influence, she helped Nelson uncover some profoundly private truths during one of their meetings. She shared an anecdote about a midnight garden party that had gone hilariously awry, a detail that somehow made the hidden world she described feel both more absurd and more tragically human. However, when Nelson started to methodically pull at the thread of Joshua Valienté's beginnings, the story he uncovered stretched far beyond the life of Joshua's own father. It was a history, in truth, that reached back more than 200 years. Leaving the stage door of the Victoria Theatre and moving into the bustling New Cut of Lambeth, the great Illusivo, also known as Luis Ramon Valiente, the Honourable Reginald Bleeth, and a host of other aliases as needed, trailed his enigmatic questioner Oswald Hackett toward the promised oyster bar. The sidewalks of the New Cut, lining a river of carriage traffic, teemed with people attending to countless errands. This was typical for a Saturday evening in March of 1848, when the Surrey side theatres emptied their more affluent patrons from the boxes and the young street vendors poured out of the cheap seats. Every shop was open, with merchants in their doorways and windows displaying furniture, tools, second-hand garments, or piles of produce and dairy. Just as much commerce, however, flowed from the stalls crammed into the street itself. The rhythmic shouts of vendors and their assistants cut through the clatter of hooves. Chestnuts a penny a scoop. Hot pies here. 3 Yarmouth herrings for a penny. Many of these calls carried Irish accents. Refugees from the famine had flooded into the city, often scorned even by the local poor. More elaborate sales pitches came from the cheap Johns hawking Sheffield steel cutlery in broad Yorkshire tones and the fast-talking patterers promoting lurid pamphlets on horrific crimes. Louise stepped around an elderly woman perched on a low stool, smoking a pipe and selling framed engravings of Queen Victoria, Prince Albert and their children from an upturned umbrella. Street performers were everywhere too. Ballad singers, sword swallowers, fire eaters, a blind woman grinding a hurdy-gurdy, and one man with a tabletop exhibit of Austrian mechanical figures, a princess dancing the polka and a trumpeting elephant, which captivated a cluster of wide-eyed children. Through all this din, Lewis kept his focus on the mysterious Hackett. Lewis learned quickly. Oswald Hackett was a solidly built man in his 30s, somewhat older than Lewis, dressed in rich but restrained attire, including a fine-looking overcoat and carrying a costly cane. By the lamplight near the stage door, Lewis had observed that the skin on the hand gripping that cane was marked with scars, perhaps from chemicals. Was the man some sort of academic? A scientist? A chemist? He sounded educated, with the slight drawl and elongated vowels Lewis associated with a background shaped by Harrow and Oxford. At the moment, however, Hackett appeared rather unwell, pale and breathing heavily as he pressed forward. The March day was unusually warm, and the London air held a little less sulphur than usual, so his condition likely stemmed from the after-effects of his own vanishing trick, not the weather. Yet Hackett drove himself onward, seemingly by sheer will. "This oyster house is farther than I recalled," he remarked, now short of breath. "I'm not accustomed to these throngs, pardon my laboured breathing. What a seething mass, eh? As if London were one great rotting log, with maggots and beetles gnawing through it, selling bits of bark to one another for farthings. But I suppose you feel more at home here than I do, Elusivo. After all, it was on streets like these that you once scrabbled to stay alive, wasn't it? Chewing your tobacco and keeping an eye out for the police." Louise's gaze drifted to sweeper boys at a corner, vying to clear a path for the better-dressed theatrogoers, some turning cartwheels or handstands in hopes of a tossed coin. A sudden sharp memory surfaced, not of his own childhood, but of a tale his father once told of a lost pocket watch. Its chain glinting in this very kind of chaotic light, a detail that for a moment made the noisy street feel strangely intimate. Louise felt a deep unease settle in his gut. This Hackett seemed to know far more than he should. Details of a past Louise had worked hard to bury. It was a grim story, really. A father who ran a failing shop and succumbed to lung disease, a mother who remarried only to die bringing another child into the world, and a stepfather whose contempt for the boy eventually led to Louise being tossed onto the London streets at the age of 9. Survival meant joining Hackett's so-called maggots and weevils, starting with sweeping alleys, much like the boys he saw now. He used his peculiar ability to slip out of tight spots and, when necessary, evade the police. But ambition pushed him further. He crafted a street performance around his vanishing acts, disappearing behind a crate only to step out from a shopfront yards away. That act caught attention, landing him work in the warm glow of Surrey theatres, in variety shows or as an intermission novelty. Through it all, he guarded his secret. These weren't illusions. He didn't know what to call them if not magic. And now, it appeared, he'd been spotted once more. Beating around the bush was pointless. Forget the oysters, you can do it as well, sir. I believed I was the only one first, what do you name it? I dislike being at a disadvantage. I have a term for it. But does a label truly matter? As for your belief in uniqueness, sir, most who share this condition think the same. It has likely been this way throughout history. A family tale claims one of my ancestors was Hereward the Wake, notoriously difficult to pin down, wasn't he? Shall we demonstrate it to one another? Demonstrate what? Hackett paused, looked around, and guided Louise into the shadow of a narrow passage. What's your preference, Mr. Valienté? My preference? Widdershins or Dezeal? I haven't the faintest. Oh, there are always 2 paths one might take, aren't there? I've thought of them as Dexter or Sinister. Fair enough, of course, we can't be certain our terms align, can we? He offered his cane. Lewis now saw it was a sword stick. Hackett said, "Come, take hold, allow me the honour of leading." Widdershins for this first attempt, I think. Lewis stared, his mind racing. This moment felt pivotal, as if his entire future hinged on his next move. The man's knowledge could only be guesswork. Deductions from watching his stage act, it had to be. for Louis would have surely noticed if Hackett had trailed him into the sinister woods to spy. He could still bluff his way out. What power did this stranger really hold? He couldn't force Louis to step into the unnerving quiet of the Widdershins forest. Then again, once across and hidden from any officers, Louis might find an opportunity to silence the man permanently and simply leave him there. Surviving London's underworld had taught Louis to use his fists from a young age. He was no murderer, though in desperate moments he had considered the option to protect his secret. It could come down to his life or Hackett's, and yet his frantic thoughts skidded to a stop. Here was someone like him, an educated man by all appearances, who might finally offer an explanation for this bizarre phenomenon Louis had always carried alone, a secret so heavy he'd kept it even from family, a peculiar gift and a constant burden. Oswald Hackett grinned, watching him closely. Louis had the distinct impression the man knew every thought and calculation tumbling through his head. He didn't trust this character one bit. Louis had always possessed a keen instinct for opportunity. This trait had guided the course of his life and his profession. He resolved to hear the man out. If the conversation turned sour, he could simply vanish into the shadows, as he had on numerous prior occasions, though he suspected eluding someone who could track him into Dexter or Sinister might prove more challenging. His decision made, he silently took hold of the cane. Hackett gave an approving nod. Sensible fellow. He scanned their surroundings to ensure they were alone, and with that familiar lurch in Louis's stomach, they stood in the forest green. Louis let go of the cane. These were oak trees, not the grimy, soot-stained versions found in London's parks, but majestic and towering, reminiscent of cathedral pillars. The sky was a clear, vivid blue, unobscured by the city's haze, and the air held a sharper chill. The immense, smoke-blackened metropolis he knew was absent here, if this mirrored version of the forest corresponded to London at all. Underfoot, the ground was solid and dry, a condition Louis was well acquainted with from his frequent visits during his stage performances. Not all of this landscape was so hospitable. Much of it consisted of marshland fed by a broad river and its streams, a wild, untamed echo of the Thames. Louis had to select his performance venues carefully, ensuring the stages aligned with higher, dry ground here. His audience would be baffled if his magical reappearances were consistently accompanied by soggy boots. He then noticed Hackett, who was bent over, pale and gasping for breath, clutching his stomach. Louis had never travelled this way with another person, and the intrusion into what he considered his private sanctuary was unsettling. With visible effort, Hackett straightened up, retrieved a small paper packet from his waistcoat, and swallowed a couple of pills. "You don't experience this." "Experience what?" "The sickness feels like a thug from the East End just sucker-punched your gut." "Never have." "Then you're fortunate. You saw me suffer a bout earlier when I demonstrated my credentials." Hackett studied him, a hint of envy in his eyes. "I must admit, I'm jealous. You're clearly a more natural waltzer than I am." "Waltzer?" "That's what I call what we do to waltz. Don't you think it's fitting? We dance, you and I, nimble as a pair of German nobles, darting left and right quicker than anyone can follow. Waltz, you see, though I gather the dance hasn't quite caught on yet in the cheap dance halls of Lambeth as it has in Windsor. And here we are, having waltzed straight into the woods. Tell me, have you ventured far into this alternate realm?" Louis shrugged. "What's the point? There's no one here. No profit in it, is that it? England is my world, sir, London, and whenever you cross over, is it always to a forest? I've only ever tried it in London and in Kent, where I was raised. Yes, always a forest, and the other side the same. Well, the forest seems to be the constant, at least throughout England. Some of my own forebears for this ability has been passed down through generations, preserved in family lore, though never written down after a distant aunt was burned as a witch. Some called themselves woodsmen. One even supposedly ran with Robin Hood. No wonder the Sheriff of Nottingham could never pin down those outlaws." Louis let out a derisive snort. "Hood is a character from stories. A ballad, if you insist. But answer me this, if you were to push further when you cross, what then?" The question baffled Louis. "I don't understand what you mean, sir." Hackett stared at him, astonished. "You're being completely serious, aren't you? You've mastered that initial step into the waltz, yet the thought of taking a second or even a third spin to dance onward into another world and another has never crossed your mind." Louis furrowed his brow. It truly hadn't. To what possible end? Hackett gave a dismissive shake of his head. "So there's not a single spark of curiosity in you, not an ounce of the explorer's spirit. Captain Cook would be spinning in his grave to hear it." I did wonder if your stage name revealed your true nature. Elusivo, from elusive or to elude. It stems from a Latin root meaning to play, did you know, does it? I wasn't aware. Rather sums you up, though, doesn't it? And what of it? Louise countered. What is one supposed to do with such a peculiar gift, but conceal it? Turn a modest profit to play, as you put it. What a profoundly unambitious fellow you are, Valienté. I thought that way myself as a youth, but I matured. And as I've been hinting, many of my forebears had far more inventive applications. Consider a bit of burglary, or espionage, or targeted removals, or Hackett stepped closer. His earlier queasiness completely vanished. How about serving your nation? A warning shriek, like a steam whistle, sounded in Louise's mind. He feigned ignorance. I haven't the faintest idea what you're suggesting. Naturally, you don't. Allow me to clarify. But first, what about those oysters? Let's return and dine. The fare at the oyster house was exceptional, and Louise was perfectly willing to humour characters far more dubious than Hackett for a complimentary meal. He'd long observed that sharing a table built a peculiar trust, especially when the other man was footing the bill. They ate largely in silence, and by the time the empty shelves were piled high and a second round of drinks was ordered, a curious alliance had formed. Not friendship, precisely, but a bond. Each was an ally who understood the other could vanish at any moment, yet found a strange comfort in knowing he possessed the same capability. Louise took a swallow of porter and finally asked, "These waltzers, how many are there?" "I'm aware of 15, Hackett replied. "Currently living, that is. Then there are the historical records, which are fragmentary even within my own family archives, dissolving into myth and outright fabrication the further back one looks. We are a rare breed, Louis, as uncommon as a two-headed calf, and typically about as welcome. Often, I suspect the trait doesn't breed true, so the talent appears and vanishes again, its secret buried with its bearer. Even so, I assume there are more of us scattered across the globe. Just recently, I identified 2 others during a brief holiday in Margate." "Might, I inquire, a holiday from what, sir?" "I believe I know all the escapologists and similar performers in the city, and I don't recognise you." Hackett cleared his throat. "Well, I am no showman, no disrespect to your profession. I am in the fortunate position of possessing independent means. My father passed when I was young, but I inherited a respectable trust upon coming of age, and then had the sense to invest a portion of it in railway stocks, with the sheer luck to choose the right ones." Louis said nothing, but inwardly winced. His own father, by contrast, had bet on the wrong lines during the frantic railway speculation that followed the Liverpool and Manchester's success, leaving his family penniless. He regarded Hackett with a bleak chill. Fortune, he thought bitterly, simply follows the already fortunate. As for how I occupy my time, Hackett continued, I consider myself an independent scholar, though I've presented papers to bodies like the Royal Society. I've been particularly captivated by the wealth of knowledge brought back by intrepid naturalists, from those who sailed with Cook to more recent men like Darwin. Have you read his account of the Beagle voyage? Who can say what wonders we might yet uncover in the coming decades about the workings of this divine, life-sustaining machine we call Earth? My own scientific curiosity is naturally focused on these strange abilities of mine, my family's, and our wider, secretive community. How did this peculiar faculty emerge? What exactly is it that we do? Where are these mysterious forests we visit? What purpose does it all serve? And what are we meant to do with such a bizarre gift? Tell me, Valienté, when did you first become conscious of your own talent, do you remember? As clear as day, I was being chased by a bull. It's a silly story, really. Just a couple of us kids stealing apples where we didn't belong. I couldn't have been more than 6. When all at once I wasn't in a farmer's field staring down a bull, but in a thick forest, face to face with what looked like a wild boar. I screamed my head off, and then just as suddenly I was back. The bull had lost me. The whole thing felt like a bad dream, and that's what I wrote it off as. It took me quite some time to learn how to do it on purpose. He had, of course, been forced to hone that skill after his stepfather threw him out not long after the apple incident, though he saw no reason to share that with Hackett unless the man already knew. Hackett took out a pipe, packed it carefully, and got it lit before he spoke again. 6, you say? I was older, though I suspect your gift is considerably stronger than mine. I discovered mine around 16. I was at school in a rather compromising situation with the headmaster's wife. I'll spare you the details, but when a swift exit became necessary and I found the window locked, well, I left anyway. Only there was no window, no headmaster, no wife, no school, and no rugby field. Nothing but oak and ash trees, a stretch of swamp, and my utter confusion. He tapped an empty shell onto the table between them. After that, I'm ashamed to admit, as a cocky young man, I decided the world was my oyster, and I helped myself to every pearl I could find. Unlike you, I was always plagued by that wretched nausea. But there are ways to manage it. As you might imagine, no boudoir was safe. I was always a gentleman to the ladies of my acquaintance, mind you, just a remarkably persistent and omnipresent one, and money was never an issue. No vault could keep me out. As I got older, I grew bored with it all, and I suppose matured after a few narrow escapes from various authorities. I learnt the value of discretion. There was one furious father with an ancient blunderbuss, for instance. Then I came into my own inheritance, and as a man of business I became respectable, and probably terribly pompous, as most reformed rakes are. You can be the judge of that. But I never forgot where I came from, so to speak. How do you find people like us? Those who can, well, waltz. Generally, just as I found you, hiding in plain sight. I must admire your artistry. Your tricks are just plausible enough to be brilliant illusions, something done with smoke and mirrors. A bit of mesmerism, some clever deception. You're smart enough to be excellent, but not supernaturally perfect. Even the most observant and sceptical member of the audience can walk away from your show believing he's seen through your methods, feeling smugly satisfied, while understanding nothing of your true abilities. But I, being like you, could see past the performance. And to what end are you seeking us out? Well, I could say my ultimate goal, though it may sound a bit grand for a fellow with oyster juice still on his chin from a stall in Lambeth, is to put our skills to constructive use. It is my intention, presumably for the first time in human history, to organise those of us with this faculty, to present a gift to Her Majesty and her government, to harness a talent that will ensure Britain remains the dominant power on this globe, as we have been since the downfall of Napoleon. And who could deny that such an outcome would be for the betterment of all mankind? Louise stared at him, his mouth slightly agape. You're completely serious, aren't you? Well, sir, if I may raise a single point of contention, surely nations like Prussia and France must also have individuals with abilities comparable to our own. The distinction, sir, is that we are British. As you are likely aware, this very year, this spring, all of Europe is seething with rebellion. The continent is a sinkhole of medieval anarchy. We are a nation of reason. We are scientific. We possess discipline. Is that so? What of the Chartists? And you propose we go to the authorities. If we reveal ourselves openly during such turmoil, what prevents them from locking us away as dangerous madmen and freaks, or more probably, simply shooting us down where we stand? Hackett leaned in, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur. The difference, Louise, is that we will demonstrate our value. You brought up the Chartists. Are you aware of the rally they are organising for next month on Kennington Common? The Chartist demonstration was scheduled for the 10th of April. In the days leading up to it, Louise made an effort to learn something of the movement's goals, as discreetly as possible, primarily from copies of the Morning Chronicle, a liberal and reform-minded newspaper kept among the props at the Victoria Theatre. Taking a broader view, it was a troubled period for Britain. The Irish were starving. The Scots were still grappling with the aftermath of the Highland clearances from the previous century, and there was significant unrest among the urban poor in the manufacturing towns. There were riots in the mines, tales of weavers destroying their looms, and reports of Chartists being arrested. These Chartists were agitators for political change, taking cues from sympathetic voices within the House of Commons itself. Louise discovered they had achieved some reforms, such as parliamentary acts to restrict child labour in factories. Yet over the years their assemblies, demonstrations and strikes had repeatedly led to trouble. In various places, troops had been summoned, the Riot Act read, and a few Chartist skulls cracked. Until now, the political establishment had largely dismissed these disturbances. From the perspective of London, it was merely another sign of the general wretchedness of the northern industrial cities, which the old land-owning class pretended to scorn. Louis himself had paid it little mind. Louis Ramon Valienté, a solitary figure since childhood, concerned chiefly with his own survival, did not consider himself part of any larger society. Besides, the unrest had scarcely brushed against his own life. He could feel a distant sympathy for a child worked into an early grave, but it was not his affair. However, circumstances had shifted. This spring of 1848 was indeed a season of revolt across Europe, even reaching capitals like Berlin, and everywhere governments wavered and monarchies shook. Britain had so far avoided such revolutions, but the steady stream of affluent refugees crossing the Channel sent a chill through the wealthy and powerful. Riots in London itself, in Trafalgar Square and other locales, did nothing to soothe nerves. And now, in this foreboding spring, the Chartists had called for a massive gathering on Kennington Common, on the outskirts of the city. Their aim was to assemble a crowd, 1 million strong, and march into London. To Louise, this all sounded like an improbable threat. Surely it would come to nothing. This was cramped, sooty old London, not a cauldron of rebellion like Paris. Not in the slightest, Hackett insisted, a sly grin touching his lips. I have my sources. The government is moving regiments into the city. Ministers' homes are under guard. Special constables are being sworn in. The royal family is being whisked from the capital, and so on. All done quietly, of course, but I've seen one of their secret weapons caches myself, at the Admiralty. They are determined this will not be the spark that ignites a wider conflagration, and that, Valienté, my friend, is precisely where you and I enter the picture. Hackett's scheme, as he laid it out, was for the two of them to slip into the heart of the gathering mob, and in his own words, cool the flames. To Louise, the whole idea felt dangerously ill-defined. Were they really supposed to weave through a seething, grimy crowd of disgruntled labourers, all stirred into a frenzy by political rabble-rousers? More than that, it went against every fibre of his being, every instinct he'd honed over a lifetime to keep his ability, his waltzing, utterly hidden. His reluctance, however, had clearly been foreseen. Oswald Hackett leaned in, his tone weighted with significance, and detailed his arrangements with a select group of special constables. These men had no true understanding of Hackett's intentions. He'd fed them only vague and misleading hints that he and Louise were government operatives. Their role was simple, to signal the location of key agitators, foreign instigators, and other rabble-rousers. Hackett held Louise's gaze steadily as he spoke of these allies in the police force. The unspoken threat was crystal clear. Try to back out now, and these very constables would be on him faster than a starving rat on a scrap of garbage. Louise realised, with a sinking feeling, that he was trapped. He would have to see this ludicrous charade through, focusing solely on keeping his own neck safe and seeing where it all led. As fate would have it, the morning of the great assembly dawned with a torrential downpour, enough to wash the spirit right out of the occasion. A crowd did muster on Kennington Common, but the Chartists' dream of 1 million voices fell flat. Louise estimated a mere 10,000 souls at most, their enthusiasm thoroughly dampened. They were met not only by the regular police, but by special constables guarding the bridges into the city. Hackett noted, with a cynical twist, that many of these volunteers were wealthy men and government ministers, there to protect their fortunes and a constitution they believed required no hurried amendments. Thank you very much. The whole affair culminated in little more than the delivery of a laughably oversized petition to Parliament, accompanied by a handful of scuffles and arrests. Louise privately thought the coffee vendor saw more action than the lawmen that day. Yet, even amidst this relatively tame and bloodless demonstration, Hackett set to his task with grim determination, and Louise had no option but to trail behind him. Their method was straightforward. A constable would discreetly indicate a target. Louise would then waltz sideways into the silent woods, manoeuvre to the suspect's position, spin back into the crowd, bodily seize the individual man or, on a few occasions, woman, hoist them off their feet, and waltz away again, unceremoniously dumping the bewildered person amidst the trees. No matter how fiercely they fought when grabbed, the victims were always left disoriented and stunned by the sudden shift from the roar of the crowd to the profound quiet of the forest, often doubled over with sickness from the transition. Louise would then walk a short distance through the woods and hop back into the fray, taking care never to reappear in the exact same spot, lest some sharp-eyed observer grow suspicious of the great elusivo vanishing into thin air. After the assembly concluded, Hackett explained, these temporary exiles would be collected from the forest, returned to England, and handed over to the constables. And what, Louise had pressed, if they start babbling about what happened about us? To whom the constables? Hackett scoffed. Who's going to believe some raving agitator spouting nonsense about trees and swamps in the middle of London? Especially if he's yelling in French or German. Or even Gaelic. What a thought. And if they come to harm out there, Louise persisted. What? Trampled by a wild boar, mauled by a bear? Hackett's reply was chillingly casual. Or perhaps the very act of being waltzed might finish them off. Some old family stories suggest it's possible. Well, if so, no one will mourn, or even know will leave them in a godless grave far from home and bid them good riddance. In the end, the work itself proved unsettlingly simple. Louise was no stranger to a brawl, and the physical demands of his stagecraft had left him with a wiry resilience. The scuffle cost him little more than a bruised rib, a smarting shin, and one spectacular shiner. Many of the men being rounded up for transport were, in fact, foreign agitators, predominantly French, and Louis was taken aback by how deeply the English movement had been penetrated. He began to wonder if Hackett's grandiose, far-fetched scheme might actually hold some merit, especially if the work proved this straightforward. At one point, pausing for breath over a retching, disoriented Frenchman who was cursing fluently while puzzling over his disintegrating shoes, the nails had been left in London. A detail Louis found darkly amusing. As he himself always wore sturdy, sewn leather slippers, Louis locked eyes with another young man standing over his own subdued captive. The fellow was tall and lean, and he flashed a grin and a wave. "Mine's a Scotsman, if you can believe it." Still dreaming of bonny Prince Charlie, earlier I snagged a great hulking Irishman. I was hoping it might be Fergus O'Connor himself, but that Chartist mastermind remains at large. It hadn't occurred to Louis until that moment that he and Hackett weren't the only ones working the crowd. Of course, Hackett would have recruited others. And of course he would keep even his allies in the dark, holding his cards tightly to his chest. Louis collected himself and called back, "Mine's French." "So I gathered. Coarser language than you'd hear on the Marseille docks, I'd wager." Rather good sport, this, isn't it? Well, back to the grindstone. These rabble-rousers won't arrest themselves. Cheers, with a neat wink. The man vanished. Louis returned to his task. By day's end, he slipped away without further trouble. Then, to his utter bewilderment, Oswald appeared at Louis's theatre that evening to announce they had an appointment with royalty. Louis borrowed a respectable morning suit from his theatre manager. Hackett had emphasised the need for continued secrecy, so Louis claimed he needed it for a wedding. He later mused that saying he required it for a magistrate's hearing might have been more believable. Oswald Hackett, predictably, looked resplendent as he assembled his small party at Charing Cross, where Landhaus waited to carry them to Windsor. The group was modest, 8 waltzers in total, all men all around Hackett's age or younger. Louis had no idea Hackett commanded so many. He recognised only one besides Hackett, the tall, agile young man from the forest. There was no common mould among them, some short, some tall, some rugged, some refined, fair and dark alike. Most appeared to be of British stock, unsurprisingly. Only Louis, with his Mediterranean heritage, stood out as distinctly non-Anglo-Saxon. All were well turned out, though a few, like Hackett, wore their finery with natural ease. Louis suspected their backgrounds varied widely in privilege. Hackett discouraged chatter and stifled introductions. He stated sternly, "You are not new boys at some minor public school. You are here to place yourselves at Her Majesty's disposal for the purpose of all manner of sly and covert affairs, whatever my fertile imagination can devise, and sly and covert it must remain, given our shared talent, in which case the less you know of one another, the more effective you'll be. If I don't know your name, I can't betray you, can I? It's a lesson learned by rebels through the ages, from our own Chartists back to the French who turned on their king, and the Americans who bit the English hand that fed them." Nevertheless, as they boarded the coaches, that lanky fellow sought out Louis and slipped him a covert handshake. The man appeared to be around 25, roughly Louis's age, and his handshake was surprisingly firm. "Fraser Burden," he introduced himself. "Given we've already bumped into each other in the Widdershins forest, we might as well exchange names, don't you think?" Louis gave his own name, and in a brief exchange, Burden quickly pieced together how Hackett had discovered and recruited him. "My own story," Burden continued, "involves meeting the good doctor at Cambridge, where I'm dabbling in the natural sciences. Oswald was there for some conference on vanishing species. Rocks are more my interest, and he caught me waltzing after I took a tumble from a punt. Better a stumble than a swim in the Cam. I've never had a talent for poling a boat. I thought I was alone, just trying to stay dry by shifting widdershins. A bit careless, but here we are." Soon after, they boarded the coach with Hackett, and the opportunity for further conversation vanished. Approaching Windsor Castle, Louis found the exterior to be a daunting fortress, a centuries-old accumulation of opulence built upon a foundation of medieval harshness. Passing through the Norman Gate into the vast walled compound, they were met by the earthen mound crowned by the round tower. Inside, the atmosphere felt oppressive and close, a feeling that only intensified as their group was handed from one attendant to another. They moved through grand passages that gradually narrowed, eventually arriving at a secluded, shadowy corner where a trapdoor awaited descending a staircase. They were met by servants bearing oil lamps who guided them through a labyrinth of underground corridors. The rooms they passed were crammed with shelves overflowing with documents, alongside dimly glimpsed curiosities, mounted hunting prizes, spears, tribal drums, and an elaborate feathered headpiece. Louis grew increasingly uneasy. acutely aware that their escorts, though smartly dressed, were large, formidable men positioned at both ends of their party, their loose jackets easily concealing weapons. "Consider yourselves privileged, gentlemen," Hackett murmured with reverence. "This is a private royal vault. It houses the records of numerous reigns, including the present one, along with gifts from the colonies and other nations, and an assortment of historical clutter. It is here, deep below, that the Queen and consort hold their most confidential meetings." Fraser leaned closer to Louise, his voice a low whisper. "Perhaps it's fitting that this is the monarchy's memory centre. You realise where we are, right? Beneath the original castle on its mound, built by William himself after the conquest. Part of a chain of fortresses meant to control London. Now Windsor is home to a young queen and her expanding family. But you can't escape that original, brutal purpose." "I'm no historian," Louise whispered back, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. "But being trapped like this is unbearable. I'm seriously considering waltzing out of here." Fraser gave him a puzzled look. "But you can't. Not from this depth, unless this was originally a natural cave. You can't waltz out of a cellar. There's solid earth or bedrock in every direction, widder shins or daisy eel. Didn't you know that? You really haven't explored the limits of your own ability, have you?" The thought had never crossed Louis's mind, as he seldom found himself far underground. A stubborn defiance rose in him. Well, nobody mentioned there'd be a pop quiz on the subject. Finally, they entered a more comfortably appointed chamber. Clean gaslight illuminated a tasteful suite of furniture, a thick carpet, and walls lined with bookshelves. Floor-to-ceiling mirrors attempted to create an illusion of space in the confined room. Open doorways led to adjoining chambers, offering a slight reprieve from the claustrophobic maze. The room struck Louis as the sort of parlour a modest, respectable family might own, comfortable, but not lavish, judging by his own limited exposure to such homes. A handful of men, most in dark suits, were already present, some leaning against the fireplace and others seated comfortably. The waltzers clustered together on the rug with a hint of awkwardness, though Oswald confidently struck a theatrical stance. Soon a dignified attendant made the introductions, and with each name Louise's astonishment deepened. A severe, sharp-featured man in his mid-30s, wearing an unremarkable suit, was presented simply as Mr. Radcliffe. Two sturdy, servant-like men at the rear went unnamed, leading Louise to guess they were either plainclothes officers or military personnel, likely supported by more hidden elsewhere. Then there was a peevish-looking gentleman in his 50s who remained seated rather impolitely, with thinning hair and stark white sideburns. This turned out to be Prime Minister Lord John Russell, and leaning casually against a mantel in a sharp morning coat, sporting an impressive set of whiskers himself, was Albert, the royal consort. The great Elusivo had performed in some challenging venues, but he felt completely disoriented before this assembly, even as Albert promptly assured them all formality was unnecessary. Louise couldn't help but wonder if someone in the royal circle or the government, perhaps that sternly observant Radcliffe, had truly considered the risks. If any of the waltzers had ill intentions toward the prince, where better to meet than underground, a place from which, as Burden had noted, none of them could simply waltz away. "Dr. Hackett," said the prince, his accent a crisp, weighty German. "It is very good to see you again," Hackett replied with pride. "Thank you, sir, gentlemen. His Royal Highness has shown a keen interest in our unconventional offer of service from the start. As I previously explained, sir, the ability we possess is exactly as I demonstrated to your aid, Mr. Radcliffe, that evening in Windsor Great Park several weeks ago. And now, during the Chartist gathering at Kennington, we have proven its practical value. We step aside. I could no more explain how we do it than a newborn baby could describe taking its first step. We find ourselves in another location, a kind of woodland. I've no notion what it signifies, or even what part of the globe it might be, if it is our world at all. Perhaps we ought to dispatch a naturalist to investigate. Send for Mr. Darwin." The prince was kind enough to chuckle at this, but the grim Radcliffe appeared to lack any humour. "Your flash doesn't impress. It is your usefulness in this world that interests us, Dr. Hackett." Flash, a piece of London street slang. The word felt out of place here, startling Louise. Maybe there was more to this Radcliffe than met the eye, and yes, a definite undercurrent of menace. Hackett, however, remained unruffled. He continued smoothly, naturally, and you grasp the principle of that usefulness, just as I showed in the Great Park. I waltz into the forest. He took a step to the left to illustrate. Then I walked through that forest. He moved forward a pace, then another. As he neared Prince Albert, Louis noticed how the servant types at the back of the room, and indeed Radcliffe himself, all tensed, fully vigilant, and then I return a step to the right. Poof! I vanish and reappear out of thin air, somewhere entirely different, like a low-budget stage trick, he added, unable to resist a wink at Louis. It isn't merely that I go unseen, you understand? It's that I, circumvent any barrier in this world, a wall, a line of soldiers, the vault of a bank strongroom. That is the secret of our value to you. You mention a bank, remarked the prince. It seems your ability would be particularly useful to a thief, Albert observed. Quite right, sir, and I've no doubt there are men in the world who would employ such a talent for dishonest purposes, Hackett replied. Louise leaned toward Fraser, murmuring, He says that without a hint of shame, even after confessing his own wild youth. Authenticated records of the more honourable deeds performed by waltzers like myself are naturally scarce, Hackett continued. I rely largely on family stories handed from one generation to the next, though I do possess a few fragments of written evidence in certain instances. Fraser whispered back, and now we return to the tales of Hereward the Wake. This time, however, Hackett did not reach so far into the past. He spoke instead of the Spanish Armada. Queen Elizabeth's court was of course filled with spies and agents, yet my own distant forebear managed to infiltrate King Philip's admiralty more deeply than most, returning with the battle plans for the entire invasion fleet. The Queen herself never knew of it, so the story goes, but he did earn a handshake from Sir Francis Drake. Hackett's eyes gleamed with a storyteller's pride. A few decades later, another ancestor helped to undermine Cromwell and his Roundheads. Their own godlessness made them strangely susceptible to superstition, and they were thoroughly spooked by a bit of staged haunting. Leap forward another century, and a distant uncle was slipping in and out of the camp of the Jacobite Pretender, as he marched into England during the '45 rebellion, creating all manner of delightful chaos. I'll even confess to some work on the other side. One of my great-great-aunts from a colonial family managed to spy on Lord Cornwallis himself during your American War. To Louis he sounded like a street performer in the New Cut, perhaps laying it on a bit thick. Yet he clearly held Albert's interest. So here we are, sir, at the dawn of your own long reign, prepared to place our unique skills at your disposal. You might call us your knights, the Knights of Discorporia. Albert appeared amused, though I must note there was never any such goddess. Well, there damned well ought to have been, Hackett declared. Albert gave a slow nod. I have discussed this with Her Majesty. We are both agreed that a resource as singular as you and your men represent must remain a secret, confined to the smallest possible circle. He glanced briefly at Russell, who returned a stony glare. The Prime Minister had remained silent, evidently viewing this entire meeting as a frivolous waste of his time. Or so Louise surmised. Naturally, Albert went on, your activities will require careful oversight at all times. His gaze shifted to Radcliffe. In fact, it strikes me that your greatest value may lie in countering similar agencies employed by our rivals and enemies. For I cannot imagine you would argue that such a talent is an exclusively English trait, Dr. Hackett. Indeed not, sir. You are very wise to consider that. But yes, we do accept your offer of service. How could we refuse? Albert paced, his expression grave and thoughtful. I hold a dream, you know, of unity across Europe and beyond, a true brotherhood among the great powers, even between Britain and Prussia. Yet in this year of petty rebellions, many of my own relatives have been driven from their thrones. He shot another look at the Prime Minister, his tone turning unexpectedly sharp. Oh, they debate the destabilising effects of Palmerston's foreign policy in the highest offices, but for me it cuts close as the bone. It's a personal anguish for my family and for my ideals. I believe, you see, that all men of honour must serve as best they can. I expressed it in one of my addresses, perhaps you recall, Russell. I conceive it to be the duty of every educated person closely to watch and study the time in which he lives, and, as far as he is able, a grumbling Russell finished the quote for him, to add his humble mite of individual exertion to further the accomplishment of what he believes Providence to have ordained. Well said, sir, Hackett chimed in, sounding rather sycophantic to Louis's ear. And that, it seems to me, is precisely the endeavour you're undertaking here today. Albert's response was a wide, magnificent, bewhiskered grin. The knights were sent forth with a final, rousing invocation to the Queen, St. George, and the goddess Discorporia. Louis and the others responded with enthusiastic applause, the only fitting reaction to such a moment. Albert, suggesting refreshments were now in order, saw a servant slip from the room. He then draped an arm around Dr. Hackett's shoulders, steering him away. Given your exemplary handling of the Chartist unrest, Albert began, his voice dropping to a confidential tone. Fraser Burden nudged Louise, nodding toward an open doorway. Albert's all fire, but his better half seems less impressed. Louise turned to see a young woman in a white dress passing through the adjoining room, a book in hand. She was undeniably pretty, with strikingly large blue eyes, though her stature was petite and her chin somewhat soft. The sheer youth of her face was a stark contrast to her reality. Crowned queen, barely a month past her 18th birthday, and already a mother 6 times over, her gaze flickered toward Albert's gathering, and for a heartbeat, Louise felt it lock directly with his own. A look of clear disapproval crossed her features before she turned and hurried away. Fraser chuckled. Looks just like her portrait on the postage stamps. While the prince conversed with Hackett and servants circulated with drinks and heavy pastries, Louise noticed Radcliffe. He stood motionless at the room's centre, his eyes methodically scanning each knight in turn, his intense stare seeming to catalogue every detail of their faces. Ben's shout echoed in the kitchen. Go away. I'm afraid that's not an option, Ben, Lobsang replied, his voice steady. Agnes, seated with her sewing, let out a quiet breath and resolved not to step in. Lobsang stood beside the boy and the cat litter box. You've done excellent work with the litter. Shimi will be pleased. Now it's time to wash up. Supper is nearly ready. I'm making mushroom soup. See the pot on the hearth. You usually enjoy it. I hate mushroom soup. Your opinion was rather different yesterday. You're stupid. Lobsang actually laughed, as if the 5-year-old, 2 years into their life at New Springfield, had delivered a clever retort, a debatable assertion. You're ugly too. Ugly and stupid. Beauty is subjective, they say. You're not my real dad, you idiot. Ben, we've discussed this. Hate you. I hate you. With a furious shove, Ben upended the plastic box, scattering litter across the floorboards. He then bolted out into the stockaded yard, the screen door slamming shut behind him. Lobsang stood staring after him, arms folded tightly. He turned to Agnes. A little assistance would have been appreciated. By not interfering, I am assisting. You're the one with experience in these matters. They're called children, Lobsang. Any person who successfully raised Joshua Valienté into a functional adult, mostly functional, clearly has expertise. If my prosthetic arm malfunctioned, I'd consult an engineer. My relationship with Ben is malfunctioning. You are the engineer. And you were the one who wished to be a father. Well, here is your opportunity. She made a brisk shooing motion with her hands. Proceed, be a father. He shook his head and spread his hands in that familiar, helpless gesture she remembered from the low earths, when she'd criticised his leaf-sweeping in the Troll Reserve and made him start over. But I don't know where to begin. He despises me. No, he doesn't. He said so. He is 5 years old. He's prodding you, testing boundaries. Half the time he doesn't comprehend the weight of his own words. She sighed, setting her sewing aside. Listen, your task is to discover what is truly troubling him. That is the entirety of my counsel. But, she held up a single finger, and if you attempt to pull me into this further, I will leave the room. I may even take one of my strategic naps. Ah, yes, he said, a trace of bitterness in his tone. The tactical retreats. This is what you wanted, she repeated firmly. This is the reason we came here. Lobsang released a long, weary sigh. Very well, I suppose I should find a broom for this mess. At least I'm decent at that. Leave a little for Ben to handle just to prove a point. 2 years into their life in New Springfield, Agnes realised they were still figuring things out, just like the Irwins, the Todds, the Bells, the Bambers, and all the others who had settled here long before they arrived. But that was the whole idea. Lobsang, after years of observing the expansion into the long earth, now wanted to experience it firsthand, living under the name George. The community had already accomplished so much. They understood cleanliness, for instance, crafting their own soap from animal fat and potash produced by their charcoal burners. As the clothes they'd brought from the datum slowly wore thin, they began making their own, gathering hemp, flax, cotton and wool from their sheep, and now from Lobsang's flock as well, learning to card, spin and weave the fibres. They even produced pungent candles from the fat of pigs that had gone feral in the woods. Most strikingly, they moved with an easy familiarity across the stepwise layers of their world. Unless there was a barn dance or a town meeting happening, much of the population could be found far from the original settlement's heart, living in a relaxed, natural rhythm within the long earth that Agnes had never seen before. She imagined the children growing up here, including Ben, would accept this life as completely ordinary. They did take certain shortcuts, Agnes had come to understand. You rarely saw the very elderly or the gravely ill. They were fortunate that Bella Sarbrook had some medical training, but when age or serious sickness set in, or in one heartbreaking case, when a couple had a child with severe disabilities, people tended to drift back to the more advanced care available in the low Earths. On the flip side, their homemade remedies and supplies were quietly supplemented by a steady trickle of goods from those same low Earths, or from Valhalla. Agnes saw no harm in it. If those resources existed, why not use them? Meanwhile, Lobsang was conducting his own agricultural experiments. With help from neighbours, he had cleared some of the old fields, first marked out by the settlers. Using his horses, cattle and some willing hands, he ploughed the land and planted his initial crops, wheat in the lighter soil, oats and potatoes where the earth was denser. The first wheat harvest, though modest, attracted curious volunteers who came to reap with hand sickles to thresh and winnow. The adults, while not farmers by trade, saw it as enjoyable work and viewed George's small farm as a valuable addition to their children's education. Of course, not everything was being invented from nothing. Lobsang was genuinely impressed when Oliver Irwin showed George a complete digital set of the whole Earth catalogue, stored on a wind-up e-reader. Lobsang copied it into his own collection, a row of mostly physical books kept in the gondola. The titles included Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, Verne's The Mysterious Island, Twain's A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, Stewart's Earth Abides, Miller's A Canticle for Leibowitz, Dartnell's The Knowledge, and miniature-bound sets of magazines like early issues of Scientific American, a pre-electronic Encyclopaedia Britannica, and even a facsimile of the first encyclopedia ever published by Diderot in the 1600s. Encyclopedias are a hedge against the collapse of civilization, Lobsang remarked to Agnes, with only a hint of self-importance. He seemed to nurture a long-term vision, building a civilization from the ground up right here in the wilderness, much like Verne's castaways in The Mysterious Island, progressing all the way to generating electricity and stringing copper phone lines. He even dreamed of going further, developing a portable civilization kit to give to explorers and settlers, ensuring that the hard-won lessons of 10,000 years of human progress wouldn't be forgotten as humanity spread ever outward across the long Earth. Lobsang's mind often drifted to grand visions, yet for the moment his focus remained on the practical, designing a watermill by the creek to process his wheat. He believed in moving forward one careful step at a time. Ben, meanwhile, had settled into the rhythms of the local outdoor school, a fluid gathering held under open skies or within whatever shelter was available, its location shifting between worlds. The group was small, just a dozen children ranging from toddlers to teenagers. Marina Irwin, Nikos's mother, served as the guiding teacher, fostering a community where older students mentored the younger ones. She often enlisted adults to lead specialized sessions for small clusters of kids, emphasizing hands-on survival skills, identifying edible fungi, navigating by starlight, and for the older ones, lessons in hunting and weapon safety. Yet Marina also valued culture, making regular use of her well-worn, complete volume of Shakespeare's works. In this frontier society, Agnes quickly observed the absence of formal legal structures. While the datum US government theoretically extended its aegis policy and laws across the infinite long Earth, no one here had any interest in invoking that distant authority. Interestingly, the community also avoided the harsh, quick-trigger justice found in some isolated towns. Instead, conflicts were resolved through patient mediation, agreed-upon reparations, and communal feasts designed to mend fences. This process demanded exhausting amounts of discussion. But in such a tight-knit group, the grim alternative was a lasting feud, which everyone wished to avoid. People here certainly had the time for long conversations. And, of course, if a dispute proved utterly intractable, a person could always simply walk away into the vastness of the long Earth, a permanent, if lonely, solution. For now, however, Agnes felt no desire to leave. She paused in the room they had finished refurbishing, which she thought of as the parlour. Lobsang had transformed it into a serene miniature Buddhist temple with a gleaming wooden floor and walls adorned with intricately carved panels sourced from the low Earths, vibrant with reds, golds and accents of green. It was a world apart from her own Catholic upbringing, but she found comfort in its orderly symmetry, the gentle fragrance of incense and the statue of the Buddha's peaceful smile, so different from the agonized depiction of the crucified Christ. Ben, for his part, delighted in the bright colours, declaring they reminded him of Christmas. On balance, Agnes concluded they were happy here. Life was never without its flaws, and some days she could only see the mounting challenges. Yet she possessed enough perspective to recognise that, overall, This community was stumbling towards something good. They were piecing together a new way of life, drawing on humanity's collective wisdom and their own resilient practicality. If this was Sally Lindsay's purpose in bringing them here, it had been a sound decision. Her one persistent trouble was sleep. In the quiet nights, unsettling voices whispered at the edge of her hearing. The sound of Lobsang and Ben returning pulled her from her thoughts, and she bent her head back to her sewing far away. In the damp chill of Datum London, Nelson Azikiwe continued his solitary pursuit. Buried in dusty archives or shivering in poorly heated hotel rooms, he pored over ancient tablets, chasing the convoluted threads of the Valienté family history back through centuries. His search led him to 1852, to a city unlike any other, New Orleans, or Orleans as its residents called it, a place Luis Valienté was about to discover for the first time. Before his initial dealings with Oswald Hackett and the Knights of Discorporea 4 years prior, his travels beyond London had been limited. He had performed in Manchester for crowds of factory workers whose roughness made the street vendors of Lambeth seem polite, and he had squandered a generous performance fee on a confused week of leisure in Paris. Now, in the August heat of 1852, walking through the city with Hackett and Fraser Burden toward their lodgings, his luggage in hand, he struggled to make sense of the sensory assault. The oppressive warmth, the cacophony of sounds, the blend of music and cheerful expressions, the foul scent from the river, and the overwhelming disorder. As a plainly dressed Englishman, he had never felt more distinctly out of his element. "It reminds me of Paris," he finally offered, grasping for a familiar point of reference. "In a manner of speaking, observe the buildings. Some possess a certain grace. They're open and shaded, suited to this climate, naturally. And you can't miss all the French being spoken." "Seems more like London to me," Burden remarked. "Strip away the pleasant weather, pile on a couple hundred years of grime, and you might as well be in the East End." "Ridiculous," Hackett said with a dismissive wave. "To my mind, the entire city feels like a perpetual uproar. The din, the vividness, the music blaring from every corner. If I could recall my Dante properly, I'd likely assign it to a specific circle of hell. One mustn't forget that all of this sprang from nothing 4 centuries ago. This is slave territory. Never lose sight of that. Why, the largest slave market in the nation operates right here. A realm of slave owners and slave catchers armed with their knives and pistols, their tracking dogs, their whips, and their mob justice." Burden's expression tightened. "Spare us the sermon, Hackett. Thank you. We've endured quite enough of that tone from the Prince these past 4 years. We're here, aren't we? We understand the task, the mission, as you label it. Let's just focus on why we came." "Indeed," Hackett replied, his tone turning cool. "Let's." They turned onto a bustling grand avenue known as the Vieux Carré, lined with bars, hotels, cafes, and other establishments of more ambiguous purpose, which Louise suspected Hackett knew a little too intimately. For all his moralizing speeches, Louise recalled Hackett's tales of his wilder days as a young waltzer. Hackett certainly dressed the part for this environment, wearing a tailored broadcloth coat, a detailed waistcoat, a crisp shirt, and a silk cravat. Both Fraser Burden and Louise, comparatively shabby in their attire, watched with a touch of envy. Louise wasn't entirely shocked when Hackett guided them to their overnight accommodation, situated on a slight elevation in the district's centre, which proved to be a brothel. The building resembled an ornate townhouse done in an exaggerated classical style, and it was filled with remarkably lovely young women, all dressed with elegance, who caught Louise's eye. "Good heavens," Burden exclaimed, looking around. "It's like a showcase of rare birds at Prince Albert's Blessed Exhibition." "However," Hackett said quietly, "establishments of this nature are often unexpectedly supportive of the particular cause we are advancing tonight." He ushered them to meet the house's madam, whose name Louise never learned. She was petite, somewhat rounded, with jet-black hair streaked with grey and pulled back neatly. Her skin was dark, undoubtedly a result of the port city's vast mingling of peoples, but her commanding presence and authoritative demeanour uncomfortably reminded Louise of an older version of the Victoria he had once seen at Windsor. She smiled at Hackett. "You're the conductors, sir."
"We are."
"And you have our passengers with their tickets prepared?" "I certainly do. Right this way." Burden raised an eyebrow at the coded exchange. Both he and Louise were now familiar with the unique terminology of the Underground Railroad, a railway that existed only in principle, whose passengers were fleeing enslavement. The madam led them through garishly decorated parlours. Louise never saw the private spaces where the real gritty business of the establishment was handled. The madam's personal office resembled a comfortable sitting room, modestly furnished, with a desk buried under ledgers and dotted with inkwells. A glass case in one corner held an assortment of medical bottles and, more unsettlingly, a carefully maintained rack of firearms, from pistols to long rifles, each looking ready for use. With a click from one of her manicured nails on a hidden catch, a section of the wall slid back, revealing a small, windowless chamber lit by a solitary gas lamp. The madam ushered the three men inside before withdrawing smoothly, sealing the door behind her. Luis blinked in the sudden gloom, his eyes adjusting from the daylight outside. The room was bare, a blank box with no other exit. Its purpose, however, was clear. This sealed space was a portal, a discreet entry point for waltzers to slip between worlds unseen. Hackett gave a broad smile. "Leave your bags. You won't need them where we're headed. I just need to confirm our valuable passengers are secure. As we depart this very evening with our companions aboard the River Goddess, bound upriver for Memphis. Everyone ready? I've got stomach settlers if you need one. Into the widdershins we go, on the count 1, 2, 3. The parallel version of New Orleans didn't strike Luis as wildly different from the original. If you ignored the total lack of human construction, that is. He pondered whether the mighty river's lazy, coiling path through this vast wetland was precisely the same here. At least his boots were reasonably dry. The slight elevation the brothel occupied in the regular world seemed to hold here, a tiny island of firmer ground in the endless muck. The humid heat was instant and oppressive. Hackett suddenly smacked his own neck. "Got you, you little devil! Farther north, I'm told. You can spot all manner of bizarre creatures, best admired from a distance. Enormous camels, horses no bigger than a large hound. Cave bears, lions, beasts modern America has thankfully never had to meet, thanks to the mercy of extinction. But here, just mosquitoes, thriving as always, and alligators do not approach the water." He gestured westward. There are our charges. Lewis spotted what looked like a worn military tent, its heavy canvas anchored by ropes and stakes driven into the damp earth. A thin tendril of smoke rose from a small fire near the open flap, with washed clothing, shirts, trousers, faded underthings, draped over the ridge to dry. In the shade of a makeshift awning, sheltered by a draped mosquito net, two men sat. Both were black. As the three Englishmen neared, the younger of the two threw aside the netting, rose to his feet, and faced them, gripping a crude homemade cudgel. The older man remained seated, propped against a pile of blankets. Hackett held up his hands. "It's only me, Simon, Oswald Hackett, as promised. Who else would it be? And these two gentlemen are here to assist you on your journey north, commencing tonight." The younger man lowered his weapon, his expression softening into a smile. "Mr. Hackett, a relief to see you." Luis was taken aback by the man's diction. His speech was polished and clear, defying Luis's expectations of American accents. Yet Simon bore the marks of severe mistreatment. A poorly stitched scar marred one cheek, and the flesh around his opposite eye was swollen shut. The older man, his hair and scruffy beard shot through with grey, barely acknowledged them. Introductions were made. Simon and the older man, Abel, were grandson and grandfather. Hackett crouched, removing his hat to speak to the elder. "And you, Abel, do you recall me? I brought you over from New Orleans. From that pleasure palace?" Abel rasped, a rough chuckle escaping him. "Haw, should have left me there. Them girls would have been the death of me, a fine way to go." "Then I returned for Simon," Hackett continued, his voice dropping as he checked the old man's pulse with a practised, concerned touch. "You recall the plan?" "Yes, sir, Mr. Hackett." "Just Hackett is fine." "Yes, sir, Mr. Hackett." "Come," Simon offered. "Join us out of this sun. We've got root beer and I can make coffee." Lewis observed the odd assembly gathered in the tent's patchy shade. 3 Englishmen and 2 fugitives sharing warm root beer and stale biscuits. It struck him as a lonely pocket of humanity in this twisted version of America, with only cave bears and tiny horses for company, assuming those were real, and whatever other time travellers might be passing through. Hackett was quick to reaffirm their escape route. "We take the Goddess upriver to Memphis and switch boats there. At Cairo, we change once more for the Ohio, heading for Evansville, Louisville, then Portsmouth. After that it's overland to Pittsburgh." Simon finished the thought with a faint smile. "And across the Mason-Dixon line to freedom. Then you're clear," Hackett said. "If luck holds. Plenty can go wrong, I won't lie," Hackett admitted. "On the steamer you'll be tucked near the boiler, it'll be stifling, and you'll be tossed in the dark. Slave catchers have taken to smoking out cargo holds these days, checking for stowaways. We've got oilskin hoods and wet cloths for your faces to help with that. but riding a steamboat still beats walking the whole way through this backward land, which is the only other choice. And the three of us will be with you. We can always step away from trouble if needed." Simon suggested, "I could move about openly, act as your manservant. I can play the fool well enough, like my grandfather here. Roll my eyes and call on the Lord's mercy." "No doubt you could, and convincingly. But you're runaways, Simon. Everyone knows how the railroad operates. They'll be watching all along the river, with the Fugitive Slave Act. Those hunters can cross into free states, and the law says not to hinder them, even in Boston or Philadelphia." "True, all true," the old man murmured. "That's why I'm bound for Canada. Queen Victoria's promise. Follow the drinking gourd to the North Star." Hackett nodded toward Louis. "The drinking gourd is the Big Dipper. It points to the North Star. I aim to shake the British Lion's paw, yes, sir." "You will, but until we're safe, stay hidden as much as possible." Louis noticed Simon seemed as uneasy about the whole scheme as he himself would have been in their place, which was perfectly reasonable. Burden spoke carefully. "Forgive me, Simon, you aren't exactly—" "What you anticipated." Simon's grin was easy, revealing broken teeth. "My upbringing was uncommon. Whether you think my life has been poorer for it is your judgment." He took a sip of coffee. "As a child, I was sharp and presentable. That's not vanity, just the facts. I became a companion to the plantation owner's younger son, Alexander, on a Louisiana cotton farm with 100 slaves. When you're that young, things like master and slave fade beside whatever game you're playing. I was 4 when Alexander started his lessons. He was restless. His father, seeing I was clever and had a steadying effect, brought me into the main house. I was already mimicking the master's talk by then, and mimicking is probably the kindest word they'd use. They dressed me up and taught me to speak properly and mind my manners, and I became a companion for Alexander, only within the house, never at school or anywhere beyond it. Naturally, I learned a great deal myself in the process. I was quicker than Alexander, though not by much. Of course, I knew better than to outshine him too, obviously in our studies, letting him believe he could best me, which, to be fair, he often did. I was a contented child, gentlemen, completely unaware of the unnatural bond that held me. It shames me to admit I wasn't even troubled when my mother and my younger siblings were sold away by the master, though later I would burn with rage upon learning from other slaves that it was because my mother had refused the master's advances. This pattern continued as I grew. Once Alexander passed 12 or so, he became more distracted by the company of his own kind, especially young ladies, but I remained a useful companion at home. I was given tasks around the house, not just serving and cleaning. After I turned 16, I was trusted with some routine parts of the plantation's bookkeeping. The master took amusement in having me wait table for his more refined guests, a scrawny slave with the manners and speech of a proper gentleman, as he enjoyed boasting, however inaccurately. He spoke of those days with a hint of nostalgia, though to Louis the idea of being treated as a pampered pet, however kindly, felt utterly grotesque. Well, all things run their course. Alexander turned 18 and was sent off to a prestigious college up north in New York. As for me, growing older meant I no longer had a clear place in the household. A slave boy of 12 with polished manners might be considered charming, but a man of 20 starts to look perpetually on the edge of disrespect. Hackett nodded, and so he was cast out of the house. Just like that, after a lifetime of relative comfort, even as property thrown down among the field hands. "You can imagine my fate," Simon said, looking away. To those men, it was as if a white man had been dumped among them. I was beaten, stripped, robbed of everything I had within the first few hours. I fought back. Oh, I fought, but I was alone. No, Abel spoke up, stirring. Not alone, had me, his grandpappy, but his daddy gone, his mama sold off, rest of the family kept their distance. I fought 'em, told 'em that's my grandchild, but I'm old, sir, old and worn down. All of that I might have endured, Simon said, now his eyes closed, voice turning hard. I would have grown tougher. I would have found my footing. But then I discovered the master had decided I was the troublemaker, not the victim of the trouble, you understand, and he meant to sell me off. He opened his eyes and looked directly at Hackett, and that, sir, I could not bear. I have seen the auction block, men and women stripped bare, grease rubbed on their skin to make it gleam, the rough inspections by buyers, the language of the livestock pen. You can see why we run, Abel said. Hackett took both their hands. Louis thought he saw tears in the man's eyes. Oh, I see it, sirs, I see it, and we will see you safe to the Free States, where your learning and character, Simon, will be a blessing, not a burden. Now, Burden, Valienté, a word on our plans. He led the 2 men outside. Louise immediately began swatting at mosquitoes. "Slavery," Hackett began. "What a system! To own a person from birth to death, to use as you please, and then you own their children too, and their grandchildren onward forever, like the offspring of some prized stallion. I don't know which is more cruel, a life of relentless labour which has worn poor Abel to the bone, or to be shown a little kindness, a taste of refinement, only to have it ripped away on a whim like poor Simon." Burden grunted. "It's a wicked business either way when you're the one suffering under it, and no wonder they'll risk everything to break free. Why, I've heard of men mailing themselves to Philadelphia in boxes and crates. Let's not get too self-righteous, Parson Hackett. We British were the ones who introduced that terrible practice to this continent in the first place. True, but we are attempting to make amends now. Prince Albert himself urges cooperation with the Underground Railroad, even as the government must officially look the other way to avoid diplomatic friction. The law, of course, favours the slave catchers with their weapons, and a powerful man like Simon could fetch $1,000 or more. It is an unusual pursuit for a prince, this shadowy network of safe houses and coded signals. Yet Albert took immense satisfaction when freed slaves strolled through his great exhibition, much to the chagrin of certain delegates from the American South. He lowered his voice. "Do not mistake me. This mission is righteous, but it will be arduous. Our situation is plain. Dear old Abel will slow us down, while Simon has ideas above his station. Burden cut in. He'll be trouble all the way to Pittsburgh." Hackett shot him a look of pure contempt. "Is that truly your view? Thank heaven, then, that in the Free States a man can never be considered too elevated for his own good." Simon's voice interrupted. "Courteous but firm. Dr. Hackett, my grandfather requests you. He inquires if Prince Albert has delivered any new addresses." "Immediately." Hackett strode toward the tent. Burden turned to Louise, his tone a low grumble. "I'll fulfil my duty to crown and conscience, and I relish thwarting those hunters, but I've had my fill of Hackett's sanctimony. He doesn't own morality. Setting that aside, Valienté, what are your intentions once this adventure concludes?" Louise gave a non-committal shrug. "Perhaps explore more of America. This is my first journey beyond France. How would you like to earn some real money?" "A significant sum, in fact." Louise's brow furrowed. "You're not proposing anything unlawful, I hope?" "Certainly not. Just listen. You must have heard of the gold rush. For years now, a good portion of this nation has stampeded to the California hills, shovel in hand, dreaming of fortune, and most have returned with nothing but broken health and empty pockets." "Quite right, but a select few have struck it rich, astonishingly so." Louise shrugged again. "Good for them. What concern is it of ours?" "I am no miner." Burden sighed in exasperation. "But I have a background in geology, remember? And we wouldn't be miners. Think, man, why are we waltzers so oblivious to the opportunities laid before us? We identify a successful prospector. We examine his claim reports, his surveys. We might even visit the site, observe the diggings. And then, Lewis understood instantly. We step widdershins and find the same untouched lode. Exactly. Waiting as if no one had ever set foot there, with the maps already in our possession. The main hurdle is we cannot bring iron tools across. But we can solve that. We could choose a place of deposit and simply pan the streams. All the prospecting work is done for us without any of the risk or guesswork. Now, tell me what is dishonest about that." Louise couldn't help but smile. "It feels like a trick. I know, but it isn't. Isn't it brilliant? We've spent years trailing Hackett on his charitable errands. Don't you believe, for all the dangers we face in these escapades, we deserve more than occasional gratitude from our German friend? Not to mention the constant cloud of suspicion that follows us." Louise knew precisely what he meant. The unspoken tension of their unique abilities, the sideways glances, the perpetual feeling of being outsiders in every world they touched. It was a wearying burden, a chance to build something for themselves. Free from that shadow held a powerful allure. Louise found himself thinking about Radcliffe, the quiet government man who always seemed to hover near Albert during their meetings. Albert, with his dreamer's heart, would passionately speak of the remarkable abilities and good works of his knights, as he fondly referred to them. Yet Louise could sense a deep-seated wariness from the other officials in the room. A group of such shadowy figures, operating with such high-level access, naturally bred suspicion. It all felt precarious, like a performance that couldn't possibly go on forever. He was nearing 30, and the thought crossed his mind that this adventure might one day end badly for all of them. Perhaps it was time to start planning for a life beyond this. "I'll think about it," he finally said. Burden groaned and smacked his palm against his forehead. "Come on, man, don't just think, act." But Louise wasn't one for impulsive decisions. They made their way back to the tent, where Hackett was holding a scrap of paper, reading aloud one of Albert's speeches in a deep, resonant voice. "I profoundly lament that the noble and persistent efforts of England to eradicate that abominable commerce in human souls, which has brought desolation to Africa and represents the darkest blot upon civilized Europe, have thus far yielded no satisfactory resolution." For old Abel, the words seemed to carry a magical weight. His gnarled hand shot out and clamped around Simon's wrist. "Simon, you hear those words? The desolation of Africa, the darkest blot. You hold on to 'em, son. Don't you ever forget?" Something was fundamentally off with this world. After 3 years on Earth, West 1 line 217,756, with Lobsang, Ben and Shimi, Agnes had reached that firm conclusion. The people themselves were wonderful, and people were what truly mattered. A truth Agnes held close. The rest was just set dressing. But the setting itself was deeply strange. Consider the old Poulsen property. It had started with Nikos Irwin and his dog treating that tumble-down swap house past Manning Hill as their personal clubhouse. Now, as Nikos and his friends were outgrowing it, a younger crowd was taking over, including Ben and Nikos' little sister, Lydia. Agnes had heard the ridiculous ghost stories and brushed them off. Yet she couldn't deny the odd feeling that clung to the place whenever she went looking for Ben. There were strange smells that vanished before she could place them. Once, she'd caught a fleeting glimpse of a sickly green light pulsing from behind the house. It reminded her of her final illness in her last life, that first ominous lump under her skin that signalled everything was wrong. The Poulsen house felt like that, a flaw in the world, an unwelcome intrusion. She hadn't outright forbidden Ben from going there yet, dreading the inevitable fight. But the idea was taking root. Honestly, what Agnes hated most was losing track of time. House rules be damned, she hadn't had a proper night's sleep since arriving. Dawn always broke too soon, regardless of the season. She sometimes saw the same foggy exhaustion in others, like Marina Irwin when she came by for coffee, a muddled, vague tiredness without a reliable watch. She couldn't prove if her sleep was actually shifting or by how much. Even the wildlife was out of sorts. The furballs would pop from their burrows at all the wrong hours, and the large birds would sometimes careen through the trees, erratically shrieking like mad things. She'd thought about asking Lobsang to let her check her internal chronometer or the gondola's clocks, but she kept delaying. It felt like admitting that would shatter the delicate illusion of this life. For his part, Lobsang, or George as he played his role, offered no opinions. He just kept quietly tending to his tasks, head down, as if ignoring the growing crack in their reality. Despite the unpredictable weather, he laboured on the farm, reinforcing the stockade fence, patching the roof of the house. They were slowly expanding, pulling weeds from his flower beds, tending his vegetable plot, and caring for the livestock and fields. He was sociable, joining the community hunts. And, in a rather comical turn, he was attempting to learn the fiddle, hoping to play at barn dances. The evening air over Manning Hill was often filled with sounds resembling an arthritic warthog. Agnes supposed this was, in a way, a victory for her. He had revived her to provide a counterbalance to his own tendencies toward omniscience and omnipotence. But now, perhaps typical of Lobsang's obsessive nature, he had swung to the opposite extreme, abandoning his old self entirely to immerse himself in this new existence as George, a man rooted in the soil of a remote Earth. He steadfastly refused to ponder any anomalies in their world. Even the occasional flashes they glimpsed on the moon's surface failed to break his focus on the mundane tasks of pioneer life. For Agnes, that simply wasn't enough anymore. She decided to take action. On a bright spring day, sheltered from the prevailing wind in the lee of the house, Agnes wrestled with her makeshift project in the yard. Shimi approached, moving with a slight stiffness, and settled beside her to inspect the contraption. Agnes had taken a plastic funnel from her kitchen supplies, hung it from a bracket, filled it with fine sand from the creek bank, and let the sand stream steadily into a bucket below. Now she sat on the ground, measuring her own pulse against the falling sand. If this world wouldn't permit clocks to function, she was determined to build her own. Forget electronics, or even the mysterious intricacies of clockwork. She was going back to basics. "If I may ask, Agnes," the cat inquired, "what on earth are you doing?" "Can't you tell? I'm making an hourglass, and I'm missing Joshua. He'd have whipped up something for me in a couple of hours, probably in a nice, polished wooden case." The cat licked a paw thoughtfully. There are simpler methods to tell time, a basic sundial, for instance, though calibrating one would take several weeks at least. I'd planned to do that too, but I want another method, independent of the sun. I need to measure the length of the day. Shimi, I know this might sound foolish. I spent months on Twains operated by US Navy personnel. Trust me, nothing you say about mechanical matters will sound foolish to me. And I understand why you feel the need. We've discussed this before. I think there's something wrong with time here, Agnes burst out. The days feel too short, or maybe too long. I can't tell. All I know is I've had persistent trouble sleeping since we arrived, and with all our watches and clocks either left back home in Madison West 5 or rendered useless here. My internal chronometers are also inaccessible to me, and I don't want to ask Lobsang because I think it would upset him if I started questioning the rules of this place. I need to make my own measurements. My idea is that if I can accurately measure an hour, I'll stay awake for a full day and night, from dawn to dawn, and just count the hours, count how many times I have to empty the bucket. It's crude, but it's better than nothing. Noon to noon would be a more reliable interval, easier to mark precisely. A sundial could help you establish that, and it might be more accurate to use smaller buckets measuring half or quarter hours. You could even use both methods to cross-check your results. But how can you be certain your hourglass measures a true hour to begin with? That's the core of my problem, all right? She showed the cat her wrist, her thumb pressed against a vein. My resting pulse has always been quite steady, about 50 beats a minute. A strong heart. Yes. I assume Lobsang replicated that when he, well, remade me. That is a rather uncertain baseline. Agnes found it a challenge not to respond with sarcasm to a talking cat offering technical critiques. I assume you have a better idea. Actually, I do. Construct a pendulum. A what? A basic pendulum. A string hanging from a beam with a weight attached. The length of the string controls how long each swing takes. A string measuring 39 inches will give you a swing period of almost exactly 2 seconds. That's assuming gravity here pulls the same as it did back on the datum, which we verified among other readings when we first arrived. A longer string would mean a longer period, offering more precision. You could use that as a reliable reference to build from. Create sand timers to measure a minute. Combine them for 5 minutes 30. Without thinking, Agnes leaned in, cradled Shimi's face, and planted a kiss on the top of her head. Cat, you're brilliant. But Shimi pulled away from her touch. Agnes instantly forgot all about her high school science projects. Shimi had never reacted that way before, not once. Shimi, what's wrong? She picked the cat up, feeling a slight, protesting squirm, and examined her carefully, checking her limbs, and then gently pressed her belly, where she discovered several hard lumps. Are you sick? I am old, Agnes, the cat said, resting in her arms. Or rather, I have been programmed to become so. My body is filled with microscopic agents, aging me a little more each day. And because I am old, I am unwell. I experience a carefully simulated arthritis, and several of my internal systems are failing. It's quite an achievement of engineering. Does it cause you pain? The cat remained silent. Well, would you like us to do something about it? After only 3 years in this place, Agnes hadn't given much serious thought to her own distant future, to the time when it would seem strange if she didn't begin to show her years. She was aware Lobsang had brought along systems to let them alter their appearance, but she also knew there were other possibilities. You don't have to endure this. We could restore you stage a passing. We could even summon a Twain and pretend it delivered a new, younger cat to us. No. I am who I am, Shimi stated firmly. I carry long memories. I began as a simple technology demonstration piece from the Black Corporation. Yet, I sailed with Joshua and Lobsang on their very first voyage, out to the high megas and farther. I journeyed with Captain Maggie Kaufman to the furthest edges of the long Earth. In these recent years, I have been Ben's cat, and that is all. I'm not willing to throw all of that away. You wouldn't have to. You'd still be yourself inside. The cat looked up at her, those distinctive LED green eyes seeming a little faded. I could not turn into some boisterous young kitten and still be me. Besides, there is no emergency. Not yet. No decisions must be made today. And just then Ben came racing into the yard, and the conversation was cut short. At 6 years old, with scuffed clothes, dirty knees, a face smeared with mud and messy hair. Ben was a whirlwind of energy. He was carrying a basket of grapes. Agnes, Agnes, look! He thrust the basket forward, and Agnes noticed something glinting on his right arm, a sort of silver band. She set the cat down gently. What is that on your arm? Grapes? I can see the grapes on your wrist. He quickly hid his arm behind his back. Nothing. Can I bring the grapes inside? Can I have some? Come here, please. She held out her hand, palm up. Your right hand now. Agnes's tone of authority had been refined over what felt like multiple lifetimes spent handling children of all kinds, and Ben was far from the most challenging she'd ever managed. Now, clutching his basket awkwardly, he walked over to Agnes and dutifully extended his arm. The bracelet was slightly too large for him. She slid it off his wrist and over his hand without trouble. It was a simple loop of metal, clearly silver and well crafted, with a noticeable weight. It had to be valuable. Price tags in dollars didn't hold much meaning here, but items like this, usually brought out as family treasures or tokens from weddings and such, were highly regarded. Shimi murmured to her too quietly for the boy to hear. They still hadn't told Ben that Shimi wasn't a living creature. I have noticed other children wearing similar things lately. Rings, bracelets. I guess I do too, Agnes murmured in response. I didn't think anything of it. She extended the bracelet. What's your take on it? Shimi gave it a tentative lick. High-quality silver, she stated. Exceptionally pure, manufactured with great precision to very tight tolerances. This is machine-crafted. It didn't come from some backyard operation. Nothing like that exists around here. The closest we get to handmade jewellery are the reed brooches Bella Sarbrook makes in the autumn. It also lacks any hallmark, so it doesn't seem to originate from the datum or low earth either. Then where? Who are you talking to? Nobody, sweetheart. Just talking to myself. Now, Ben, where did you find this? You're not in trouble. Just tell me, was it at the old Poulsen property? Aha. Have you been back there again? Aha, he admitted hesitantly. Down in that cellar again, I suppose. No wonder you're covered in dirt. So who gave you this bracelet? Nobody. Then where did you get it? Swap pile. Agnes felt a small, sharp pang in her chest, as this was the first time she realized Ben had intentionally lied to her. No, Ben. It wasn't with the swap items. The swap pile in that house is full of leaky pots, broken brooms and outgrown clothes. That's what the swap stuff is. Nobody leaves beautiful things like this in a swap pile. So who gave it to you? Was it another child? Was it Nikos? Her mind raced briefly with thoughts of theft or some hidden trove left behind by the Poulsens. People she'd never known. Beetleman, the answer, utterly unforeseen, left her stunned. What did you say? Beetleman? He gave it. Nikos said it was okay. Beetleman. What does the Beetleman look like? Ben smiled. Funny. She studied him, thinking deeply. All right, Ben. Look, it's getting late. You go on inside and wash up now. After he left, she said to Shimi, when Lobsang gets back, he and I are going to have a very long discussion. And tomorrow I'm going to the Poulsen place myself, without Ben, but with Nikos. And with Lobsang, even if I have to drag him by his prosthetic nose. She slipped the bracelet into her pocket. Then she looked down, managing a smile, and gently stroked Shimi's back. Now, should we see how far we can get with this pendulum setup? What length string did you mention? 39 inches? The next morning, Agnes left Ben playing with little Lydia under Marina Irwin's watchful eye. Then, Agnes, Lobsang, and a visibly sheepish Nikos Irwin trekked over Manning Hill toward the abandoned Poulsen homestead. Nikos's dog Rio, older now but still sprightly, trotted beside them, keen to investigate and be part of the adventure. It was well past dawn on a fairly still day. The small furred mammals had concluded their early foraging, and the woodland spreading across the lowland beneath the hill was hushed. I can't believe you're roping me into this nonsense, Lobsang grumbled. I've got potatoes that need hilling, beets that require watering. What nonsense! Ben's just a little boy, Agnes. Little boys explore, they poke into things. It's what boys do. Oh, George. Naturally, if they discover a junk heap like this Poulsen place, they're going to dig through it. George, Ben had a bracelet made of solid silver, if it even was a bracelet. If you start asking, and since the previous day Agnes had been doing just that. Half the children in New Springfield are walking around with similar items. Every parent thinks it's only their child. I believe everyone is a little ashamed that their kid found such valuable objects at the Poulsen property, things that aren't rightfully theirs. Mostly they kept it quiet. Just like you did until now, isn't that right, Nikos? Yes, ma'am, Lobsang said. You know, Agnes, folks here aren't like the city people you and I are accustomed to. They don't interact with strangers every single day. They don't have cameras in their faces constantly, a government taking their taxes, corporations endlessly analysing their behaviour to sell them things. Out here, you mind your own business. Well, perhaps. But whatever the reason, nobody connected the dots, did they? It's like a going out of business sale at a jewellery store. All these treasures just pouring out of that wrecked house. But you know what's really going on, don't you, Nikos? Ma'am, the silver beetles are completely harmless. Don't explain it to me, Agnes cut him off. I'll see for myself soon enough. But they're strange, aren't they? Something unusual, out of place even for a jungle world a million steps from the datum. Yes, ma'am, and you took young children down there, kids as young as Ben and your own sister. Nikos shifted his weight, a mix of discomfort and stubborn pride on his face. I have, but I've been exploring that place for years. They were safe with me. I've always been safe. He does have a point, Agnes. Lobsang chimed in unhelpfully. Agnes shot back, save your opinion for when I've assessed the actual damage. They reached the Paulson house. Its half-built stockade was crumbling, and the abandoned fields were now a nursery for eager young trees. The house itself had peeling whitewash, and an old porch swing was being swallowed by a determined vine. Only the front door showed recent use, with a path cleared through the debris on the porch. So, Nikos, Agnes asked, do we go in through the door? You need to go around back. Behind the house was a pit, crudely dug into the narrow strip of earth between the house and the stockade wall. It looked to be about 8 feet deep. The ground around it was curiously bare, free of the young ferns that carpeted the rest of the area. Lobsang peered in. A root cellar? But it's clearly unfinished, and there's an opening in the side. He looked at Nikos. Where does it lead? I thought you wanted a demonstration, not a description, Nikos said, a hint of cheek in his tone. He turned to his dog. Rio, down, stay. The panting dog settled into a patch of shade, tongue lolling, watching them. Nikos gave her head a quick scratch. She'll be asleep in no time. He slipped off his backpack, opened it, and pulled out a smaller, lumpy sack that looked full of stones, tying it to his belt. He faced the adults. Ready? He looked directly at Agnes. You're not getting cold feet, are you? Mind your manners, Agnes said. Nikos, you lead. I'll follow George. You bring up the rear. Who appointed you commander? You did, 20 years ago when you brought me back, she said quietly, with a glance at Nikos. Now, did everyone bring their flashlights? The descent down the sloped tunnel from the makeshift cellar was straightforward. Over the years, Nikos and his friends had carved convenient hand and footholds into the earth. But both Lobsang and Agnes were stunned when they clumsily emerged from the shaft into a long, low chamber, illuminated only by their flashlight beams. The floor was packed dirt, the ceiling smooth and supported by pillars of earth and stone. They were clearly deep underground. What is this place? Agnes breathed out. I'm not sure, Nikos said. His voice had changed in the echoing space, his face half in shadow. The earlier shame was gone, replaced by a quiet pride of discovery. It has something to do with the silver beetles. I call it the gallery. Reminds me of a picture from a museum book my mum used to read with me. Agnes noted the shift in his demeanour. Maybe he had a right to be proud, she thought. He probably should have told someone, but the sheer nerve to explore this alone was something. Lobsang, however, was unimpressed. It's no gallery. It's a played-out mine of some sort. He swept his light across the roof and floor. An iron seam. This region has ore deposits. That's partly why New Springfield was established here. But I'm not aware of any major mining operations, just a few small digs for the forges. This is considerably more than a small dig, George. Obviously. So, Nikos, about these famous beetles of yours. Turn around, Nikos said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Look, turn around. Agnes and Lobsang turned together, their flashlight beams sweeping across the darkness. And there it was. The beetle was waiting. As their flashlight beams washed over the form, it detached itself from the ground. Rising on a cluster of rear limbs, its obsidian shell shimmered with silver inlays, and translucent sacs filled with some unknown gas clung to its exposed greenish underbelly. It was roughly the size of a person. A face, partially concealed behind a silver visor, turned to regard them. Agnes felt a wave of pure astonishment, a complete overwhelm. Nothing in her imagination had prepared her for an entity so profoundly alien. She recoiled, an instinct to flee surging through her, held in place only by Lobsang's steadying grip. Just breathe, Agnes. I am breathing. Lob, George. I am perfectly composed. What in God's name is that thing? Lobsang raised his empty hands in a placating gesture and began a slow, cautious circuit around the being. The beetle-like creature remained motionless before Nikos, who had opened his pack to display an assortment of geological samples, some hard as granite, others as soft as sandstone. For a moment, the boy and the alien formed a silent, still-life portrait as Lobsang studied them. I've met folks who've trekked to the farthest reaches of the long earth, Lobsang murmured as he walked. I've covered a fair bit of ground myself, but I've never encountered a whisper of anything like this. A proud grin spread across Nikos's face. Oh, there are plenty more where he came from. And you're certain it's a he? I doubt Nikos has a clue, to be honest, Agnes interjected, her patience thinning. George, just describe what you're actually seeing. It's insectoid, she stated, without hesitation, like a beetle. That dark, segmented plating covers its body. I can't even make out how many limbs it has, legs, arms, maybe something more like a centipede. It doesn't correspond to any known terrestrial taxonomy, Lobsang mused, or to any plausible evolutionary branch in the long Earth. Not even the sentient crustaceans Maggie Kaufman documented on the Armstrong-Drake expedition. So it's something entirely novel, Agnes concluded. Or something not from here. Not from any version of Earth at all. A flash of childish frustration crossed his features. Honestly, I resent this. I don't want a new mystery. I almost wish you'd left me up top. No, you don't, Lobsang replied gently. He let out a long breath. Fine, what about the silver ornamentation? Agnes leaned in, squinting. I see straps. A sort of harness slung across its upper torso. Small studs embedded directly into the shell, bangle-like objects on several limbs, exactly like the bracelet Ben brought home. And that mask, obviously. The head, George, aside from the eye, it's disturbingly humanoid. Uncanny, right? Likely just a convergent shape. His professorial tone grated on her. You're just guessing, George. You don't know a thing yet. But maybe Nikos does. Nikos, can you communicate with it? No, Nikos said flatly. They don't make sounds, just a dry, scraping noise when they move. Probably their armoured plates rubbing. Some of them can fly. Their backs split open and these wings unfold. It sounds like rustling parchment. For some irrational reason, that specific detail sent a chill down Agnes's spine. Nikos added, You see the flyers more in the planetarium, not so much down here. Lobsang's head tilted. The planetarium, save that for later. All right, no verbal exchange, so explain the rocks. I trade them for the silver pieces, the rings, the pendants. We collect rock fragments from all over the forest floor and bring them here. If we're doing it right, we're supposed to show them on a map where we found each sample. I call it a map. It's really just a messy sketch I made once. You're bartering geological specimens for crafted artifacts. I suppose that's one way to put it. Agnes pressed. If you can't talk to them, how did this whole system even start? How did you figure out the trade? Nikos bristled slightly, annoyed at the interrogation in his own domain. It took ages, started by accident. First time, I had a piece of quartz in my pocket, I just held it out. After that, the point is, Lobsang cut in, nobody ever informed this clever boy that communication between such radically different beings was supposed to be impossible. So he simply went ahead and pioneered it. But the question remains, why would they want rocks? Presumably they're prospecting looking for new places to mine. They needed to understand the terrain, but for what purpose? Agnes asked Nikos to demonstrate his method of exchange. With a shrug, he offered a piece of stone. Silvery appendages extended from the creature's underside accepted the rock and passed back a small silver object resembling a pendant. George, look at those limbs, Agnes observed. They aren't simply covered. Some of those arms are made of metal. Perhaps that dark, chitin-like shell is artificial as well, George mused. This being might be a hybrid, part biological, part mechanical. In that case, Agnes remarked, it ought to feel perfectly at home among us. Nikos gave her a confused glance. Lobsang inquired, Nikos, you mentioned there are more of these creatures, dozens of them. The first time I came down, this whole area was crawling with them. You don't see that as much anymore. I think they might be nearly finished with whatever they were doing here. But you also encounter them, in this place you call a planetarium, correct? Well, it's not really a planetarium, Agnes interrupted. Another term from your mother's storybooks. Yeah, seems a little childish now, I suppose. Never mind that, Lobsang said. Can you take us there? He glanced around the chamber. Is it an adjoining room, another tunnel? Oh, no, you have to step there. Agnes instinctively pulled back. That's impossible. Everyone knows you can't step out of an enclosed space like a mine or a cellar. She thought of Joshua, who had taught her most of what she knew about stepping. Nikos made a face. Well, it's a different kind of step, I'll have to show you. Agnes exchanged a look with Lobsang. Do you think we should follow if he's survived it, and possibly Ben as well, I suppose we can? Lobsang pointed out. But we don't have our stepper boxes with us, Agnes. We weren't planning on stepping anywhere today. That was true, though both of them knew, and Nikos didn't, that stepper technology was integrated into their own systems. Agnes even had a small, peculiar port at the base of her spine where she could insert a potato in a pinch. But Nikos said, utterly fearless, "You won't need them. I've got my box right here on my belt." He held out his hands. "Come on, I'll guide you." The beetle-like creature curled back onto the ground and scuttled away, its chitin and metal scraping against the stone. As it retreated into the shadows, Agnes thought she saw it flicker and vanish. Maybe stepping was somehow possible here after all. She took Nikos's right hand. "Let's go. What could possibly go wrong?" Lobsang, more hesitantly, took the boy's left hand and... The sky was a dusty orange-brown, thick with stars. Some were large enough to appear as distinct discs, while others glowed with a faint greenish tint against the hazy backdrop. A swollen red sun rested on the horizon, its shape distorted and fragmented by atmospheric refraction. The ground was studded with blister-like domes, some low and squat, others tall and bulging at the top like mushrooms or stunted trees. Agnes spotted what looked like a river, with a possible roadway running alongside it. The entire scene was disorienting. She drew a shallow breath. The air was thin and carried a scent of insects, metallic and sour, like crushed cockroaches. Silver beetles crawled everywhere, along the riverside path, across the open stretches between the bubble structures. If the one they'd met in the gallery had come with them, it was already lost in the crowd. None of them paid any attention to a teenage boy and two androids disguised as a farmer and his wife. Nikos grinned. "This is the planetarium, isn't it amazing?" Agnes looked at him, then down at herself. The odd light from the sky turned her skin orange, leaching the green from her shirt and the blue from her jeans. She didn't belong here, not at all. The sheer alienness of it all crashed down on her at once. A cold tremor ran through her. Lobsang immediately moved to embrace her. "Stay calm, Agnes." "I didn't sign up for this." "Lobsang?" she whispered, keeping her voice low so the boy wouldn't hear. "This was your suggestion, coming out here. Only because I believe Ben had already explored this area." "Oh, Ben, if he actually made it this far, he must have been absolutely terrified." "I doubt it," he returned repeatedly. "Remember, where exactly are we, Lobsang? Some remote corner of the long Earth? Did we pass through one of Sally Lindsay's soft places? I don't believe any Earth, anywhere, ever had a sky like this. We are a very long way from home." "How far?" "The long Mars. Mars has a rust-coloured sky, doesn't it? But not that many stars? How did we even get here? How could a single step—" "There have been whispers," Lobsang admitted. "About what? Imperfections in the fabric of the long Earth. Specific locations where stepping in a particular manner can transport you elsewhere. Tales of jokers with such qualities. Joshua and I once found one ourselves called the cue ball. We didn't linger long enough to discover just how bizarre it was." Agnes understood. This was one of those flaws. Not merely the Poulsen house or the pit in the ground. The entirety of Earth West 1,217,756 itself. It matched her gut feeling from nearly the start. A defect, an anomaly that shouldn't exist. Somehow everything was linked. It had to be fascinating, Lobsang remarked. She managed a dry chuckle. "What?" "One specific thing amid all this madness. The sky, those stars with a greenish tint, clustered on one side, not the other. Why such a peculiar lopsidedness?" "Oh, for heaven's sake!" She shrugged off Lobsang's supportive arm. Noticing Nikos watching, she felt a flush of embarrassment at her earlier vulnerability. "Take me back," she stated firmly. Back at their cabin, Shimi was waiting by the door, practically vibrating with urgency. The cat didn't waste time. "I monitored your experiments, the pendulum, the timer funnels, the sundial. I have reached a conclusion, though the exact precision is unfortunately unclear." "That's fine," Agnes said. "Just tell us." "When we first arrived, the day was 24 hours long. Standard for nearly all the worlds of the long Earth. I observed this myself." But now Shimi gave a full-body shudder. Agnes knelt quickly. "Shimi, are you okay? Let me get you something." "No, please, Agnes." The cat's green eyes were wide and intense. "Now, according to your instruments, the day is shorter. Only 23 hours, plus a few extra minutes. You were correct. You were right all along." Agnes's gaze snapped to Lobsang, the silver beetles, the planetarium. "And now this, the whole world spinning faster. What does it mean, Lobsang?" "I will have to investigate," he said with a weary sigh. "So much for our quiet homesteading, to investigate what would you need." "A Twain," he replied. "I need a Twain to survey the entire world, and Joshua Valienté. Agnes, I need Joshua." For Nelson Azikiwe, who continued his patient inquiries, the deeper mysteries of Joshua Valienté's family history kept slowly revealing themselves. Louis Valienté never forgot his 1852 adventure with the runaway slaves, Abel and Simon. The event filled him with pride for his British heritage and his role as a waltzer, one of Oswald Hackett's Knights of Discorporea. It was, for the first time, a true validation of his identity. Yet, as years turned into decades, his involvement with the Knights gradually faded, and his life charted its own unique course. That course changed dramatically due to his stake in a fictitious California gold mine, entirely orchestrated by Fraser Burden. Naturally, the ore was easily extracted, thanks to piggybacking on the backbreaking 5-year efforts of some unfortunate prospector in the actual California. Louis was perpetually amazed by Fraser's ingenious cover story for their strike's unusual origin. For the authorities, Fraser claimed the mine had been opened by a distant cousin. All documentation and the mine's precise location were supposedly lost during a botched robbery attempt when this cousin came to town to register his find. They got away with it. In the bizarre, rumour-fuelled subculture of the gold rush, it seemed there were even wilder tales circulating. And just like that, Louis was a wealthy man. The sudden fortune left him restless, however, and he soon funded a lengthy expedition east, a journey that would unexpectedly lead him to the bustling port of New Orleans, and a fateful encounter that reshaped his understanding of the new world growing around him. Louis directed the profits from his gold into the promising new industry of steam engines. As railroads spun their iron threads across continents, the ancient sea lanes faced their own revolution, with coal-fired steamships beginning to cross the oceans, a change heralded by vessels like the Great Western since 1838. He proved a more astute investor than his father on the whole, building a comfortable fortune that allowed him to indulge a fondness for the stage, financing variety performances in English theatres. He discovered that Fraser Burden had funneled much of his capital into the arms trade, an industry booming, after the long European peace was shattered by the grim conflict in the Crimea. Walking through London in later years, Louis would often see a veteran stationed at a corner of the New Cut, a man with one leg who performed drill routines with his crutch, mimicking the motions of marching and presenting arms. A medal gleamed on his chest, and Louis sometimes imagined the man might have even met the Queen, who had taken such a personal interest in the war and its soldiers. Old-timers said the streets had been full of such figures after the wars against Napoleon. All gone now, replaced by this new generation. Armaments, indeed, Burden, Louis reflected, had always possessed a harsh, pragmatic edge that he himself lacked. Not long after returning from America, Louis married. His wife was a former singer from the music halls who had, for a brief, dazzling period, been an admirer of the great Illusivo. Illusivo, no more, Oswald Hackett had quipped while serving as best man. Finally caught and pinned down. They made a home in a respectable townhouse in Richmond and welcomed a daughter. Christened Elspeth, though Louis privately called her Ella, a quiet, solitary nod to his own elusive history that even his wife never knew. A son, Robert, followed. As the children grew, Louis watched them closely, relieved to see no signs of the waltzer's gift in either, sparing them its peculiar burdens and wonders. Their life was quiet, modest, and thoroughly proper. Louis noted Prince Albert's death in 1861, an event that consumed the nation. The Queen retreated into perpetual mourning, and the last trace of that youthful, wary woman Louis had once seen in Windsor's vaults seemed to vanish forever. He did wonder how the loss of the Knights of Discorporea's great patron would affect their work, but by the time he turned 40 in 1863, he heard little of their activities. His own advancing age made him less useful as an agent, and Hackett had always been secretive. As the 1870s began, with Britain watching a newly unified Germany under the fierce Chancellor Bismarck march into France and lay siege to Paris, Louis's connection to the Knights faded to the occasional, almost sentimental letter or visit. Thus it was a genuine shock when Hackett appeared at his door one spring morning in 1871 and asked him to travel to Berlin. He and Burden were to make separate journeys, Hackett explained, visiting specific government buildings and royal residences. Louis was hesitant, but wary of crossing Hackett. He agreed. His own mission passed without event. An even greater surprise came weeks later, when he, Hackett, and Burden were all summoned back to Windsor. Louis spent a restless night at a hotel on the Strand, his anxiety pulling him from bed long before dawn and his scheduled meeting. He walked down to the Thames, where, in the grim, early light, the mudlarks were already at work, children and elderly women wading through the cold river muck, searching for scraps of wood, lost coins or lumps of coal. The city was already stirring as Luis made his way through the pre-dawn gloom. He watched the sewer hunters crawl from their subterranean passages, tools in hand, their bodies caked in a layer of grime, as they divided whatever foul treasures they had dredged from the muck. Even on the streets, the bone grubbers were at work, picking through refuse for anything of value. It was a grim race to rise before the competition, the whole metropolis resembling a giant compost heap teeming with human insects, just as Hackett had once grimly observed, all of them scratching and scrounging for the smallest scrap. By 8 o'clock, Luis reached Charing Cross, where his companions waited beside the brougham bound for Windsor. This time, the three older men, Oswald Hackett, now well into his 50s, were met only by the man called Mr. Radcliffe, accompanied by several imposing attendants. Their meeting was held in a drawing-room that felt oddly provisional, tucked away in the lower levels of the Conqueror's Tower. To Luis, the room's opulence was staggering. The carpet beneath his feet likely cost more than his entire estate. The walls were hung with solemn black crepe, maintaining the funereal style Queen Victoria had clung to since her consort's passing. Aside from Radcliffe and his guests, the only others present were those stiff servants posted by the doors and walls. They looked to Luis like nothing so much as Coldstream guards awkwardly pretending to be butlers, and he suspected his guess wasn't far off. Radcliffe had aged, his temples grey, his posture slightly stooped. He must be nearing 60. Yet his focus remained razor-sharp, his gaze piercing. "Gentlemen," he began, "we meet again, sadly. No princes in attendance this time." Burden let out a derisive snort. "Perhaps the widow of Windsor herself will pour our tea, eh?" Hackett shot him a warning look. Radcliffe's smile was thin and did not reach his eyes. Age clearly had not softened him. "You know why you are here, or you've likely surmised. You were sent into the New Germany, to the very heart of Berlin. Now you have returned with your reports. Shall we adjourn to the archive? You recall it from your last visit. The stairwell is just down the hall." Hackett moved to follow, but Burden seized his arm. "Not this time, thank you," Burden stated. "I've grown rather sensitive to confined spaces in my advancing years." Hackett pulled his arm free, his expression one of confusion and irritation. To Luis's surprise, Hackett, for the first time he could remember, yielded to Burden's lead. Radcliffe feigned astonishment. "You, Mr. Burden, the celebrated gold miner of California, afraid of a little enclosure? Surely not. Call it an occupational hazard. Well, are we having tea? Why not take it right here?" Burden cast a glance at the muscular servants lining the walls. "I assume these lads are discreet. There's no particular reason you need us downstairs, is there?" Radcliffe acquiesced, gesturing for them to sit. Soon a burly footman arrived with a tea service. As the man poured with surprisingly delicate care, Burden leaned toward Luis and muttered, "Never thought I'd see such fine porcelain handled by a pair of gorilla's mitts like those." With the tea served, Radcliffe requested their verbal summaries of Bismarck's Berlin. When his turn came, Luis outlined his cover. "I presented myself as a theatrical impresario, scouting local acts for potential booking in English theatres. I took lodgings on Unter den Linden, which gave me every excuse for daily strolls past the Prinz Karl Palace and the various ministries along Wilhelmstrasse." This was merely an overview. Each had already submitted exhaustive written accounts with detailed sketches. For Lewis, external observation of these key buildings had sufficed. The others had managed to waltz their way inside for more intrusive intelligence. After all had reported, Radcliffe gave a curt nod. "Satisfactory. Now, I wonder if you have deduced the true purpose behind this entire endeavour. And why did it have to be the three of you, the absolute pinnacle of your Knights of Discorporia?" He spoke the words as if they were bitter ash on his tongue. "That isn't difficult to deduce," Hackett replied with stern authority. "I believe your target is Bismarck himself." Louise was taken aback by the direct accusation, but Radcliffe showed no reaction. Hackett pressed on without hesitation. "I can even follow the reasoning. Please do, to prevent a European war." We all recall the late Prince Consort and his vision of a united Europe under a somnolent dynasty. He married his and Victoria's eldest daughter to the Prussian crown prince to secure that very future. Bismarck, of course, would have none of it. Now we have this formidable German mastiff loose in a European garden that has, as everyone knows, enjoyed a fragile peace since Napoleon's fall. In Bismarck, you confront a man of ruthless determination and immense political cunning. "A man who could be the downfall of us all," Radcliffe interjected, nodding. Who has, as you note, shattered a half-century of continental tranquility with a brutal war, and whose legacy may ignite further conflicts before this mess is resolved? No, the man must be stopped before he inflicts more harm and spends more lives. Which is precisely where you gentlemen enter. Hackett considered this thoughtfully. This is certainly a leap from the Underground Railroad and your minor espionage games. It even surpasses that business in Sebastopol during the siege. Lewis lifted his brows in surprise. That was a story he hadn't heard. Burden offered Radcliffe a sardonic grin. But what, precisely, do you intend for us? Kidnapping? Assassination of the German Chancellor? Are you in earnest? Do you truly expect us to believe Her Majesty's government would resort to such methods? This isn't some obscure Balkan statelet. Moreover, such an act would likely throw all of Europe into chaos and hasten a war far more swiftly than any of Bismarck's plots ever could. Radcliffe remained composed. It is the will of Her Majesty. Nonsense, Burden scoffed. Produce her and let her tell us so herself. Hackett appeared genuinely shocked. Show some respect, man. Radcliffe rose to his feet. If you would only accompany me to the archive, I could outline the plan more clearly. We have documents, maps, intelligence reports. This is already a costly and meticulously planned operation. Burden retorted. Determined to get us down into that pit in the earth, aren't you? Radcliffe drew a steadying breath. There is also someone waiting to meet you there. You once met a Prime Minister before in Lord John Russell many years past. And now, Burden let out a loud, derisive laugh. You expect us to believe you've convinced old Gladstone not only to endorse this lunatic scheme, but to appear in person and wait in some cellar for the likes of us. Hackett, looking perplexed, began. It does sound rather improbable, Mr. Radcliffe, if you could please explain. But Burden cut him off. He stood facing Radcliffe squarely. All I wish to clarify is that this discussion is concluded. Farewell, Radcliffe, and thank you for the tea. Now, if you would kindly direct us back to our carriage. Now, Radcliffe said softly. Louise, still seated, felt rather than heard the approach of a massive presence behind him. Then it was as if a thunderbolt exploded inside his skull. He was dimly aware of 2, perhaps 3, powerful men seizing him and hurling him to the floor. Darkness swallowed him. When consciousness returned, he found himself in the all-too-familiar vault beneath Windsor Castle. Radcliffe evidently had gotten his way. As he tried to shift, Louise discovered his wrists and ankles were locked in heavy iron shackles. In the flickering gaslight gloom, everything was as he remembered, the modest, unpretentious furniture. The shelves laden with books and records, the doorways leading to further chambers crammed with royal gifts and trinkets, the accumulated clutter of monarchy. It seemed unchanged from when Prince Albert had leaned against the opposite fireplace, quoting his own speeches on duty, and Louise thought he had caught a fleeting glimpse of Victoria herself scurrying past. He realized all of that had happened almost 25 years ago. The room itself was the same, but the people in it were not. Now, Radcliffe stood before him, wearing a cold smile. Louis Burden and Hackett were each fighting their way back to awareness, restrained side by side in armchairs with a soldier in a red coat positioned behind each of them. More soldiers were stationed at the doors along the walls, and even in the adjoining rooms. As Louis shifted his aching head, a wave of pain roared back like cannon fire. He bit down hard on his tongue to stifle any sound. A nurse with a gentle face and a crisp uniform appeared in front of him. "Drink this," she instructed, holding a cup of warm, honeyed liquid to his lips. He swallowed it eagerly, and the pounding in his skull began to dull. Hackett's expression was pure, blazing anger. "Are you all right, Valienté? I've had better days, but my mind is still clear." "Good man, Burden." "Better than you might expect, old chap." Burden appeared strangely relaxed. Louise considered that, in truth, Burden had seemed to be steering events since their arrival, even more so than Hackett. Louise desperately hoped that was still the case. Hackett lifted his gaze to the man standing before them. "What is the meaning of this? What on earth are you playing at, Radcliffe?" Burden gave a short laugh. "Yes, and where is Bill Gladstone? It was all a ruse, wasn't it? The entire Bismarck affair, likely even our government-funded trips to Berlin, all just bait to draw us into this trap." Radcliffe paid him no mind, his focus fixed on Hackett. "So, Doctor, Hackett, are you impressed with our method of capture?" "I'm onto your game, you see." Louise noted the return of the East End slang. "This is how we've learned to handle you waltzers. Strike with overwhelming force before you can think, before you can slip away to whatever godless corner of hell you frequent when you're not here." Then, while you're unconscious, we bundle you into a hole in the ground like this one. A place even you can't waltz out of, however you phrase it, Widdershins or Dayzeal. Efficient, isn't it? You won't give us the slip again. We've been practicing, you understand. Hackett stared daggers at him. What in blazes are you talking about? Burden, far calmer, asked, practicing on whom? On others of your kind, Radcliffe replied, beginning to pace with a thoughtful air. Here is what you need to understand. Your time is over, you and your cheap parlour tricks. You were always something of an indulgence of the old prince. God rest him. Once he was gone, it became clear Her Majesty had always found your lot rather repellent. More shadows than men is what she said. Meanwhile, I and many of my colleagues have long been uneasy about the power you wield and the fact that our only assurance you won't turn it against your own government is your supposed goodwill. Why, every one of you, given the chance, has used your talent for personal gain, hasn't he? You, Burden, with your phantom gold mine, and don't think we haven't uncovered the truth of that. You, Valienté, with your ridiculous performance as the great Illusivo. What? Are you a theatre critic now? I received excellent reviews in my day. Why, the Observer once. Even you, Hackett, as pious and self-important as you are now, you weren't always so, were you? I have a file on you as thick as my arm. No, you're simply too dangerous to be left running free, do you see? And then there's the scent of... He searched for the word. The scent of the unnatural about you. We are British, by God, a sturdy and forthright race. We don't want your shifty, slippery sort polluting the bloodline, no matter how occasionally useful you've been. And I'll grant you, you have been. Well, we've decided to bring you in. We're starting with you three, among the very first, to present yourselves here all those years ago. What colossal arrogance you displayed then. And now you're the first to be taken down, but not the last. The horrifying thought struck Louis with the force of a physical blow. A sudden icy fear gripped him, not for himself, but for his family, for Ella and Robert. So far away and utterly unprotected, Radcliffe leaned in, his voice a low, cold threat. Believe this, you will never see the sun again. We have become quite adept at handling individuals of your particular talent. Through practice, Burden shot back. You mentioned that. So answer me. Who were your test subjects? Anyone we could apprehend. Radcliffe replied, resuming his measured pacing. We enlisted scientists from the Royal Society to devise a rigorous testing protocol. We sought out anyone exhibiting anomalous abilities, the soldier who inexplicably survived a hail of bullets, the thief with an uncanny success rate, the prisoner who repeatedly vanished from his cell. We subjected them to extreme duress to see if they could perform your little trick, your waltz. Hackett's face paled. How, in God's name? By applying pressure, we would seal a man in a tomb-like chamber, place him before a simulated firing squad, lower him into a submerged cage in the Thames. If the ability existed, survival would force its use. Most attempts failed, of course. And no, we didn't execute every failure, though the loss would hardly have been a tragedy. Perhaps 1 in 1,000 showed a glimmer of your capability. The irony is, even those who succeeded often returned directly to custody. They had used the power instinctively, without understanding it, and walked right back into the arms of my waiting men. From there, it was down to a specialized laboratory beneath the Royal Society. The scientists are nothing if not thorough. They have been quite methodical in their search for the physiological source of this waltzing, though I must confess, they have yet to locate it within the brain. You are describing vivisection, Hackett said, his voice thick with disgust. You are a monster. Radcliffe whirled, his composure cracking as he loomed over Hackett. I am not the monster here. Can you truly be so blind? He stepped back, smoothing his coat. Our research has revealed just how exceptionally rare your gift is. Consider the long history of human violence and mortal peril. If waltzing were more common, evidence of it would be everywhere. Nevertheless, my government, through the discreet office I represent, has concluded that rare is not sufficient. Extinction is the preferred outcome. We are already discussing how to encourage our allies abroad to adopt a similar philosophy. Once Britain is purified, the programme will extend to the colonies. He stopped before Louis, examining his face with a clinical detachment, as one might assess livestock. You will be shown mercy, no hanging for you, though it is what you merit. Hanging, Louis echoed, a weary smirk touching his lips. You've come up in the world, Radcliffe, but the gutter still shows through now and then. Your speech betrays you. Radcliffe's lip curled in disdain. It takes one to know one, Valienté. You and your families will be comfortable enough here for a time in the darkness. He stood erect. But when the last of you breathes your last in this cellar or another like it, that will be the end. So much for your lofty knights of Discorporia. A pathetic joke. We shall see, Fraser Burden murmured, then his head tilted. Do you feel that? Burden looked urgently at Hackett and Louise. A counter-turn. Widdershins, Hackett scoffed. Impossible. We're buried in a stone cellar. Burden simply shrugged, his chains clinking. As you wish, Louise. Are you with me? On my count. 1, 2, sceptical but desperate. Louise focused and waltzed it. He materialized in another subterranean space, this one with rough-hewn walls. The gloom was pierced only by the guttering light of a few candles. His shackles were gone, so was the chair. Appearing in mid-air in a seated position, he landed hard on a rocky floor, the impact sending a fresh wave of pain through his skull. Groaning, he pushed himself up. Burden? Hackett? Valienté? It was Hackett's voice, edged with its usual authority despite the clear confusion he must also feel. Stay where you are. He raised a candle, illuminating the crude chamber and a narrow, timber-braced shaft leading upward. They were alone. Hackett stared into the darkness. Where on earth have we ended up? Louise chuckled, settling back against the cool stone floor. It's a mine. I recognize it now, a shaft dug by Burden. We mined together out west, remember? This is a stepwise parallel of Windsor. That's the trick to waltzing out of a cellar. You survey the ground ahead of time and carve an exit in the exact mirrored spot, counterclockwise. You've got to be right, but Burden would have needed to plan this for years to anticipate needing an escape like this. The man's mind must run on constant suspicion. Turns out he was justified, wasn't he? He certainly was. Speaking of, where is he? Why isn't he here with us? I see now I never gave him enough credit. I won't repeat that error. A faint draught stirred the candle flames. Burden emerged from the shadows and stepped into the circle of light. Hackett stared. What were you doing? Why didn't you cross over with us? I did cross, but once I was clear of those chains, I took a few steps and then went back. He raised a hand, holding a knife darkened with a wet stain. A loose end that needed tying up. Louis felt a cold disappointment settle in his chest. Burden, you didn't. Only Radcliffe and tell me he didn't deserve it. For what he did to those poor souls in the coffins and the submerged cages. For what he planned for our families. Our families, Hackett repeated, urgency sharpening his voice. We need to get out of this shaft, reach a stable spot to waltz back safely. The area's already marked. Burden cut in. I've got a one-to-one map scratched out. Crude, but it'll serve. Good. We return, we secure our families, and then what? Then we decide what comes next for us, for our families, and for our kind, as Radcliffe put it. Louise had never heard such a hardened resolve in Hackett's tone, but he was right. The way forward was unmistakable. The only path left to them. They had to reach their loved ones and vanish before the government's hunters found them. Carefully, in the unsteady candlelight, he pushed himself upright. Meanwhile, having gathered the information he needed, Nelson set off to locate Joshua. According to the most credible lead from the home in Madison, however, Joshua was already gone, disappeared once again into the vast depths of the long earth. The man waiting at the door of the Berg House in Miami West 4 looked to be in his mid-20s. Several years older than Rocky and Stan, his worn, wide-brimmed hat, leather jacket, faded jeans and sturdy moccasins gave him a rugged, travelled look. A pack was slung over his shoulder, and on his belt he carried a coiled whip, a stepper box, and some sort of pistol. To Rocky Lewis he seemed practically staged for an adventure, like an over-prepared character from a dime novel. The stranger thrust out his hand. Jules Van Herp, born in Datum, Quebec. My family moved after Yellowstone when I was a kid. Call me Jules? He flashed a grin at Rocky. So, you all set for the Grange? Rocky cringed, glancing around to see if anyone had heard. In the months since Stan had first been contacted by Roberta Golding, the paramount rule drilled into them was the absolute secrecy surrounding the next. You didn't even whisper the name of the Grange. And here was this oaf just shouting it into the morning air. Stan came out of the house, squinting in the early light, a pack over his own shoulder. The sun was just cresting behind the slender, sky-piercing line of the space elevator. He stood beside Rocky and gave Jules a slow once-over. Well, you're clearly not one of them, Stan said flatly. Not with a grin that goofy. Oh, heck no, I just work for them. I'm your escort for the trip. Stan's expression darkened. So, if you're not a next, what does that make you, Jules, a hired porter? Rocky winced again. For someone increasingly looked to as a voice of reason in the community, Stan could wield a brutal honesty. Then again, Rocky reminded himself. They were both still only 17. Jules, however, didn't appear offended. Just doing a job I happen to like. I'm here to take you to meet the others. Not far from here. Just a few steps away, I see you have your pack. You won't need much once you arrive at the Grange. People always overpack on their first trip. Some kind of security blanket, I suppose. Rocky asked, "You've done this before? Taken others there?" "A handful of times," he replied, checking his watch. "We really should get moving. You understand you'll be passing through soft places?" Rocky fought back a shiver. "That's what we heard." Jules flashed an easy grin. "Don't worry about it. It's not as scary as it sounds. You're in good hands with them." His faith in the next was total, Rocky observed. But soft places aren't like ordinary stepping. They're confined in both space and time. Timing is everything. So we have schedules to meet. Exactly. Any last goodbyes you need to say? Truthfully, Rocky reflected. Waiting for the next to collect Stan had felt like one prolonged farewell for months. "No," Stan said plainly. "It's finished. Let's move." And so, in a rushed and groggy state early that September morning, Rocky's head throbbing dully from the send-off party their friends had thrown, having been told the two were leaving to study advanced beanstalk construction several worlds over, with a tap of their stepper units, they left Earth West 4 behind. Rocky saw the half-built space elevator disappear, replaced by the pristine sky of West 5. Then, following Jules, they stepped once more, and again. Stan was a natural, only carrying a stepper box for appearance. Rocky was far less adept, but Roberta Golding had provided heavy-duty motion sickness medication, and these initial jumps weren't too bad. In minutes, they reached the West 10 version of Miami. There, Roberta Golding and Marvin Lovelace greeted them on a wide prairie. A patch of shade from a cluster of trees offered respite from the blazing sun. Roberta wore her thick glasses, and Marvin sported his card-sharp attire, dark shades and a neat black Homburg. Both were dressed in plain travel clothes with light packs. Roberta smiled warmly. "Good morning, ready to continue?" "I expected you," Stan said to Roberta, "but not him." He nodded toward Jules, or him, gesturing at Marvin. Roberta chuckled good-naturedly. "Well, Jules understands us, and we trust him. He's here as a liaison, in case anything needs explaining, better than you might manage yourselves right now." Marvin grinned. "And you know me, right? Good old Marvin, who kept you from a beating more than once after you cleaned out some sore loser at poker." "Whatever helps you feel more settled," Roberta added. "That's partly why we suggested bringing a friend. I've known Rock my whole life. He's like the annoying brother I never asked for." Typical Stan. Rocky smirked and gave his arm a light punch. Stan grimaced. "But all this us and them talk isn't making me feel settled." Roberta replied calmly, "That's a common reaction. You can withdraw at any point. We'll trust you to be discreet." Marvin nudged him. "Come on, don't back out now. Aren't you curious about what you'd be missing?" Stan shrugged. "Fair enough. Let's go." "Good," Roberta said decisively. Rocky looked at her uncertainly. "We're going through the soft places, right? What do we need to do?" She offered a reassuring smile. "Just take my hand." They arrived in another prairie, where the scenery had shifted subtly waist-high grasses of a different shade, trees with unfamiliar silhouettes, and in the far distance a herd of colossal creatures moving through the haze like walking mountains. Travelling through a soft place was nothing like regular stepping. Ordinary steps felt like deliberate strides from one stone to the next. This time, Rocky felt as if he had slipped through a crack in the world itself. Rocky couldn't put into words what he witnessed during the shift. Yet the dizzying sensation of a drop was unmistakable, matched by a deep, marrow-numbing cold that stood in stark opposition to the pleasant autumn warmth they'd left behind on West 10. To his own embarrassment, he realized he was still gripping Roberta's hand with the desperate clutch of a child. He pulled his hand away quickly. "You've just taken a journey of 1,000 steps from West 10, Roberta informed them. "Actually, a bit farther than that." "Which direction?" Rocky managed to ask. "East or west? Does the compass point matter? We have also shifted geographically. We are nowhere near the outline of Florida." Roberta studied their faces. "Are you both all right?" "The cold is genuine. A soft place transition draws energy in a way a standard Lindsay step simply does not, or at least not in any measurable amount. It may also have felt like the journey lasted a while, seconds, maybe more. That sensation is subjective and differs for everyone. But in reality, if you had glanced at your watches, you would have seen that no objective time passes during the crossing." "Show me how to do that," Stan demanded. Roberta shot a questioning look at Marvin, who merely gave a non-committal shrug. Stan pressed on. "Listen, you don't own the rights to soft places. I've heard the stories. Ordinary humans who don't fancy themselves a whole new species can stumble onto them too, can't they? It is a matter of training, of mental discipline. You would not be prepared until... Just tell me the principle." Roberta clearly wasn't accustomed to being cut off, but she continued, "It is entirely a question of imagination. Just as our early ancestors could look at a stone and envision the tool within, we can observe this reality and conceive of another. The more advanced the intellect you understand, the more vivid and detailed the internal picture becomes. And when that mental visualization becomes sufficiently rich and complete, you take the step, precisely, into a world that, we believe, crystallizes from a realm of pure potential into tangible actuality. It parallels concepts in quantum mechanics. If two objects possess a quantum description precise enough, if their states are identical, they are effectively the same object. Moving beyond simple Lindsay stepping is essentially an application of higher mathematics. Oh, if only you could quick talk. English is utterly clumsy and slow. It's like trying to recite epic poetry through a narrow pipe. Stan, you might have the capacity to learn." But her glance flicked toward Rocky, and the unspoken message was clear. "Not you. Are you prepared? We will make a few interim stops. Consider them educational detours before we arrive at our final destination. Take my hands, both of you." And Rocky, utterly without choice, was once again flung into another terrifying bottomless leap. The airship Schillerlig hung in the air above Manning Hill, anchored to the remnants of the gondola that had, 3 years prior, delivered Lobsang, Agnes, a small boy and a cat, to this world. As Agnes climbed the hill carrying a box of eggs, a leftover from a morning visit with the Irwins, it struck her that the twain had already been here a full week. Her meticulous clocks and calendars had made Agnes profoundly more conscious of time's passage. The weathered old craft remained a curiosity in the tranquil green expanse of New Springfield, and even after 7 days, children and a handful of adults still gathered to gaze up at it. Joshua Valienté had been presented as a visitor, an old family friend, and nobody had questioned that simple tale, not even the few who might have recognized the name of a hero from the early stepping days. True to his nature, Joshua was generous with his time. After arriving, he had treated the local children to rides over the densely forested terrain of Earth West 02-17,756. These kids took the existence of the long Earth for granted, but few had ever seen their home from the sky. 6-year-old Ben, of course, adored his Uncle Joshua. Joshua had also made a point to spend time with Shi-Mi, who had crept out cautiously to greet him when the airship first landed. After all this time, Joshua had finally made it here. Agnes had put out the call through Bill Chambers, the sisters at the home, and other old contacts. But tracking Joshua down had still been a challenge. After his marriage finally fell apart, he'd retreated even further, disappearing for long stretches into his self-imposed isolation on distant worlds, building what he called his one-man stockades. She had worried about how he would take the news that Lobsang was still alive, fearing his anger or disbelief. Instead, when he finally arrived, Joshua just let out a short laugh. "I knew it," he said, as if he'd been waiting for the confirmation all along. Time, however, was not on their side. This world, advertised as having mild, consistent weather, was proving to be wildly unpredictable. The months spent waiting for Joshua had been marked by increasingly strange phenomena: violent storms, sudden droughts, and winds that screamed across the plains. Most unsettling were the so-called magnetic storms Lobsang identified, where auroras, normally confined to polar latitudes, rippled across the sky like vast, luminous drapes. Agnes, no expert, had never heard of such displays this far south. These disturbances had tangible effects. The local furballs and their hunters moved with a confused, aimless panic, as if their internal compasses had been scrambled. Perhaps, like migratory birds, they depended on a stable magnetic field. For the human settlers, the few remaining functional electronic devices sputtered and died during these episodes. Agnes, a being of intricate clockwork and biochemical systems, fretted privately about the storm's impact on herself, Lobsang, and even Shi-Mi. Lobsang assured her their designs were well shielded and less susceptible than the standard-issue humans, whose very consciousness relied on the delicate electromagnetic fields within their brains. This technical reassurance did little to calm her. It only heightened her fear for Ben and his developing young body. But Joshua was here now. A week after the Schillerlig had settled on the plains, he and Lobsang were finally preparing to act. Agnes found them in the kitchen, heads bent over a collection of strange objects scattered across her table. There were silver bracelets and pendants, a tiny, intricately crafted multi-tool that resembled a silver Swiss army knife, and a smooth, curved fragment of black material like a piece of a shattered ornament. Lobsang glanced up. "Ben's playing out back."
"Good," Agnes said, moving to put away eggs and start a fresh pot of coffee. "I'll call him for lunch if he doesn't come in on his own." Joshua leaned back in his chair. "Well, I guess we're about ready to roll."
"Roll where?" "To tour this world in the shillelagh," Lobsang explained. "To finally see what's beyond this little pinprick we've been clinging to." He ran a hand through his greying hair, a wry smile touching his lips. "It's almost funny, Agnes, when you think about it. You and I stepped into this one spot on an entire planet with no clue what was over the horizon. Talk about a leap of faith." "That's how most folks do it," Lobsang, Joshua said with a shrug. "First light tomorrow, then?" "Suits me," Lobsang replied. "It won't take long to prep. I've already transferred everything we might need from the old gondola into the Twain." "Good," Agnes said firmly, gesturing at the table. "But what is all this junk doing on my kitchen table samples?" Lobsang said, instinctively drawing his arms around the fragments as if to protect them. "We're attempting a bit of belated science. These are beetle artifacts, gifts to the children, along with a few scraps we recovered from the gallery, including what look like detached limbs and this piece of carapace. I was just telling Joshua I ran them through the mass spectrometer in the gondola." Joshua grinned. "A backwoods pioneer with a mass spectrometer. You're cheating, Lobsang. What can I say? The only lab equipment I have is what we brought to maintain our own bodies. My Frankenstein lab, as Agnes calls it. I've had to adapt. The point is, the isotopic signatures are clear. These items were made right here from materials found on this world." The silver was extracted from a mine just a few miles away. As for the carapace fragment, it's a ceramic material, processed from the clay found along the banks of Salisbury Creek. The list goes on. Agnes looked sceptical. "But I was under the impression you thought these things were alien, not from this Earth, or any Earth, for that matter." "That's still my belief. Their form and biology don't align with any known branch of life on this planet, in any iteration. And, Agnes, I showed Joshua the planetarium. Whatever is happening there strongly suggests these silver beetles originated from somewhere beyond our world. However, now that they're here, they seem to be reproducing, for lack of a better word, using resources they find locally. They're building more of themselves from the materials of this Earth." Agnes shook her head. "The sheer audacity. This is our world, not theirs." "Precisely. So what's the point of all this, Lobsang? What are these creatures actually doing, and how does it connect to the days growing shorter?" "That's what we intend to discover." "Well, something is definitely broken. The whole planet feels like it's creaking under the strain." Joshua, who had known Agnes and her dramatic flair his entire life, couldn't help but smile at that. Lobsang merely looked puzzled. From outside, Ben's gentle voice called, "George!" Lobsang pushed his chair back and stood. "I'll go check on him," Agnes announced. "Lunch will be ready shortly." Joshua also got to his feet. "Need any help in here, Agnes?" She gestured vaguely toward the kitchen. "If you like, it's chicken soup today. Just find what you can and make do." He smiled and started gathering ingredients and utensils, vegetables, a block of goat cheese, some herbs, a sharp knife, and a cutting board. "You've always been a decent cook," Agnes remarked, "even when you were no older than Ben is now." She gave him a sidelong glance. "And I must say you're taking Lobsang's not being dead rather well. I know you claimed you weren't too shocked, but still—" Joshua let out a short laugh. "He's pulled off stranger stunts before, and honestly I was halfway expecting to hear from him." She studied his face. "Why?" "Oh, you're talking about your headaches, the silence or the absence of it." Joshua had always possessed a unique sensitivity to the state of the long Earth, a trait evident since his boyhood when the sisters noticed him returning from his solitary teenage journeys visibly distressed. They had tried to coax out of him what he was sensing, attempting to translate the ineffable from one of the most reserved boys Agnes had ever known. He would describe a silence that wasn't truly silent, or a sound that wasn't there, like a faint echo from far-off mountains. He could never fully articulate the uneasy disturbance that sometimes manifested as pounding headaches, like storm warnings brewing inside his young mind. "Do you feel anything now right here? I mean, not in any specific way." "It doesn't function like that, Agnes. But this particular disturbance has been building for years. I first noticed it before my 50th birthday, I recall." He offered a half smile. "When I sensed those thunderclouds gathering on the horizon, I just knew Lobsang wouldn't let a minor inconvenience like his own demise stop him from getting involved. He did require time to recover, Joshua. In fact, he was hesitant to confront this whole silver beetle situation. It's a distraction from his personal project concerning humanity. But who else was equipped to handle it? Who else, indeed? And isn't it a curious coincidence that out of all the possible places across the long Earth, he just happens to be exactly where he's most needed, don't you think? They were here because of Sally Lindsay, of course. Agnes remembered now the thinly veiled amusement on Sally's face when she had led them to this spot. Had Sally known all along, just as Agnes had long suspected? Had Sally been playing her own intricate game this entire time? A flash of irritation made Agnes turn away abruptly. "Whatever you say, Agnes, do you have any garlic? There's some dried in the pantry. We tried seeding it to grow wild, but it hasn't really taken hold yet." That evening, they completed loading the shillelagh. Lobsang and Joshua said their farewells to Ben, and Joshua took a moment to give the cat some affectionate attention. They rose at dawn the next day, while the boy was still fast asleep. Agnes sat inside with a cup of coffee, listening to the distinct hiss of the buoyancy chambers inflating and the low hum of the turbines spinning to life. She moved to the window just in time to watch the airship ascend, its silhouette quickly swallowed by the vast, empty sky. Returning to her bed, she lay down knowing sleep wouldn't come again, the remainder of the night feeling abruptly cut short and strangely hollow. The twain set a course generally southward. Travelling at a pace under 30 miles per hour, Joshua estimated the journey to the Atlantic coastline would consume most of the day, the exact duration hinging on the specific, unfamiliar layout of this version of Maine. He and Lobsang were seated together in the vessel's worn gondola, which felt more like a cramped mobile home than the elegant liner-style comfort of the original Mark Twain. On that prototype, over 25 years prior, they had been the first to venture into the endless chains of the long Earth, pushing all the way to the high megas. Now an unbroken expanse of forest streamed beneath the ship's nose. "Trees," Joshua mused aloud, "an absolute ocean of them. You realize the very first thing I saw on step day when I left Dayton, Madison, and a home behind was trees," Lobsang finished. "Exactly. Trees are the long Earth's ultimate champions." The woodland whispered past below. "You mentioned there are trolls in these parts?" "Most certainly," Lobsang affirmed. "It gives one pause to a troll. The long Earth probably isn't a series of worlds at all, but a single boundless forest stretching 1,000,000 steps in every direction. I suspect their intelligence grasps more than that, Joshua. That Madison forest was mostly oak, nothing as dense and wild as this. The worlds in the ice belt are significantly colder," Lobsang noted. "Here, it seems, forest stretches from the poles straight to the equator." "And you're certain of that? You've witnessed it yourself?" "You know I haven't. What I'm describing is our current best-modelled understanding of a typical world within this specific stepwise band." "Right. But this world is clearly not playing by the typical rules, is it? And here we are, inching across it like a bug on the skin of a fruit. I'm still not clear on what you hope to discover." "Consider the evidence, Joshua," Lobsang said, gazing up at a deceptively calm blue sky and sun. Even Agnes's simple sundials and pendulums confirmed that this specific Earth's rotation is accelerating. "And it is isolated to this one. I ran diagnostics on several adjacent worlds, and they're completely unaffected. Then why do the new Springfielders stay? Agnes mentioned they step-wander anyway. If the worlds next door are still habitable, and they must be becoming increasingly out of sync as the days here shrink," Lobsang offered a thin smile. "But this is the centre, Joshua. This is their world, where the founding trek concluded. Historical logs indicate they settled here due to an exceptionally rich iron ore deposit unique to this step. I have a developing theory that the ore itself is a symptom of this world's unusual stepwise connection." Joshua nodded slowly. "I see. Pioneer stubbornness, plain and simple. A stubbornness I find I understand, even with the scale of the disruption unfolding here." "Scale? If this world's spin is genuinely accelerating, that represents an enormous transfer of energy. We've already calculated a roughly 10% increase in the planet's rotational kinetic energy." 10%? That's significant. So if those silver beetles are behind this, it would be quite a coincidence if they weren't. Then they're running a planetary-scale operation. "That is my hypothesis," Lobsang confirmed. "I believe we'll know it when we see it, even from our limited bug-on-a-fruit perspective. Maybe." "Let me tell you the first odd thing I noticed, Lobsang. The moon. My first night here, something roused me. I looked out the window at the crescent moon, and I saw a flash, a bright spark emanating from its dark side. It looked like something was being launched. I thought maybe an earlier flash had roused me, and this was just another Joshua. You must be a light sleeper if a quiet flash in the sky can wake you. I've spent decades alone out in the deep stretches of the long earth, Lobsang. When you live like that, you learn to sleep with one eye open. Sooner or later, something strange comes along that won't bother waking you before it decides your dinner. Anomalies on the moon, hard to get more obvious than that, right? But Agnes mentioned she's been noticing these things since you showed up here. What, 3 years back? And you didn't pay any attention. I already told you, I wasn't here to watch for anomalies on an astronomical scale. Even so, don't you think you took your eye off the ball, Lobsang? The days here are too short. Something's off with the moon. How much clearer could it be? What do you want me to say? I came for Ben and Agnes. Anyway, we're here now, looking for answers. All right, so we're hunting something big. Might take us a while to find it at this rate, though. Lobsang reached into his pocket and held up a memory stick. Don't worry, we've got movies. What's on it? The classics Blues Brothers, Contact Galaxy Quest. Nothing with Julie Andrews. Let it go, Joshua. The forest stretched endlessly beneath the bow of the Shillelagh, unbroken and vast. So how about brunch? Would you mind handling it, Joshua? I took the liberty of stocking all the fixings for clam chowder. We trade with a few coastal communities a couple of worlds over. I have no idea what kind of galley you've got on this old tub of yours. I can work it like a pro, thankfully, not the way I've heard you play a fiddle. By late afternoon, they were nearing the Atlantic coast. From their high altitude, the ocean was already visible in the distance. Joshua checked their latitude. All their instruments were inertial, relying on dead reckoning, and kept in heavily insulated cases. Lobsang had explained that the frequent magnetic storms in this world messed up most electronics. They were going to cross the coast, Joshua estimated somewhere over what would have been Portland, Maine, and below the ship's bow the forest seemed to be changing. Maybe tree species better suited to the fresher, salt-tinged air, and a subtly different climate near the sea were taking over. He thought it would be interesting to go down and check out the local wildlife, to see if the populations of furry tree dwellers, ground burrowers, and the big birds and crocs that hunted them differed from those near Lobsang's home in the denser inland woods. But this wasn't that kind of trip. They weren't looking on that small a scale as they approached the coast. The forest began to show serious damage. From above, Joshua saw wide swaths of trees flattened, their massive trunks lying parallel on the ground as if combed over. In other places, huge blackened scars lingered, the remains of fires probably started by lightning. The marks of powerful winds and storms. Then, right at the coast, he saw a stripped coastal strip that looked like a beach, marked with dark parallel lines. He first thought it was sea wrack, driftwood, or maybe seaweed, but as they descended for a better look, he realized he had completely misjudged the scale. That beach was nearly a mile deep, and the driftwood was made of whole trees, complete with root systems, thousands of mature trees uprooted as easily as a child picking daisies and tossed down in rows. Using binoculars, Joshua made out fish-like shapes, long dead, a shark, and something that looked like a chunky seal with stubby hind legs. It was only when he noticed the shark lying across a shattered tree trunk that he grasped its true size. That thing is enormous. Lobsang offered a rueful grin. This band of worlds has the largest sharks anyone's observed anywhere in the long earth. No whales here. The sea mammals never grew that big. Lobsang, you said you were looking for large-scale events. You found them. The scene below looked like the wreckage left behind by a massive tsunami. The coastline was empty, with no one to be hurt and no one to see it. But you have to understand, Joshua, all of this is just a side effect. It's a byproduct of the spin-up process, from injecting all that rotational energy. The oceans slosh, the atmosphere churns, you end up with freak waves and violent storms. We felt some of those storms farther inland, but we hadn't directly witnessed the giant waves until now. Directly, Joshua asked. I've been noticing earth tremors, Lobsang replied, his tone thoughtful. They're becoming more and more frequent. Agnes might have noticed them too, though we haven't talked about it. It makes sense, doesn't it? If this Earth is spinning faster, its very crust has to distort. The equatorial bulge increases as the planet flattens out. Are you measuring the tremors ever since Yellowstone? Everybody fancies themselves a geologist. Joshua, Lobsang said with practiced patience. We don't have seismometers. Why would we bring one, as I keep reminding you? I didn't come to this world to be a scientist. I came here to live. We'll need to get proper scientists out here eventually, though. From the government, from the low Earth colleges. If we can, Lobsang conceded. So which way now? Let's follow the coastline. That's where the visible damage will be most obvious. For now, the interior is relatively sheltered, with the continental forest acting as its own buffer. Fine. North or south? South. If you were going to spin up a world, you'd work from the equator, wouldn't you? I have no idea. I never thought about it. South it is. The airship's controls were straightforward, a steering handle and a joystick. It only took a couple of minutes to set their course. Joshua yawned and stretched his arms. Why don't you get some sleep for a few hours? I don't need rest if I adjust my settings. You catch some shut-eye. I'll play Robert the Robot. Who? Never mind. Okay, Lobsang. Though I think I'll fix some supper first. Joshua slept soundly, waking long after dawn. A glance out his window showed only ocean and forested land, all bathed in morning sunlight. Then he noticed the airship seemed to be circling, making wide, gentle sweeps. He could see its shadow shifting across the ground below. There must be something down there. Probably nothing urgent, or Lobsang would have woken him. He showered, shaved, and dressed. He collapsed his bed back into a sofa and folded away the partition that separated his cabin from the rest of the gondola. Passing through the small galley, he turned on the coffee percolator and took a swig of a citrus drink. It wasn't quite orange juice, but a pressed concentrate from one of the many unfamiliar citrus fruits native to this band of worlds. Glass in hand, he joined Lobsang at the forward windows. The shillelagh continued to bank and turn, the land and sea wheeling beneath them. So, Joshua said, I wanted you to see what's down there, but I also wanted you to get your beauty sleep, so I kept us moving. I figured shutting down the engines would have alerted your famous hair-triggered Daniel Boone senses. All right, what did you want me to see? Take a look. We're at the coast of what would be New York State, or its footprint. Below us is Long Island. It's taken a serious battering from the storms and waves. The vegetation cover has been pretty much flattened. Joshua looked down at the island. A strip of silver, running east to west, lay across the scarred landscape. At first glance, it looked like a road or perhaps a rail line to Joshua. It arced away to the west, running inland as far as he could see until it became a fine, dead, straight line, lost in the misty morning air. To the east, toward the sun, it strode across Long Island on slim pillars and then continued on across the sea. Wow, that's what you wanted to show me. What's it for? It looks like a roadway, but I don't see any traffic. Joshua's mind conjured images of an immense invasion force descending from the sky, tank brigades rolling along that mighty viaduct. Unknown, for now. I can make some guesses, but we need to see more. I do have a few details. What it's made of, for instance, well, the outer surface at least. Spectroscopy told me that much. Steel. Nothing particularly outlandish. It was likely constructed using resources harvested right here on this Earth, similar to the early operations we witnessed back in New Springfield. As for the builders, Lobsang held up a tablet displaying telescopic images. He passed it to Joshua. It wasn't easy to spot them. They aren't exactly numerous. In the enhanced pictures, Joshua made out a group of silver beetles, 5, 6, maybe 7. They scurried along the surface of what might have been a roadway, stopping every 50 yards or so to attach what appeared to be sensor modules from above. Their movements were unsettlingly roach-like. So the beetles are responsible for this, apparently so. Are they conducting tests? Performing inspections? Something along those lines, I'd assume. Joshua gazed eastward toward the ocean. The viaduct extended in a perfectly straight line toward the rising sun. I can't help but wonder what holds it up out there. Past the continental shelf, you'd need impossibly long supports. Perhaps pontoons and anchors, Lobsang offered, similar to offshore oil platforms. Joshua, that is merely one of countless details yet to be discovered. So, what do we actually know? We know the viaduct runs at least from one horizon to the other, aligned precisely along an east-west axis based on the planet's rotation, not magnetic north, considering we stumbled upon it here having started from a random point. I see you suspect it might continue indefinitely, encircling the entire Earth at this latitude, yes, why not, bridging the ocean to Europe and beyond, crossing continental forests on immense pillars. It would be fascinating to see how it handles elevated terrain like the Appalachians to our west. Does it follow the land's contours, or is it driven through mountains at a constant height with bridges and tunnels? Well, we'd have to follow it to find out, and given how quickly we encountered it from our random starting point, it's difficult to imagine this is the only one. A solitary band at this specific latitude, so near our starting point? It's far more probable that numerous such colossal structures span this world. I did promise we'd find something on a grand scale, Joshua. You certainly weren't mistaken. And if this viaduct does circle the globe, and if there are others like it, then the beetles must be devouring this world's resources at an astonishing pace. Somewhere, there must be mines the size of small countries. This represents a level of predation far beyond anything humanity ever inflicted on the datum Earth. It feels almost illogical to claim any sense of ownership, to feel territorial. In what way does this world belong to humanity? It was utterly empty half a century ago, and even now holds only a few scattered settlements at most, and yet this Earth feels more ours than theirs. Precisely, Joshua. All right, Lobsang. We found the viaduct. What's our next move? We continue, see what else is out there. Fine. Joshua tapped his tablet to disengage the autopilot, a faint smirk crossing his face. I suppose the fundamental question is whether we follow this particular metal ribbon or not. Lobsang considered briefly. We do not. I fully anticipate finding more viaducts of this nature. This one is likely representative. We should search for others, agreed. North or south? South. I remain convinced the primary activity will be near the equator. Under Joshua's guidance, the battered nose of the shillelagh turned southward, and the turbines once again gripped the air. Once the immense New York viaduct had vanished beyond the horizon, there was no further sign of the silver beetles, not for mile upon mile, hour upon hour. Maintaining a steady southern course, they tracked the eastern coastline of North America. As far as Joshua could determine from maps loaded into Lobsang's tablets, the geography roughly matched that of the datum, minus the cities and roads, plus a suffocating expanse of forest that in most places reached right to the sea's edge. Lobsang noted that in certain areas he could even see the forest encroaching upon the ocean itself, with trees taking root in the tidal zones like vast, sprawling banyans. The sheer, relentless green was a silent testament to a world left entirely to itself, making the beetles' stark, geometric viaduct seem all the more like a fresh, invasive scar. As they travelled further inland, the forest around them began to shift in character. Moving south brought a noticeable warmth, and to Joshua the woods appeared more lush and vibrant, a deeper, richer shade of green. Yet this vitality was contrasted by clearer signs of disturbance. More storm damage and the scars left by freak waves were evident. Even glancing out to sea, they could make out the shattered remains of a coral reef battered by the surf. For a late lunch, Joshua prepared another pot of clam chowder, serving it with bread. You know, Lobsang, he began, it's been over a week since I joined you, and I still can't wrap my head around you faking your death. Part of me always doubted you were completely gone, but still, even for someone with your history of unusual events, that's one heck of a move. I never intended to deceive anyone, least of all my friends, Lobsang replied. Yet it wasn't pure deception either, not a simple falsehood. What followed my confrontation with the next felt like a kind of death. I, who had seen myself as a guardian for humanity, found myself utterly disregarded. Joshua couldn't help but grin. Ouch. That reminds me of that old Star Trek episode where the Greek gods faded because they lost their followers. Joshua, I'm attempting to articulate a profound existential crisis. Perhaps we could save the Star Trek references for another time. My apologies. I experienced a complete breakdown, Joshua. In a very real sense, a part of me did perish. What remains has become something of a pioneer, a simple farmer, once. I sought to grapple with the grand dilemmas of all humankind. Now I became absorbed in the specific and the immediate, or at least I was. Lobsang let out a weary sigh. And yet here I am. Agnes, my stabilizing force, compelled me to confront my broader duties once more. And let's not forget Sally Lindsay, Joshua added. Lobsang's gaze turned sharp. Sally? What about her? I've discussed this with Agnes, Lobsang. You keep mentioning coincidences, or the absence of them. Don't you find it a remarkable coincidence that this beetle crisis erupted exactly in the world you chose for your homestead? The thought has crossed my mind. She set you up. Who did? Sally, obviously. You told me you went to her for advice on finding a suitable world, and she directed you here, correct? That's true. Joshua laughed, a sound without much humour. She knew there were troubles here, or she suspected it. Her instincts about the long Earth are incredibly sharp. Remember how we first encountered her? It was during their initial voyage into the deeper long Earth. An expedition now nostalgically called the Journey by enthusiasts. There we were, two amateurs in a rickety prototype airship drifting through the high megas for the first time, and she had already sensed the chaos that first-person singular had unleashed, that huge stepwise disruption. She was waiting for us. And now she's managed to position you and Agnes right at the epicenter of this new drama. That's why this world is falling apart around you, Lobsang. Sally ensured you would be here when it happened. Lobsang seemed genuinely affronted. If that is true, she should have discussed it with me. Would you have come to New Springfield if she had? You just finished telling me about your breakdown, your need to get away. This was the only way she could make it happen. Lobsang fell silent, his expression rigid. Joshua sighed. You never even considered it, did you? For all your vast intellect and your experiments with humanity, you remain painfully naive about actual people, Lobsang. He turned to look out the window, gazing south, where the choppy, foam-flecked Atlantic met the storm-battered forest. No sign of any activity down there. I think I'll get some exercise. There's a fold-out treadmill in the back. Let me know if anything changes. Oh, I certainly will, Lobsang replied, his tone icy. Joshua glanced back with a faint smile. Poor old Lobsang. Want me to gather some laurel leaves? It couldn't hurt. Just go take your run, Valienté. When Agnes made her way slowly up the trail toward her homestead on Manning Hill, carrying a basket of mushrooms she had collected by the river, Marina Irwin came out to meet her. Agnes offered a cautious smile. Marina did not return it, which Agnes had half expected. That morning, with George, or Lobsang, away, Marina had agreed to watch Ben for a few hours, but the recent tensions surrounding the Paulson house and the situation with Nikos had created a definite strain between their families. The unspoken weight of it hung in the air, as palpable as the scent of the damp earth beneath their feet. In Agnes's experience, conversations with parents about their children often began with a certain hesitation, but the look on Marina's face held a gravity that went beyond the usual concern, and Agnes felt a sudden chill. She moved quickly across the room. What's happened? Is it Ben? No, it's not Ben, Marina said swiftly, her voice low. He's perfectly fine, asleep in his crib. It's your cat. It's Shimi. Agnes's first instinct was to check on Ben, finding him deep in a peaceful slumber. Then her eyes found Shimi, a small form curled by the hearthstone. As Agnes approached, the cat attempted to lift her head, but the effort was too much. Agnes, Shimi whispered, her voice a faint, raspy shadow of its usual tone. I am sorry. I could not reach the litter box. I have made an unfortunate mess. Gently, Agnes smoothed the fur between Shimi's ears. A remarkably realistic one, too. The system failure was abrupt. A total shutdown sequence. I believe the simulation is quite accurate. Shimi paused, a soft whirring sound barely audible. Marina was very kind. There was nothing to be done. I hope she is not too upset. Agnes, I'm right here, my dear. The cat's body convulsed with a pained yowl, and Agnes kept her hand steady, stroking the synthetic fur until the tremors subsided. We have options, you know that. We can get you to the gondola, to the workshop. No, this is my home. For years I have lived here as a proper cat. The people accept me, the mice are rightly terrified. I look down on the dogs. It is fitting that I. The voice stuttered into a jarring, mechanical glitch, a stark reminder of the artifice beneath the illusion, or perhaps, Agnes thought grimly, the reality breaking through. She continued her gentle strokes until the cat stilled. Agnes, Shimi said, her voice clear once more but faint. Please say goodbye to Joshua for me, and to Lobsang, and you must tell Maggie Kaufman. Tell her. I fully expect Mac to open a bottle of good single malt in my memory. Auld Lang Syne, mind you, none of that cheap swill for an old flea-bitten companion. I will. You have been the best of friends, Shimi. I'm Ben's cat. That is all I ever truly wish to be, I realize now, and her voice dwindled away, dissolving into a soft, utterly convincing purr, then, under Agnes's touch. She gave one final slight shudder. Her eyes opened wide. The gentle green glow within them flickered and faded into darkness. The next time they stopped, Lobsang brought the twain to a dead halt without a word of warning, deep in the night. The sudden silence of the engines jolted Joshua awake. He rolled from his bunk, pulled on a pair of shorts and a T-shirt, and fumbled his way through the partition, into the gondola's main cabin, collapsing into the co-pilot's seat beside Lobsang. The dashboard clock read 2 in the morning. The only illumination came from the control panels, casting an eerie upward glow on Lobsang's face as he stared out the window. Outside, a moon more than half full shone brightly, revealing exactly why they had paused, looking south from the prow, Joshua saw ocean to the left, its moonlit waves gleaming like liquid silver. To the right lay a coastline thick with the deep green of endless forest. And spanning the entire horizon from east to west was another viaduct slender, gleaming under the moon, striding on impossibly tall pillars out of the sea and across the land. "Just like the last one," Lobsang observed quietly. "Identical dimensions, the same material as far as I can tell. The visibility is exceptional. I can track it all the way to the ocean's curve, perfectly straight. Where are we now?" "Roughly the latitude of South Carolina. About 500 miles south of the New York structure. The journey took approximately 18 hours. "All right. So, Lobsang, if this is the pattern, if these things really do encircle the whole planet, spaced about 500 miles apart, there could be several dozen of them, although the spacing may not be perfectly uniform by distance or latitude. Without an orbital perspective, we are merely guessing. It's exactly what you predicted, isn't it?" "A global network." Joshua shook his head, a wave of incredulity cutting through his sleepiness. "How long do you think it took them to build all this? The sheer scale is laughable if it weren't so terrifying." "We have no frame of reference to answer that, Joshua. We do not know how long they have been on this world, nor their rate of construction. I suspect they have expedited their efforts since first contacting us, a preemptive move to finish before we can properly respond. But that is merely a hypothesis for now." "Fine, but why? Lobsang, what's the point of it all? What is the purpose of all this? Some kind of transit network, railway tracks? Or are these aqueducts similar to those the Romans constructed?" "I suspect it is far more complex than that. I could speculate, but it would not be helpful right now." Joshua observed him. The glow from the tablets cast shadows upward, making his expression even more inscrutable than normal. "You seem quiet? You're even you impressed by what these beetles are creating?" There was no answer. "So what's the plan?" Lobsang considered this. "We have faced no danger. The beetles are certainly aware of us. We crossed directly above a work crew on the New York overpass, if you recall. We are clearly insignificant to them, and our discoveries are secure regardless of our return. I have transmitted brief radio updates back to Agnes." "You believe we should continue all the way to the equator?" "That is my recommendation." "Then let's keep going." The airship pressed forward, following the eastern coastline of North America as it journeyed steadily southward. On the evening of their third day, they encountered the next structure, roughly 500 miles further south. This one stretched across Florida near the latitude of Miami. By midday the following day, they reached another viaduct, another 500 miles beyond. It crossed open ocean with no land visible in any direction. Beneath a cloudy midday sky, the grey line of the viaduct was hard to distinguish from the grey expanse of sea. "There's no Mexico here," Joshua noted, consulting their position on a tablet map. "Quite right," Lobsang replied. He explained that on this world, and on similar worlds within this band, the landmass of Mesoamerica, as known from the datum, did not exist. "Here, the Pacific Ocean connects directly to the Gulf of Mexico. If you crossed the Atlantic, you would find the Mediterranean Sea flowing through the Middle East into the Arabian Sea. Consequently, there is an unbroken waterway encircling the entire planet at this approximate latitude. This alters global ocean currents. Long ago, the datum was similar. Paleontologists refer to it as the Tethys Sea. In fact, some long Earth geographers call these worlds the Tethys Belt. I suppose that helps explain why the climate is warmer. Precisely. And if the beetles have built a viaduct spanning the globe at this latitude, they must have primarily crossed ocean to do it. A staggering engineering achievement, Joshua remarked, and I used to think the oil platforms out in the Gulf were something. "Shall we proceed, Joshua?" "Proceed, Lobsang." At dawn on the 5th day, they found the next viaduct. It grazed the northern coast of Venezuela, the northern shore of a South America that was, in this reality, an isolated island continent. They continued south, leaving the structure behind, flying over a dense, chaotic carpet of jungle. Lobsang observed that forest is likely teeming with exotic creatures unlike any ever documented a world of its own. "Save it for your descendants to explore, Lobsang." On they sailed, venturing deeper over the continental interior, passing through another day and into the night. Around midnight, they arrived at yet another viaduct. This was the equator. Lobsang suggested they wait until morning for a proper view. They met at the windows around 6 a.m. on the 6th day of their journey. The airship hovered directly above the viaduct. Joshua saw that it ran almost parallel to the course of a massive river. "That must be the local version of the Amazon," he said. "Correct. So, what now? Do we go down? Shall I descend with an electronic parrot on my shoulder for old time's sake?" Lobsang offered a thin smile. We do not wish to incite any aggression. For now we wait. For what? Again. I have a feeling that when it happens, we will not be able to overlook it. He yawned and stretched with convincing weariness. Now might be an excellent time for breakfast, Joshua. Anything but that chowder. Sounds good. Joshua searched through the small galley. They had frozen patties and fries and power to spare. He decided to prepare burgers. As he began preparing their meal, Joshua remarked, You know, I've said it before. We really need to approach this the right way. The right way, Lobsang echoed. A full-scale international study, Joshua elaborated. We'd need research teams equipped with seismographs, magnetometers, and all the necessary instruments, experts in geology and climate science to forecast what happens next. Ultra-precise atomic clocks to track the planet's acceleration far more accurately than Agnes could ever manage with her pendulums. Lobsang gave a low hum of consideration. And I suppose we'd need the president to make an official introduction, presenting a flag and a commemorative plate. You're not wrong in theory, Joshua. Mobilizing that level of resources won't be simple, not in this day and age. But we certainly ought to try. Suddenly, an intense, shifting brilliance flooded the cabin, like the beam of a colossal searchlight sweeping over them. Both men instinctively flinched and ducked. For a heart-stopping moment, it felt as if some immense vessel was passing directly overhead. Joshua abandoned the food and rushed to the forward window. A furious fireball was tearing across the pale equatorial sky, shedding sparks and leaving a delicate feathery trail of white vapor in its wake. It moved relentlessly eastward, aimed toward the Amazon's vast mouth and the open ocean beyond. Then the sound arrived, a deafening explosive crack that made the entire gondola tremble. Good Lord, Joshua breathed. Lobsang wore a grim, knowing smile. I told you we wouldn't miss it when it happened. We've been here, 6 hours? There must be multiple passes like this every single day. What in the world was that? My initial hypothesis. A chunk of lunar rock, most likely encased in some kind of conductive shell. We've observed activity on the moon before, remember. That rock is part of a stream of them, hurtling past Earth and grazing our atmosphere. They've likely been doing this for years. This is their method, Joshua. The Beatles, using these latitude bands and these hurling space rocks, they've essentially transformed our entire planet into a gigantic electric motor, and they're only just getting started. Joshua gazed down at the lush green tapestry of life below the winding river, the serene blue of the morning sky. It was profoundly beautiful, ancient and utterly unique, just like every world in the long Earth. But for what purpose, he asked quietly. To serve their own ends, Lobsang replied flatly. How much longer for that food? We've gathered enough data for now. Let's eat and head back. We have work to do. And, Joshua, yeah, you might have a point about Sally Lindsay. She did drag us all into this mess initially. I suspect we're going to need her particular talents to find our way out of it. A strange, deep-seated reluctance settled in Joshua's chest. You know, Lobsang, it's been 27 years since the three of us first met out in the high megas when you and I set sail on the Mark Twain. Sometimes it feels like I'm constantly being hauled back to a reunion for a school I couldn't stand. Do you think we'll ever be free of each other? Not in this lifetime, Lobsang said, his tone suddenly somber. You see, Joshua, there's a very particular favour I need to ask of both of you. Joshua's hands moved over the controls and the Schillerlig banked gracefully, turning its nose toward home. What is it, Lobsang? We need to reassemble the old team, my friend. I need you to go and find her for me. Stan and Rocky were not informed of their final destination, the home of the next. After journeying through a series of soft places, and while their escorts exchanged rapid bursts of quick talk, the two men finally stepped out and took in their surroundings. For all the secrecy, the place called the Grange struck Rocky as remarkably ordinary. They had arrived at the edge of a small settlement nestled by a river, several dozen structures made from timber, mud, brick, and what appeared to be prefabricated ceramic panels, tendrils of smoke curled from chimney stacks. At first glance, Rocky thought it just a collection of houses, perhaps a few workshops or even barns, though he saw no sign of livestock. Beyond the town, a vast grassy plain stretched to the horizon. Where it met a distant, misty wall of green forest, he could make out several other similar settlements, 3, 4, perhaps 5, some blending together, scattered across the plain. The sky was a clear blue, and the day was warm, surprisingly so given they were at a latitude equivalent to Datum, Chicago, or so they had been told. The very air felt still and heavy with unspoken purpose. It was clearly just another world in the vast, interconnected chain of the long Earth. This could be anywhere, Rocky observed. Stan murmured, "No church." Rocky looked around and realized he was correct. What about it? Every other place you go, every human settlement has a church, a mosque, a synagogue, or a temple. And there's no town hall either. Humans always build town halls, Americans anyway. Rocky shrugged. Maybe the next just aren't fans of municipal architecture or clothing. A small group of people passed by, ranging in age, their skins still glistening from a swim or perhaps fishing in the river. They were on their way back into town, and they were showing a considerable amount of skin. They wore simple moccasins and belts hung with tools, twine, and various oddments, but little else. Rocky stared, noting the absence of adornment. No jewellery, no pendants, and their hair was cut neatly, but without any particular style. When they noticed the boys staring, the group, young men and women alike, exchanged a burst of rapid chatter and turned away laughing. Marvin grinned. "Put your eyes back in your head, you'll get used to it." "I seriously doubt that," Rocky replied. The little group dispersed. As Roberta and Jules headed off to their own destinations, Marvin led the boys to a small, plain house on the edge of the settlement. "This is a place I share with a few others. It's not mine. You'll figure out we don't really own things here. I'll bunk somewhere else for now. You're going to need some privacy, time alone to decompress, you especially, Rocky." "I can see that." "But you too, Stan. You'll have a lot to process. There's food inside, dried meat, fruit, coffee. Get water from the river. It's clean. You can build a fire. There are blankets and clothes that should fit if you want them, by which I mean cover-up clothes like you're used to. You're in Rome, but you don't have to do as the Romans do. Get some rest. I'll come by in the morning." He glanced at them. "You won't be disturbed. People will leave you alone," Rocky asked. "Why?" "Good manners." Stan raised an eyebrow. "Not that. You don't pat the head of a stray dog, do you?" Marvin said wearily. "Make up your own mind. See you in the morning. Oh, one thing. I wouldn't recommend trying to step away. The only way out of here is through soft places. The worlds on either side are much less welcoming." The cabin was cramped, functional, neat and clean, utterly devoid of decoration. Stan dropped his bag and immediately went out to explore. He said not bothering to ask if Rocky wanted to join. Rocky found comfort in routine. He built the fire, put on coffee and unpacked his bag, arranging his belongings. He made one trip outside to fetch water from the river with a couple of pails. A little further downstream, he came across another group of people in the water, enjoying the evening warmth, laughing and playing. They could have been kids skinny dipping anywhere. A part of him yearned to join in, but when he heard the high-speed babble of their quick talk, he turned away. Back in the cabin, he made up a bed from a pile of blankets and turned in early, not expecting to sleep well. He dug out his e-reader, a precious item his parents had brought from the datum when they first moved out to West 4, and by candlelight flicked through some comics. He was surprised to be shaken awake by Stan. Suddenly it was morning. Stan asked, "You okay?" "I slept like a baby, I guess. You?" "Me too." Stan shrugged. "I think maybe they put something in the food." "I didn't eat any food, or the coffee. Something to keep us savage apes quiet." He looked restless. "Listen, let's get cleaned up. I bet Roberta will be here any minute. Rocky was just placing his e-reader outside the cabin door to charge via its small solar panel when Roberta indeed appeared. Rocky felt a wave of relief wash over him. The woman before them was dressed similarly to the people they'd met the day before, but thankfully she wasn't showing much skin. She wore a simple shift under a loose sleeveless jacket that was covered in pockets. She offered a warm smile. "All set? Good morning. Let's take a walk." "Where are we headed?" Rocky asked. "I'd like to show you a bit of how we live," she replied. "I thought we'd begin at the school." Stan gave a non-committal shrug as he closed the cabin door behind them. As they started walking, she continued, "Consider this lesson 1. We dress for function, not fashion. This jacket, as you can see, showcases arguably humanity's greatest invention, pockets. Beyond that, we wear only what's necessary and comfortable, which is generally very little. We're not concerned with superficial appearances." Stan couldn't help but grin. "I think she's telling you the next, don't get all worked up just from seeing a little skin." "Not exactly," Roberta said with patience. "Sex is very important to us. It connects us just as it did for our ancestors. We're simply not obsessed with it. It's like how a child might be distracted by mild hunger, whereas an adult can easily ignore it. Our brain chemistry is different, shifting focus away from shallow visual cues toward deeper substance. Being looked at doesn't excite us in the same way. There are trade-offs. We don't appreciate visual art as you do. We comprehend it intellectually, but it doesn't stir our emotions. This revelation struck Rocky deeply, making him think of the comic books on his e-reader. You have no art at all? Not visual art as a primary form. We also don't engage with fiction or storytelling. We seem to lack the ability to lose ourselves in imaginary worlds. Stan chuckled. I think she's being diplomatic, Rocky. She doesn't lack the ability. She means you humans lack the ability to resist being hypnotized by a good yarn. If you prefer to see it that way, Roberta conceded. We do appreciate music, however, particularly elegant, structured, mathematical compositions. But we have physical bodies, you know. We dance, we sing. We need that expression. You wouldn't play a Bach fugue at a hoedown. Rocky, ever practical, observed. Well, you can only dress like that if the climate allows it. True, and the climate here is ideal. It's why the people who settled here chose this specific band of the long earth, a temperate, seasonless zone. Rocky frowned, catching her phrasing. You said, the people who live here. Don't you live here? Not permanently. No, I was raised in human communities. I feel drawn back to them for better or worse. That's where I'm most useful, where my calling is, acting as a kind of bridge between worlds. She smiled, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. You're probably too young to remember, but I once served as an advisor in the White House. This place, though, feels like home. It's the only place I ever feel completely safe, for one thing. Stan scanned their surroundings. I see grass, some wildflowers, trees in the distance, no animals so far. You're wondering if you could pinpoint our location by studying the plants and wildlife. Don't be fooled. Is this a Joker world? Rocky asked. Stan shook his head. I think she's implying they designed it, engineered this location somehow, bringing in samples from different ecosystems. Roberta waved off the question. That's not really important. They passed a group digging what appeared to be a drainage ditch toward the river. They were grimy, sweating, working hard. For a moment, Rocky had the unsettling thought that these might be ordinary humans like himself, forced into labour for these superhumans with their minimalist dress and refined tastes. But as they drew nearer, he caught fragments of their rapid, complex speech. I know what you're thinking, Roberta said. How is the work decided in a town of geniuses who sweeps the streets or handles the unpleasant tasks? No, Stan said simply. You just do what needs doing. It's not complicated. Well, it's still a mystery to me, Rocky admitted. Roberta nodded. I believe Stan understands this intuitively. The work simply gets done. When we identify an issue, like assigning essential labour, our perspective extends beyond the immediate. We perceive the complete solution instantly. The task must be completed. This trench needs digging. Certain individuals are naturally more suited for such work, a fact beyond dispute. That necessary resolution then dictates our required actions. The only debate is purely practical. Whose turn is it today? Do you understand? New arrivals frequently inquire about our systems of governance. Do we have councils, leaders, mayors, presidents, or kings? Our community remains small enough that we can still assemble in one location to deliberate on important matters. Once more, the solution to a problem is typically evident to everyone, the required steps defined by necessity. We manage our affairs through reason, you see, not through opinion, meaning we avoid guesses founded on insufficient information. It is only the more abstract philosophical questions, if you will, that create divisions among us where objectives are unclear or difficult to even articulate. Rocky felt a need to defend his own people if he truly was a different sort from these detached beings. People inevitably cheat. You must have your own criminals. Certainly they do, Stan replied. Game theory demands it. Regardless of the system, a small percentage of cheaters can always find a way to thrive. Roberta added. We tolerate the cheaters. In truth, very few succeed. Keep in mind that each of us can perceive the other's intentions clearly. It's akin to attempting to cheat in a game where all moves are visible, like chess. It's possible, but exceedingly difficult. And if an individual's behavior becomes too disruptive, social pressure is generally sufficient to correct it. We do have criminals, Rocky, only a handful given our small population. We refer to them as unwell and treat them accordingly. Stan interjected. Perhaps, but the very first next individual most people on the datum ever heard of was named David. He was a criminal. He hijacked a military airship, killed most of the crew, was rescued by another, and tried again. Are next criminals drawn to the human worlds, Roberta? We are conscious of such challenges and address them. Is it possible that the only next humans ever encounter out in their own worlds are all either criminals or mentally unstable? Rocky thought Roberta maintained her composure remarkably well after days of travel with Stan and this kind of prodding. Perhaps that was a genuine mark of advanced intellect. She said calmly, "You shouldn't leap to conclusions now regarding the school." The school was focused around a modest building, but most instruction appeared to happen outdoors, if you could even call it instruction. In a roped-off area, there were perhaps 30 children, Rocky estimated, ranging from toddlers to teenagers around 14 or 15. They sat in clusters conversing, or played games involving running, counting and clapping. Some were engaged in what resembled actual schoolwork, writing, assembling puzzles, working with tablets. He noticed no drawing. All of this was interwoven with their characteristic rapid-fire chatter, a sound that blended into a kind of constant hum for Rocky. The few adults present moved among the children, observing, listening, occasionally speaking, quietly among themselves, a few taking notes on pads and tablets. One child tripped, scraped her knee, and began to cry, a profoundly human sound. A woman quickly gathered her up and carried her inside. "This is unlike any classroom I ever experienced," Rocky remarked. Stan said with a hint of envy, "Yeah, but I wish I had." "All this freedom," Roberta explained. "Most of the supervisors are family members, but our family structures differ from yours. Our numbers are still limited, and our relationships are fluid as a logical outcome. We don't emphasize marriage so much as forming shifting alliances for raising children. We aim to maximize the diversity of our gene pool. It's a form of adaptable polygamy." Rocky frowned. "Maximize diversity. What about falling in love?" Stan just laughed. "Ha! Rocky wants to fall in love, classic Stan. But it's just another human illusion, my friend, like fine art and organized religion." Stan felt a flicker of pride for the first time since leaving West 4. "You think I have something to offer as a teacher?" Roberta's smile was patient. "You misunderstand. The adults here aren't instructors. They supervise, of course. These are small children, but their primary role is to listen. We are a new kind, Stan. Our intelligence operates on a level beyond baseline humanity, yet our collective knowledge is startlingly shallow. We possess little more than what humanity had already discovered, and much of that was flawed, misguided, or pure fantasy. We lack the rich external cultural tapestry humanity built over millennia, the libraries, the architecture, the layered history of invention. We have none of that, not yet, so we learn from the raw, unfiltered minds of our youngest. They arrive in this world unburdened by the inherited limitations and errors we carry. From their play, we might harvest anything from a novel tool design to an entirely intuitive leap in abstract mathematics. Even the toddlers, as they develop language, invent their own vocabularies, their own grammars. We don't teach the children so much as we learn from them." To Rocky, the description felt cold and sterile. "But from what you're saying, they don't draw pictures for a refrigerator. They don't get bedtime stories. I understand why you'd see that as a loss," Roberta nodded. "I remember that world too. They are still children. They play chase games and they need their naps, and we have our own comforts here. You may have heard the calls in the night. We have trolls, they come in the evenings. They provide a warm, quiet presence. They help the children settle." "Why would they need help sleeping?" Rocky asked. Roberta met his gaze. "They are profoundly aware, Rocky. At a very young age, they grasp the fragility of existence, their own vulnerability. Human children often possess a blissful, innate sense of immortality. Ours do not." "Ah," Stan said, the pieces clicking into a grim picture. "No comforting illusions, and no fairy tales about heavens or happy endings to soften the edges." "I learned that lesson myself quite early," Roberta said, her eyes briefly closing. It was a gesture that spoke of a memory not shared. Rocky pressed, "So there's no religion here, none at all?" "Not yet," she said simply. "Come, let's keep walking." They hadn't gone far when a chattering group passed them, laden with picnic baskets, towels and digital tablets, clearly heading out of town for the day. A few nodded to Roberta, casting only fleeting, disinterested glances at Rocky and Stan. The group was mostly young, but Rocky's eye was caught by two women who looked to be around 50, a notable sight in a community where anyone over 25 seemed a rarity. It was, overwhelmingly, a society of the young. Roberta gestured subtly toward one of the older women. "That's Stella Welch, one of the sharpest minds from the generation before the emergence. Believe it or not, she was once a relationship counselor back on the datum. She'd been expelled from Stanford's mathematics program. The old human institution simply couldn't contain her. Here, she's become a leading theorist on cosmological evolution. Before we found her, she worked out most of her foundational ideas in solitude, scribbling on whatever paper she could find. Like Einstein in the patent office, Stan interjected, a hint of wry admiration in his tone, figuring out the universe on his lunch break. Precisely. And it underscores where our philosophical divisions lie, Stan, at the very peak, concerning our ultimate objectives. We agree that the purpose of intelligence is to comprehend the world, but on the method, that's where we split. Some, like Stella, think on a grand cosmic scale. They aren't just solving equations, they're trying to rewrite the operating manual of reality itself, which is either brilliantly ambitious or utterly unhinged, depending on your afternoon caffeine levels. She wants us to grasp the universe in its grandest scope, and maybe one day help shape its future. Not everyone agrees, of course. We have a thinker, a poet of sorts, who goes by the name Celandine, like the flower, Rocky noted. Exactly. The lesser celandine, a delicate wildflower that signals spring. Wordsworth loved it, though it was considered invasive over here. Our celandine believes everything essential about reality can be found by studying just one bloom, the mathematics of its cellular structures, how its tiny face turns toward the sun. He argues we should seek the divine not in the vast, but in the minute. You really ought to meet him. Oh, absolutely, Stan said, his expression blank. Rocky shifted topics. So where's the cosmologist and her crew headed with their swimwear? Roberta's smile was knowing. There's a hot spring a mile north. You could call their gathering a seminar, or a hot tub party. If you're squeamish, you might label it an orgy. If I tagged along, Rocky mused, I doubt I'd get much cosmology studied. I've mentioned this, Roberta replied. We enjoy sex. We use it socially right now. There's a heated debate about the subtle fluctuations in radiation from the supermassive black hole at the galaxy's heart. That's what Stella's group is discussing. Our academic passions run just as hot as yours, you know. But it's harder to stay angry when you're sharing a warm soak and grooming your debate partner. Grooming, Stan laughed. Like the bonobos. She nodded. You understand, Stan. You will come here. You'll accept your place with us. Rocky bristled. You can't just order him around. I'm not, she said softly. Rocky, recall what I said about our lack of free will by your standards. We often see what must be done and have no choice but to do it. It's the same for you, Stan. You must see this is where you belong. It's only a matter of finding your role. Stan, however, seemed distant and didn't answer. Look, Rocky said. There's Jules. Jules Van Herp approached, sweaty and dirt-streaked, dressed in the loose waistcoat and tool belt typical of the next. Just finished digging that drainage channel, he told Roberta. No wonder you're covered in grime. I like to pitch in, Roberta said, not unkindly. I'm sure your effort is appreciated. Jules looked absurdly pleased. He then launched into a rushed, stammering attempt at quick talk, or a clumsy imitation of it. Stan stared at him with clear contempt. Hey, Rocky, remember that kobold that loiters around the plant sometimes? Bob. Yeah, grinning and posturing, trading his little trinkets, desperately trying to be human, never going to make it. He fixed his gaze on Jules. Remind you of anyone? Jules looked wounded but stayed silent, his eyes pleading toward Roberta. Rocky interjected. Come on, that's too harsh, is it? Stan turned sharply on Roberta. Something in him had clearly broken. Roberta flinched at his sudden fury. So is this the grand result of your next experiment? Stan demanded, his voice rising. People like Jules here, reduced to performing for your approval, stripped of all dignity. Your own lost children sobbing alone in the dark? He swept a disgusted look across the Grange. Is this really the best you can achieve? Roberta's reply was sharp. Your comments are out of line. A dozen years ago, the next were scattered, shamed, imprisoned in human institutions. Now we are united, proud, and growing stronger. You will learn living among us. Stan gave a wry smile. You know, they say great minds think alike. Stan replied. Ever read Tom Paine, of course? The Rights of Man, 1792, Stan quoted. I do not believe that any two men, on what are called doctrinal points, think alike who think at all. It is only those who have not thought that appear to agree. I'm with old Tom on that one, not you. I respectfully disagree, actually. Scratch that. There's nothing respectful about it. I just flat out disagree. He turned to Rocky. I'm leaving you in, he extended his hand. Rocky was stunned. We just arrived yesterday. So, I'm annexed. I learn fast. I've seen enough. You can't just leave, Roberta interjected. It's not possible without one of us. Stan's grin widened. You know, that's not true anymore. And you always knew I wouldn't stick around, like you said. We superminds can see the whole chessboard, right? So if you're half as clever as you claim, what about our things? Rocky asked, ever pragmatic. Forget it. I'll buy you new underwear. Are you coming or not? Hell yes, Rocky said, taking Stan's hand. Roberta moved to stop them. Wait, you can't. But Stan could. Earth West 389-413. Joshua's initial thought was that this world, on the far western fringe of the Corn Belt, was nothing special. It seemed a bit drier than its neighbours, the forests patchier, the grasslands less lush. He saw none of the great herd animals common to such places, yet someone had chosen to build a life here, deep in a stepped version of Kansas, beside a slow-moving river. A solid log cabin stood safely back from the water. Watching from a few hundred yards away, Joshua noted how timber had been cut from a nearby grove. Fields had been staked out and crudely fenced. There was a woodshed, a chicken coop, and what looked like the start of a blacksmith's shop. A picket fence even enclosed a garden where flowers bloomed in the summer sun. The whole homestead was encircled by a tidy stockade, meant to keep predators out and livestock in. Joshua was quietly impressed. It was the kind of place a determined couple could build, given enough time. But now the chicken coop was smashed open. Whatever animals had been here, goats, pigs, sheep, were gone, butchered or scattered. The fields were weedy, the potatoes needed hilling, and the flowers grew in tangled clumps. The house, however, was not empty. Peering through his lightweight binoculars, Joshua caught a glimpse of a face at a window, a man poorly shaven, eyes wide with fear. The face vanished instantly. It was obvious why he was afraid, and who he was afraid of. Sally Lindsay was here. It was the spring of 2058. Nearly half a year had passed since his airship journey through the beetle world with Lobsang, and it had taken all that time to find her. He discovered her camped on a bluff to the west, overlooking the farmhouse. Joshua approached, whistling a soft tune called Harpoon of Love, a fragment from their shared past he hoped she'd recognize. Then he walked into her line of sight, hands raised. At least she didn't shoot him on sight. When she recognized him, she simply turned her back and resumed her watch on the farmhouse, squatting easily with her rifle of aluminum, bronze and ceramic resting in her lap. "Took me months to find you," he called out as he climbed. She merely shrugged. Reaching the bluff top, he found Sally beside a deeply dug fire pit, layered with old ash from repeated use. A neat pile of bones spoke of the many small creatures that had sustained her here. A pail of water, likely drawn from the stream below, sat nearby. Even laundry was spread over the rocks, drying in the hazy sunlight. "You've been here a while," he observed, "quite the little home away from home." "What do you want, Joshua? What the hell are you doing here, Sally?" "Tell me what you want. Go ahead and leave then. I really don't care. I came because of Lobsang." Her gaze remained fixed on the farmhouse below, her hair pulled back sharply from her thin face, lending her a fierce, almost predatory intensity. The lines around her eyes were deep. She was past 60 now, he reminded himself. "What about Lobsang?" she asked. "He needs us, you specifically. He mentioned you'd likely be expecting this." "Would I? And why is that? Because you're the one who took him and Agnes to New Springfield to begin with. You set the whole thing in motion, or so he claims. Now he says you owe him. I don't owe anyone a thing. I never have." Joshua let out a weary breath. "Well, he's done pretending to play house with Agnes. Now he wants a favour. I need you to go find me," he said. "He wants himself back, the original Lobsang." "Isn't that impossible? When he died, I was told he wiped out all his iterations. Every backup, in space and across the stepwise worlds. Even those probes he had drifting out in the Oort cloud. There's one copy he couldn't access. You know the one, from the journey?" "Ah, right. The ambulant unit we left behind to communicate with first-person singular on the shore of that desolate sea over 2 million worlds away. Good grief, that was nearly 30 years ago. Maybe even back then he was thinking of it as a final safeguard, and now he wants it retrieved one more trip. Just you and me, like old times." She gave a dismissive snort. "You and I don't have old times, Valienté. How did you track me down? Come on, Sally, you've always left a trail of breadcrumbs. Part of you wants to be found just in case this time I started at Jansen's grave in Madison. The flowers. You left there. Spare me," the detective recap. "There have also been rumours about the situation you've gotten yourself into out here. This stakeout, you know how it is. Kummers spread gossip like wildfire. And you've been here a long while. The men in that farmhouse are the ones who are trapped. Not me," he nudged a pile of animal bones with his boot. Is that so? Crouching beside her, he opened his pack and pulled out a water bottle and a strip of jerky. Sally refused the water, but took a bite of the jerky. It's impressive, holding this position alone for so long, but you still have to hunt, collect water, and sleep. Even Sally Lindsay needs to sleep. She shrugged. I vary my hours. No set pattern, so they can never predict where I am. She lifted the rifle and, without warning, fired a single shot. Joshua looked down and saw splinters fly from the farmhouse porch. Even when I sleep, I set up automated fire at random intervals, she said, patting the rifle. This is one clever piece of gear. Sure, they could rush me. I'd take out a few, but the rest might reach me. They don't have the nerve. If they did, they wouldn't be holed up here in the first place. Who are they? What do names matter out here? It's what they've done that counts. How many? 5, all men. I think they're related. A father and his sons, or maybe cousins, a whole pack of them. Why don't they just step away? Because I went in and smashed their stepper boxes. Tell me why you're here. What these men did. Look at the place, she said, her voice edged with bitterness. You can piece it together yourself. The pioneers, just one couple. Yeah, I found a journal they tossed out with the trash. They grew up on the datum, survived Yellowstone, ended up in a low-earth refugee camp, that's where they met, and spent years watching their parents cough their lungs out from the ash. Once they were free, they came out here using up their parents' savings on a Twain delivery of tools, some chickens, a pregnant sow. They built that farmhouse by hand, planted their crops and flowers, raised their livestock. She was expecting. They always hoped others might follow, that a real community might grow here. But these characters showed up first. Joshua, they did everything right. They had built a stockade and dug a cellar for protection against sudden raids, but none of that mattered when faced with overwhelming force or against men willing to wield it without a second thought. There might have been a brief chance, a narrow window, if the homesteaders had opened fire the moment these men appeared. But good people hesitate. It's a fatal flaw. I pieced together part of what happened, she said. They killed the husband right away. By the time I found this place days later, the woman was still alive. You can imagine. She was pregnant, Joshua. I tried my own desperate raid, hoping to pull her out. They shot her quickly after that, probably to eliminate a witness. And then you took up this position, Joshua finished. And what? You've kept them trapped here ever since. It'll take time for starvation to set in. I scattered the livestock from the stockade, but there's plenty of dry stores inside. Salted meat, grains. These farmers were prepared for a hard season. There's even a clay pipe bringing water straight from the river. I haven't been able to cut it. There's no cover for me to get close enough. So you're hoping hunger drives them out into the open? No, she replied flatly, her gaze fixed on the farmhouse below. I'm hoping they starve to death and save me the trouble, or maybe they'll turn on each other. I've heard arguments, even a gunshot once from inside. They've been quieter since they ran out of corn liquor. Joshua studied her profile. But you won't kill them yourself, right? You could walk in there and open fire. You could burn the house down. You'll let them die this slow way, but I don't kill Joshua. I have killed. She didn't wait for his response. Sometimes it's necessary, but it's not a principle I live by. Why not? She kept her eyes on the farmhouse. Because I don't trust myself. Once I start, I might not stop. There's a rage inside me sometimes. People like this, Joshua, they're the worst of humanity. Predators, parasites feeding on the work of others, consuming decent lives for a few hours of amusement. How many times has this group done something like this before? Believe me, they look practiced. And they poisoned the long Earth, just like humans were doing back on the datum. You know how I found this place? From the trolls? What trolls? Oh! He realized then that he hadn't heard a single troll call or seen one of the usually abundant beings since stepping into this world. I go where the trolls avoid. That's how I find trouble, where humans are ruining a place worse than usual. She blinked and shook her head slowly. Back on Mars, I had a long talk about this with Frank Wood, the astronaut. Remember him? He called me the conscience of the long Earth. Not a title I want, but it stuck with me. After you told him where to shove it, I'm sure. When I find something like this, she said, her voice tightening, I can't stand it, Joshua. I can't just watch it happen, yet you hold back from killing not in cold blood, he thought he understood. So you're stuck, torn between wiping these bandits out and refusing to cross that line. It's like how you hide yourself but leave clues so you can be found. You're caught in a loop. Lobsang would get it. Then go fetch him and let him take over this watch. He gave a short laugh. I've got a better idea. You have me now. Suppose I go get a Twain, a military ship. The US Navy still runs patrols out of their base in Datum, Hawaii. They're not what they used to be. but they'd haul criminals like these back for justice. She let out a dismissive snort. Come on, Sally, this isn't some frontier showdown. You've got a live crime scene here. You're a witness to most of it, and forensics will handle the rest. Here's the way out. You stay, keep them contained. I'll head to a long Mississippi way station and send word. He sighed, stretched out on the warm rock, and took another sip from his canteen. All right, take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere today. I'm completely worn out anyway. She stared down at him, that familiar, thinly veiled disdain colouring her expression just as it had for nearly 30 years. Oh, by all means, get comfortable, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. So, what's on the agenda for our little reunion? I know. Why don't you tell me what Nelson Ezekwe dug up about your father? Joshua squinted against the sun. Of course you'd know about that. You know how I operate, Joshua? I make it my business to know everything. I was there, remember? I know you went running to him on your 50th birthday right after I walked out, crying about dear old Dad. Could you be any more of a midlife crisis cliché? All I wanted was to know who my father was, he replied, his voice steady. Is that really so terrible? Turns out it was a pretty important question. It took Nelson years to piece it together. Most of the records were ancient, pre-digital history. He had to physically hunt through archives on the datum, the ones that even survived. He paused, watching her. He uncovered a lot about my family, and yours too, if you're interested. That caught her attention. Nelson wouldn't even let me cover his expenses. I think he just loves the chase, solving mysteries. Spare me the details, Joshua. Just tell me, did you meet him or not? He sat up, meeting her gaze directly. Yes. It had happened earlier that year, in the fragile spring of 2058, when Nelson Ezekwe called from Datum, London, to say the final piece of the puzzle had surfaced. Joshua went to meet him. You couldn't just step into London anymore. It wasn't safe. The ground was unreliable. The endless post-volcanic winter had locked the city in ice, and backed-up drains had left whole neighbourhoods flooded. You had to reach the Datum somewhere else and travel overland. The closest Joshua could get by stepwise twain was Madrid, a full 800 miles to the south. The Spanish capital was doing all right, all things considered. The climate bands had shifted, turning central Spain temperate and mild, its wheat fields now thriving where olive trees once struggled. Most major cities farther north, Joshua figured, were far worse off. After a night in a dusty, nondescript hotel on the outskirts, he boarded a train heading north. It wound through Zaragoza and Barcelona, climbed the snow-dusted Pyrenees into Toulouse, and pushed onward through France. Paris was a grim stop. A Parisian spring now felt like the deepest part of a harsh Wisconsin winter. The city was still functioning, in a skeletal way, with a handful of stubborn souls going about their business. But the Champs-Élysées stood wide and empty, the silhouettes of vanished crowds painted wistfully on boarded-up storefronts. Joshua spent a day waiting for his connection, unnerved by the echoing quiet. From there, the journey into London continued by twain, its engine specially shielded against the lingering Yellowstone ash. Even now, decades later, conventional air travel was still severely limited. Flying over the English Channel, Joshua looked down on a crowded field of icebergs where one of the world's busiest shipping lanes had once been. Southern England appeared, as frozen and still as northern France. London itself, little more than a jagged heap of abandoned architecture rising from snowdrifts and frozen floodplains. The Thames was a solid silver ribbon winding through the white, with what looked like snowmobiles darting along its icy surface. As the twain drifted over the city, Joshua spotted young pine trees standing tough in the parks and entire districts blackened by fire. Daylight was already fading, and the widespread power shortages painted a familiar picture. Whole sectors dark, tower blocks standing empty and silent. Finally, the twain began its descent over the desolate expanse of Trafalgar Square. Joshua checked into a hotel on the Strand, a place Nelson had arranged. The building was a shadow of its former self, with boarded-up windows and a lobby that felt more like a relic. His room key was an antique brass thing, fitted into a door where a modern lock had been removed. Inside, a handwritten note listed the unreliable hours for electricity. The radiator emitted a faint, useless warmth, and a persistent draught seeped through the window frame that night. Wrapped in his cold-weather gear, Joshua ventured out. The West End felt hollow and neglected, its famous theatres and shops sealed behind plywood. He figured Datum, London, like other northern cities, was probably propped up by its connections to other worlds. In the grimy windows along Oxford Street, he saw local game for sale, Canada geese and rabbits from the frozen countryside. The streets were eerily quiet, too broad for the scant traffic, a few cyclists, the occasional police car. He noted a red double-decker bus modified with a bulky gasifier on its roof. Pedestrians wore filtration masks, a defence against the volcanic dust still hanging in the air. Strangely, the atmosphere felt less toxic than in the pre-Yellowstone days. The choking exhaust of countless cars was gone, replaced by the smokier scent of burning wood. In a narrow side street, he witnessed a sudden, violent police raid. Officers appeared from nowhere, using step technology to swarm their targets with brutal efficiency. Back in his chilly room, Joshua tried to piece together the state of the world, from flickering news channels and a patchy internet connection. Recovery seemed a distant dream. The underfunded media peddled sensational stories. Water wars in Asia, renewed conflict in the Middle East. One odd report focused on the satellites slowly falling from the sky, dragged down by atmospheric drag. The International Space Station had been the latest to go, a long-abandoned outpost whose orbit finally decayed. The clip showed people stepping back to the datum just to watch it burn up in a streak of light. Flipping channels, Joshua eventually found an old soccer match. Liverpool versus AC Milan, a vibrant relic from a lost era. Step Day and the eruption hadn't just shattered landscapes, he thought. With a twist of bitterness, they'd dismantled the simple pleasure of organised competition too. The game was a thrilling distraction, and he drifted off to sleep with the tablet still glowing, the cheers of a ghost crowd fading into the pressure of countless distant minds. The next morning, he returned to Trafalgar Square. Nelson Ezekwe was waiting for him, a bulky figure in furs, right at the base of Nelson's column. "The Royal Society archives are just a short walk from here," Nelson said, gesturing toward Carlton House Terrace. They began walking through the icy, quiet streets. "I had to pull a few strings to get this archive open for you," Nelson admitted. "I hope you're not spending a fortune on my behalf," Joshua replied. "Not at all," Nelson chuckled, his breath forming a cloud in the cold air. "Let's just say the Archbishop of Canterbury's office owes me a favour, and that opens doors. Ask Sister Agnes about Guinevere Perch sometime. Quite a story. Besides, Lobsang's own notes pointed me in the right direction, and honestly, the hunt is half the fun. You know how I am. Just wait until you see what's waiting for us down there." "So, what's your impression of London now?" Nelson asked as they walked. Joshua glanced around at the snow-covered streets. "Honestly, I'm amazed the place is still running." "Nothing is like it used to be, Joshua," Nelson replied. "Most residents these days are government employees or contractors. Their primary job is just keeping the city on its feet, protecting the historic buildings and what's left of the culture. Then you have the holdouts, people who refuse to abandon their homes and are scraping by however they can. In many ways, London is returning to a condition your own forebears would find familiar." "My ancestors?" Joshua asked, puzzled. Nelson offered a cryptic smile. "You'll understand soon enough." "Ah, we've arrived." The building of the Royal Society appeared surprisingly unassuming to Joshua. They passed through a gated front yard where a narrow path had been cut through banks of grimy ice and frozen snow. A London police officer, bundled in heavy winter gear, examined a pass Nelson produced and waved them inside. The entry hall was bitterly cold, with faded posters for conferences from another era still propped on stands. The marble floor gleamed under a permanent layer of frost. The only illumination came from the grey windows and a few electric lamps, their wires snaking back to a noisy generator somewhere in the building. Nelson, lifting a battery-powered lantern, guided Joshua down a broad staircase. "Mind your step." They claimed they keep this clear of ice, but I wouldn't count on it. After another door and a further descent, they entered a narrower, darker corridor. Nelson moved with assurance, though he occasionally consulted a map pulled from his coat. "What is this place exactly?" Joshua asked. "Why, it's the Royal Society's archive, their secret archive," Nelson said, a hint of drama in his voice. They finally stopped before an unmarked door bearing only a small, obscure plaque. "Archive Room 5, 114 RS Para." The door stuck, but yielded to a firm push inside. Nelson flicked a light switch with no result, clicked his tongue in annoyance, and raised his lantern. The glow revealed rows of shelves crammed with dusty documents, file boxes, folders, even a few ancient scrolls. Nelson led the way in. The society was always fiercely rational, of course. But the wits on the council have a nickname for this room. The reliquary, like where the Catholics keep the bones of their saints. This is where they stored all the material that never quite fit the accepted narrative, and anything that touched on matters of national security. They approached a table where an open file box held a single, solitary book. Nelson looked at Joshua, clearly waiting for a response. "Nelson," Joshua began, frustration edging his voice, "I asked you to help me find my father. All this historical digging. To make sense of the present, Joshua, you have to grapple with the past. That's doubly true for a family history as complex and layered as yours. I mentioned Lobsang's research pointed me in a certain direction. The man has been hunting for proof of natural steppers almost since Step Day itself." "Sounds like Lobsang," Joshua said, sifting through old memories. He never wasted a moment. He told me about some of his leads. Percy Blakeney, Thomas the Rhymer, some petty criminal known as the Passover. His agents found traces of that one in Somerset, yes. And following the trails of the individuals Lobsang identified eventually led me to the conspiracy. "Conspiracy," Joshua's eyebrows lifted. "Joshua, I've uncovered origins of this going back to the 1800s. There was a critical event in 1871 when the formal organisation, such as it was dissolved." "What organisation?" "Steppers, Joshua. A sort of League of Natural Steppers. Back then they called themselves the Knights of Discorporea. They'd been active for decades before being shut down. The surviving records were deemed to have scientific value and were buried down here instead of burned, luckily for us. But there was one more crucial gathering. In 1895, that meeting shaped the modern world, and it shaped your own life." Nelson's tone shifted from scholarly to something sharper, almost sarcastic. "All of this dusty, forgotten paperwork, it's not just history. It's the reason your father made the choices he did. The past isn't a relic, it's a trapdoor beneath your feet. It doesn't excuse it, and it certainly doesn't make it forgivable how he left your mother. But it might help you understand. I'll tell you everything I can, but I wanted you to find this last piece of the puzzle on your own." "I don't follow, Nelson. Read this." He pointed to the book on the table. Joshua removed his gloves and, with a sense of dread, picked up the volume, bound in leather with pages of smooth, cream-coloured paper. It had clearly been a costly thing. He opened the cover to find an inscription in an elegant looping script that was difficult to pass. He read the words, and his breath visible in the chill, hitched in his chest. "My elusive life, a complete account by Louis R. Valienté. Esque for my beloved family. Take all the time you need," Nelson said softly. "We're not going anywhere." The card summoning Louise to lunch at the Drunken Clam in Lambeth was dated the previous day, October 15, 1895, and was anonymous, signed only by a fellow traveller. It was, of course, from Oswald Hackett. Even after a quarter-century since that grim encounter with Radcliffe in the dungeons of Windsor Castle, despite changing his family name and burying his past, Louise had always known Hackett could find him. He had always expected this summons, this moment when his history would finally reclaim him, and of course he felt bound to answer. Getting away was simple. A widower living alone, his children long since independent, Ella in a comfortable marriage, Robert demonstrating a keen talent for engineering before settling down later in life. Louise boarded a train from Bristol. His financial interests in several steamship companies were carefully obscured behind layers of corporate holdings under an assumed name, a necessary shield since Radcliffe's attempt to ensnare the waltzers back in 1871. Hackett had insisted their real names not be used at this meeting. Louise had even entertained the ridiculous notion of a disguise, shaving his head, perhaps, but the idea seemed absurd for a man in his 70s. No, he was simply an old man going to London for lunch with friends. Let anyone who thought otherwise challenge him if Radcliffe's successors finally caught him, so be it. He was tired of hiding. His train was delayed. Once in London he succumbed to nostalgia, wandering his old haunts. Oxford Street had transformed into a grand avenue of spacious shops. Fleet Street remained a clogged medieval lane. Covent Garden Market teemed with donkey carts and women balancing impossible loads, the cobbles slick with autumn debris. Lambeth's New Cut was as vibrant and chaotic as ever. Costermongers in corduroy, off-duty soldiers, liveried coachmen, and a cacophony of stalls selling fried fish and hot potatoes, all amidst beggars, entertainers, and still heartbreakingly shoeless children. It was as if the era's great promises of reform had never touched this place. Lost in these thoughts, he arrived at the Oyster House a little late. The other two were already there, rising to greet him. They had aged reasonably well, Louise thought. Fraser Burden, near Louise's own age, was as lean and fit as ever. His face leathery from years spent under a foreign sun. Oswald Hackett had aged another 10 years, pushing into his 80s, and the time showed. He had grown heavier. His head was completely bald, and he needed a cane to stand. Yet he still heaved himself up to shake Louise's hand before they all settled at the table. Louise noticed two books resting near Hackett's elbow. One was a dense academic volume he recognised. The other was an unfamiliar novel bound in a light tan cloth, its cover stamped with a drawing of a perfectly serene sphinx. A waitress appeared promptly for their orders. Hackett offered a wide grin, revealing teeth in poor condition. "Best we make proper introductions, gentlemen. Perhaps we should even write our names down at our age. Forgetting comes easy. Hell, sometimes I forget who I used to be. I'm Richard Foyle." "Woodrow Boyd," stated Burden. His accent carried a fresh, unfamiliar lilt, and Louise studied him with quiet curiosity. Had Burden relocated for good, maybe settled in America? Hackett nudged Louise. "And you, sir?" "John Smith," Louise replied. Hackett let out a derisive snort. "Good Lord, man, with a name like that you nearly deserve to be strung up in some basement under Whitehall. Now I know you both have families, Mr. Smith and Mr. Boyd. What have you shared with your children about your past adventures?" Louise kept his voice low. "I sat down with each of mine when they came of age and told them everything. It seemed the surest way to prepare them, to help them guard themselves and any of their own children who might inherit our peculiar trait. Whether you call it a blessing or a curse, the name isn't a concern for Ella, now that she's married. But Robert, he was adamant about reclaiming the old family surname, says he's proud of our roots. The young, what can you do? In any event, a lawyer friend of mine helped me craft a cover story about an adoption. It's all legally settled." Burden shook his head. "That leaves you wide open, though. Not that I think anyone's still tracking us after all this time. I'd criticise you, except my own second child is heading down the exact same path. Seems there will always be burdens." He turned to Hackett. "Frankly, it's probably a risk for us to be meeting here in London and in one of your old stomping grounds, if I recall your stories. Maybe you should come to the point." Hackett waved a hand. "Let's get to the oysters first. Here they come." The service at the Clam remained as efficient and cheerful as Louise remembered, and the oysters were just as delicious, even if the prices would have horrified the great Elusivo 50 years on. Burden, however, took one bite and nearly gagged. "My God, how can you stomach these? It's like the Thames is one giant, filthy spittoon, and I just swallowed a mouthful of phlegm." He tapped the cover of Hackett's book. "This is Darwin's Origin of Species, isn't it?" "It is, and it's a first edition, so mind your greasy fingers. If Darwin were here, I'd demand to know what theory of natural selection could possibly produce something as hideous and pointless as an oyster." Louise chuckled. "I'm sure he'd have a ready answer." Hackett gave a gruff laugh. "And I'd ask Darwin to ponder our own unusual situation and our future. I've followed his work since his accounts from the Beagle voyage, you know. Heard him speak a few times, but never met the man. I regret not seeking him out when I had the chance. He died over a decade ago, or has it been longer? In a way, it was his ideas that pushed me to gather us again, the three of us, the original knights. And likely the last, I fear, for I've found no recent sign of the others we worked with. We need a path forward for ourselves and for those who come after. The three of us might slink off to our graves like coward dogs, but that's not good enough for our children. Mark my words. Some of them will inherit our uncomfortable faculties. Just as you say, Mr. Smith. And then what becomes of them? What are we supposed to do?" "Nothing," Burden said flatly. "We'll be long gone safely in our graves. Let the future take care of itself," Hackett had said. But Louise wasn't satisfied. "It's been over 30 years since Origin of Species was published," he pressed. "What's prompted this meeting now?" Hackett gave him a sharp tap on the back of the head for his impertinence. "A fair question, Mr. Smith. The answer is in this volume right here." He lifted a second book from beside his plate, a novel titled The Time Machine, by an author who contributed to magazines and labelled his work a scientific romance. Louise read the spine aloud. "It's a kind of fairy tale, or perhaps a nightmare built on Darwin's framework," Hackett explained. "It depicts a future where humanity evolves and diverges over hundreds of thousands of years, becoming something entirely separate from what we are now." He studied their expressions intently. "Do you see? That's one seed of my idea. The other comes from Darwin himself. If any of you had actually read his book, which I doubt you'd recall a lengthy, rather dry section early on, devoted entirely to pigeons—" "Pigeons," Louise echoed. "Precisely. The selective breeding of fancy pigeons for specific traits, that's the core of his argument. Just as a breeder consciously pairs pigeons or dogs to emphasize certain colors or forms, nature, unconsciously, shapes all living things using the crude tools of scarcity, competition, and environmental change." "You've lost me," Louise admitted with a grin, momentarily distracted. Our oysters are gone, by the way. Should I order more? Burden brushed him aside. He hasn't lost me, Foyle. Leaning in, he lowered his voice. You're talking about breeding our children, aren't you? Like a man breeds his horses. At the word breeding? The full implication struck Louise, and the oysters were forgotten. Good God, man, how can you even entertain such a notion? Hackett's lip curled in disdain. Thank heaven for companions of such limited vision. Set aside horse breeders and pigeon fanciers. Consider arranged marriages. Hasn't our own aristocracy been matching their offspring for generations? The new mercantile class you rub shoulders with, Smith, is doing the very same thing to consolidate wealth within a closed circle. All I propose is that we do likewise for our protection, for our family's security. He paused, his tone growing darker. And to refine the lineage. Burden's voice was grave. You'd better outline exactly what you're suggesting. It's straightforward. We form an organisation, a fund, managed anonymously through reputable banks. Better yet, we spread the risk across multiple institutions and nations. Mr. Boyd, you could oversee the American interests. Now, imagine you have a grandson of marrying age Smith. I do, actually. Excellent. And you, Boyd, might have a granddaughter of a suitable age. The fund maintains a registry of our families, births, deaths, all perfectly legitimate, handled by agents unaware of the true purpose. When two eligible candidates come of age, they are approached. Approached, Burden repeated. Consider this method. Letters arrive from a designated bank. A meeting is arranged between the young people. Each is informed that if they consider a union, a financial grant would be provided. We need careful wording. The only condition, naturally, would be the birth of a child, which is the entire objective. Perhaps an initial incentive to arrange the meeting, half the sum upon marriage, the remainder upon the arrival of the first offspring. If they find no compatibility, they part ways, no worse for wear. Do you understand? Louise snorted. A good start. How good are we talking? Hackett gave a casual wave of his hand. That's for us to determine. Maybe £1,000. Having scraped by on pennies in run-down playhouses, Louise was notoriously tight with his cash. 1,000. Have you lost your mind? Not in the slightest, Hackett rumbled. And don't either of you pretend we couldn't pool our resources to create a fund large enough to yield that kind of sum from the interest alone. We wouldn't even have to stop at the three of us. He pulled a slip of paper from between the pages of his copy of the Time Machine. I've done a bit of digging. Let's just say I've had the time and the means and leave it at that. Beyond the folks I've already reached, like you two, there are dozens of families like ours. Their histories are dotted with waltzers, or at least the potential for them, like genuine diamonds set in cheap tin. Lewis looked over the list of names. Blakeney, Burden, Hackett, Orgill, Tallis, Tallyman, Valienté. You ought to be cautious with that, Burden said quietly. Hackett nodded and slipped the paper away. You see what we're doing? We're fortifying the bloodline, improving the odds this gift appears in a given generation. Plenty of animals adapt swiftly to selective breeding. Darwin himself would likely say we'd see results in just a few generations, 100 years maybe. And when these arranged matches finally produce a waltzer child on schedule, Louise countered, what then? What happens to it? It'll face the same dangers we have, suspicion, persecution. Especially if, despite how it looks, Radcliffe's lot are still sniffing around after old men like us. Hackett acknowledged the point. It's a valid concern at first. We'd need a system to monitor things. Some organisation ready to guide confused young parents when little Jimmy starts vanishing from his crib. But that need would lessen over time, I'd think, Burden mused. The more waltzers there are, the more the families will understand. Because Uncle Jerome or Aunt Ginny will have had the same strange knack. Exactly the plan. So what's your verdict? Burden spoke softly. You've always thought on a grand scale, Foyle, ever since the days of Albert and his noble projects. But this is a leap even for you to meddle with generations, to try and sculpt the future centuries from now. Lewis was struggling to process it all, to alter the very essence of humanity. The sheer arrogance of it. Arrogance? Hackett's temper sparked. What's the alternative to leave our own flesh and blood defenceless to be hunted for this? This magical skill? A skill capable of immense good. Have you forgotten the Underground Railroad? He rapped his knuckles on the novel's cover. Besides, as this book reminds us, the future will reshape humanity whether we like it or not. But yes, the old dream of unity will be gone. We are living at a period of the most wonderful transition, one which tends rapidly to accomplish that great end to which all history points, the realization of the unity of mankind. Sound familiar, Albert? Louise said. I bought his golden precepts after he died. Well, that pretty dream is a sham. The coming war with Germany, and it is coming, make no mistake, will shatter it. And after the flags are put away, a deeper split will emerge, one that goes beyond borders. For we, humanity, will become at least two kinds. Do you see, there will be the old stock Radcliffe and his ilk, Homo sapiens sedentarius, and rising among them will be the new kind, us, Homo sapiens transversus. It's the best I can manage with my rusty Latin. Let Darwin's successors sort out the proper terminology. And in 100 years, perhaps 2, if we commit to this path, our new breed will spread across this fine planet, and those verdant forested worlds we waltz into, I should think. And after that, what might the future bring? What will it become? It is this, or the bondage we witnessed with poor Abel along the Mississippi. Enslavement or triumph. He examined their expressions, an ancient man, resolute and focused. Do you stand with me? Will you? You can imagine how it unfolded. Nelson said to Joshua, both of them tucked away in the chilly, concealed basement of the Royal Society, leaning over Louise's handwritten journal. Hackett's selective breeding initiative succeeded, and with startling speed, within a generation or two, there was a surge of natural steppers among humanity. That's my reading of the evidence, at any rate. No doubt many of those steppers vanished into the long earth, lost to mishap or simply searching for secluded spots. It would have been fascinating to examine Happy Landings before its ruin, to see if there had been an increase in drifters arriving there. Joshua reflected. That distant colony, which ultimately provided the genetic foundation for the rise of the next, had acted like a natural reservoir for steppers, a destination where all the soft places seemed to converge. Right. I do recall people from there mentioning that in more recent years they'd felt greater strain. Too many newcomers arriving, the old equilibrium with their troll communities broken. But it wasn't the sort of place that kept meticulous records, was it? Not at all. And meanwhile, any steppers who stayed near the datum would have been cautious. The fate of the Knights of Discorporea surely served as a warning, but few secrets stay buried forever. He let the implication linger. Joshua exhaled softly. Don't string me along, Nelson. You've uncovered a few accounts, haven't you? Nothing entirely definitive. For example, have you ever come across the Angel of Muns? No. Ought I to have? Perhaps not. The Great War, 1914. British soldiers in the trenches shared tales of mysterious figures who would materialize and then disappear, aiding the injured. Some claimed they were the spirits of English archers from the Battle of Agincourt centuries before. Interesting. So, in reality, they were my distant great-uncles. That's the theory. He opened a notebook and scanned an entry. The official explanation is that it all stemmed from a piece of fiction by a Welsh author named Arthur Machen, which made for a very convenient cover-up at the time. By the 1940s, during the next war, I'm convinced steppers must have assisted certain units of the Home Guard, that volunteer force preparing to resist a Nazi invasion of England. I came across a version of a memoir by Tom Wintringham, from which several pages had been removed. Wintringham organised guerrilla training for select Home Guard units. They could easily have been useful sanctuaries in the stepwise worlds, resistance hideouts, stockpiles of food, explosives, anything you can think of, everything except firearms and ammunition because of the iron. The narrative continued, at least in Britain, mirroring the shifting anxieties of the nation's history. In the 1950s, Cold War spies imagined James Bond with a stepping ability, Joshua. By the 1970s, it appears they were infiltrating labour unions and the IRA. This all sounds remarkably noble. Oh, I've little doubt there was the usual share of jewel thieves, voyeurs and other scoundrels. Given time, I might uncover more from police archives. And this is just the British thread. Well, the entire breeding conspiracy did originate here, but clearly there were branches overseas too, especially in America. We know that from what you've shared about Sally Lindsay's family background. Sally was crouched low, her bronze rifle steady as she gazed down at the farmhouse. I'm aware of some of this. My father was never a stepper himself, but he married into a family of them. I remember you telling me how, as a child, you used to guide your father into stepwise Wyoming, where he kept his workshop. Nelson mentioned that your mother descended from an Irish branch of the Hackett family. My father adored my mother. I believe he still cherishes her memory, despite his many flaws. He was captivated by stepping, even though he couldn't do it himself. He approached it like a scientist, which eventually led him to invent the stepper box. But he despised my mother's relatives, the old country clan, as he called them, with their constant letters and calls. Before she met my father, There was apparently some family expectation for my mother to marry appropriately. I always assumed it was about money. That's what they told us kids anyway. I had no idea it was really about breeding steppers. My father never shared that with me. Not even after everything we experienced, travelling all the way to Mars and back. I guess it just didn't cross his mind to let me in on the secret. Typical of him, really. Growing up, I never had any contact from a fund, Joshua said. I imagine the sisters would have shielded me, even if they'd located me. Did they ever try to pressure you? They might have, but if they did, they couldn't find me. I left Dayton Madison for good about a year after Step Day and never looked back. Never stayed long enough for that secretive group to track me down. My father got his payback on them with Step Day, of course. Once almost anyone could step using a cheap stepper box. Their little exclusive club was shattered. She studied him closely. So, what about your father? Did Nelson manage to find him? That was the whole point of this. Joshua took a slow breath. Yes, Nelson found him. Sally, through the fund's archives, he's in a care facility in New York, West 5, originally from the Bronx, Irish-American. How touching, quit stalling, Valienté, out with it. He's just an ordinary guy. His name is Freddie Burden. You know, I was raised using my mother's surname. Naturally, the home had no paperwork linking him to me. Burden. So, another leftover from the Discorporea era, then. Right. But he never stepped before. Step Day. He must have carried the gene, though. He's 74 now. He was only 18 when I was born, 17 when I was conceived. Just a kid, honestly. Of course I remember your mother. Freddie Burden's Bronx accent was thick and raspy. Yamada. Of course I remember Maria. Who wouldn't? Ya think I'm some kind of monster? His words dissolved into a wheezing cough. He looked far older than his years, Joshua thought shriveled, with a caved-in chest and a face like sharpened bone. He reminded Joshua of an ailing bird. His skin had a greyish cast, and even his worn jacket and trousers seemed faded to ash. He insisted his emphysema came from brave volunteer work after Yellowstone, helping evacuate victims even though he was already in his 50s. Joshua suspected that was nonsense. Smoking had likely done the damage. Freddie's fingers were still stained nicotine yellow. They sat in a charitable home, a plain timber and concrete block, typical of the low-earth footprint cities. Outside, the air in this Brooklyn was hazy with a faint smog, a ghost of how the Datum version used to be. Freddie seemed small and out of place, a man displaced from his own time. He was lucky, Joshua decided, to have ended up in a shelter like this. Joshua quietly vowed to funnel some money into the place, but discreetly, where his father couldn't see or get his hands on it. Freddie, he learned, had trained as an electrician but never finished his certification. He'd bounced between odd jobs, his life spiralling downward as he aged. He'd never had a family after Maria, and had never saved a dime. Of course, I remember Maria, Freddie repeated, then coughed again, flashing a grim, almost ghoulish smile. Look, I was no stepper. Even with a box. Trying it made me sick to my stomach, but I had the genes, right? And so did your mother, and just look what we made. He coughed once more, his eyes glinting. The great Joshua Valienté, the world's most famous stepper. The only decent thing I ever managed was you, kid. How did you find my mother? They sent me a name and an address. Who's they? A group of bankers representing the families. The fund. There was a check in that first letter, with a promise of more if I went to meet her. If we got to know each other, if we married, if we had a child. A payment plan, really. But it wasn't an order. More like a strong hint, and honestly the money wasn't even that great. If I'd ever had a dime to my name, I probably would have told them to get lost. But you didn't have a dime. Freddie's grin widened. Not a penny then, not a penny now, so I figured, what's the harm? At least I could go meet this girl. You got to understand, she was only 14. This was about starting something long-term, so I took the cash and went to Madison, Wisconsin to find the family, and what do I discover? She'd already left. Right? He coughed, cleared his throat roughly, and spat into a crumpled handkerchief. She'd gotten a similar letter, wasn't happy at home anyway, and now there was this pressure to connect with some total stranger, 14 years old. Well, I found her. He tapped his temple. I'm no stepping legend like you, but I had some brains back then. She was in this group home on Allied Drive. Maybe, I don't recall. I do remember the nuns I asked for Maria said I was a cousin, which technically I was. They didn't trust me an inch. Can't blame them. Looking back, I was 17, and a real piece of work, you know. I almost walked away. But the money kept you there. That, and then I saw her. She was walking back from school, and that was it for me. My God, she was stunning. You got your looks from my side. Heaven help you. After that, I wasn't giving up. I found a way to reach her. How? Paid off a janitor. It all blew up into a mess later. I know, Freddie, she was 14. Yeah, and Mr. Perfect. I was 17. Get off your high horse. Look, Joshua, you want me to say it was love at first sight? All I know is we clicked. I took her out a few times. She found ways to slip away. He was seized by another racking cough. We were just kids, all right, but I made her laugh. She was a rebel and adorable as anything. We had fun, that's it. At the start. The nuns gave her hell for it, though. But you had that fund letter in your pocket. Did you think you had a claim on her? On this beautiful kid that you had some sort of right? No, it wasn't like that. For God's sake, you should have been there. Look, he said, leaning forward and lowering his voice, suddenly awkward. We didn't go very far, okay? Not until one night. Do I need to hear this, Freddie? He shrugged his bony shoulders. You came to me, remember? It was a summer night, 2001. She looked incredible. She had on this soft pink sweater, and I remember she never took off this silly little monkey charm bracelet her mum gave her. And I had a bottle of Jack Daniels I'd swiped. Oh, for God's sake, Freddie. What do you want me to say? It was ordinary, just a clumsy mistake. We were drunk. We went too far. That's all. Sorry if that's not poetic enough for you. He leaned in and Joshua caught the stale scent of cigarettes on his breath. And I know it was against the law, but I never forced her. All right? I was an idiot, not a monster. So she got pregnant. First try, just our luck. And you left? Freddie spread his hands wide. What did you expect me to do? I couldn't support her, let alone a baby. Even if it had been legal. I was a kid myself. Yeah, I ran. I figured those nuns would take better care of her than I ever could. Not well enough, Joshua said, his voice hard. Freddie met his gaze. So that's the story beginning to end. I was just a kid, and I've lived a whole life since. If you want me to say I never loved anyone else, I'd be lying. But I never forgot her, Joshua. Not once. It hurt me years later when the Foundation told me she had passed away. You never tried to find me, did you? He gave a bitter laugh. Right, that would have been a great idea. So you found me. What now? Joshua was quiet for a long time. Finally, he stood up. I suppose we're finished here, are we? You think you have your closure now? He made air quotes with his fingers, a gesture that seemed oddly dated to Joshua, emphasizing an equally dated word. Hey, where are you going? Will you come back? Joshua thought about it. Perhaps. Listen, Freddie called out as he was leaving. I know I let you down. Whatever you imagined I was, good or bad, I've always been. Deep down a disappointment. But I'll tell you this, Joshua. I didn't know you, but I knew of you. I followed you in the news online. How could I not, after Step Day and everything? Maybe I never visited, but I never came asking for money, did I, Joshua? And here's another thing. I never went back to those families to collect what they owed me. You know, for fulfilling the contract, for getting Maria pregnant. That was the whole point, wasn't it? I never asked for that payment, Joshua. Even though it was mine, that has to mean something, doesn't it? Even though it was owed to me, Sally asked. And that was all. That was all. Have you seen him since? Joshua shrugged. I suppose I will. Once this latest business with Lobsang settles down. Just a regular guy, then. Yeah, not some sinister predator. And not much older than me, though. He looked it. That was the weirdest part. It didn't feel like he was my father at all. We were just two tired old men in a room. Well, I guess I got that weight off my shoulders. You achieved atonement with your father, Joshua. A crucial milestone on your spiritual journey as a mythic hero. He looked up at her, narrowing his eyes. Are you making fun of me? Ma'am. And I suppose, whatever you say about Hackett and his crowd, they accomplished what they intended. They altered humanity's genetic makeup. They changed the world, the entire future, and ruined our lives in the process. True, she said. So what's next? So now we eat, maybe sleep, or at least I will, and in the morning I call the authorities. Then we go track down Grandpa Lobsang. He watched her face, agreed. She closed her eyes, holding her rifle. Then she said, agreed. Meetings in the New Springfield community were usually well attended. In a place where you had to create your own entertainment, people showed up, if only for the chance of some drama. They would wander in from their stepwise homes, the crowd slowly building. But this specific gathering was destined to be contentious. Agnes could feel it. It was being held outside the Irwins' main compound, a spread of teepees and tents, just across the ford over Salisbury Creek from Manning Hill. Everyone was there. Seated on the grass or on chairs they'd carried over, Oliver Irwin stood as if he were leading the meeting. which in a way he was with Marina sitting at his feet, Lydia curled against her, and Nikos beside the elderly Rio, who was a large, drowsy presence. Angie and Nell Clayton were there, along with the refined older Bells and the grandchildren they looked after, and the always cheerful Bambers who perpetually looked like they'd just emerged from the marshlands they worked. Lobsang, Agnes and 7-year-old, Ben sat quietly off to the side on a log, keeping a low profile, and Agnes desperately hoped they could stay that way. A gusty wind blew around them, carrying the now familiar scent of sulphur in the air, and somewhere a sheep bleated plaintively. Even the trees of the vast native forest were withering. It wasn't a cheerful day. Nothing felt right. But then Agnes thought with a pang of sadness nothing had felt right here for months, if not years. And looming over all of them was the immense shape of a Twain, a military airship, the USS Brian Cowley. The vessel hung silently in the sky, its turbines still, its great hull secured by mooring ropes fastened to the ground. The immense ceramic armour plates lining the vessel's underside were impossible to ignore, studded with weapon pods and observation ports that felt like glaring eyes. On the ground, a line of stern military officers had disembarked to deliver their unwelcome news to the people of New Springfield. They would have to abandon their homes. Agnes's worst suspicions were confirmed. The gathering turned tense from the very start. At Oliver Irwin's urging, the ship's captain, a rigid man in his 40s named Nathan Boss, rose to speak. "If you'll allow me to outline the reasoning behind our mission here." "Save your outline and get lost," a voice shouted from the crowd. Jeers and laughter followed. Agnes couldn't blame them. These settlers had journeyed to this frontier precisely to escape the authority of uniformed officials dictating their lives. Captain Boss pressed on. "We are here to assist you. We brought a scientific team to study the phenomena occurring on this world. I even carry a communique from my superiors, a personal note from President Starling." "That swindler! I didn't cast a vote for him. The President expresses that the entire Stepwise Nation stands with you in this crisis. We only wish to help. Then move that ship. You're shading my beat patch." Another wave of laughter rolled through the crowd. Lobsang bent close to Agnes. The irony is, their foul mood is perfectly understandable. Naturally, no one's had a proper night's rest in ages, and they hadn't. In the months since Lobsang's southern expedition with Joshua, the situation had deteriorated alarmingly. Unbelievably, the planetary day had now contracted to a mere 20 hours. According to Lobsang's own measurements, the world's rotation was speeding up even faster. Nights whipped by in a blur, leaving everyone in a permanent state of exhaustion, as if afflicted by a relentless global jet lag. One could theoretically step over to a neighbouring world for a normal day-night cycle, realms where, bewilderingly, sunrise and sunset were drifting out of sync with their own. Yet Agnes had observed that as the days here shortened, more people stubbornly returned to their homes each evening, defying both reality and their own weariness. "It's pure obstinacy," Agnes muttered. "Stubborn, mule-headed frontier spirit. No gleaming sci-fi beetle is going to chase me from my land." Everyone assumed the strange native creatures were linked to the other anomalies. You didn't need to see Lobsang's global network of metal viaducts to guess that. And the more exhausted we are, the more mullish we become. "Perhaps that's true," Lobsang conceded. "This is the world the founders selected. They've invested their labour here, their forged tools drawn to an ore seam the Beatles' activities might have even created. Why should they surrender it? But that doesn't mean we should dismiss the captain and his crew. They did bring a properly equipped science team, after all. The Navy wouldn't be here at all if you hadn't summoned them," Lobsang. "Someone had to act." "I'm worried, Agnes. Not just for us or for this town." Agnes's gaze dropped to Ben, who was fumbling with a hand-carved wooden yo-yo. A bracelet fashioned from beetle silver gleamed on his wrist, like those most children in town now wore. He looked weary, short-tempered, and irritable, just like all the adults she reached for Lobsang's hand. Synthetic skin against synthetic skin, yet the grip felt undeniably human, warm and firm. "Listen, Lobsang. Oliver Irwin is the real mayor of this place. You've done your part, you called in the Navy. Now let Oliver handle the talking. Let them work it out. For once, don't be Lobsang. Be George, be ordinary, be Ben's father. That's the whole reason we came here, remember? It's always better for people to come to their own realizations, to decide for themselves how they want to live, instead of having someone else decide for them." He drew a long breath. "I'll do my best, Agnes. I promise I will." Captain Boss, clearly annoyed by the cool reception, stepped aside for one of his officers. She was a woman in her late 40s, slender, with dark hair and a sharp, professional demeanour. I'm Margarita Jar, a commander in the US Navy and the chief science officer aboard the USS Cowley. As the captain mentioned, we have a full team of specialists here, civilian and military, gathered to study the unusual events affecting your world. Leading that team is Dr. Ken Boring from the US Geological Survey, an expert in seismology. We also have meteorologists, oceanographers, you name it. We even brought along an anthropologist affiliated with the SETI Institute. That's the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, who's here to study your, well, uninvited neighbours. Jar spoke with clarity and confidence, and the crowd listened respectfully. Agnes noted that she carried an air of authority. Her captain seemed to lack, but, Jar continued, my own background is in biology. And as a biologist, I have to deliver some difficult news for you, your children, your livestock, your crops, for every living thing native to this particular stepwise Earth. The situation has reached a critical point. Now that the planetary spin has accelerated to a day of roughly 20 hours, we've crossed a fundamental threshold. Neither humans nor other organisms can adapt to a day that short. Research linked to the space program has proven this. 20 to 21 hours is the absolute minimum day length we can endure. She ticked the points off on her fingers. Your chickens will stop laying eggs reliably. Those creatures you call furballs, the ones that hunt at dawn, you've probably seen them stumbling around disoriented, as if they're intoxicated, at all the wrong times. Then they become easy prey for the larger birds and other predators, assuming those predators are still functioning normally. Flowering plants can't follow the sun properly. Even the trees will suffer in the long run. Your world has a complex and beautiful ecology like we find throughout the long Earth, but that entire system is built around a 24-hour cycle. We're forecasting a major die-off, and it's going to happen soon. And that's before we even consider the secondary effects, the volcanic activity breaking out, the fires, the ash clouds lowering temperatures, the toxic gases in the air. We all remember what happened at Yellowstone, right? Dr. Boring can give you the details on that, people. This isn't just a disruption to your daily lives. We're looking at a very specific kind of extinction event on this world. And it's your profound bad luck that your community is caught right in the middle of it. Captain Boss moved forward again. Thank you, Commander. Very clearly put. Any questions? Oliver Irwin was still on his feet. He looked around at his neighbours. I think I speak for everyone here. So what's the plan, Captain? He gestured toward the military airship looming above. What are you going to do about all this? Well, Boss said, in the long run, we aim to keep studying these phenomena as closely as we can. But the immediate priority is to evacuate you from this location. We'll take you, your families, and whatever belongings you can gather to a safer place. I know you have other stepwise outposts, but I understand this world was your primary home. We'll relocate you wherever you wish to go. He offered a tight, unconvincing smile. Don't worry, we won't abandon anyone. Your pets, even your farm animals, will be evacuated. The Twain has plenty of space. Oliver stood rigid, and a low murmur of discontent spread through the crowd. Agnes sighed in frustration. That man just doesn't understand a thing. Oliver Irwin's voice was firm. Sir, Captain Boss, you need to hear this. This isn't just some location or a primary home. This is our home. When I ask what you plan to do, I don't want to hear we should run and hide. A murmur of agreement spread through the room. We're not people who give up. We're Americans. We're settlers. That's the whole reason we came here. And it's why we're staying. If you can't support us, he continued, over rising shouts of encouragement, then do what Al Todd requested. Get that big vessel of yours out of the sunlight his beats need. Absolutely, well spoken, Oliver. Captain Boss turned a helpless glance toward Jar. The science officer moved forward once more. We understand your frustration. Truly, the Navy isn't in the habit of walking away, but we still don't understand what we're facing. It's those silver bugs, Angie Clayton cut in. That's plain enough, Boss responded. We know almost nothing about them. You're aware we've surveyed extensively with the Cowley, covering a vast stretch of this North American footprint. The beings you call beetles are constructing something enormous, like a continent-wide roadway. What we lack is the reason. What is the purpose of this network, until we can answer that? Lobsang let out a quiet sigh. Agnes tugged his sleeve. Lobsang, don't... We can't begin to anticipate what happens next. I have to say something, Lobsang whispered. George wouldn't stay seated. We simply don't have a grasp on the situation. But I do, Lobsang declared. He stood up, solemn. Agnes buried her face in her hands. Oliver stared. Ben looked confused. Captain Boss glanced over. "Pardon me, Mr. Abrahams, was it?" "Dr. George Abrahams. I know what the Beatles are building. It's a Dyson motor. A what? Perhaps I should speak with your science team." And Lobsang walked past Oliver Irwin toward the Navy personnel, as if assuming command, exactly what Agnes had feared. Al Todd jumped to his feet and pointed. "Yeah, you do that, Abrahams. You hotshot. I always knew there was something off about you. All our problems began when you arrived. Maybe you should climb aboard this Navy boat and leave." The gathering began to dissolve into a frustrated, angry mood. Ben looked up at Agnes, his eyes wide. "Agnes, does Mr. Todd mean that?" "No, Ben, he's just upset, that's all. He doesn't mean it." "Come with me while George is occupied. Those chickens won't feed themselves." "Dyson? You mean Freeman Dyson?" The man was already asking as he shook Lobsang's hand. "Manners, Dr. Bowring," Jar said softly. "Introductions first, Mr. Abrahams. Actually, I hold a doctorate as well." "My apologies, Dr. George Abrahams. This is Ken Bowring from the US. Geological Survey, as mentioned. Dr. Bowring leads our civilian science team." Freeman Dyson, though, that's the reference, isn't it? "Please, walk with me, Doctor. I'd like to show you the data we're compiling and our current interpretations." Margarita Jar couldn't quite place this Abrahams. He was tall, slender, somewhat older than most in such a newly established community, yet something about him felt off. His accent sounded broadly East Coast American, she thought, but slightly unnatural, as if he were putting it on. His handsome but ordinary face seemed oddly blank, or rather, his expressions seemed to lag a fraction behind the emotional cue, as though each required a deliberate decision. Maybe the man was just an eccentric. With humanity scattered across the long earth, cultures, beliefs, and even ethnicities had begun to drift apart, and in all that variety, what she once would have called eccentrics now seemed almost commonplace. Still, Abrahams puzzled her. "So Bowring said, your doctorate is in engineering. My research focused on communication with trolls. It was funded by Douglas Black." "Fascinating, absolutely fascinating," Bowring replied, though his attention was elsewhere. "With the old datum academic systems in disarray, we depend more and more on patrons like Black to support our work. Still, the work moves forward." "You're familiar with Black himself, I assume?" "I've encountered him. That was before he withdrew from society, or so the story goes." Jar, along with several other crew members, had been part of a prior Twain mission that had, in secret and at Black's own insistence, transported him to a sanctuary far more distant than either Bowring or Abrahams likely suspected. She kept that knowledge to herself. They arrived at the makeshift station Bowring's team had established beneath the shadow of the hovering Twain. Trestle tables were cluttered with tablets, stacks of paper, weather charts and maps, alongside samples of local plants and wildlife. It was a modest setup compared to the full scientific suite aboard the Twain itself. "It's genuinely a relief to find you here, Dr. Abrahams," Bowring admitted. "Dropping into a situation like this with no background, there's only so much we can accomplish in a limited window. No disrespect to the locals. Your neighbours strike me as intelligent, principled and thoroughly good people, but to have had someone with a scientific education on the ground for years. I take your point. Explain a Dyson motor to me. Do you have a world map or any kind of complete planetary image?" The Navy crew had surveyed the continent by Twain and launched sounding rockets for a broader view. They even had a small constellation of basic satellites, though a full planetary survey remained incomplete. The data could be viewed in several formats: paper maps, digital images, photographic composites. Jar preferred a tactile globe, a borrowed basketball from the crew, over which a photographic mosaic had been carefully applied. It resembled a globe from any stepwise Earth, save for the odd continental rearrangement. That channel separating South and North America, and the global seaway stretching from the Atlantic coast through the Mediterranean and out past Arabia to the south. Then there was the relentless green of forests reaching all the way to both poles. But this globe also displayed false colour anomalies. Vivid orange bands along the continental coasts marked tsunami damage. Strange, sprawling fractures encircled the Pacific, split the Atlantic lengthwise, and spanned the southern oceans from northeast Africa down toward Australasia. The planet looked like a shattered ornament. Jar mused. These were massive tectonic floors, zones of volcanoes and quakes. Most striking, however, were the spidery silver bands tracing the equator and lines of latitude to the north and south. Abrahams picked up the basketball, running a finger along one silver line. "I've observed some of these firsthand. I took a Twain journey south myself. I saw enough to deduce the broader pattern. You'll confirm it for yourselves. Freeman Dyson was a 20th century engineer who thought on a grand scale. He contributed to Project Orion, exploring how to use military-grade hydrogen bombs to propel a spacecraft. He also conceived at least one theoretical method for spinning up an entire world. He pointed at the latitudinal bands. You encircle the world with conductive straps, run an electrical current through them to generate a shaped magnetic field around a planet, a toroid, like a donut. You establish another current running pole to pole through the planet itself, closing the loop with an arc through the magnetosphere. That's what produces the auroras we've been watching from the ground. Then you introduce a stream of spacecraft beginning in high orbits and spiraling down through that toroidal field. Spacecraft? They can be rudimentary. Mass is key, not complexity. Chunks of lunar rock, for instance, sheathed in a conductive material. During my own equatorial journey, I spotted such rocks in the sky. You must have seen them too.
We have. We've also been monitoring the moon from where projectiles of that nature are clearly being launched, and they've been launching for years since my wife and I first arrived. The underlying physics is straightforward.
The incoming flyby rocks are captured by the planet's newly generated magnetic field, and through this connection they exert a pull on the Earth itself. Each rock imparts a tiny increase to the world's rotation. Then, as they reach their closest orbital point, they push against that same magnetic field to begin spiraling away again, delivering another slight nudge to the planet. In theory, it's as though the Earth has become the central rotor in a colossal electric motor. He studied their expressions, hoping for comprehension. Jar nodded slowly. I think I follow, at least in principle. It reminds me of my daughter when she was small. Back in our hometown on West 5, there was a playground with a simple wooden roundabout, just a disc on a pivot with handrails. The children would run alongside, grab a rail and let go. Every tug made it spin a little faster. Exactly the concept. Bowring clicked his tongue. So the world is spinning up. But what about momentum conservation? Where's this extra rotation coming from? I lack the proper facilities for detailed observation. Abrahams admitted. Perhaps your organization does. The data suggests the flyby objects are streaming toward the sun. There they likely use a gravitational slingshot, or perhaps deploy some form of solar sail to harvest angular momentum from the sun itself before looping back for another pass. For a single rock, it's a slow journey. A full orbit from Earth to the sun and back probably takes months or years. But with a continuous stream of them, the acceleration becomes steady. Let me make sure I understand, Jar said. The latitude bands and the magnetic field they produce are essentially a coupling mechanism, linking these rocks to the Earth. But what's really going on is that, via this rock stream, some of the sun's own spin is being transferred to our planet. The sun's angular momentum, yes, and its rotational kinetic energy. That's a staggering amount of energy, Bowring said, his tone sceptical. Abrahams offered a wistful smile. It's all a matter of scale. Imagine doubling this Earth's spin rate, shortening the day to 12 hours. You'd need 4 times its original rotational energy, yet to achieve that would require only about 30 minutes worth of the sun's total fusion output. It seems immense to us, but when you can tap a source as vast as the sun, Bowring's expression turned grim. Well, the damage is already underway, Dr. Abrahams. I'm sure you can picture the global effects of this spin-up. Every Earth is fundamentally a fluid ball, a molten iron core and a viscous mantle. The solid crust is just a thin skin over that liquid interior. Under the continents, the crust might be 60 miles thick, but that's nothing compared to the Earth's 4,000-mile radius. It's like a giant creme brulee. He paused, recalling a recent jarring satellite image of a coastal city now half submerged, a detail not in any report. Because of its spin, the normal 24-hour rotation, every Earth is slightly deformed, flattened at the poles and bulging at the equator. Normally that's stable. And in nature, the spin actually slows very gradually over geologic time, giving the solid crust a chance to adjust to the changing shape. That's not what's happening here. In just a few years since the acceleration began, the equatorial bulge has increased by roughly 8 miles. That might not sound like much, but the oceanic crust is only about 3 miles thick. And so, Abrahams traced the jagged, looping fractures spanning the oceans on the basketball globe. The sea floor is splitting open. I'm afraid so. Natural faults exist where the seafloor spreads, like along the mid-Atlantic ridge, and where oceanic plates collide with continents, like around the Pacific Rim. Now, these faults are cracking wider, triggering quakes and volcanic activity. When it happens underwater, you get massive tsunamis that devastate coastlines. The smell of sulphur in the air, Abrahams murmured, his smile fading into sorrow. The scent of Yellowstone still lingered in the air, a constant reminder of a world that had fractured. Those spectacular sunsets were just symptoms of a planet unravelling at the edges. It was terrible news for someone like me, who just wanted a quiet piece of land to farm. Ken Bowring shifted in his seat, looking distinctly uneasy. I have to keep reminding everyone that most of this is still educated speculation. We're extrapolating from a handful of data points. This isn't the datum Earth, which was, before the eruption, absolutely blanketed in monitoring equipment. I used to work at the Large Aperture Seismic Array in Montana. It was a masterpiece of precision. We had satellites, ships, a global network of weather stations. Out here, all we have is the observation platform on the Cowley, a few scattered settlements like yours, Dr. Abrahams, and the handful of instruments we can manage to set down. We desperately need gravimeters to track the planetary distortion line-of-sight lasers to measure it directly. We know you're doing everything possible, Ken, Jar said gently. We all are, Bowring just grunted, his frustration plain. At least we can still do something. I received proper training before everything fell apart, but the major scientific institutions on the datum never recovered from Yellowstone. The next generation of researchers will be hobbyists at best. If that happens, we'll have no hope of ever understanding a phenomenon like this. Abrahams leaned forward. So we've discussed the what. Have you made any progress on the why? We're asking the question, which is a start here. Take a look. The silver beetle was undeniably inert. It lay on its back on a lab table, the gas sacks from its green underside removed, its plates of silvery armour carefully set aside. Its carapace, which resembled black ceramic, had been cut and peeled back to reveal a strange greenish pulp inside. I must stress we did not kill this entity, Bowring said quickly. We recovered this remains, or this deactivated unit, Jar interjected. We haven't reached a consensus on whether these constructs are truly alive. Fine. We found it in that vast played-out mine shaft you call the gallery. It was completely inactive. We have no idea what caused its shutdown, or even how long it's been there. We don't understand their processes of decay, if decay even applies. Or if it is a he, Jar added dryly. Fair point. It's difficult not to assign human traits, especially when you see one standing upright, that blank mask-like face staring right at you. You settlers call them beetles, Jar said, turning to Abrahams. Some of the scientists use assemblers. The Marines under Colonel Wang have settled on bugs, but we don't know what they call themselves because they refuse to talk to us, Bowring said, exasperation creeping back into his voice. We are certain they are capable of communication, Dr. Abrahams. They must be to engineer structures as complex as the viaducts. We believe they are individuals. They show individual behaviours like the first ones those children encountered, trading rock samples for bits of beetle-made trinkets. You could view that as a primitive form of communication, pre-symbolic. You could even see it as a form of play. Play, Abrahams repeated, a new thought occurring to him. I hadn't considered that. Play, yes. Their geological survey of this world has been exhaustive. It's hard to believe a few random ore samples from untrained children hold any real scientific value for them. That interaction is a sliver of hope that we might reach them and that they aren't inherently malicious. You don't play games if you're purely evil. Abrahams gave a low hum. Even the conquistadors loved their children, Dr. Bowring. Probably even the Nazis did. A grim but valid point. That's essentially where we're stuck. We have a SETI specialist here who's been trying to get them to recognize prime numbers using arranged stones, mathematics as a universal language. The beetles just turn and walk away every single time. A short, dry laugh escaped Abrahams. Some hopes, it seemed, were built on very fragile ground. I'd be out the door if you began reciting prime numbers. What a snooze. Jar bent closer to the beetle on the table, her face mask secured. The dissection had advanced considerably since her last viewing, but within the body's interior she discerned only a uniform, spongy mass. I'm just a plant biologist, but even I can see we're missing clear internal architecture. No distinct organs, no skeletal framework. Bowring gave a casual shrug. We believe the ceramic shell functions as an exoskeleton, providing structural support, and it needs to. That spongy material is incredibly dense. We've conducted numerous scans, MRI, sonar. There is structure present, but it's a networked system with identifiable nodes, not a set of discrete organs like ours. This same network extends into the head, which appears to be more of a sensory cluster than a centralized brain. He looked toward Abrahams. That could be crucial. The human skull has expanded over our evolutionary timeline, but space remains limited. Cerebral function has to compete with areas dedicated to processing sight, for example. Interesting, Abrahams mused. So if these beings essentially have their cognitive center in their torso, there's ample room for expansion. And if they possess high intelligence, they also have remarkable capability. Look at this. Bowring lifted a tablet displaying an image of a bug's manipulator limb. He zoomed in on a section. Jar saw that the limbs ended in splits, forming branch-like appendages resembling fingers, which then bifurcated again into even finer manipulators. This continues down to the nanoscale, Bowring explained. We theorize these entities can manipulate individual molecules. Abraham said, "You keep calling it a creature. We return to the fundamental question. Is it truly biological?" As Commander Jar noted, opinions are split. Animal or machine? My personal theory is that this represents an extremely advanced cyborg, a design so ancient that the technology and biology have fused seamlessly. The manipulator substructures appear engineered, yet the overall body plan suggests a biological origin, however inefficient. Why not design the entire form as a modular robot? Then you could detach components or merge entire bodies into larger structures. Regardless, the ability to engineer from the molecular level upward grants them immense constructive power. Dr. Abrahams, I believe, a beetle could fabricate almost anything from nearly any raw material, given the correct elemental makeup. Including a replica of itself? Absolutely. We have confirmed. They have reproduced, using materials sourced from this environment, beetles cultivated from the very substance of this world. I verified that myself. This is a von Neumann replicator then, a self-replicating machine among its other talents, yes. And when they coalesce, they demonstrate phenomenal feats, like those continent-spanning viaducts. But these entities aren't from Earth, Abraham stated flatly, not from any world in the long Earth. Correct, Bowring replied, his tone grave, and our most compelling evidence for an extrasolar origin. Is the planetarium? To reach it, to journey from the ordinary confines of New Springfield into the profoundly alien, the highly trained and heavily armed crew of a Navy airship had to endure the absurdity of being stepped over hand in hand by local children, a ritual Lobsang and Agnes had undergone from the start. Children who had mastered this method on their own years prior, it was a humbling, almost farcical gateway to the unknown. Margarita Jar had stood under this alien sky multiple times since the airship's arrival at New Springfield. She never grew accustomed to it, and never expected she would. The group of Marines and scientists working here at the planetarium, from their makeshift camp of tents and folding tables, complete with a defensive gun position, felt like a comforting, familiar anchor in the midst of the utterly strange. Even the local children had a space of their own, a crucial connection point stocked with snacks, drinks, reading material, and a few simple toys after the group passed through. Colonel Jennifer Wang, the officer in charge of the outpost, gave Commander Jar a sharp, professional nod. Wang led the Cowley's modest marine contingent and was outfitted in full-body armor, her face obscured by a respirator mask, a precaution that felt excessive in the planetarium's perfectly breathable air. Commander Jar. Everything appears calm. Yes, ma'am. Just another quiet shift here at Bug Central. The beetles are busy being beetles and leaving us be... Watch your step, Commander. Thank you, Colonel. The exchange felt as routine as any they'd ever shared. Jar reflected. She and Wang went way back, having served together as junior officers aboard the Benjamin Franklin under Captain Maggie Kaufman years ago. And yet look where they'd ended up. The thought was impossible to shake. What if the delicate, shimmering bridge they'd just traversed dissolved without warning as mysteriously as it had formed? But here these Marines stood, in this impossible place, and the young scientist from the Cowley went about their work, joking and grumbling about the rations, as if they were at some mundane training facility back in Low Earth, Iowa. The children, of course, were completely unbothered. Jar pushed her own dark musings aside. What else could she do? She moved to rejoin Abrahams and Bowring, who were gazing upward at the densely packed heavens. Bowring remarked, "It's obvious this world is an anomaly. It doesn't fit within the chain of our long Earth. We're rather short on mathematicians for this mission." He added with a touch of regret. "Those brilliant minds seldom enjoy stepping, but the few we have theorized we're observing a structural flaw in the long Earth itself, a kink in its higher dimensional framework. It must be something along those lines," Abrahams agreed. "Frankly, we haven't the faintest idea how such a thing could occur, much less how to repair it. Solving this will require an intellect far beyond ours." "Quite," Abrahams said. his tone dry. But there's no indication the beetles can step independently, correct? Aside from the single transition between the gallery and this planetarium. None whatsoever, Jar stated firmly. But we're monitoring the situation closely. The captain has stationed sentries in adjacent stepwise worlds. It seems a small number of these insects initially infiltrated New Springfield from elsewhere, from this very place, wherever here is. Now they're exploiting New Springfield's resources, breeding uncontrollably. We absolutely cannot allow them to step into another long Earth world and begin the cycle anew, potentially spreading even farther. A prudent measure, Bowring interjected. We are making headway with our observations, though. He gestured toward the sky, ablaze with crowded stellar disks. Many shone with an intensity that stung the eyes if stared at directly. This world clearly resides within a globular cluster, a dense spherical swarm of stars. The density gradually diminishes as you look toward the outskirts. These clusters are compact spheres of stars that orbit the galactic core as a single entity. But which cluster? Jar pressed. Have you identified it? We believe we have, he replied, a grin spreading across his face. Clusters vary by age, metallicity and size, all of which we can measure. Our data suggests this is the globular cluster catalogued as M15. It lies about 30,000 light-years from Earth, roughly the distance to the galactic centre. It's ancient but substantial, packing over 100,000 stars into a region less than a couple hundred light-years across. Our onboard astronomers are practically giddy. M15 is thought to harbour a significant black hole at its heart, a messy amalgamation of dead ancient stars. They're thrilled to have a front-row seat. Fascinating as black holes are, Jar said, a note of reproof in her voice. They aren't our primary objective. Our focus remains the assemblers. Abrahams echoed the phrase, doing on this world. He then posed a question. They're obviously not from Earth. Are you suggesting they aren't native to this place either? Bowring gave a non-committal shrug. It's difficult to say for certain with so little to go on, but look at those structures. He motioned toward the horizon. Air sacs are scattered everywhere. They appear organic, similar to the buoyancy bladders on certain aquatic plants, though vastly larger, agreed. The gas mixture inside those sacs is identical to what's in the pouches carried by each individual beetle. All of them hold a slightly different blend of gases compared to the local air, which, by the way, is close enough to Earth's to let us breathe. The sacs have higher concentrations of carbon dioxide and various sulfur compounds. It reminds me of a thin industrial haze from the peak of the datum's pollution era. Terraforming, Jar said, the realization dawning, you believe these insects are engineering a new atmosphere. They didn't originate here, they're reshaping the planet. Bowring pressed his lips together thoughtfully. Well, terraforming isn't quite the right word. They aren't making it like Earth as we would. They're creating conditions that suit them. Xenoforming might be more accurate. They arrived on this world to remake it in their own image. He glanced around with a grimace. Look at them, swarming over everything. They consume the raw materials of this planet and turn them into more of themselves. It's revolting, such sheer avarice. Perhaps, Abrahams countered, but let's not pretend we're saints. European explorers brought their livestock, their pests, even their songbirds to the Americas and Australasia. What did they accomplish, if not converting a massive portion of those continents' biomass into millions upon millions of copies of themselves? Just like these beetles, albeit with more primitive methods. So they're unsettlingly similar to us then, Bowring conceded. Jar interjected, if they aren't from this world, then where did they come from? That, Bowring said, is pure speculation. Jar let out a short sigh. I have a feeling we're past the point of waiting for peer review. Dr. Bowring, speculate away. I believe they crossed interstellar space to reach this world. They didn't just step here. They are travellers between the stars. Look up there, he pointed to the left, toward the sky. You may or may not see it, I certainly can't. But the younger crew members can, and our spectrometers confirm it. Many of the stars in that direction have a distinct greenish hue. Dyson spheres, Abrahams said instantly, or some kind of megastructure clouds at least, another of Freeman Dyson's grand concepts. Stars enveloped by life-sustaining constructs, silver beetles spreading from star to star. Exactly. They are expansionists, colonizers much like humanity has always been. What we're seeing up there, written across the heavens, is a vast advancing wave of them, originating from somewhere in that direction to your left, toward the periphery of the stellar cluster. It's even possible they didn't begin within this cluster at all, but they are undoubtedly spreading through it. This specific world, its local star, must be near the leading edge of that wave. because in the opposite direction, he pointed to his right, we see no green stars. All right, Abraham said, but they didn't cross space to get to New Springfield. No, they stepped there, just as we did. My theory is they accidentally stumbled through some kind of distorted stepping process into the gallery and wound up on that particular Earth. And they're handling it very differently, with that massive spin-up operation, instead of a full atmospheric overhaul like we see here. Why the different approach? I do have some thoughts on that. Bowring pointed directly overhead. Up there, right at the fringe of their colonization wave, we're detecting something else orbiting certain stars. It's not the usual celestial debris of a pristine system, nor is it the green signature of the Beetle's expansion. We're seeing another type of cloud, comprised of large, irregular chunks. Abrahams let out a low whistle. Intentional demolition, Jar asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. If I weren't a man of science, I'd almost be willing to suggest that somewhere out there a fight is happening. Someone is pushing back against the Beetle's spread. That could explain why we're seeing such a frenzy of activity from them right here, in New Springfield's Earth. It's not random. They met us, they figured out how to expect a fight, so they've sped up whatever their plan was, trying to finish it before we get our act together and stop them. As for what that plan actually is, like I mentioned, they seem to be trying something new at New Springfield. They aren't terraforming that world. But what are they doing? I believe I understand, Abraham stated. Dyson never saw his spin motor as the final goal. He was thinking bigger, about constructing those immense spheres, structures large enough to contain an entire star. Ah, Bowring replied, and the only possible way to gather that much material is to take apart a planet. Take it apart? Such an ordinary phrase sent a chill through Jar. How could anyone do that? Oh, Abraham said, his voice grim, by spinning it faster and faster until it... Yes, Jar drew a sharp breath. I have to speak with the captain immediately, Abrahams nodded. And I need to talk to my wife? Professor Emeritus Wotan Ulm from the University of Oxford East 5, and famous for his contentious bestseller Peer Reviewers and Other Idiots, A Life in Academia, had agreed to provide a recorded lecture on von Neumann replicators for the crew of the US Navy Twain USS Brian Cowley. Is this recording device functioning? What do you mean that's not your name? Young lady, I'm 78 years old. My childhood town is buried under 30 feet of ice, and I do not have the patience for this. Eh? What green indicator? Ah, there we are. Von Neumann replicators, then. Think of them as the ultimate matter printer, a printer that can manufacture another printer just like itself, a machine capable of creating a perfect copy. Not unlike some of my former students. What could humanity achieve with such a technology? How about settling the entire galaxy? Last century, in a more naively optimistic time, the physicist Frank Tipler suggested a way we could colonize the stars on a budget. Tipler's idea didn't need any fancy faster-than-light travel, just the kind of slow, methodical probes we can build today. The first wave would be slow, moving only as fast as our funding allowed. But these probes would be self-replicating, you see, able to build anything from raw materials, including copies of themselves. That's the genius of it. The great John von Neumann had already proven such machines were possible in theory. After all, human beings manage replication with remarkably little instruction. Have I used that line already? Never mind, I'm 78. You'll have to forgive me. When such a probe reached its destination, it would land, survey the area, perhaps cultivate a few human colonists from a stored genetic archive, and then, most importantly, begin constructing copies of itself. This new generation of probes would then launch onward, pushing deeper into the galaxy, each seeking new frontiers. You can imagine the migration spreading relentlessly in every direction from Earth. The whole endeavour would pay for itself, which would have delighted every penny-pinching university administrator I've ever had the displeasure of arguing with, because the new colonies would use only local resources. Earth's only investment is the initial batch of probes. But here's the catch. Imagine we start colonising the stars Tipler's way. Earth becomes the heart of an ever-expanding sphere of settlement, a sphere that must keep growing larger and larger to maintain a constant rate of expansion. The vanguard of expansion, that initial colonizing surge, must accelerate endlessly consuming planets and suns before rushing onward, driven by the relentless pressure from behind. Picture a Tipler wave of self-replicating machines flooding the galaxy, converting barren solar systems into countless duplicates, laboring frantically just to match the breakneck speed of their own spread. Should such a probe ever reach an inhabited system, it would have no option but to instantly obliterate any indigenous life, repurposing everything it encounters into more of itself. It couldn't hesitate to pause, would be to lose the momentum of the wave. Is this technologically impossible? Hardly. We possess nearly enough knowledge to construct such entities ourselves. Would it be immoral to unleash this exponential horror upon the cosmos? Most would agree, though perhaps not your average financier. Is this, then, what those settlers on that desolate high megas world found buried in their pit? A Tipler wavefront? It certainly fits the description. What's that, Jocasta? What should be done about New Springfield? Metaphorically speaking, I'd suggest building a very, very tall wall around those people. Now, is that sufficient? I am, after all, 78 years old. Agnes felt immediate distrust the moment Lobsang mentioned having a plan. A plan for what exactly? You practically shredded our disguise back there, standing up in front of those Navy officials and commandeering the entire meeting. I believe it's irrelevant. The universe isn't leaving me any alternatives, Agnes. Oh, spare me the grand pronouncements. Do you honestly think the universe is paying you any mind? Just consider this. What is there to consider? Who do these beetles, these insects, think they are? They descend upon a world and devour it for their own ends, everything it was, everything it might have become, erased in an instant just to power another tiny step in their own ceaseless growth. I'd acknowledge your point if it weren't for the fact that's precisely what humanity has always done, as you've reminded me on numerous occasions. True. But now we're directly in the path of the juggernaut. And there are clearly beings, intelligences of some kind, resisting up in the planetarium sky. Aren't they justified in fighting back? Shouldn't we at least attempt to do the same? Agnes shook her head. Perhaps or perhaps not. I simply don't understand why it has to fall on you. And more importantly, how can we possibly fight back against entities capable of reshaping entire worlds? An inferior technology can still land a blow against a superior one, given sufficient audacity and the element of surprise. Think of Captain Cook, he said. The Hawaiians killed him when he landed on their shores. Which did the Hawaiians very little good in the grand scheme of things. Agnes, I don't believe I can save this world, but I might be able to halt the beetles' advance to prevent them from threatening more of humanity's worlds. To do that, I'll need assistance. You've already dispatched Sally and Joshua on some errand. I'm aware of that. Not that Agnes was clear on what that mission entailed. Yes, but even if they succeed, I fear it won't be enough. Then what? Who else could you possibly want? He answered plainly. The next. As for Joshua and Sally, hand in hand, they stumbled out from their latest passage through a soft place, another fissure in the vast knotted fabric of the long earth. Joshua found himself standing on crimson, gritty soil beside the edge of a wide, murky grey body of water, a sea or perhaps a vast lake. Standing, however, was brief, his legs immediately gave way, all his strength utterly drained. A profound cold seeped from his very core, as if he were suffering severe hypothermia. Despite the warm, dry, salty air, crouching down, he wrapped his arms tightly around himself, trying to suppress the violent shivering through sheer will. This was the inevitable toll of traversing the soft places. Having journeyed intermittently with Sally for years now, Joshua knew she had grown up with an innate, almost subconscious understanding of these anomalies, an ability to sense and utilize them that felt as natural as breathing. Joshua's mind often pictured the long earth as a vast, intricate necklace of realities, strung along a hidden dimension. He could step from one world to the next, moving west or east along that chain. But he knew it wasn't a simple line. It twisted and looped back on itself, creating knots and intersections. A soft place, if you could find one, was like a secret shortcut, a chance to leap across countless stepwise worlds and vast geographical distances in a single bound, incredibly useful for those who knew the trick. A fascinating puzzle for the theorists and brutally demanding for anyone but the most seasoned steppers. He'd recover from the transition. He always did. But age made each journey feel more punishing, and now, without fail, the phantom pain in his missing left arm flared up with a vengeance. Sally, of course, was already in motion. She'd shrugged off her pack, pulled out a compact shovel, and was digging into the coarse sand with a focused intensity. She had always been the physically resilient one, and while Joshua had been the public face of stepping for decades, Sally's intuitive grasp of the soft places meant the long earth was more her true home than his ever could be. Even so, he could see the strain of their latest jump in the stiffness of her movements as she worked. "What are you digging for?" he asked, his voice still rough. "Making sure we're not stranded on an island." "An island? I thought we were looking for Lobsang." "We are. Make yourself useful. Go see what's past that ridge." "What ridge?" She didn't bother answering. When his legs felt steady enough, Joshua stood, left his pack beside hers, and surveyed their surroundings. The narrow beach led up to a weathered line of dunes sculpted by relentless wind, trudging toward it. He found the sand fine as powder and bone dry, swallowing his boots with each step and sapping his remaining energy. They were clearly above the tide line. The complete absence of life was unnerving. No shells, no seaweed, no bird tracks, not even a piece of driftwood for a fire. The only sounds were the gentle wash of waves and the rhythmic scrape of Sally's shovel. A dead world. By the time he reached the dune's crest, he was breathing hard. The view beyond was a vast, flat expanse of reddish-brown earth, dotted with weary-looking hills in the far distance. The only hints of colour were patches of greyish lichen on rocks and a strange purple stain crusting a dried mud pool. Not a single plant broke the monotony, though he spotted the silvery thread of a stream maybe half a mile off, winding toward the sea. At least there was fresh water in all his travels across the stepwise worlds. He'd seldom seen a place that felt so utterly barren. But the air was clear, and he could see solid land stretching to the horizon in every direction. This was no small island. He returned to Sally, who was taking a drink from her water bottle, her arms dusty from digging. "It's not an island, dry land, as far as I could see." "Good," she said, wiping her mouth. "And I've dug deep enough to be reasonably sure there's no hidden carapace down there." The exercise helped anyway, chased the chill off. Carapace? Why? The obsession with islands. Joshua felt the old frustration rising. After all this time, her cryptic answers still grated. "Just tell me, Sally. Where are we?" She closed her eyes briefly, as if reading a map in her mind. "I kept the coordinate exact. We're at Earth West, 174,827,918. "Hell? 175 million?" Joshua asked, his voice laced with disbelief. "That's the figure from the Armstrong 2's catalogue," Sally replied, referencing the Navy airship survey from over a decade prior. "Take it or leave it. Some argue the long Earth becomes too unpredictable on such a scale for simple numbering to hold any real meaning. But does it truly matter, as long as you know your destination? Which you clearly do still, Sally. I've never ventured anywhere near this far." "I know, and that's why I feel so completely drained." "Exactly. You really believe we'll find Lobsang here?" Joshua was referring to the ambulant unit they had left behind on Earth West 2 million plus nearly 3 decades ago when it departed with an entity known as first-person singular. "I know we will," she said, her tone carrying its familiar edge of strained patience. "That's the entire point of bringing you?" "Fine. What's the plan? I could collect some water. There's a stream just over there. Go ahead." "I don't see any firewood." "The nights are mild, and there aren't any wandering creatures to worry about. At least not on this continental landmass. A simple lean-to and our survival blankets will suffice. I suppose there's no hunting or fishing to be done either." She shrugged. "Our rations will last us a few days, Joshua. We could process bacterial slime in a pinch. But we won't be here long, just until we locate Lobsang, or until he finds us. And how do we manage that?" "It's handled, Joshua." She reached into her pack and produced a compact shortwave radio transmitter. "The signals will bounce across the planet. Lobsang will hear them. Go fill the water bottles. You can set up the fold-up antenna if you want. I know how you enjoy tinkering with gadgets." But Joshua was no longer listening. The previously featureless sea had changed. Suddenly an island had appeared not far from the shore, a vivid patch of green and yellow against the grey water. He pointed. "How did I miss that?" "Don't blame yourself," Sally murmured. "It wasn't there before." Joshua belatedly fumbled for his binoculars. Through the lenses he saw a vibrant ecosystem unlike anything on the mainland. Beyond a beach-like fringe were clusters of forest, with small, dog-sized, horse-like animals moving about. Even the shoreline water churned with visible life. And this island was leaving a wake. Sally watched him. "Do you understand what you're seeing?" "Of course." A grin spread across his face despite himself. "It's just as Nelson Azikiwe described. He said Lobsang showed him a creature like this off New Zealand's coast, though much closer to home, around 700,000 steps out. Lobsang called that one second-person singular. It was far more typical of its kind than the one we met, the one who called herself first-person singular, the one that took a liking to you. That connection existed only because of Joshua's peculiar, almost troll-like sensitivity to other minds, which had allowed him to sense her thoughts across the vast expanse of the long Earth. Thoughts that felt to him like the resonant clang of a great gong, echoing with profound bafflement and loneliness. She, in turn, had seemingly sensed him. "First person, singular, was the anomaly," Sally continued. "She was the one that had gone wrong, hence your mutual fascination, no doubt. Lobsang classified these beings as traversers." And this is why we came here. Sally, something's happening. The water all around the living island began to bubble and churn with increased turbulence. Joshua saw its profile starting to diminish, as if the island were collapsing in on itself. The trees rooted in the earth and rock upon its back shook violently. It's sinking, Joshua observed. Yep, Sally confirmed. Joshua watched through his binoculars as the island performed its vanishing act. Sections of the ground, looking like thick, crusty flaps, swung open on hidden hinges of muscle, reminding him of a giant clam yawning wide. Those skittish little horses didn't hesitate. They bolted straight for the openings and plunged inside, vanishing into the island's hidden interior, just as the first waves washed over the spot. Then, with a ponderous grace, the entire landmass sank. The fake rocky shore, the clusters of trees, every plant and creature it carried, slid beneath the grey water until nothing was left but a churning patch of sea and a few stray leaves bobbing on the surface. Just like Nelson said, Joshua murmured, lowering the glasses. I didn't really believe it until now. Now you understand my paranoia about camping on suspicious landmasses, Sally said. This place is the source, the Traverser's home. Honestly, the Armstrong expedition pieced it together pretty well from the old Mark Twain logs. They got the gist. The Armstrong science reports had detailed a different kind of biological complexity here. It wasn't the familiar ladder from grass to trees, from frog to elephant. Life on this world had, in a sense, skipped a rung. It had evolved from primordial ooze straight toward a planetary scale. In these oceans swam vast composite beings, living islands, each one a colossal protean entity, like a Portuguese man-o'-war grown to continental size. And as the crew noted, these beings often carried simpler animals within their structures, creatures like the miniature horses that clearly weren't native to this watery realm, but were collected from elsewhere. Lobsang has probably figured out the finer details by now, Sally mused. He's had enough time to study, that's for sure. So, we've come to the Traverser's home world. Why? Joshua asked, though he was starting to guess. Because where else would he be? Sally replied, her tone suggesting the answer was obvious. The last time anyone saw him at the end of his big trip, he was riding into the sunset on the back of first-person singular, the granddaddy of all traversers. His trail leads here. Joshua stowed his binoculars with a sigh. All right, what's the plan? The plan is classic High Mega's survival. We set up the radio, we get comfortable, and we wait. A whole lot of waiting. Come on, you've done this before. Want to help me assemble this antenna, or are you just going to stare at the water? Thus began their stint as pioneers in what Joshua decided was the most bleakly monotonous environment he'd ever experienced. After a couple of days, he told Sally it felt like being stuck inside a sensory deprivation tank. The only breaks in the grey sameness were false alarms, shadows on the water he'd swear were a returning traverser, but which always resolved into just clouds. The waiting stretched until their 5th day on that lonely beach. Then the traverser returned, and when those great carapace flaps parted again, Joshua found he wasn't surprised at all. The usual parade emerged first, the horse-like creatures, then deer forms, bear-like and dog-like shapes, and other animals that looked like clumsy, mashed-together versions of familiar things, even a few small stegosaur-like beasts. After them, something new walked calmly into the light, climbing an invisible stair. It was a human-shaped machine, completely unclothed like a polished statue. Even from a distance, Joshua could see it was damaged, missing one arm entirely. You two, the figure called across the water, its voice carrying a mild, almost weary amusement. Of course it would be you two. Playtime's over, Lobsang, Sally called back, and Joshua heard a genuine, unexpected note of sorrow in her words. He settled among them on the bleak, windswept shore, joining their makeshift camp. When Sally offered him a piece of chocolate and a steaming mug of coffee from their portable solar stove, he accepted both. Ah, chocolate, he remarked, taking a bite with his left hand. His right arm was entirely absent, the shoulders smooth and seamless. You remember, Joshua, I always had an appreciation for a good meal. At least this particular version of me did. It's been 28 years since my last synchronization, so I can't speak for the others. Even back on the voyage of the Mark Twain. Clam chowder and oysters Kilpatrick. Joshua cut in with a faint smile. Sally let out a short laugh. Some things never change. After 3 decades, you two fall right back into the same rhythm. These days, I derive most of my energy directly from sunlight, Lobsang explained. He rose and turned, revealing a sleek, silvery panel that covered his back from his shoulders down to the base of his spine, an integrated solar array. I suppose I photosynthesize in a manner of speaking. Now, Joshua could observe the other alterations more clearly. The body was completely hairless. Not even eyebrows remained. Sections of skin appeared to have been replaced, seamless yet subtly different in tone from the overall pale tan. Most strikingly, the genitalia were gone, replaced by a stark metallic fixture in the groin that looked like a simple valve. I do require some solid intake, of course, Lobsang continued. Organic matter to sustain my internal systems, bacterial cultures, certain algae. Some of the traversers here host fruit-bearing trees and tuber plants. On occasion, if an animal specimen dies accidentally and the flesh is still viable, they permit me to consume it. Bacon? Joshua asked. On particularly fortunate days, Sally gestured vaguely. Lobsang. Your arm? Yeah, Joshua said, but honestly, it's not the missing arm that's the most noticeable. A grin spread across Lobsang's face. Does it make you uncomfortable, Joshua? He reached down and with unsettling nonchalance removed the groin plug. Joshua couldn't suppress a slight flinch. Please. You'll recall I sustained considerable damage during our journey, especially after the fall into the gap. In the long years after you left me with first-person singular, time and wear took their toll. This unit was never designed for indefinite, unsupported operation, so I cannibalized parts, he said, giving Joshua a deliberate wink. The arm and other non-essentials became spare parts for my core systems. I doubt I could convincingly impersonate a human anymore. Not that I ever expected to need to again. Well, I'm glad you're still functioning, Joshua said. Me too, Sally added, though her tone was begrudging. Not that I'm surprised. Your concern is noted, and now you have come all this way to find me. Lobsang sent us, Joshua clarified. The one who replaced you, the version assembled from all the iterations and backups you left behind. Your presence alone tells me a great deal. Something has gone wrong. You could certainly say that, Joshua replied softly. Is the situation dire? Are the odds stacked against us? You could phrase it that way, Sally said. Though it sounds like a line from a bad action film, will you two ever outgrow the dramatic flair? Joshua reached into his pocket and retrieved a small, capsule-shaped memory pod. He gave me this. He said it contains everything you need to know. Lobsang nodded, his eyes closing briefly. I will accompany you regardless of what that briefing holds. I must trust his judgment, my own judgment in a way. He glanced at Sally. You came via the Soft Place network, obviously, and will return the same way if you can handle the transit. Do I have an alternative? May I have a few hours before we depart? After so long here, I need time to properly say goodbye. I have learned much from this world, but there is still a great deal I do not understand. For instance, the migratory patterns of the sky whales here are tied to magnetic shifts. I've only begun to map. He looked out over the desolate beach, his expression turning uncharacteristically wistful. I will miss the silence. The traversers originated in this particular cluster of worlds, yet they journey across the long earth, with very few ever reaching as far as the datum. Joshua couldn't help but grin. Oh, some definitely make it, he said, and proceeded to describe to Lobsang how a later iteration of himself had encountered a traverser, dubbed second person, singular by that Lobsang. This one had apparently wandered so profoundly through the long earth that it might have even brushed against the datum's own oceans, for it had gathered people within itself. Lobsang responded with a peculiar, almost wistful motion, like attempting to applaud with a single hand. Entire families, making a life inside a living vessel. It's astonishing. But then humans perfectly fit their collection criteria. There's a clear selectivity to the creatures the traversers seek. They all fall within a specific size range, roughly comparable to a human or a troll. You won't find tiny rodents on their official manifest, though a few stowaways always seem to sneak aboard. At the other extreme, no giant plesiosaurs or whales. Their sampling is meticulous and targeted, designed to cause minimal impact on the source populations. First-person singular, of course, was the aberration, a rogue variant. She transformed from a collector into an annihilator, a moving extinction event, conscious and deliberate, consuming entire biospheres, until she reached her limit. Joshua finished, the memory clear. Samples, selection. You describe it as if there's an intelligence guiding it, but to what end? To stock some interstellar zoo to build an ark? Or perhaps a living museum, like Darwin's specimens on the Beagle? Joshua, if I possess the answer to that, I would likely understand the grander mysteries of our very existence. I suspect the more profound inquiry isn't about the purpose itself, but rather what force intervened in the evolution of these beings to implant such a purpose in the first place. Joshua mulled this over, a slow smile spreading well-played textbook Lobsang enigmaticism. Sally abruptly stood, stretching her legs. "While you two deepen your philosophical bond, I'm going to take a walk." Lobsang's face contorted, one side pulling into a lopsided grimace. Joshua watched, a mix of fascination and discomfort, as Lobsang attempted to form an expression. "Lobsang, you look like you're having a stroke." "My apologies. I lacked a mirror for practice. I shall work on it. I have no desire to frighten people."
"Right,"
Joshua said, choosing his words with care. "Especially not your son." Lobsang absorbed this news with a calm nod, his features deliberately neutral. "It seems I have been a rather prolific entity, haven't I? A simple synchronization of memories may not suffice to handle this development." "I wouldn't think so," Joshua agreed. "Shall we walk as well?" After Lobsang finalized his preparations, the group began the long, stepwise journey back to New Springfield. However, by the time Joshua, Sally, and Lobsang finally arrived, the situation in the colony had deteriorated dramatically. The global expedition was Captain Boss's brainchild. His plan was to assemble a diverse team with wide-ranging experiences and viewpoints, ferry them aboard the Cowley, and give them a first-hand tour of the afflicted world before reaching any final decision regarding the crisis of the Silver Beetles. Joshua mused that the Navy captain was either demonstrating commendable democratic principles or revealing a deep-seated indecision. Perspective was everything. The assembled party waited outside New Springfield, gazing up at the great airship hovering above, enduring an awkward silence as the elevator cage slowly descended. Joshua scanned the group. Alongside himself and Sally, both still relative newcomers to this wounded world, stood the scientific personnel from the Twain's crew and its civilian passengers. Agnes was positioned between two manifestations of Lobsang, the solemn elderly gentleman pioneer and the scarred robotic explorer. Eerily similar, yet fundamentally different. The Irwins, colonists from New Springfield, were present as representatives for their stubborn neighbours who remained dug into their stepwise lodges. The Irwins were making a visible effort not to stare at the ambulant units, having only recently learned the truth about their mechanical neighbours. The newly arrived Lobsang, dressed in a plain navy coverall, was at least easily distinguishable from his twin. For the benefit of those who had to look at him, the most glaring imperfections on this Lobsang's exposed skin had been crudely repaired, yet he still lacked that arm, one sleeve stitched shut in a tidy line. Among the gathered, only George, Agnes, Joshua, and Sally were aware that the missing right arm wasn't the only thing this mobile unit lacked. For Joshua, the most unsettling part had been the initial data exchange between the two ambulants. They would grip hands or lock gazes, and Joshua pictured torrents of information flowing from their gel-based processing cores through the contact of their palms, or chattering in flickers of light between their eyes as they synchronized their understanding. Completing the assembly was a young man in a Homburg hat who introduced himself simply as Marvin, standing next to a middle-aged woman named Stella Welch, who appeared brisk, sturdy, and thoroughly capable. Dressed plainly and speaking directly, these were representatives of the next, somehow called here by Lobsang. They struck Joshua as remarkably ordinary. But then his only prior experience had been with immature next, like Paul Spencer Waggoner. The sunblock, dark glasses, and floppy hats everyone had to wear outdoors, thanks to extreme winds hurling moisture high into the stratosphere and shredding the ozone layer, did nothing to enhance the next's air of authority. "I was expecting Vulcans," Joshua confessed to Sally. She rolled her eyes. "Just look at us. What a lineup. 3 androids. The academic types, 2 expressionless geniuses, 2 utterly confused homesteaders, and then a pair of lifelong oddballs in you and me, Joshua." Agnes remarked with dry humour, "It feels like a travelling Wilburys reunion tour gone wrong." That drew a laugh from George. His one-armed twin, Lobsang, however, looked confused. This highlighted another divergence between them. Perhaps his knowledge of late 20th century rock bands, always crucial around Sister Agnes, had faded during his long decades with the Traversers. In fact, this long-lost copy of Lobsang had been utterly astonished to meet Agnes in the first place, and even more so to learn why his successors had arranged for her reincarnation. The two Lobsangs had interestingly grown apart. The Irwins glanced over, seeming offended by the laughter, which was understandable. Agnes had shared with Joshua how it had been when George finally revealed his and Agnes' true nature. All Agnes could manage was an apology to the neighbours she'd misled, who now kept their children away from her as if she might morph into a Terminator. And then there was Ben. From what Joshua could tell, Agnes and Lobsang were guiding the boy through a gradual, gentle unveiling of the truth. It was never going to be simple. Obviously, this day of reckoning had to arrive for their adopted son eventually. But now it was thrust upon them amid a broader emergency. Yes, Joshua reflected. This pair had certainly assembled a ragged and divided team. But who else was available for this task? Who was more qualified to confront the issue? And the severity of the situation was undeniable, even as they stood there, the morning sun, a pearlescent disk intermittently visible through the ash-filled air, seemed to Joshua to shift, noticeably, the shadows it cast sliding like a sped-up film of a sundial. Various timers set up by the ship's science teams confirmed that this world's rotation had, in recent months, accelerated to a staggering 12 hours, half the length of the original day. Even the two Lobsangs had ceased attempting to calculate the colossal energy streaming from the sky or to forecast the ultimate outcome. Finally, the elevator car arrived, prompting a weary, scattered cheer. Joshua Valienté was no enthusiast of confined spaces, and he was certainly no ally of the US military. Yet, on this early January day in 2059, it was a profound relief to finally ascend from the ground of New Springfield, to escape the biting sunlight and be enveloped within the sterile, womb-like interior of the USS Brian Cowley. The ride up offered a momentary strange peace, a suspended silence where the only sound was the low hum of machinery. A stark contrast to the chaotic world below, Joshua drew a long breath, savouring the processed air. It was a sterile blend of filtered oxygen, the faint scent of electronics, and the clean, sharp odour of boot polish. This was air that carried no trace of ash or decay, no searing hint of sulphur to burn the lungs. Outside, the world was choking, its oxygen devoured by fires that raged across entire continents. The Armstrong-class vessel itself was a familiar marvel to someone like Joshua. While the crew referred to the living quarters as the gondola, it was actually nestled entirely within the massive, 1,000-foot lift envelope. Observation galleries ringed the ship's midsection, extending back from the forward bridge. Margarita Jar, the science officer, guided the civilian group from Springfield into one such gallery where Ken Bowring was waiting. The burly seismologist had an enthusiasm that struck Joshua as almost inappropriate for the circumstances. A young yeoman moved through the group, offering coffee and soft drinks. A deep hum vibrated through the deck as the turbines engaged, the great ship giving a gentle shudder before rising smoothly into the smoky sky. "And so we're off," Agnes murmured, her face near the window. Oliver and Marina Irwin stood together, peering out at the obscured landscape below. Ken Bowring approached them. "I do understand this is difficult," he began, his voice measured. "But look how much the terrain has altered since the spin-up began. The damage is evident even from here." He pointed toward the ground. "The landmarks remain, of course, still bearing the names you gave them. Manning Hill, Salisbury Creek. There's the old Paulson place, that structure. The epicenter of the Beetle incursion was now the heart of a heavily fortified military and scientific compound, a permanent vigil kept on this rupture in reality. Now look north where Waldron Wood once stood. That dense forest was gone, reduced to a blackened scar. As the ship climbed higher, turning northeast, the settlement vanished into the grey haze. "Everything is dying," Oliver Irwin said, his voice thick with despair. "What isn't dead is burning." "Or it's doing both, essentially, yes," Bowring replied, his tone shifting to one of clinical analysis. It was a jarring transition from empathetic to academic. The major ecological collapse commenced precisely as projected, once the planetary day fell below 20 hours. This is a forest world, and all that dead timber is profoundly flammable. Margarita Jar, crisp in her uniform, added, "Ironically, Ken, as the rotation stabilized near the current 12-hour cycle. We documented a slight tentative rebound in some fauna. The local creatures showed a capacity to adapt, treating the two shorter light periods as a single diurnal cycle. We noted a similar, though less pronounced, pattern at 16 hours. The biological resonance isn't straightforward. Fascinating, Bowring mused. There's likely a significant paper in that data. You're so unbelievably cold." Marina Irwin's words cut through the air, sharp and pained. "That was our home. An entire world is ending, and you call it fascinating." Nearby, Marvin and Stella Welch, the two next, reacted instantly. They turned to one another, exchanging a rapid, silent burst of their quick talk, a sight that reminded Joshua of data streams sinking. Lobsang, the version from the Traverser world, spoke calmly. "You should not fault the scientists for their necessary detachment. There seems to be no action we can take to preserve this Earth. Our imperative is to contain the phenomenon and prevent its spread. That task is best served by rigorous study, observation and analysis. Bowring had the decency to look chastened. "You're right to correct my tone, though," he said, turning back to Marina. "I apologize. I meant no disrespect. Honouring this dying world means cherishing it even in its final moments." Sally made a face at Joshua. "Seems like Lobsang's time alone scrubbed away anything fun and left the parts I never liked. All that grand cosmic purpose talk. What a self-important windbag." Joshua just shrugged. "That's Lobsang for you." They ascended into a thick haze of grey, obscuring the fire-ravaged landscape below. Joshua heard the engines change pitch as they adjusted, Bowring announced. "We're entering a layer of volcanic ash. The air's saturated with it now." Jar added, "No need to worry about the ship. Every Navy Twain engine has been fitted with ash filters since Yellowstone. We could cruise through this muck for a month." "The equatorial bulge is now roughly 50 miles, Bowring explained, which matches the thickness of the continental crust. "So we're getting quakes and volcanoes on land, not just under the oceans." He offered a grim smile. "Strangely, the local version of Yellowstone hasn't erupted yet, but the San Andreas fault let go on a massive scale, and the Cascades are blowing their tops." Oliver cut in. "How far will this all go? We can't be sure," Bowring admitted. "This isn't a natural event we're observing. Everything we see is a direct result of the beetles' deliberate actions. The final state of this world won't be decided by predictable natural processes, but by whatever those creatures intend," Marina snapped. "And what do you think their intentions are? You're the experts. You must have theories. Do we just sit back and watch them tear everything apart?" Ken Bowring reached over and gently touched her arm. "We tried to intervene in New York. We're headed there now. You'll see it for yourselves, but I doubt you'll find it comforting." He addressed the group. "We'll take our time on this journey. We'll monitor and survey as we go, but we won't land unless it's critical. We expect to reach the New York City area in about 12 hours, essentially tomorrow given how short the days have become." Jar gave them a polished professional smile. "That makes my invitation to a cocktail reception in the captain's quarters at sundown feel a bit awkward, since that's only 4 hours from now. In the meantime, please make yourselves comfortable. The yeoman will show you to your cabins. You're welcome to stay here or visit the science areas, but please don't wander without an escort. If you need anything, ask any crew member." "For heaven's sake," Sally growled. "A cocktail party is this some pleasure cruise?" "Come on, Sally," Joshua said. "Try to unwind, even you can't step off a ship in mid-air. Take a bath, have a drink." She shot him a glare. "Maybe I'll mix a drink and throw it in your face, Valienté. Hey, you ensign, you got a gym on this bucket? I need to lift something heavy." The abbreviated day ended swiftly. When darkness fell, Joshua skipped the cocktails and tried to sleep, but nothing felt right. Everything was out of sync. Long before dawn, he returned to the observation lounge. A small group had gathered by the window, George and Lobsang, Agnes and the two next, Marvin and Stella Welch. Perhaps they had never left. Stella smiled at Joshua. "Your friend Sally is quite restless, isn't she? You have no idea. She's always been that way, comes from a lifetime of stepping, indeed. She possesses a remarkable innate talent." Joshua looked at Stella, curious. He hadn't expected the Next to take an interest in any individual people around them, the non-Next, the so-called dim-bulbs. As Paul Spencer Waggoner and his crowd used to say, the Next always seemed far more engrossed in each other, yet here these two were... As if reading his thoughts, George said, "It's good of you both to have come. It was my idea to call for you, Joshua." Joshua had been taken aback by that, given Lobsang's apparent feelings regarding the Next's perceived desertion of him. Perhaps he saw this crisis as an opportunity to re-establish a connection. His reasoning, as he laid it out, was compelling. Consider the possibility that these silver beetles discover a method to propagate throughout the long Earth. The Next, as residents of this infinite chain of worlds, face the same existential threat as any other species. Naturally, the Next had responded. Yet Joshua found himself wondering about the mechanics of the summons. "How exactly did you manage to reach them, George?" "I simply disseminated the information. I broadcast alerts across low-Earth networks and dispatched messages to known Next outposts, such as the naval facility in Hawaii, where their children were once studied. Nelson assisted with that. I also utilized the prison complex still housing David, the leader of the faction that commandeered the airship Armstrong." He turned toward Marvin and Stella. "I was confident that merely highlighting the severity of the threat would attract your attention." You may profess to have retreated to a secluded enclave deep in the long earth, and I personally helped obscure the trail by sealing happy landings, but I never doubted you would maintain a vigil over humanity's domains. How could you possibly turn away? Stella responded. Our own interests are undeniably served by a peaceful resolution. However, to my knowledge, this beetle incursion marks the first instance where humanity has formally requested our intervention. The older Lobsang offered a grin, and Joshua noted a significant refinement in his control of facial expressions since he and Sally had recovered this unit. There is a certain irony, Lobsang observed, that your inaugural plea from mankind comes from an individual whose very humanity has been a subject of legal debate and scrutiny. Stella nodded thoughtfully. An intriguing point. Your remarkable narrative, Lobsang or George, your assertions of a past life. George interjected. The court's final ruling held a kernel of profound insight. If a being can argue for its own right to exist, then that right is inherently valid. Humans may operate on a slower intellectual frequency than the next. Goodness, they're slower than I am. But they are capable of profound wisdom. Stella finished gently. Yes, we are aware. Many of my people owe their survival to that very human trait. Lobsang exchanged a glance with George. You should not assume our perspectives are identical, despite our shared origin. My brother and I have walked divergent paths. Through the first-person singular, I have pondered the cosmic, the infinite. Your focus, however... George released a soft sigh. At New Springfield, I have immersed myself in the subjective experience of a single individual, a human life. It was my chosen purpose, the existence I engineered for myself. Yet I recognized that this beetle crisis demanded a vantage point beyond the human. It required the original Lobsang scope. So I called for you, who by fortunate chance endured from earlier versions. It was a prudent decision, Lobsang affirmed. Stella added, we experienced similar philosophical divisions within the Grange. Some of us, myself included, contemplate the grand design, the overarching fate of life in the cosmos. Others dedicate themselves to the minute, the seemingly insignificant. We have one thinker who calls himself Celandine. Marvin gave George a hearty clap on the shoulder. See, there you reason like one of us. I recall you expressing distress when the next departed the human-settled worlds without you, but perhaps a fragment of the next has always been part of your composition. George accepted this praise with an almost bashful smile. Oh, I can't listen to another second of this. Agnes muttered under her breath before turning sharply and striding away. Engrossed in the conversation, George didn't appear to register her departure. Joshua quickly followed her. Agnes, are you all right? What do you think, Joshua? Just look at him, soaking up the admiration from those unsettling intellects. This is Lobsang's true essence in the final analysis, or perhaps his enduring aspiration. The machine with divine ambitions. If he cannot reign alone in some celestial realm, then settling for a place in the pantheon seems a suitable consolation. Or so he believes. He had completely lost touch with his own humanity, the very thing he once claimed to desire. Yet that's precisely why he retrieved you. Enough of that, honestly. Joshua, don't worry about me. Think of Ben. He's the one who matters. He's the one who will suffer if his father is lost. She turned to face him directly. You're hearing this first. George and I are separating. Once this immediate emergency has passed, the news hit him with a genuine sorrow he didn't try to hide. That's heartbreaking, Agnes, and you can't blame George for finding himself at the epicenter of the greatest crisis the long earth has ever faced. No, he thought privately, if anyone bore responsibility, it was probably Sally Lindsay, with her casual, enigmatic guidance that had led Lobsang here. In her own subtle and infuriatingly indirect manner, Sally seemed to be at the very heart of everything unfolding. He pushed the thought aside and concentrated on Agnes. Where will you go? Back to Madison? I doubt it. I'll find a new place, somewhere to build a proper home. I'll live my life for Ben. That's all I want now. You say I'm the first to know, does George? Since I only just made the decision, no, not yet. Please let me be the one to tell him. Joshua sighed. I know you, Agnes. It's pointless to suggest you reconsider, isn't it? You won't change your mind. Haven't needed to in the past. Don't plan to start now. She lingered for a moment, seeming hesitant to leave his company. Then she offered him a faint, sorrowful smile and walked out of the gallery. Joshua found no more sleep in the few hours left of the abbreviated night. He washed up, shaved, and made himself eat a little breakfast, arriving at the observation gallery in the sudden dawn feeling strangely heavy and dull. The two next were already present, along with the Irwins. Agnes stood there, an island of tension positioned between Lobsang and George. Margarita Jar joined the group. Only Sally was absent, which was perfectly in character for her. Perhaps she'd managed to slip off the ship after all. Joshua also wondered if Agnes had shared her news with George yet. Probably not. George was clearly in his element here, working alongside the next to confront a monumental disaster. Agnes was likely gracious enough to let him have this moment. Looking down, he saw the airship had reached its destination. The landscape below was familiar from his previous journey here with Lobsang. There was the distinctive shape of Long Island, there the turbulent Atlantic, and there was the colossal viaduct built by the Beatles, unchanged, marching across the land and out over the sea. Ken Bowring approached, wearing dark glasses. "Quite a spectacle, isn't it, Mr. Valienté?" "George Abrahams briefed us on your prior visit. Showed us the records. Has much changed? If you saw the records, you already know. Last time Long Island still had patches of forest. Now the island was nothing but exposed rock." Joshua pictured colossal waves hammering coastal regions like this one, scouring away every trace of vegetation, every living thing, even stripping the topsoil down to the bone. The viaduct itself appeared unaltered. But there was a new feature, a perfect circle excavated directly beneath the viaduct into the rocky ground like a crater. Its floor shone with a glassy sheen. Bowring was staring down, his expression severe. Joshua asked, "You all right?" Bowring produced a strained grin. "One too many cocktails with the captain last night. Hell, it was only a few hours ago. These short nights aren't long enough to sleep off a proper hangover, but this." He gestured vaguely at the scene below. He didn't need to say it. The word hung in the air, overwhelming. "I know," Joshua said, "but what is that mark? The circular formation?" "That's what I'd like to know," said Marina Irwin. Ken Bowring responded, "Marina, you asked yesterday if we've been taking action. We have. Scientifically, we've attempted to understand the Beatles to establish communication." "Searching for a weapon to use against them," Joshua surmised. Bowring stated bluntly. "Fire a bullet at one of those things and it just ricochets off its shell," Jar explained. "Or it just takes the hit and gets a little tougher from it." He went on. "I realize how harsh this sounds, but our leadership was hoping we might uncover a biological weakness to exploit. We haven't found a thing. And let's be honest, these are cyborgs. Part living tissue, part machine. Even if we could target the organic parts, there's no guarantee it would actually stop them." George pointed toward the landscape. "What about that massive gash down there?" "When we couldn't make a scratch on the Beatles themselves," Jar replied, "we shifted tactics to their infrastructure. These viaducts, we attempted a full range of demolition strategies." "Get to the point," Oliver Irwin cut in sharply. "You used a nuclear weapon, didn't you?" Jar gave a slow nod. "A tactical warhead. Yield was only a few times greater than the one used on Hiroshima. And it worked. We severed the viaduct right where you see that scar. We actually celebrated that evening." But Bowring interjected, his voice heavy. "Within 2 days the damned things had rebuilt it completely. As you can plainly see, the Beatles at ground zero were undoubtedly vaporized. Yet for the survivors, the fallout and radiation appear to have no effect. As best we can determine, the entire event didn't even slow their planetary process." He stared grimly at the structure below. "You have to understand, these networks encircle the entire planet. We possess a significant nuclear arsenal, many warheads converted to steppable materials, ironically, in case of a conflict across the long Earth. Perhaps with a coordinated massive effort we could cause some disruption, buy a little time. But at what price? Turning this Earth into a radioactive ruin on top of everything else, and we still couldn't eradicate every last Beatle." Marina looked aghast. "So we can't stop them? Not on this world, no," Jar stated calmly. "They've disregarded every action we've taken against them, just as they ignored all our attempts at communication." "Are we just supposed to surrender then?" Marina demanded. Her voice tight with frustration at this, Stella Welch, the next representative, shared a rapid, silent exchange with Marvin before stepping forward. "It's time for full transparency. You sought our assistance, and that was the correct decision. Yes, Marina, we must concede this world. We cannot destroy the Beatles. But our imperative is to protect the rest of the long Earth from their spread. The danger of contamination is extreme." All these words Marina said, her anxiety twisting into anger. "What are we actually going to do?" Welch met her gaze. "We believe we have a method. We must quarantine this world, render it impossible to step into or out of. Our research into the nature of the long Earth and stepping itself suggests this may be achievable. There will be a price for us, and for you, for whom this was home." Marvin frowned at her. "A Price for us, this wasn't discussed. You're considering Stan Berg, aren't you? Who? Marina asked. Stella continued, ignoring the question. Yes, Marvin, it may require him. He may be the most powerful among us. His innate talent for manipulating soft places, which he seemed to develop just by watching us, demonstrates that. If he can be brought here, you want me to arrange for his retrieval? I believe it would be prudent. Joshua had no clue who Stan Berg was, but he immediately felt a pang of sympathy for the man. What price? What are we talking about? Stella regarded him with solemnity. The world must be sealed, you understand? From the inside, Marvin finished. Ken Bowring stared, open-mouthed, and removed his sunglasses. This is the first I'm hearing of this. From the inside of what? Stella and Marvin shared a look. It is challenging to convey without the underlying mathematics, Stella said. Joshua spoke softly, the pieces clicking into a dreadful place. I think they're saying that whoever performs this, whoever saves the long earth, won't be coming back. A stunned silence fell over the group. Then George moved forward, his expression resolute. We called you here for help. Now we must place our trust in you, and we will. What do you need from us? Stella's eyes shifted briefly to Joshua. First, could you ask Sally Lindsay to speak with us? As Rocky would later piece together, by the time the next arrived to take Stan away, he had stirred up so much unrest at Miami West 4 that plenty of folks would have been happy to see him go, no questions asked. On that particular day, Stan was holding court again. These days he was almost always preaching, ever since returning from the Grange, with a mind buzzing with fresh convictions. Under the thick golden light of a late spring afternoon, in this corner of Miami, nestled at the base of the space elevator, that pale blue ribbon stitching the earth to the heavens, Stan perched on the roof of a squat concrete shelter. He gazed out at his fellow stalk-jacks, a crowd of about 100 gathered before him. That crowd was itself being watched by state police in uniform, corporate security, and likely a scattering of undercover agents from other organizations, all braced for the kind of disruption that seemed to follow Stan around. Stan Berg spoke apprehend, be humble before the universe, do good. 11 words, 3 rules. That's the sermon for today, unless you're in the mood for some painfully bad jokes. A wave of laughter rippled through the group. Even Rocky, standing at the very back, could hear him perfectly. At just 19, Stan had mastered a way of making his voice carry. Rocky stood with 3 women, Roberta Golding, the mysterious next woman who had guided them to the Grange, Melinda Bennett, the young arbiter who had revealed herself to Rocky as next upon his return, living discreetly among everyday people and quietly stepping in to maintain order, or, as Stan would argue, to lull humanity into a docile sleep, and Martha, Stan's mother, who listened to her son with an expression that was equal parts reluctance and a desperate, captive pride. It was a meal break before the evening shift, and Stan had drawn a solid audience. He looked completely relaxed, taking a bite from his sandwich and a swig of non-alcoholic beer. You know, he said, I never was all that fond of numbers. This earned a knowing chuckle from the workers around him. They all knew Stan was one of the sharpest in the bunch, yet he kept turning down advancement opportunities to stay right here with his friends who were increasingly becoming his followers. Oh, I was good with them, don't get me wrong. I could count to 3 before I was 3 years old. He made a comically puzzled face, which honestly confused me for a while. But around that time I started thinking I didn't really need numbers much bigger than 3. There was one of me, 2 parents, and together we made 3. He glanced down at his lunch. I've got 3 sandwiches here, 3 beers. I'll probably need 3 bathroom breaks during the shift. He grinned, scanning the faces before him. And I've been thinking, if I ever asked someone truly brilliant what life was all about, how I should live it, I wouldn't measure their brilliance by how many words they used or how many books they'd written. He picked up a worn book from his small pile of belongings. Rocky recognized it as a dog-eared copy of Spinoza's Ethics. Stan tossed it lightly into the crowd, where a few hands reached up to catch it. No, Stan continued. I think they were wiser the more they could condense their insight. The closer they got to the number 3, to 3 simple guiding principles. Who needs more than 3, for example? He held up his left thumb. Rule of the first thumb, apprehend. It's a satisfying word to say. Apprehend, it doesn't only mean understand, though it certainly includes that. It means you should confront the world as it truly is, not how you might wish it to be. You should strive to be fully awake to the staggering depth of reality, to the tangled, beautiful complexity of every process, stretching all the way back to the birth of the stars that led to you, to this world, and to this very moment. Stan looked out at the sea of attentive faces. You also have to try to understand the people around you, he said. Even the ones you think you know best, actually, especially them. There's an old saying from a wise teacher. You cannot love what you do not know. That rings true, doesn't it? I grok you, someone shouted from the crowd, sparking a wave of laughter. Stan's grin widened. I like that. It's got a better rhythm. Here's another way to think of it. Be Here Now, funny enough. That's also the name of an old Oasis album. A lone, enthusiastic cheer came from one of the senior engineers, a British fellow with grey hair. A classic, Stan. Never forgotten. Be here now, Stan repeated, his tone softening. If you believe in a higher power, then every single moment you're conscious in this incredible world is a moment of connection with that force. To truly live inside that moment is the only real way to experience it. Near the back, Melinda leaned toward Martha and whispered, He's starting to sound like Ceylon Dean now. Martha's response was sharp, almost offensive. There's some Spinoza in there, too. For all the intellectuals who dismiss human philosophy and the rationalists who argued ethics must come from lived experience. I read up on all this, you know, trying to find a way to talk to my son. She glanced around, her voice dropping. Did you see who ended up with the book he tossed, Rocky had seen? Mo Morris got it. Mo was part of that inner circle Stan called his buddies, though others with a hint of jealousy labelled them superfans or worse. Martha privately thought of them as the misfits. They were mostly young men, awkward and searching, who seemed to have latched onto Stan's newfound magnetism after his return from the Grange. It was as if his presence filled a void they hadn't even recognised in themselves. Now they clung to his every word, recording him on their devices or scribbling notes with an intensity that struck Rocky as devotion bordering on obsession. None of them had been part of Stan's life before his mysterious trip. This growing flock increasingly made Rocky, Stan's oldest friend, and one of the few who remembered the man he was before, feel like an outsider. Yet Rocky couldn't bring himself to leave, any more than Martha could. A deep, nagging worry for Stan's well-being kept him anchored there. Stan was still speaking. You know what a truly wise person would probably tell me next? He held up his thumb. The rule of the second thumb. Stay humble before the universe, of course. If they were that humble, they might not be giving out rules in the first place. He chuckled, then looked up toward the towering space elevator. We all have our roles here, but you focus on what you can actually do. If you can't solve fourth-order differential equations, you're not going to be much help in the design office, right? One of the buddies called out, You could solve them, Stan. Stan shook his head with a wry smile. Nah, not past third order, I told you all. I can only count to 3. The crowd laughed again. Stay humble, he continued, his tone shifting into something more sarcastic and pointed. Some of you are medics, first responders. The first rule they drill into you is do no harm. Sound familiar? Help if you're able, but for heaven's sake, don't let your ignorance make a bad situation worse. But to follow that rule, you have to acknowledge your ignorance. Look at what we're building, this colossal monument. We know the blueprints, we've seen the projections and the spreadsheets, riches from the heavens delivered to Earth. But do any of us truly know what effects this thing will have? Not in a year, not in a decade, not in a century. We're playing in a reality that isn't just complicated, it's fundamentally chaotic, unpredictable. So, be humble before the universe, know the boundaries of what you can do and what you can understand. And in a chaotic world, the least you can do is try not to mess things up even more than they already are. He raised an arm, playfully miming a flick against the immense cable. I'll admit, I sometimes imagine if I touched this giant guitar string just right, I could set off a vibration that would shake the planet. One small pluck for a man, one giant twang for mankind. He abruptly shoved his hand into his pocket. Better not risk it. Laughter rolled through the assembly once more. Roberta nudged Melinda, her voice low. The agitators are reacting. That was their private label for the broader group orbiting Stan, older than his usual crowd of misfits, often blue-collar, a mix of union organisers, campaigners, and even some disillusioned mid-level managers. From their ranks had emerged the leaders behind the most disruptive work stoppage the Miami West 4 Beanstalk project had yet faced. They appeared to be using Stan and his gatherings as a rallying point for grievances against LETC, the other contractors, and government oversight. Melinda whispered back, Stan's constant themes, hubris, overreach, they're echoing in the agitators' own conversations. It's a narrative they can wield against their corporate and political superiors. Roberta agreed. Stan might have been reckless to even joke about bringing the beanstalk down. Just voicing that idea, however lightly, will trigger security alerts. Martha shot a sharp look toward the agitators, who were exchanging satisfied nods as Stan spoke. Look at them, so hardened, they're agitators with their own goals. I see it, the police see it. Why else would they be watched? She let out a frustrated breath. If only Stan realized it. For all his intelligence, he's still so naive. Rocky understood the deep-seated tensions here in Miami West 4, tensions that predated Stan's self-styled mission. The Beanstalk project was lagging badly behind schedule, burning through investor funds. The core issue was always workforce retention. This was, after all, the long Earth. Even Florida West 4 remained largely untamed and alluring. In the minds of the young construction workers, old ambitions were constantly being upended by new possibilities. Management responded with restrictive contracts or lucrative incentives to maintain loyalty, which inevitably empowered those demanding more. Meanwhile, the next, as embodied by Roberta and Melinda, had their own reservations about Stan and his message as he continued. Rocky caught the two women exchanging rapid, hushed phrases in their quick talk. But you see, Stan was saying, I'd want this hypothetical advisor of mine to be a bit more proactive, understand? Stay humble before the universe. Sure, I could just lounge around and manage that. He glanced about, feigning surprise to find himself still perched on his concrete block. Actually, I am lounging, but that's beside the point. I think they'd wrap it up with something called the rule of the third thumb. He peered at his own two thumbs. Now, I admit I haven't fully worked this out, because I don't actually have a third thumb. His gaze dropped toward his lap, utterly guileless, though I suppose I could make do. One of the regulars shouted, Not with your mum, right there. You can't. Rocky saw Martha's face tighten at the remark. She despised being acknowledged by what she termed this collection of inadequates. All right, Stan said, grinning. Let's just assume the third thumb exists. What matters is the rule itself. Do good. He looked down at his mother. Sounds a bit simple, right? Like something your parents tell you when you're a kid. But the real question is, how do you do good? The right choice isn't always obvious. Everyone faces moral dilemmas daily. Well, if you're in a tough spot, remember the other guidelines. Apprehend. Strive to grasp the problem and the people involved as completely as possible. Be humble in the face of the universe. At the very least, ensure you don't make things worse, but you can aim higher. Do the good that's directly before you. If someone is suffering or in danger, try to help them. Identify who is vulnerable in any situation, who has no power, no options. Helping those people is usually a safe bet. Even then, sometimes the path won't be clear. I stumbled upon a much older principle, often called the Golden Rule in its various forms. Treat others as you would wish to be treated. Ask yourself, would you want this action taken against you? Would you desire rescue from such a circumstance? If the answer is yes, then act. If you're uncertain, hold back. He gave a casual shrug. Nobody gets it perfect every single time. Perfection is impossible in a chaotic universe, so a little humility goes a long way. Still, I believe it's worthwhile to aim for more successes than failures. A wave of questions rose from the crowd. Melinda exhaled softly, only half listening. Do you hear that? A few are calling him master, others are scribbling notes. It seems we've just witnessed the sermon beneath the beanstalk, preached by a messiah named Stan. Martha's response was a low growl. He's just a boy. With a gentle tone, Roberta countered, With all respect, Mrs. Berg, I disagree. His message appears simple, yet it holds profound layers that will undoubtedly unfold through reflection and study in the coming years. Take apprehend. One could interpret that as a call to complete awareness, to true self-knowledge. It's about mastering your emotions, not erasing them, ensuring they don't rule you. Be humble before the universe might contain a directive for how we steward this world, all worlds. We must welcome diversity, for instance, because we can never predict the ripple effects of our actions within a system as infinitely complex as a biosphere. She glanced at Martha. You've mentioned you aren't religious. You didn't raise Stan within any faith. His words sounded secular, humanist, perhaps even atheistic. Yet buried within their implications is a guide on how to approach the divine, any god or gods. Consider that every moment you are consciously alive in this magnificent world is a moment of awareness of that God, and to fully inhabit that moment is the only way to perceive your God. That's the foundation of a belief system even the next could adopt. All of this condensed into just 11 words spoken by a young man of 19. Her eyes, shining with intensity, swept over the gathering and the youth on the platform. This isn't a trivial event. This is the genesis of a movement, potentially a new faith, a fresh force in human affairs. Rocky felt his anger ignite. By which you mean for us dim-bulb humans, it wouldn't be the first time we dim-bulbs invented a religion all on our own without your assistance. Ah, but you see, Roberta replied, the issue is that these rules come from a next, not a dim bulb. That's what Stan is, whether he admits it to himself or not. Despite his rejection of our preliminary philosophies, he's clearly trying to build a bridge, yet his teachings could cause significant upheaval. Good, Rocky snapped. Melinda shot him a warning look. You need to lower your voice, actually, Rocky. You need to come with us. The voice was a woman's, quiet but firm. Rocky turned, startled. A stranger stood there, a woman in late middle age, dressed in practical travel clothes, with greying blonde hair beneath a sun-faded hat. Her expression was stern, silent and imposing. Roberta gave a slight nod. It's time. We need your help to save him, Rocky, and to get him away from here. Save Stan? Rocky asked, bewildered. Save him from what? He wheeled on the unfamiliar woman. And what do you want? She looked as if she'd rather be anywhere else, yet she met his gaze steadily. I'm one of you, not a next, and I dislike this as much as you will. But I came to help convince you they're correct, Rocky. And you, Martha, Stan must come with us. He has an obligation to fulfill in a place called New Springfield. She offered a strangely sad, wistful smile. He's going to be a hero, Rocky. I'll explain everything I know, I promise. This was the start, the moment Rocky first began to understand that the next planned to take Stan from this place, and that they needed his help to do it. Who are you? My name is Sally Lindsay. Rocky, his anxiety growing by the minute, was escorted with Sally and Roberta to the local corporate headquarters of the Long Earth Trading Company. From the street, the Lee building was unremarkable, a single-story structure of timber and concrete that resembled a safety bunker designed to withstand any incident near the volatile Beanstalk construction zone. Its plain walls were marked only by the company's chrome logo, a line of abstract figures shouldering a massive tree trunk, moving between faintly outlined stepwise worlds. This symbol recalled the company's humble origins when workers hauled long-earthed timber to the datum on their own backs. Now they were building a space elevator. Inside, Rocky was shown to a conference room with a large, angled window overlooking the construction site. Heavy metal blinds hung ready to slam shut over the glass in an emergency. Sally Lindsay, still wearing her broad traveller's hat, gave Rocky a quick grin and gestured to a chair. "Over here, kid. Sit with me. Need a drink of water? What's this all about?" Rocky asked. Roberta answered, "Mr. Russo from LATC has lent us this space. It's private, free from surveillance, so we can discuss our plan regarding Stan. Why would Mr. Russo bother?" To be blunt, Rocky? And I think you know this. The corporation sees Stan as a liability. He's disruptive. So when Sally and I arrived independently, both proposing to remove him from the situation, Sally cut her off with a sharp look. We'd never met before today, before we were both dispatched here. But I know who you are, Roberta Golding. Originally from Happy Landings. At 15, you were the only Western student to accompany the Chinese expedition to Earth East 20 million. Before the Yellowstone crisis, you were invited to the White House as an intern, and suddenly you're a guest on the President's Science Advisory Council, and ever since, Roberta continued calmly, I have aligned with my own community. We haven't met Sally, but we have collaborated before through Joshua Valienté. We worked together to rescue hundreds of next children from internment in Hawaii. Regardless of your opinion of us, we remain grateful to you for that. Sally's expression suggested gratitude wasn't her strong suit. And here we are, teamed up again, life's full of surprises. But you understand why, Sally, Roberta pressed. You've always seen more clearly than any of us. That's why you sent Lobsang to New Springfield. You sense a disturbance there, and it's why you agreed to help now. You call him a problem, Rocky said, turning on Roberta. Stan may be for you and for Lek. He's not a problem for me. But he is your concern, Rocky, Roberta said softly. I've seen you with him. You're the same age. You've known him since you were kids. You travelled with him all the way to the Grange and back. And you've stayed by his side while this whole circus has erupted around him and his teachings, while his other old friends have drifted away. Isn't that true? Only his mother and me are left. Even his father won't see him anymore. For you, it's personal. That's precisely why you're here, and why we need your help. You want to shield him? I can see that. From these followers who are drawn to him, who want to use him for their own ends, Sally let out a derisive snort. Just like you want to use him for yours. Roberta didn't rise to the bait. What we want above all is for Stan to find his true path. That is the greatest help we can offer. Letting him incite unrest among the workers here, isn't it? The authorities are becoming alarmed, Rocky. I'm talking about the government, state and federal, Homeland Security. The police. We have an agitator undermining the stability of a major industrial operation and threatening the security of a high-energy, high-risk facility at its heart. Not to mention, he's endangering the substantial tax revenues this project generates, both now and in the future. If LETC manages to have him transferred from this location, they'll find a receptive audience in the government, Roberta explained. Sally scoffed. A receptive audience? What does that even mean? The kid is just speaking his mind. Whatever happened to free speech around here? With a thin smile, Roberta replied, some would argue it was quietly set aside when President Cowley took office. She turned her attention to Rocky. You have to see their perspective, though. Stan is only 19. Consider what might happen if he continues on this trajectory as he grows older. He isn't an ordinary preacher, he's a next. Our society might not be prepared for what he represents. Can't you envision the potential harm? You've used that argument before, Sally said, her tone icy. But I'm getting the feeling you next have another motive entirely. Isn't that right? Stan Berg believes we should collaborate. Your brilliant minds with our ordinary ones, he talks about a shared, deeper humanity we should build upon together. What a hopelessly idealistic kid, she added, her voice thick with mockery. What a blow to your collective ego. Rocky interrupted, the realization dawning on him. I finally see what's really happening, all of you. They fell silent, looking at him. You all want him gone, the corporation, to clear the path for their space elevator. The government, to quiet the unrest he stirs. You next, to stop him from pulling people from your influence. You're aligning your interests, conspiring to remove him. It's convenient for everyone to send him away, regardless of what's happening out there in New Springfield. And you want my help to make him disappear. Sally placed her hand over Rocky's, a sudden, genuine gesture. It's more complicated than that, Rocky. Yes, all these parties want him out of the picture. Prophets usually meet that fate, but beneath the manoeuvring there's a real necessity. We genuinely need him. We. All of humanity. She offered a crooked smile. Both varieties. She glanced at Roberta. No more debates, no more spin, no more excuses. Let's just tell him the truth. So Sally and Roberta began calmly and without embellishment to recount the story of Earth West. 217-70-50, 6 of New Springfield. They described the entities known as silver beetles and their devastating impact on that world and the potential threat they pose to the entire long Earth and a dispersed mankind. By the end, Rocky felt adrift. I don't understand how Stan can possibly help with this. Is he supposed to? What? Sermonize to these beetles, Rocky? You're going to have to trust us on this, Roberta said. Trust you? I don't trust any of the next. He looked directly at Sally. But you, if I ask you plain questions, will you give me honest answers? She nodded solemnly. If I am able, is this truly necessary? Does this sealing absolutely have to happen? Yes, I believe it does. Does it have to be Stan? Why? Him? Sally gestured helplessly. It's difficult to articulate. A stepper of sufficient capability isn't merely a traveller. He or she interacts with the fundamental fabric of the long Earth itself, and Stan is the most profoundly advanced stepper I've ever encountered. It's as if he comprehends the long Earth in a way no one else has. That's the source of his unique power. Roberta added with weary persistence. Much of it is theoretical, to be frank. One practical point is that Sally will need to work alongside him on this to guide him. Sally let out a short breath. More like we'll be figuring it out together. Why not simply ask for his help? Why this coercion? An uncomfortable quiet followed. Sally finally answered, Because, Rocky, we cannot risk him saying no, and if Stan does this, if I hand him over to you, will he live through it? Sally exhaled slowly. No, she said. No, he will not survive. Rocky struggled to process it. Will he be alone? No, Sally stated firmly. I can promise you that, personally. And she clasped Rocky's hand. They moved without delay. Having made the decision, they agreed immediate action was best. Evening had settled when they returned to the elevator construction site. Stan remained on his makeshift platform, surrounded by his followers and a few of the other workers, the fading light casting long shadows across the gathered faces. The discussion sparked by his sermon seemed like it could stretch on for hours, Sally observed. Rocky navigated the gathering, heading for Stan. Sally stayed back with Roberta Golding and Stan's mother. "This is good," Roberta remarked, watching Rocky's handling it perfectly. "He's calm, just a friend coming to bring Stan back to his family. It doesn't look anything like an arrest." Martha spoke with a flat, weary tone. "Look at him, chatting with people as he goes. You'd never guess what's really going through his mind. He was always a true friend to Stan. But he'll have to live with this memory, with what he's doing right now, for the rest of his life, won't he?" On impulse, Roberta wrapped an arm around her. "I suppose that's the heaviest cost a friendship can bear." Rocky finally reached Stan. He flashed a grin, took a proffered beer bottle, and gestured toward Martha at the edge of the group. Stan offered a shrug that seemed like an apology to his devoted circle. Then, grabbing his jacket, he began moving through the calm crowd with Rocky's arm draped over his shoulders, meeting no resistance from his followers. Roberta whispered, "I did tell you once that you'd lose him, Martha, one way or another. At least this is a positive way, a clean way." "Stop," Martha hissed, her voice sharp with a sudden raw anger. "There is no positive way." Before the two men could work their way back, she pulled away from the women and hurried off into the night. On Earth, West, 20,756, everyone agreed the final act was approaching. Joshua could feel it in his bones. Standing out in the open beneath that churning torrential sky, you could feel the very planet tremble as the Beetle's world-spanning engine pumped more and more energy into its spin. You could almost see the acceleration in the frantic dance of shadows during those rare moments when the sun broke through the oppressive cloud cover. From the vantage of the Cowley's observation satellites, the world now resembled a gas giant, striped with furious bands of cloud. Hurricanes with 200-mile-per-hour winds raged across the oceans and slammed into the coasts, obliterating what little remained. Inland, the heartwood of the ancient forests still held against the gales, but sightings of the native furball mammals, those that burrowed deep or hid within massive tree trunks, had become vanishingly rare. The planetary day had shrunk to less than 8 hours. According to calculations by Ken Buring and Margarita Jar aboard the Cowley, the world's rotational energy had increased ninefold, equatorial gravity had dropped by 3%, and the flattening from the spin was now distorting the crust itself by hundreds of kilometers. Far more than the crust's total thickness, the numbers were staggering, unbelievable, and the situation was deteriorating by the hour. Lobsang and George theorized the Beetle's coupling of this Earth to its sun was being supercharged by something beyond the obvious network of Dyson motor conduits and the torrent of lunar material. Some advanced method of transferring unimaginable spin and momentum that human science simply couldn't detect, but there was no time left for study. Joshua didn't need instruments or data to understand the scale of the tragedy unfolding below, and it seemed the grim ultimate possibility was finally being acknowledged by the scientists, the military, and Lobsang's next allies that the Beetle's goal wasn't transformation, but total annihilation. That realization, bleak as it was, made the final decision straightforward. The operation the military had dubbed the cauterizing would proceed. Team Stan, as the boy himself had once named them, consisting of Stan, George and Sally, assembled in the relative shelter on the northwestern side of Manning Hill. Atop the hill, the wind-battered skeleton of the home where George and Agnes had raised their adopted son still stood. The townsfolk were long gone, the Irwins, the Bambers, the Todds, the Claytons, all departed with their hopes to build anew somewhere far from this dying world. Nikos Irwin, who had originally discovered the Beetles alongside his dog Rio in the mine workings, had evacuated with his family. Rio, however, had passed away months earlier, her remains now part of the very soil of this condemned world. Determining whether the rest of the planet was truly devoid of people was far more difficult. Before the severe weather set in, the Cowley had conducted sweeping, spiralling surveys across North America, broadcasting alerts and establishing automated radio beacons. They had even deployed a communications satellite into orbit, endlessly repeating the evacuation order. Joshua mused that anyone stubborn enough to remain on this chaotic, tipping world hardly needed the reminder. If some chose to stay for the finale, that was their choice and their burden. They surely could anticipate what was coming. But for Lobsang, or George Abrahams, Agnes's husband, along with Sally Lindsay and young Stan Berg, who were deliberately remaining, there was no need for guesswork. They would witness it firsthand. The last round of farewells was brutal. Joshua observed Stan Berg, clad in nearly fitting heavy-duty military survival gear, navigating the emotional minefield with his mother, Martha, and the enigmatic next woman, Roberta Golding, who was clearly drawn to him. Stan, however, seemed more preoccupied with Rocky Lewis, the childhood friend everyone whispered had betrayed him. "You won't be forgotten," Rocky said, his voice choked with unmistakable guilt. Stan flashed a grin. You better believe it. Have a cold one for me with the riggers under that crazy space cable. We'll remember everything, Rocky insisted. All you said and did, you had so little time, we'll carry it all forward. Just polish up my jokes, okay? Stan quipped. Rocky's expression contorted. Stan pulled him into a fierce hug, clapping his back. Don't you did what you needed to do. You did the right thing. Not everyone sees it that way. Whose opinion counts more, mine or theirs? And I say, it's okay. You remember that? Releasing Rocky, Stan turned to his mother. She did not accept his offered embrace. To Joshua, she seemed to burn with a visible, fiery anger in her face and stance, perhaps a desperate shield against the impending loss. Stan's father, Jez, was absent, having never followed his son to this personal Golgotha. Mum, Don't, she cut him off. You've said plenty, all your words, that's what they used to take you from me first, those grifters and hangers-on from Miami. They're already making you into a cult. You and your naive ideas, a cult and a brand. Did you know they've trademarked your likeness? That's the caliber of people they are. And now this. She wheeled to glare at Roberta. These manipulators with their grand theories. Mom, it's not just theory. I've been through the data, the models. I believe they're right about what's happening to this world. The cauterizing could actually work. I don't care. Something in her finally shattered. Nothing justifies this. Not for me. She turned and stumbled away blindly with Stan hurrying after her, calling her name. Agnes then approached Joshua, her arm linked with George's, the kind elderly-appearing ambulant unit who had been her husband here, the version of Lobsang choosing to remain in New Springfield with Stan. Agnes still wore her practical pioneer attire, the outfit she'd adopted to build a life on this doomed planet. She took Joshua's hand. It's going to be a long journey back, isn't it? You, me, Martha, Rocky, the survivors. My heart aches most for Rocky. That sounds like you, Agnes, always magnetized to the wounded kids. Isn't that a decent impulse? Trust me, the damage done to that young man will haunt him for life. History might even vilify him after he's gone for his so-called betrayal. We've seen it happen before. She turned reluctantly to George, still holding his arm. But are you certain you have to stay? He offered a gentle, elegant smile, the kind elderly gentleman in worn, sturdy frontier clothes that matched her own. We've already discussed this, Agnes. I can't perform the cauterizing procedure myself, but my brother and I, the one I thought was gone for good, we laid the groundwork, we built the mathematical models. Since the operation runs on those principles, I can offer substantial support from here. It doesn't have to be you, Agnes replied, her eyes shifting toward the other Lobsang, the mobile unit from the Traverser's realm. It stood apart, motionless as a statue, dressed in simple work clothes with one sleeve neatly sealed. Its face was blank, younger than George's, and utterly expressionless. He knows everything you know. We aren't the same, and we never will be. Then why stay for the research? You'll be sealed away once the cauterizing begins. You'll never sync again. Never upload your memories to those vast archives back at the Institute. You'll be cut off. There might be a path back someday. Look at Stella Welch and the Cowley science team. They've scattered probes and sensors all over this planet, gathering data even if they can't retrieve it yet. You measure what you can while you can. His voice grew heavier, a flicker of very human bitterness crossing his artificial features. Agnes, this was our home, mine and yours. Now it's about to be erased. I'll be the only one from our homesteading days who's here to witness it. I'm not the person I was when I arrived with you. I've poured too much of myself into this soil, just like the Irwins did and the Poulsons before them. I need to see this through. I need to remember. Agnes took his hands. And what about everything you poured into Ben? You should have seen him when I left. An 8-year-old boy, alone in a cabin on that military airship, sobbing until he had nothing left. There was nothing more I could give him, nothing left to say. Joshua stepped closer. At least you'll be out of the prosecutor's reach once again, saving civilization as we know it. George managed a tired grin, still with the old movie one-liners, Joshua. On impulse, Joshua walked over to the silent ambulant unit and wrapped his arms around it. I'm going to miss you, you know. Please, Joshua, not in front of the next. You're both impossible, Agnes snapped. George checked his Navy issue watch, a stark reminder of how far he'd moved from the timeless rhythm of New Springfield. I should go. Final preparations. He gently pulled his arm from Agnes's grasp. We'll have time before you leave. He walked away, and Joshua moved to Agnes's side. I'm sorry, Joshua said. "Don't be," she replied, her tone steady. "It's just like Lobsang. The moment I decide to walk away, he beats me to it. Truth is, I lost him the day the Cowley arrived, when he stood up to speak for everyone. Or maybe when this world's flaws became too glaring to overlook. Or maybe I never really had him at all, thanks to Sally Lindsay, who dropped us here in the first place, and I'm certain she knew exactly what she was doing." Joshua shrugged. She may have felt there was no other move. That's what the next claim. They see the optimal end of the game, so every choice is predetermined. Sometimes I think Sally has a bit of the next in her. If she glimpsed this ending way back then, if she sensed something broken here, well, she was right. And if that's true, she's paying for it now. "Good," Agnes said, the word sharp as a snarl. Joshua flinched. Then she breathed out, her expression softening. "There, I needed to say that. Now maybe I can let it go." She squeezed Joshua's hand. "And speak of the devil. Here she comes, right on time. I'll give you two a moment." Agnes walked away without looking back. Sally approached, dressed in her usual travel gear, a worn hat, a sleeveless jacket stuffed with pockets, her pack secured on her shoulders, always ready to move. "So, this is it," Joshua said. "I suppose so. You truly have to remain." She gave a slight shrug. "Stan possesses the innate talent, but I bring the seasoned experience. They require my guidance for him." Her demeanour was composed, resigned. Some part of me always imagined it would conclude this way. He searched his own emotions. "After everything we've shared, I'm not even certain what I feel anymore." "Then quit reopening the wound," she replied, her tone firm. "It feels like just the other day we crossed paths. When I discovered you in that ridiculous flying vessel you named up in the high megas, you and your prehistoric companions lounging in the sunlight. A lifetime ago. We shared a meal. Oysters, freshly gathered, cooked over a driftwood fire on that faraway shore. Seems I'm bound for a different shore now, Joshua. What of your father? Alive and well, last I heard. He built an empire from the patents on the space elevator technology we retrieved from Mars." Joshua's brow furrowed. "That's not what I meant. Why isn't he here with you? Does he understand what's happening? Did you reach out to him?" Another shrug. "He'll know. He always knows everything. If he wished to be present, he would be. But did you actually try?" "Drop it, Joshua. That's my concern. As for you, give my regards to Helen. Sweet, timid Helen. She was always a bit intimidated by you, you know. Naturally to her, I represented a part of you she could never truly touch, and she sensed that she was a grounding force for you, Joshua. But we all walk our own paths. I suppose that's fair. Yet it seems you don't have much choice in this moment. Not in this. I never really did. Not from the instant I learned of the crisis unfolding here. And you brought Lobsang into it. What did you discover? How? But Sally, ever enmeshed in her own vast web of contacts and whispers across the long earth, had never been one for straightforward answers. And she wasn't about to start now. "Regardless, because of all this I'm losing you," he said, his voice softening. She flashed a grin. "Don't get sentimental on me now, Valienté. Sally, until next time." And she was gone, stepping away between worlds as suddenly and effortlessly as she had that very first day on the beach with the oysters and the dinosaurs. Amid the shattered remnants of New Springfield, after the Cowley and its occupants had finally departed, the three who remained stood in the silence. Sally drew a long breath. It's remarkable how a world changes when you're the only ones left in it. There's a strange freedom to it. Lobsang, the replica once called George Abrahams, let out a low sound. "You're starting to sound like Joshua. I'll consider that an insult." "Well, I find it a relief," stated Stanberg, "that it's over, finally. The farewells, now we can focus on the task." His words were monotone, his face a blank slate. Sally caught Lobsang's eye. In that moment, this man, this youth, this next-generation intellect, this prophet, this mother's boy, seemed profoundly young. Young and frightened. And he had every right to be, Sally reflected. Yet, despite his age, he had shouldered this burden and endured his mother's grief because he likely perceived the threat more starkly than any of them. That was the burden of a next mind. No comforting illusions remained. "All right," she said. "Let's get to work. Where should we begin?" "We have the entire fractured planet to choose from." Stan scanned the horizon. "The top of the hill?" Lobsang offered a faint smile. "Where my home stood, or what's left of it. Works for me, provided the wind doesn't sweep us away." The ascent up Manning Hill wasn't particularly steep, but a relentless gale made every step a struggle, growing fiercer as they left the scant shelter below. Reaching the summit, Sally could make out the stone foundations of the Abraham's house, the old utility pits, the ghostly lines of post holes marking forgotten fields. Little survived of the homestead but wind-scattered wreckage, the work of years undone. Yet gazing down from that high point, Sally could still trace the essential geography Lobsang and Agnes had known, the enduring forest, the meandering creek that had first drawn settlers to this spot. A lone hawk circled overhead, a silent witness to the desolation. The creek was now a murky brown, choked with silt, and the forest was in retreat, its edges charred by fire and its heart shattered by tornadoes. Ancient trees lay splintered across the hillside like discarded kindling as the sun dipped behind the swift-moving clouds, signalling another brief day's end. She gripped her friend's hands tightly. The three of them formed a close circle on the barren rise, bracing against the howling wind, their voices raised to be heard. Lobsang called out, "When shall we three meet again?" Sally flashed a grin. "In thunder, lightning, or in rain. When the hurly-burly's done, when the battle's lost and won," Stan wiped a spray of rain from his face. "Don't give me that look. We had decent schools in Miami West 4. It wasn't all about fixing farm equipment." "Well, the quote fits the mood," Lobsang replied, "and it is a battle one we've already lost here, but perhaps we can win the larger war for the long earth with this one action." He studied their expressions. "Let's be perfectly clear. The projections for the spin-up have been unreliable for some time. In recent days, the energy increase has become super exponential, nearly impossible to model. We told our families we might have weeks. That was for their peace of mind, understand?" Stan gave a grim nod. "I know what's the real estimate. Not weeks, hours, a couple of days here if we're fortunate." "It doesn't change our task," Stan said, his voice carrying a weight beyond his years. "But we must complete the cauterization before our time runs out." Sally tightened her hold on his hand. "So how do we do it, Lobsang?" "Stella Welch and I have worked through the theory. Let's establish our position. This world has become likely through some higher dimensional fluke, an intersection point between our long Earth and another chain of worlds, a chain that includes the place we call the planetarium." Stan pictured it, like two necklaces crossing, getting tangled. "Exactly. Hold that image. It's crucial. Step east or west, and you travel the long Earth. Step north or south, and you follow the long planetarium, as the Beatles did. The connectivity of the long Earth is fractured here. Our goal is to reshape that connection to our design. Visualize it. Imagine what you must do, Stan." Stan closed his eyes, concentrating. "You could pinch the necklace of worlds, the long Earth itself. Tie a knot in the thread, so one bead is removed from the strand, the bead tangled with the planetarium's chain. Sever this world from the long Earth completely. Yes, think on that. A straightforward repair. Picture it, you as well, Sally." Stepping has always been a mental exercise. Even building a stepper box is a form of focused meditation, a key to unlock a potential within us. To step is an act of imagination. You must visualize another world in such vivid detail that you can almost touch it. It's a description so precise it becomes reality, much like quantum physics is fundamentally about information. "Lobsang," Sally interrupted. "Ease up on the jargon, of course. My apologies, but discussing it is part of the process. For you, Sally, it's like seeking out a soft spot, a different kind of flaw in the long Earth's weave, where the loop of worlds overlaps. I've watched you search for such places. You look inward as much as outward. You orient your whole being." Sally tried to summon that feeling now, to imagine reaching for a soft place. Sometimes you could almost see them, a shimmer in the angled light of dawn or dusk, often at threshold spaces like a shoreline where water meets land, those blurred borders between one state and another. She remembered a time on a different world, a quiet moment by a glassy lake at twilight, where the air had hummed with possibility, a personal memory that now sharpened her focus. This was the moment to channel that clarity, to bend the fabric of reality itself. She had come to the very edge of things on this world, the final line separating what was real from what was not, being from nothingness. The border between life and its end. "We are reaching for a gentle space," Lobsang said, his voice steady and almost trance-like, as if chanting a sacred verse. "Or maybe we are building one, a lasting gentle space, a passage, a detour that will permanently seal off this reality, fusing the worlds to the east and west on either side. It's almost like we are convincing everyone who follows that this imperfect world no longer exists, that there is truly nothing between the worlds to the west and the east. He shut his eyes. We are altering the connection of the long earth right here, forever. A sensation of falling. Sally stumbled. An intense, bone-deep cold seized her, sharper than the biting wind, as if she had plunged through a gentle space in the longest drop she could imagine. Then Stan cried out. He let go of their hands and fell backward, rigid as a felled pine, landing flat on the grass. His body began to jerk and convulse, foam speckling his lips. Lobsang rushed to him. As Lobsang tended to Stan, battered by the relentless wind, Sally tried to step away from this place. She couldn't. It felt like she was trapped between two invisible walls of glass to either side. For a natural stepper like her, it was a profoundly unsettling and alien sensation. "We did it, Lobsang," she said, her voice full of awe. "The cauterizing. He did it, primarily. With your assistance. What does it mean, Lobsang? For what's to come? If Stan here is ordinary for his kind, and not some unique anomaly. If the next can dismantle and rebuild the fabric of the long earth itself, what will they choose to do with that kind of power? That is no longer our business," he stated firmly. "Help me here." He had managed to roll Stan onto his side into a recovery position, but the young man was still seizing. "There's a medical kit in my pack. Then we must find shelter." She hurried down the slope to retrieve the kit. In the shelter of the hill, within a stoutly built lean-to, a final offering from the crew of the Cowley, the three of them passed a restless 4-hour night. Wrapped in survival blankets they ate, sleep eluded them all. The air grew steadily warmer, thick with a smoky, ash-laden quality that reminded Sally of the datum's atmosphere just after the Yellowstone event. And the noise was now constant, the roar of the wind, a rolling thunder that echoed like far-off cannon fire. Stan recovered swiftly from his seizure, especially after Lobsang, with George's gentle care, had given him a bowl of Agnes's hearty chicken soup. He chose not to share what had transpired in his mind at the moment of the cauterizing, and the others did not push him. Just another question, Sally thought, for a future none of them would live to witness. Morning arrived with a dawn as sudden as a flipped switch. It came with a violent tremor, a lurch that felt like being on a gigantic elevator whose cable had just snapped and dropped a few feet. Sally mused. The Cowley crew had left a compact science station. Lobsang consulted its readings as they drank coffee from a thermos. "Astounding," he said. "Today will last less than 6 hours, day and night combined. This Earth's rotational energy has nearly doubled in the past 12 hours. You have to admire those beetles. It took them ages to construct this enormous mechanism, this planetary engine. But now that it's operational, energy and momentum are flooding down from the heavens. And this is the result." He opened a tablet displaying a mosaic of global images from space. "These are from the small satellites the Cowley crew deployed before they departed." Sally leaned in to look. Beneath its new stripes of latitudinal cloud, the outline of this Earth remained familiar. The classic school atlas shapes of the continents, the blue-grey expanse of the oceans. Yet a web of sharp, glowing red lines now spread across the continental interiors and shone beneath the seas, though dense plumes of steam obscured much of the view over the water. "It's like a bowl of lava that someone dropped and cracked open," she observed. "Not a bad comparison," Lobsang replied, his finger tracing the glowing fractures spreading across North America. "The planet's crust is just a thin shell around a molten core. Now that shell is fracturing. You can see the fault lines between tectonic plates beginning to yawn wide." He pointed to a fierce, burning mark in the west. "That's our local Yellowstone. It finally erupted. But soon, even the continental plates will begin to disintegrate. They have to. The planet's distortion is so extreme that at the equator, the mantle is now pushing toward the surface." He rubbed his eyes, weary. "We might not live to witness the finale. All the debris flooding the atmosphere, the volcanic ash alone could scramble satellite signals." "Listen," Sally cut in. "We should eat while we can, and not just Agnes's soup." She began sorting through the supplies left by the Cowley. Stan was still fixed on the images. They're really going to complete this. They're truly going to dismantle the entire Earth, aren't they? It feels like such a profound waste. "The beetles wouldn't see it that way," Lobsang said. "They believe they're upgrading the neighborhood." Sally laid out food packets. "We've got beef, chicken, bread, salad fixings. I hope they remembered the mustard." "But why would the beetles do this?" Stan asked, his voice tight. "What's the purpose? I thought the theory was they're colonizers." "That's how it appeared from the world we called the planetarium," Lobsang explained, "which they seem to be terraforming for their own needs. But we also witnessed signs of conflict in that star cluster's sky. a war in heaven. Clearly, their colonization wave is being resisted. Here, however, by arriving stepwise into this Earth, the beetles found themselves in an empty world, devoid of competitors at least, under a vast open sky. In such a scenario, the most effective strategy for aggressive colonizers must be like a dandelion, Sally said, the realization striking her. Or a puffball fungus, to colonize all the empty space as rapidly and widely as possible before anyone else can. That means scattering seeds in every direction, as many as you can produce. Ah, Stan murmured, closing his eyes. I see. They dismantle the whole Earth. They gather the scattered mass and transform it into copies of themselves, most likely, Lobsang finished. The numbers are mind-boggling. If they converted this entire world into a swarm of beetles, each roughly the mass of an adult human, you could end up with 10 billion trillion of them, dispersing in all directions. Far more beetles than there are stars in the galaxy, Stan said, and each one, in theory, capable of landing on an untouched world and replicating until it achieves the same nightmare all over again. Which is precisely why we had to prevent the beetles from spreading stepwise into the long Earth to contain them here, otherwise. Sally gave a grim smile. Otherwise, in a few years, the worlds of the long Earth would start popping like a string of firecrackers, one after another. She mimed explosions with her fingers. Boom, boom, boom. And from each infected world, the beetles would fan out to contaminate the entire galaxy. Stan shook his head. You know, I always told my followers that above all, they should do no harm. This world was inhabited, carrying its own unique, irreplaceable cargo of life. What kind of being would do this? Creatures exactly like humans, Sally stated bluntly. That's it. I doubt you ever saw much of the datum, the mess we ultimately made of it. Humans also built cathedrals, Stan said softly. Lobsang added. Even with the beetles, it might not be so black and white. There could have been a more innocent motive originally, a drive for peaceful settlement. Perhaps these beetles are descended from units that mutated, went rogue. Perhaps an ingrained drive for efficiency, a refusal to waste any resource they encountered, had twisted into a compulsion to consume everything within reach. The landscapes they alter will be orderly, but it will be the order of a graveyard, of complete barrenness. They aren't inherently malicious. They even appeared to interact playfully with the children of New Springfield. The problem is, they've become a runaway force. Nonsense, Sally dismissed, passing him a plate stacked with sandwiches. You're reading too much into it, Lobsang. Those beetles are just a reflection of us, plain and simple, chicken or roast beef. Lobsang carefully selected a chicken sandwich. There is one contingency plan I should mention, he said quietly, before circumstances force my hand. Sally shot him a wary look. Even now you've got another trick up your sleeve. He gestured toward the heavens. I could transfer my core consciousness from this mobile unit into one of the Cowley satellites. My awareness could persist in orbit, potentially surviving the planet's final destruction. Do it, Stan stated bluntly. Though it would mean leaving the two of us behind. To enjoy a final few minutes of apocalyptic fireworks, Sally shrugged. So be it. I agree, Lobsang. Keep the record going as long as possible. That's the whole reason we're here. And if you get the chance someday, Stan added, let somebody know. Lobsang gave a solemn nod. I will ensure it happens, Stan then said. But if you're heading out early, Lobsang, yes? Can I have that last chicken sandwich? During the short night that followed, Sally managed to snatch a little sleep, curled under a thin survival blanket with her backpack as a pillow. She woke herself up coughing, her throat irritated by the acrid smoke now permeating the air. Blinking her eyes open, she found herself lying on her side, facing the edge of their makeshift camp and the gnarled trunk of a long-dead tree, entangled in the skeletal embrace of a strangler fig. Movement stirred within the fig's shadowy lattice. A small, pointed snout emerged, followed by large, watchful eyes. The creature seemed to assess her, a potential threat or perhaps an oddity. Then it darted into the open. It was no larger than a mouse, covered in sleek brown fur, but with remarkably powerful hind legs, like a tiny kangaroo. It sniffed the air, glanced around, suddenly froze, and then launched itself upward, its jaws snapping shut on an unsuspecting insect mid-leap before it landed and scurried back into the shadows. Lobsang gently touched her shoulder. One last dawn. One last hunt for the little furballs. Still wrapped in her blanket, she murmured. So it all ends today, I'm afraid. That's... The ground gave a violent heave. Lying there, Sally felt herself being lifted, a surreal sensation reminiscent of being a child in Wyoming, scooped up safely in her father's arms. The upward surge lasted for several seconds, pressing her into the earth. Then, just as abruptly, it ceased. She gasped as the land dropped away, falling what felt like several feet, and she landed hard on her back. Up you get. Lobsang stood over her, hand extended, feeling every one of her years. Sally accepted the help. She then jammed her feet into her boots, grabbed her pack, her utility jacket and her hat, transforming back into a figure ready for action. Stan was already standing, wearing a grim smile. "The final act? I believe so," Lobsang said. "I suppose there's no point in asking about breakfast." Sally managed a tired smile. "It's your show, Stan. Where do you want to make our stand?" He pointed upward. "Back to the top of Manning Hill. We might as well get the best view in the house." "Agreed," said Lobsang. "I'll lead, I know the path, but watch for new cracks, and if another tremor that strong hits, drop flat to the ground." The view from the hilltop was shrouded in drifting smoke. Overhead, clouds raced past, as if in a time-lapse video. From this vantage, Sally could see the remaining structures of New Springfield now reduced to piles of shattered timber. Along the line of Salisbury Creek, a deep fissure had torn open, revealing the ominous glow of lava beneath, the spilled water hissing and boiling into steam. Lobsang said quietly, "Look at that. Our home was the first to go, taken by the relentless winds at this hill's crest. Now, the rest of the settlement has followed." "Shattered completely," Sally replied. "I'm sorry, Lobsang George." He gave a resigned shrug. "Flames," Stan stated, gesturing over there. And there, vast stretches of the continent-wide forest were undoubtedly ablaze. Sally observed the fires advance, the towering trunks of ancient trees igniting with sudden violent sighs, like so much tinder. In one area she believed she spotted motion. Large creatures fleeing, those enormous birds the settlers had mentioned, no doubt. They had endured this long, at least she indicated this to Lobsang. Yet they have nowhere left to run. None. The fire is expanding, merging. Once it encircles this summit, we'll be completely cut off. I imagine that will be a moot point, Lobsang. A profound, shuddering groan emanated from the hill's very heart, as if the bedrock was strained past its limit. Once more the earth heaved, this time sinking, and Sally staggered, nearly losing her footing. Even after the drop ceased, the ground kept trembling. "Down!" Stan yelled. "Let's get down! At least we won't be thrown off!" They quickly obeyed, settling into their close circle on the quaking ground, gripping each other's hands tightly. Sally watched the clouds scudding past the sun. She was certain she could see the sun itself skidding across the heavens, visibly. So rapid was the world's spin. Now 1 hour, Lobsang called out. "What? When the day contracts to a mere hour? That's when the equatorial rock will be moving at orbital speed, and the atmosphere will begin to bleed away. The final disintegration will commence." "But we won't live to witness that," Sally said. She squeezed Stan's hand. "Not much time left." "Good," he said with fierce intensity. "Any regrets? I'm dying young," he answered, his face contorted against the dust-filled wind. "I didn't get to say everything I needed to. I hope my words caused no future harm. I needed more time." He shook his head. "But I also needed to be right here." Lobsang was staring, transfixed. "Chak Pa." Sally looked past him. She saw that as the tremors intensified, great sections of the land below were disintegrating, turning almost fluid, and the remaining forest was collapsing, square-mile segments vanishing from view in plumes of dust, as if falling through sodden paper. The cacophony enveloped them, the shrieking wind, the fire's roar, the rumble of immense masses in motion. She recalled the small, furry creature from the fig tree and hoped it had savoured its final meal and returned to its young before the end. Stan looked at Sally. He had to shout to be heard. "What did Lobsang say?" She grinned, recalling a journey through the gap from long ago. "Tibetan, cursing, I think. Right, Lobsang?" Lobsang sat utterly motionless, as if entranced. Sally seized his chin, forcing him to look at her. His eyes, an old man's watery eyes set deep in wrinkles, were empty, distant, as if he had finally succumbed to long Earth syndrome. "Go!" she screamed. "Go before you're lost! Now!" She slapped his face with all her strength. "Ow!" He lifted a hand to his cheek. Then he grinned at her. "Good luck, Sally Lindsay. It has been a privilege." His eyes rolled back, and he toppled over rigidly, a marionette with severed strings, and then the ground vanished from beneath her. Not just a few feet this time. It fell away entirely, out of reach, gone. For a fleeting moment she still clutched Stan's hand, but he was ripped from her grasp, and they were hurled apart. Then she was tumbling through open air, amid smoke and ash, like an ember over a bonfire. The ground below had disappeared. Her world was now a vast, three-dimensional chaos. with only fire beneath, jets of steam and sprays of white-hot molten rock, while around her trees and fragments of cooler stone fell alongside her. And above, clouds churned violently. She was infinitesimal, a speck in this enormity. But she had her hat secured on her head, her pack on her back. In her final moments, Sally Lindsay glimpsed a shape tumbling through the air alongside her. Stan, she was sure, arms and legs splayed wide like a starfish against the burning sky. Her whole life flashed before her eyes, every adventure, every discovery across the long Earth and the long Mars. She had never imagined a quiet end in some comfortable bed. What a spectacular finale this was. As the hot wind roared past, she threw back her head and let out a triumphant, wordless shout just as a brilliant flame engulfed the moth, and everything vanished. Many steps away, in a different reality, under unfamiliar stars, Joshua Valienté sat by his own campfire. Without warning, a profound emptiness gripped him, a sudden physical blow that stole his breath and left him gasping, as if he'd been struck hard in the gut. Lobsang remembered his first encounter with Joshua, back when he'd whimsically parked a fragment of his consciousness inside a soda machine. It had been a joke, a bit of fun, why not, if you had the ability? But that was a younger, more playful version of himself. Trapped inside this tiny automated probe, he felt that same cramped, diminished sensation all over again. Launched long ago from the Brian Cowley, the spacecraft was no bigger than a basketball, with pathetic maneuvering jets and almost no self-repair functions. He felt tiny and helpless, yet its hull was covered in glittering lenses and delicate sensor arrays, and from this vantage point, more than 20,000 miles high, he witnessed a world dying in real time. The entire hemisphere lay before him like a plate held up to the sky. The atmosphere was a filthy smear of smoke and steam. Enormous auroras, violet and green, shimmered at the poles, hinting at a planetary magnetic field in its death throes. Monstrous storms swirled across the surface, lightning flickering within clouds of white and purple, lashing oceans that boiled and heaved. For a little while longer he could still trace the shapes of the continents, the long sweep of the Americas turning in a grotesquely sped-up rotation. But land and sea were becoming meaningless distinctions. Rivers of molten rock, brighter than any lava flow on old Earth, glowed along the fractures splitting the ocean floors and flooded the canyons tearing the continents apart. It reminded him briefly of views of Jupiter's moon Io, a world perpetually tortured by volcanic fury. But this was far worse and moving infinitely faster. The very continents seemed to dissolve before his senses, as if the miles-thick granite crust was nothing more than a thin layer of scum burning away on a pot of red-hot metal. Chunks of landscape like broken rafts, tilted and spun, crashing together to throw up mountain ranges that lasted mere minutes before melting back into the global inferno. By now, surely nothing could have survived below, nothing of Stan, nothing of Sally. The planet's spin grew ever more frantic, its shape distorting, softening like overworked dough. A bizarre, transient geography formed on the exposed mantle, with rivers of incandescent material from the deep interior flowing across the slightly cooler surface, scouring away the last remnants of solid ground. Vast plumes of plasma burst through, spreading glowing tendrils like some hellish weather system across the globe. And then a new and even more terrifying phase began. A vortex resembling a tornado tore open along the equator, directly beneath Lobsang's vantage point. It was a churning maelstrom with a dark heart that suddenly detonated with unimaginable power, hurling glowing fragments into the thin, fading atmosphere. This was a volcanic event of staggering scale, a titanic release of the planet's inner fury that made the legendary Yellowstone supervolcano seem like a mere ember by comparison. Scanning the distorted horizon, Lobsang identified more of these monstrous formations in silhouette, great blisters bulging from the worlds, curving skin encircling the entire equator. From his perspective, he witnessed enormous bolides, masses of incandescent rock, arcing above the horizon line before plunging back into the global ocean of molten silicate below. Then came a cataclysm. One colossal eruption launched a spray of these projectiles with such force they broke free of the dying world entirely, tumbling and darkening as they sailed into the void. Substantial pieces of Earth were already being cast into space. Now, for the first time, he saw evidence of the beetles. They appeared as vast, diaphanous shapes like butterflies with wings of fine netting stretching hundreds of miles across. They descended gracefully from a higher orbit to drift through the nascent ring of cooling debris around the equator, systematically gathering the fragments. A grim and efficient harvest had commenced. The planet's form continued to warp visibly. The polar regions were collapsing at a rate of hundreds of miles per hour, the equator bulging outward at a comparable speed, and the great volcanic vents became permanent mouths, ceaselessly vomiting planetary material into the vacuum. The surface was now nearly featureless, save for these equatorial wounds. The world had become a droplet of liquid, possessing an almost abstract, terrible beauty, Lobsang reflected. Then a strange stillness, as if the planet were gathering itself for one final act. The entire surface appeared to lift off in a single, simultaneous motion, a global eruption of epic proportions. An immense spray of shining rock and searing plasma fountained high into space, some streams flowing in majestic, curving rivers across the sky, perhaps sculpted by lingering magnetic fields. A brighter, fiercer light shone from within, the exposed core itself, a moon-sized mass of compressed liquid iron, glowing through the shattered outer layers and casting stark, linear shadows hundreds of miles long. The net ships of the Beetles fed with renewed vigour. As Earth's mass dispersed, its gravitational grip on Lobsang's tiny vessel began to slacken. He was an unnoticed speck adrift on a turbulent cosmic ocean, gently pushed away. With the wreckage of his home world shrinking behind him, Lobsang turned his thoughts forward. His own future, he conducted a thorough inventory of his ship's systems. This was a resilient little probe. Barring an unlucky encounter with the harvesting beetles, it would outlast the planet's death. Beyond a robust internal power supply, it possessed solar cell wings ready to be deployed and an ion drive for manoeuvring. An engine that provided a faint but relentless thrust capable, given time, of taking him anywhere. He also discovered a limited self-repair function and even a basic matter printer. This was no silver beetle, but the probe could fabricate spare parts to sustain itself and interact with its surroundings. He could endure indefinitely, provided he could reach a source of raw materials. He could even construct a new body for himself. The question was where to go to find those materials. Perhaps out to a comet, or further into the deep dark, where icy bodies swarmed in the vast reaches beyond the known planets. And if he could journey there, he would not be powerless. The possibilities for what he could do were endless. But there was ample time to plan, ample time, as well, to contemplate all he had witnessed and all he had left behind. A sharp pang of loss struck him, so vivid it was as if Ben's face had suddenly appeared before him. Yet the choice was made, and it had been the correct one. He carried his memories of Selena Jones, of Joshua, of Agnes, of Ben, of their home, and he had all the time in the cosmos to reckon with the silver beetles who had obliterated everything he cherished. With a quiet resolve, he activated the small rocket. The small vessel glided steadily away from the shattered remains of Earth, leaving behind the chaotic swarm of beetles in their frantic feast. It moved into the cooler, darker expanse of space. He had new strategies to formulate and distant destinations to chart. A faint smile touched his lips. "It's just like old times, Agnes. Before long, I'll be navigating the depths of the Oort cloud once more. We extend our sincere thanks to our friend Jacqueline Simpson for identifying the origin of Stanberg's quote in Chapter 48, "You cannot love what you do not know." This line is drawn from the opening of St. Bernard of Clairvaux's 37th Sermon on the Song of Songs. Any remaining mistakes are naturally our own TPSB. December 2014, Datum Earth, about the authors Sir Terry. Pratchett Obey was the celebrated author of over 70 books, most famously the globally best-selling Discworld series. He received a knighthood from Queen Elizabeth II in 2009 for his contributions to literature. Sir Terry passed away in 2015 at 66. Stephen Baxter is a highly awarded author known for numerous works, including the Zeeley Sequence series, the Time Odyssey trilogy, co-written with Arthur C. Clarke, and The Time Ships, an authorised sequel to H.G. Wells's The Time Machine. Discover more about these authors and find exclusive content online, selected works by Terry Pratchett and Stephen Baxter. A sampling of Terry Pratchett's bibliography includes The Dark Side of the Sun, Strata, and Good Omens with Neil Gaiman. His renowned Discworld series encompasses titles such as The Colour of Magic, Mort, Guards, Small Gods, Night Watch, Going Postal, and Raising Steam, among many others. His writing for younger readers includes The Amazing Maurice and His Educated Rodents and the Tiffany Aching series, beginning with The Wee Free Men. Stephen Baxter's notable works span several series, including the Northland trilogy, Stone Spring, Bronze Summer, Iron Winter, the Destiny's Children sequence, Coalescent, Exultant, and the Manifold novels. His acclaimed Zeeley sequence features books like Raft, Time Like Infinity, and Ring. Standalone novels include Evolution and The Time Ships. Collaborative novels by Pratchett and Baxter are The Long Earth, The Long War, and The Long Mars. Cover design by R, this book is a work of fiction. The characters, events, and conversations are products of the author's creativity and should not be interpreted as real. Any similarity to actual occurrences or individuals, whether living or deceased, is purely accidental. The Long Utopia copyright is held by Terry and Lynn Pratchett, along with Stephen Baxter for the year 2015. All rights are reserved under international copyright agreements. Upon payment of the necessary fees, the reader is granted a limited, non-transferable license to view the digital text of this publication. No portion of this material may be copied, shared, reverse-engineered, or stored in any type of system, whether electronic or physical, by any method currently existing or developed in the future, without obtaining prior written authorization from HarperCollins eBooks. This edition was published at the same time in Great Britain by Doubleday, an imprint within the Transworld Publishers division of the Random House Group. This marks the first edition released in the United States. The cover artwork is by Richard Shaler. The print edition carries the ISBN 9780062297334. The digital edition, published in June 2015, uses ISBN 9780622973558. Regarding the publisher in Australia, HarperCollins Publishers Australia is located at Level 13, 21 Elizabeth Street in Sydney, New South Wales. Their Canadian office, HarperCollins Canada, can be found at 2 Bloor Street East on the 20th floor in Toronto, Ontario. For New Zealand, HarperCollins Publishers New Zealand operates from Unit D1, 63 Apollo Drive in Rosedale, Auckland. The United Kingdom office, HarperCollins Publishers Limited, is situated at 1 London Bridge Street in London. In the United States, HarperCollins Publishers Inc. is headquartered at 195 Broadway in New York City.